The few people ignored their image, which made Daxu on the side stunned. However, Daxu also knew in his heart that the inheritance of the 7 kings, who would not want anyone to put it. Just Su Chanyu is a true peerless master, so he doesn't even look down on the inheritance of the 7 kings. But in fact, Su Changyu wanted it too. His heart is bleeding. How could he not want the inheritance of the Sword King, but he couldn't control himself. At this moment, the Sword King's voice couldn't help but sound. But I have destroyed the inheritance directly. The Sword King spoke and gave such an answer. Su Chanyu. Taoist Tai Hua. Su Luochen. Wang Zhuoyu. The inheritance was ruined so quickly? Are you teasing me? Why didn't I see you ruining the inheritance? Everyone looked at the Sword King, not because they didn't believe in the Sword King, but because they didn't see the Sword King destroying the inheritance at all? Isn't this a lie? Feeling everyone's eyes, the Sword King said with great calm expression. Most of the inheritances left by us are the innate mind method. Just now, fellow Taoist Su said that there was no need for inheritance, so I directly destroyed them. After all, when we created this secret realm, the clones left behind could only appear once. Since fellow Taoist Su said no, it's meaningless to keep it. The Sword King explained this and everyone suddenly realized it. Oh, I get it. Taoist Tai Hua nodded, looking like he suddenly realized. Then Taoist Tai Hua looked at Su Changyu, his eyes full of anger. I want to kill you. Taoist Tai Hua roared angrily with red eyes. In short, after all, the inheritance is gone and the opportunity is gone. He wants to kill Su Changyu. A villain. A villain. A evil disciple. Taoist Tai Hua roared angrily. On the sword stage, Su Changyu was also panicked. He didn't know that this would be the case. If he knew it was this ending, he wouldn't be the first to come up to death. It's so uncomfortable, why do I get sick at critical moments every time? Very angry. Su Changyu wanted to cry himself. But at this moment, the Sword King's voice sounded again. However, although the peerless inheritance is gone, there are still a few treasures left. I wonder if you want them. The Sword King said this and asked everyone. Yes, you want. Senior, I want it, I'm a waste, I'm a big waste. Senior, I am the waste. If you give it to me, I will definitely carry forward your inheritance. Senior, I grew up reading your books since I was a child. I admire you very much. I want it. At this moment, the masters and disciples of Qingyun Sect shouted, one of them was more excited. The inheritance of the 7 kings? This is simply priceless for them. Don't worry, if you want to pass on the inheritance, you can go to the battlefield. All the 7 brothers left a treasure, which can be considered as leaving for those who are destined to be. The Sword King chuckled, not feeling disdainful because of the appearance of several people. The 7 of them created a secret realm in order to keep the inheritance. On the contrary, Su Changyu refused to inheritance, which made him a little embarrassed. Soon, the 7 masters and apprentices walked onto the stone platform. Su Luochen walked on the dantai, Wang Zhuoyu was the formation platform, Shuizhuan was the talisman platform, Lin Bei was the treasure platform, Chen Lingru was the yuntai, and Taihua Toast was the tiantai. 7 masters and apprentices stood on different stone platforms. The next moment, the Sword King waved his hand. In an instant, a snow-white sword weapon appeared in front of Su Chanyu. Fellow Taoist Su, although I am not worthy of passing on your peerless method, this thing is a flying sword made by my above ancient spirit. It is a flying sword that can grow with a growth named Shuangbai. With a light wave of this sword, it can freeze for 3,000 miles. If fellow Taoist Su does not dislike it, I hope to accept it. The Sword King spoke out and said so. On the sword stage, Su Changyu looked at the snow-white flying sword in front of him, and couldn't help but be stunned. This sword weapon is like jade, crystal clear and like snowfrost. It looks extremely beautiful, and the sword body is filled with cold air, which is inexplicably intimidating. He can be called the peerless sword immortal. Su Changyu was so excited that he was about to cry, but he still seemed very calm on the surface. It's okay. He spoke involuntarily, but the Sword King didn't care, but smiled indifferently. Then, in front of Su Luochen, a gilded phoenix furnace appeared in front of him. This little friend, this thing is refined by my second brother who gathers rare treasures from all over the world. The phoenix-winged fairy furnace is also a growth-enhancing Taoist weapon. This alchemy furnace contains 3,600 alchemy formations. No need to take action, just place medicinal materials to automatically refine and condense into pills. In this alchemy furnace, there is also a mouthful of innate phoenix immortal fire, which can help the little friend refine pills. The Sword King introduced the alchemy furnace, while Su Luochen was already in tears. He cried excitedly. In this life, his biggest dream is to have his own alchemy furnace. Unfortunately, Qingyun Sect is poor, so just think about it. Let me ask, if you are not poor, who would like to buy a black pot as an alchemy furnace? Now that his dream of 18 years old has finally come true today, how can he not cry? Relying on this alchemy furnace, Su Luochen didn't believe it anymore and could not pass the alchemist assessment. If he could not pass the alchemist assessment, he would eat the alchemy furnace and make a dan. Soon, on the third stone platform, a chessboard appeared in front of Wang Zhuoyu. The chessboard is crystal clear and made of jadeite. The chess pieces are like stars, extremely dazzling. Wang Zhuoyu's eyes were straightened, and he looked at the chessboard tightly, and the Sword King's voice sounded again. My friend, this thing was made by my third brother. It is called the Star Chessboard. It is a formation tool. The chessboard transforms all things in the world. The chess piece is the common people. Every chess piece is a formation tool. If the formation is arranged with the star chessboard, the formation is like a chess game, endless. Even if it is a trapped array, there will be 1,500 evolutions. I hope my friend can treat it well. The Sword King spoke out and introduced the function of this chessboard. Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. Wang Zhuoyu looked at the chessboard in front of him and was very excited. He found that his hands were shaking. With this chessboard, are you still afraid that you can't pass the assessment of the formation master? Once you become a real formation master, with the help of such a formation plate, wouldn't you be able to add more money? Ha ha, take off, woohoo, make a lot of money. Wang Zhuoyu clenched his fists tightly, his eyes full of passion. He decided that he must become the first formation mage of Baiyun Ancient City and must not defile the value of this chessboard. Soon, Shuizhuan was on the stone platform. A golden dragon brush appears, which is the talisman pen, the brush for drawing talismans. My friend, this thing is refined by my fourth brother. The golden dragon soul talisman pen. This talisman pen can draw talismans in the void and increase the power of talisman paper by 5 times. It contains a golden dragon soul. Although it is just a broken golden dragon soul, it is enough. The Sword King continued to speak and said the fourth treasure. Thank you, senior, please rest assured. I will not insult this writing. Shuizhuan tightly clamped the talisman pen. He felt that he was about to take off. What is the first talisman master of Baiyun Ancient City? He wants to be the first talisman master in Qingzhou. Good. The Sword King smiled slightly, then looked at Lin Bei again. However, there was no treasure in front of Lin Bei, but as the Sword King waved his hand, 2 golden lights in an instant poured into his eyes. Hiss! In an instant, Lin Bei gasped, but the next moment, he found that what he saw had some subtle changes. My friend, this thing is the treasure appraisal heavily condensed by my fifth brother. It can identify all treasures in the world. From now on, all treasures in the world will be difficult to escape your eyes. Of course, there are some treasures that are extremely difficult to see. It can only be said that 90% of the treasures have nowhere to hide. The Sword King said so. Lin Bei also instantly understood what he had gotten. He is a treasure appraiser himself. Now that he has these eyes, isn't he going to take off? Picking up treasures everywhere? Thank you, senior, I will remember this kindness in my heart. Lin Bei was overjoyed and wanted to kneel on the ground to thank the other party, but when he thought that the other party was just a spiritual body, he did not kneel down. Soon, his eyes fell on Taoist Tai Hua. Seeing the treasures he obtained from the 5 disciples in front of him, one was stronger than the other and one was exaggerated, Taoist Tai Hua couldn't help but be even more excited. He was curious about what he could get. In an instant, a gossip map appeared in front of him. The Sword King's voice rang out. This fellow Taoist, this thing is called the Tianji 8 trigrams diagram. It can make a clever calculation of Tianji and possess divination techniques. It also has some inheritance of my 6th brother. The fellow Taoist has obtained it. If you need it, you can observe it carefully. If you don't need it, you can also use it as a reference. The Sword King spoke extremely politely, and at the same time he also told Taoist Tai Hua what treasure this was. Thank you, Senior. Taoist Tai Hua took this gossip map and bowed and thanked him. In the end, the Sword King's eyes fell on Shen Lingru. Shen Lingru became even more excited. She looked at the Sword King with anticipation. At this moment, a petrified egg appeared in front of Chen Lingru. Chen Lingru? Everyone? What's this thing? Everyone was a little curious. Everyone was holding a magic weapon, but Chen Lingru was actually an egg? Feeling everyone's curiosity, the Sword King couldn't help but speak. This little friend, my 7th brother, doesn't like refining weapons, so I didn't leave any treasures. This thing was obtained by my 7th brother by chance. He said that this egg can produce something amazing, but we don't know whether it is true or not. The Sword King spoke out and felt a little embarrassed. After all, this egg is not a good thing at first glance, and more importantly, it has been petrified. Even if there is a dragon in it, a unicorn is useless. Things that have been petrified are useless even if they are the strongest. Ah! Chen Lingru was a little depressed. Everyone got good things, but they only got an egg. Who wouldn't be depressed? However, although she was depressed, she did not blame the Sword King. Instead, she nodded and said, "Thank you, Senior Sword King." After saying this, the Sword King felt a little embarrassed. Well, my 7th brother is a little irresponsible. Be the eldest brother's responsibility. This is my peerless inheritance and has not been destroyed. Since fellow Taoist Su doesn't need it, I will teach it to you. The Sword King made a sound, then waved his hand, and in an instant, a large amount of sword intent penetrated into Chen Lingru's mind. The next moment, the Sword King continued to speak. The world is over. Everyone, if you want to leave, just leave from the well of this life. See you again if you are destined to be there. The Sword King comes quickly and goes quickly. After saying a word, he disappeared from the spot. End of this chapter. In the Secret Realm. After leaving the Sword King, the joy on everyone's faces could not be concealed. The happiest thing was Chen Lingru. She thought she was just getting something useless, but unexpectedly, the Sword King actually passed on his sword skills to him. Then will I take off in the future? Everyone was very happy. The ancient sword Immortal was very calm, but Daxu felt a little uncomfortable inexplicably. I am born and die, and I don't have any rewards? As if feeling Daxu's emotions, Taoist Tai Hua walked down from the stone platform, looked at Daxu, and said with a smile on his face, "Daxu, do you feel that you have worked hard for so long but have not gained any benefits?" Taoist Tai Hua put away the Tianji Bagua diagram, and then looked at Daxu with a smile. There's a little bit. Daxu didn't know how to say that he was feeling uncomfortable, so he could only say that there was one thing. Daxu, although you have not received the reward, you have been recognized by us. From now on, you will be the guest elder of my Qingyun Sect. How about it? Taoist Tai Hua spoke, and he also felt that Daxu was born and died and didn't get anything, which made people feel sad. Guest elder? Master, Daxu, is an honest person and has little education. Didn't you lie to me? In Daxu's eyes, to be honest, no treasure will do anything to him. He is the Ghost King and can only use ghost tools. If this kind of thing is given to him, it will be useless. It is a great thing for Daxu to become a guest elder of Qingyun Sect and successfully invade the inside. Don't worry, do you think I'm a person who can lie to you? Taoist Taihua said seriously with a face full of face. Not like it. Daxu nodded with a silly smile. Seeing Daxu, who was satisfied with just giving him a guest elder, Taoist Taihua was very satisfied. But at this moment, Taoist Taihua looked at the ancient sword immortal and continued. Lao Gu, I will make the decision like this. From now on, you will be the inner disciple of my Qingyun Sect. Are you happy? Looking at the Gu Jianxian, Taoist Taihua also thought that since he gave Daxu good, he should give Gu Jianxian some benefits, otherwise it would be meaningless to isolate the Gu Jianxian. Happy. The ancient sword immortal spoke calmly. Taoist Taihua. Are you also called happiness? Do you think I am a fool? But when he thought that this guy had this kind of virtue, he had nothing to say. Okay, since we have all got the luck, let's go. If you take advantage, leave. This is the style of Taoist Taihua. If you leave this place of right and wrong quickly, you will definitely make a profit without losing money. If someone comes later, wouldn't it be a loss? Good. Let's go back to the sect. Yeah, go back to the sect, I want to see my treasure. Everyone nodded, and now they wanted to go back to the sect as soon as possible to see the treasures they had obtained. Okay, let's leave together. Taoist Taihua spoke, and then he was the first to jump to the well of heaven. All the inheritance was given. Taoist Taihua really doesn't believe that the Sword King will play tricks on the silence. Taoist Taihua left, and Daxu immediately followed. Everyone also jumped into the well with the other. Seeing everyone leaving one after another, Su Changyu didn't say much. He was the last one to leave, but before leaving, Su Changyu glanced at the surroundings and felt that the place was a little clean. After thinking about it, Su Changyu held the frosty white in his hand and carved some words on the stone wall. The sword immortals in the sky have 3 million, and you must lower your eyebrows when you see me. Yes, this looks much better. Su Changyu looked at the font on the stone wall and couldn't help but feel joy. But in the end, Su Changyu left his name behind. Perfect Sword Immortal Su Shangduliu. Let's put some money on it. Hey, don't say it, it has an internal flavor. Soon, Su Changyu jumped directly into the well of Shishing. You guys wait for me. Su Changyu shouted. The next moment. Qingyun Sect. The wind is gentle and sunny. As a breeze blew, Taoist Taihua appeared one after another in an instant. They stood here, their eyes appearing a little confused, but soon they regained their expressions. We're back, Master, we're back. Sure enough, I'm back, I've made a lot of money this time. No loss, this wave of profits. Hey, where is the eldest brother? Why didn't he show up? The disciples of Qingyun Sect returned to the sect one after another, but the next moment, Su Luochen suddenly realized that the eldest brother seemed to be missing. It's over. At this moment, Dax's voice couldn't help but sound. As Dax's voice sounded, curiosity appeared in everyone's eyes, not knowing what happened. What's wrong? Daxu, what happened? Everyone was curious and looked at Daxu. The formation in the well of this life is a fixed teleportation array. We fall into it at the same time, so we will be directly teleported to the Dao sect, but Senior Su didn't seem to follow him. If nothing unexpected happens, Senior Su is afraid that he will not be able to follow him and will be teleported to other places. Daxa spoke, he was knowledgeable and knew what was going on. As soon as these words were said, everyone couldn't help but frown. What do you mean is that Changyu may be teleported to other places and cannot return to the sect? Taoist Taihua said with some concern. If nothing unexpected happens, that's how it is. Daxu nodded seriously. At this moment, everyone couldn't help but look worried. Where will it be teleported? Will there be danger? How could this happen? Everyone was worried and couldn't help asking. Generally speaking, it will not be teleported to places too far, and the error is less than 5,000 miles. As for the danger, there will definitely be no danger. There is no danger in Qingzhou. Daxu frowned and said the answer. If you want to talk about the only dangerous place in Qingyun, it is the Linha Ghost Tomb. But unfortunately, Linha Ghost Tomb is no longer dangerous at present. So Su Changyu will not encounter any danger. Hearing Daxu's meaning, everyone couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. It seems that it's okay. Since that's the case, then wait for Changyu to come back. I have something to explain to my teacher. We monks, don't be lazy. You have the opportunity and luck, and you can't relax because of this. So 3 months later, you will go down the mountain and study hard. It's impossible for you to always rely on others, right? Taoist Taihua said with a serious expression. Human desires are endless. Taoist Taihua only hoped that the sect could be promoted to the 3rd level, so he was satisfied. Now with Yi Ping's arrival, he even went to the Jin National Academy of Sciences, and the sect can be upgraded to the 2nd grade. But always relying on Yi Ping, Taoist Taihua always felt a little uneasy. But now it's different. The disciples of the sect finally got the luck. Since they have the ability, why don't they rely on themselves? What's the point of always thinking about relying on others? So he made up his mind and asked everyone to go down the mountain. The purpose of going down the mountain is very simple. First, it is to improve oneself. It is impossible to be a sect in the sect every day, right? I used to be incompetent and had nothing to say, but now I have the ability. Can I still be incompetent? This is a bit unreasonable. The second purpose is simpler. Taoist Taihua knows that with the strength and talent of these disciples, it will be easy to fool Yi Ping for a while. Can he fool him for a lifetime? The answer is obviously impossible, so he hopes that these guys will go down the mountain to hone themselves, and then teach Yi Ping well. It's a good thing not to say what you want to teach Yi Ping or what you can inspire Yi Ping. If you can't teach Yi Ping skills, can you still enlighten me? If you can't even enlightenment, you might as well die. Ha! Go down the mountain? Sect Master, do I want to go down the mountain, too? Everyone was a little surprised, but they didn't expect to go down the mountain? Chen Lingru was the most curious and asked Taoist Taihua. Well, you have to go down the mountain, too. You guys are very careful. In 3 months, you will drive you out of the sect even if you are driven by your master. Taoist Taihua waved his sleeves and then left the place. Anyway, I won't say much, and I feel happy to drive people away in 3 months. I can drive people away and save some time for food. As for the safety or not, Taoist Taihua didn't think about it at all. Are you afraid of encountering thieves when you have the treasure? Besides, how do you teach them on weekdays? It's impossible to be a flower for the rest of your life, right? Soon, after Taoist Taihua left, the disciples left Hojing without thinking much. Since the head said this, what else can they say? They can only go back and practice honestly. If they really let themselves go down the mountain in 1 or 3 months and cannot beat others with Taoist weapons, wouldn't that be embarrassing? Everyone left, and now only Daxu and Gu Jianxian were left in the cliff of Qingyun Ho. The ancient sword immortal was fine. Seeing that everyone had left, he disappeared from the spot. As for Daxu, he looked at the departure of everyone with admiration. The hidden sect is worthy of being the hidden sect. It is obviously so strong, but they all seem so low-key and humble. Is this a peerless master? I love you. Daxu murmured to himself, completely impressed by the Qingyun disciples. And at the same time, Chen State. On a green mountain. 2 figures stood on the edge of the cliff, one wearing a black robe with gold silk and the other wearing a light green robe. The two are about their early 40s. The man in the black robe had a gentle look, but he couldn't say he was kind, but he didn't feel that he was keeping others from afar. But it vaguely gives people an unusual feeling. As for the man in the light green robe, it gives people a very cunning feeling, and every move seems unfathomable, but if you don't observe carefully, it will be normal for the two of them to look at it. My secret, I met Qingyun in the past. Alas, it's almost 30 years since I think about it. To be honest, I miss Qingyun very much, but unfortunately the weather is not good. The man in the black robe spoke, his eyes full of sighs, staring at the orange sky full of emotion. Your Majesty, don't be sad. When the great Xia truly rises, you will start the fortune of becoming an immortal, and the time will last for the beautiful empress can be resurrected. The man in the green robe spoke, and he bowed with both hands and said. But as soon as he said this, the man in black robe couldn't help but sigh, and there was no sign of joy or sorrow on his face. Great Xia Xiongqiu? If Shurer is still there, he might have a chance. Shurer is gone, what can Daxia take to get a hero? He spoke, and after saying something, he seemed speechless. Your Majesty is too worried. The 10th Highness is indeed a peerless genius. Although he was harmed by the thief, I believe that the 10th Highness must still live in this world. The so-called good things are hard, perhaps God's will is like this. Maybe your Majesty will not be long before you can see the 10th Highness. He spoke out loudly. Mystery, don't comfort me. Shurer is dead. This is an indisputable fact. Fortunately, Xian'er is pretty good. Although she is a little impulsive in doing things, it is normal for her to be young and frivolous, and there is basically no problem. It won't take long, I may have to abdicate. Let Xian'er succeed to the throne, and it's better to change the fate of the great Xia. I can't hold on for long. The middle-aged man in black robe continued. However, the man in the green robe immediately knelt on the ground and his expression changed drastically. Your Majesty, you must not say this. The sky of Daxia still needs to be supported by His Majesty, and the people of Daxia still need to be controlled by His Majesty. If your Majesty abdicates, it will not be a good thing for the people of Daxia or the court. He was very excited and refused to let the Emperor of Xia abdicate. Well, this man in black robe and golden silk is the Emperor of Daxia, and the Emperor of Xia. This middle-aged man in a light green robe is the Prime Minister of the Great Xia Dynasty, the Supreme Mystery. Holding the power of the court is the top existence of the Great Xia Dynasty. Both the background and the power are extremely terrifying. It can be said that one person is below one person and above 10,000 people. When Taishang Xuanji heard that Emperor Xia was about to abdicate, as a minister, it was impossible for him to agree to the emperor's abdication. No matter what, he could not agree to the emperor's abdication. Although the destiny of the dynasty does need to be replaced, which is God's will, he must not say this or discuss it. Otherwise, wouldn't it seem that the ministers no longer need the emperor? Xuanji, you are good at everything, but you can see everything too clearly, but seeing it too clearly is not a good thing sometimes. You and I will never be like Bo Xian. Emperor Xia spoke, and there was no joy on his face. It is hard to understand if you are not angry or happy. But I am just like Bushwan, loyal to Daxia and to your Majesty. Taishang Xuanji lowered his head and said this, every word, extremely serious. Emperor Xia didn't say anything, but just quietly admired the scenery of the sky. However, at this moment, a sound suddenly rang out. What are you doing? Are you bullying the elderly? Oh, no, are you bullying the disabled? The sound seemed a little abrupt. Taishang Xuanji stood up immediately and looked southeastward. Emperor Xia also looked southeast with interest. This moment. In the southeast direction, a figure slowly appeared in front of the two of them. This is a young man, wearing a white robe, looking peerless, and an indescribable temperament is everywhere, just like a peerless sword immortal. He has a cold temperament, a calm gaze, and his handsome appearance that makes people inexplicably increase their favorability. Far away. Su Changyu walked over and he couldn't help but frown slightly. Because after jumping into the well of this life, he found that he had not returned to the sect. Immediately afterwards, I wanted to find someone to ask for directions, but as soon as I came over, I saw a person kneeling in front of another person. Subconsciously, Su Changyu thought that this was someone who was bullying the weak. If Su Changyu turned around and left, he was afraid that he would be robbed by others when he went up, but now Su Changyu was not afraid. With the peerless immortal sword, frost white as in hand, Su Changyu was still afraid of a hair. So he held the spirit of the sword immortal, and roared when he saw the injustice on the road, and wanted to come out and pretend to be a joke and ask for another way. But now I look at it and it seems that I have misunderstood something. Hiss. This? You. However, when the two of them looked at Su Changyu, in an instant, Emperor Xia and the Supreme Master were completely stunned. First of all, Su Changyu's temperament is too intimidating. Secondly, Su Changyu's appearance looked almost the same as Emperor Xia when he was young. This. Especially Emperor Xia, he was completely confused. He looked at Su Changyu in disbelief, his eyes full of shock. The same is true for the Supreme Mystery. He had seen Emperor Xia when he was young, and he looked extremely handsome, and he also won the hearts of beauties in the world. However, Su Changyu's appearance cannot be said to be exactly the same, but at least 80% similar. Your ma. Taishang Xuanji trembled a little when he spoke. However, Emperor Xia immediately sent a voice to the voice of the gods, asking Taishang Xuanji not to reveal his identity. At the same time, he was at a loss for a moment. Master, this? Taishang Xuanji immediately changed his words. He looked at Emperor Xia, really didn't know what to say. But Taishang Xuanji didn't know what to say, and Emperor Xia was the same for a while. You know each other? Looking at the shocked gazes of the two, Su Changyu was stunned. What did you think you misunderstood? However, Su Changyu was not embarrassed at all. Because as long as you are not embarrassed, the embarrassing one will be someone else. Dare you ask me, who? Looking at Emperor Xia, who was still silent, Taishang Xuanji immediately spoke and asked Su Changyu's origin. Sword Immortal Su Changyu. Su Changyu spoke in an extremely calm manner, saying his identity in 5 words. He understood that there were only 2 types of experts. One is something I have heard of, the other is something I have never heard of. And the real masters have basically never heard of. I happen to be the kind I have never heard of. No matter which one it is best to be fooled. Su Changyu? Taishang Xuanji was slightly shocked again, and he hurriedly looked at Emperor Xia. Emperor Xia gradually came to his senses. It was only a while, he didn't know what to say. At that moment, Taishang Xuanji continued to speak. What's the matter with my friend? Are your parents alive? Gui Geng now? Taishang Xuanji asked. But after saying this, Su Changyu couldn't help but frown. What are you asking about this? Could it be that you want to check in? Want to loot my sect? Su Changyu's brain circuit is very strange, but he can't blame him. The main reason is that Taoist Taihua often said that you must be careful when you go out. So Su Changyu answered immediately. Have you asked too much? Su Changyu spoke, obviously he didn't want to answer this question. At that moment, Taishang Xuanji couldn't help feeling a little embarrassed. But soon, he immediately found a reason to explain. I'm just abrupt. I'm mainly thinking that I have a daughter with a beautiful appearance. It's not an exaggeration to say that she's a fish and a geese are falling. Unfortunately, I haven't selected a good husband. Seeing my friend's appearance, I'm worthy of my little girl. Taishang Xuanji casually found a cover to hide it. However, Su Changyu is not stupid and cannot be deceived by such words. But I still need help from both of them now, so I don't have too much trouble. I dare to ask you too, where is this place? Su Changyu asked calmly. He usually doesn't say much, he says too much, and he makes many mistakes. The most important thing is that he felt that these two guys were a little weird, so he didn't dare to negotiate too much. Anyway, just know where this is. Oh, this place is Chengbobai County. Don't you know? Taishang Xuanji asked curiously. The next moment, Su Changyu was stunned. What? Changhua? North County? Recommend a masterpiece for friends. Bull demon ginseng let me go. Yiling traveled through time and became a ginseng, and the stronger the strength, the sweeter it was. The latest masterpiece of Sini, a great pen, is so beautiful. End of this chapter. Su Changyu was stunned. This is ridiculously erected. Chengbobai County? Even in the northern county of Jin, Su Changyu would never be rumored. But where is Chengbobai County? It's simply a world. The difference between the two is not just measured by 100,000 miles. This is outrageous. Am I just half a quarter of an hour late? Just teleport to Qin State? If this is half a quarter of an hour later, wouldn't it be that he would have left the Daxia dynasty directly? It's really outrageous. My friend, are you? Taishang Xuanji looked at Su Changyu's slightly changing expression and couldn't help but look a little curious. To be honest, if Su Changyu hadn't looked too much like Emperor Xia when he was young, he might not have paid attention to a stranger at all. But now for the sake of Emperor Xia, he can only speak. It's nothing, it's just that when fiddling with the teleportation array, the position is a little deviated. Su Changyu was stubborn and dressed in a stubborn manner. He could admit defeat, but he could not pretend to behave because he couldn't quit. Deviation? Where is that guy? Taishang Xuanji asked. Qin State. Su Changyu gave a reply. The mystery of the Supreme. Emperor Xia. Qin State? Your deviation is a bit outrageous. If Chen goes to Qin, he must go to the great Xia imperial capital. We happen to be from the imperial capital. It is better to walk together so as not to be boring along the way? Taishang Xuanji squeezed out a smile as much as possible and said. Just as this said, Su Changyu's vigilance became deeper. Two old men, are you going with me? Not to be boring? Could you be? Su Changyu felt a little panicked, but his face still seemed calm. That's fine. Although these two guys must have problems, there is no other way at the moment, so I can only agree before talking. Okay, since that's the case, my friend, let's go down the mountain first. After receiving Su Changyu's reply, Taishang Xuanji smiled at the moment. Su Changyu was also very calm. Anyway, he was ready to draw his sword at any time. If these two guys dared to take action, he would just end them without saying a word. After all, it was their first move. Good. Emperor Xia, who had been silent for a long time, also said a good word at this moment. That's it, the three of them walked together. Along the way, Emperor Xia remained silent, but the Taishang Xuanji on the side could feel that Emperor Xia's aura was already in chaos. He was in a mess. Taishang Xuanji was shocked in his heart. This is the supreme emperor of the great Xia dynasty. What kind of storms have you never seen? If you want to make such a person confused, even if the prince dies, you will not be able to do it. Unless it is a major event like a destruction of the country. This shows how much shock Su Changyu brought to him. But at this moment, Taishang Xuanji hoped that Su Changyu would not be the 10th prince. If Su Changyu was really the 10th prince, then Daxia might be in chaos. Emperor Xia has already established a crown prince. If the 10th prince returns, it may not be of any benefit to the entire Daxia. Of course, if the 10th prince could bring blessings to the great Xia dynasty as the legendary one would, then it would be fine. It's just that legends are legends, and prophecies are prophecies. If prophecies are really useful, then many dynasties cannot disappear into the years. The three of them walked towards the mountain. Along the way, Taishang Xuanji was tentatively asking Su Changyu, and the reason was still the same. I have a daughter who is so beautiful that she grows like a geese and leaves a geese, and she is so embarrassed that she is very compatible with Mr. Ling, so I asked Su Changyu about his origin and identity. If it were an ordinary person, he might be really moved. But unfortunately, Taishang Xuanji found the wrong person, and he didn't know that Su Changyu was not good at female sex. Another point is that Su Changyu always felt that these two guys had problems, so he didn't want to pay attention to them. That's it, I came to the capital of Qin State. The reason why Su Changyu changed the first time to these two people was that the place where these two people lived was actually Tianyuan Pavilion. This Tianyuan Pavilion is the first floor of the capital of Qin State. Even a country bumpkin like Su Changyu knows how extraordinary Tianyuan Pavilion is. Your Excellency Tianyuan. Buildings like the Heavenly Palace are suspended in the sky, and each Heavenly Palace looks grand and magnificent. Even when standing in Your Excellency, Su Changyu couldn't help but be shocked. The reason why he knew Tianyuan Pavilion was not because he had research on restaurants, but because there was something in Tianyuan Pavilion that was most attractive to him.
Tanny Pavilion. That's right, it's Tanny Pavilion.
The #1 garment pavilion in the 10 countries, all the clothing produced by Tanny Pavilion is new every year, which is not only cool, but also priceless. Previously, Su Chanyu bought a piece of clothing worth hundreds of taels of gold, but in the Tanny Pavilion, hundreds of taels of gold may only be able to buy dots and lines.
Su Chanyu's biggest dream is to own a new Tanny Pavilion product, and limited edition and unlimited edition are another matter. As long as it is the clothes from Tanny Pavilion, it is enough. Old Xia, Lao Shen, do you live here?
Su Chanyu looked at Taishang Xuanji and Emperor Xia and a little surprised. Walking together, Su Chanyu also knew the names of these two people, so he called each other Lao Xia and Lao Shen.
It's good to be casual.
But if these words were passed on to the Daxia dynasty, it would be incredible.
The emperor of the Daxia dynasty was called Lao Xia? It makes people feel weird and awkward when they say it. Yes, what's wrong? Are you unsatisfied with this place?
Emperor Xia's voice rang out. The tone seemed a little cautious, which made Taishang Xuanji on the side feel inexplicably scared. Because he had never seen Emperor Xia speak like this before, even if the emperors of the other 4 dynasties were in front of him, Emperor Xia would not show any caution.
Of course I am satisfied.
I just heard that there is a Tanny Pavilion here.
I wonder if it is true or false. Su Changyu asked. Tanny Pavilion? Emperor Xia frowned. He didn't know much about this kind of thing. But Taishang Xuanji knows what Tanny Pavilion is.
When I go back to the master, Tanny Pavilion is a specialty garment-making business, which specializes in providing royal clothing for 10 countries.
Taishang Xuanji explained. Oh. Emperor Xia nodded, and he understood. My little friend likes the clothes in Tanny Pavilion? Emperor Xia looked at Su Changyu, his eyes full of curiosity. I like it very much, but I can't afford it. Su Changyu said casually.
This is also his true words.
If you say you like it, you must like it. Any new style of Tanny Pavilion can attract the attention of the audience.
As a bet king, cultivation is not the main thing, but clothes must be the best.
Can't afford it? Can't afford a few pieces of clothes? Emperor Xia couldn't help but continue speaking.
However, his words were not satirizing Su Changyu, but he felt that Su Changyu couldn't even buy a few pieces of clothes, which made him feel a little distressed.
Not anyone is born with money. Although I am a peerless sword immortal, I don't steal or rob.
I rely on myself to have enough food and clothing, and it's normal to have no money. Su Changyu said in a calm tone. But when this statement was said, it made people feel even more distressed in Emperor Xia's heart. He had already substituted Su Changyu as his prince, so he felt that Su Changyu must have suffered a lot outside. Especially when Su Changyu said this, Emperor Xia felt even more heartbroken.
Obviously, Su Changyu's family is not rich, otherwise, how could he not be willing to buy several pieces of clothes?
For him, he is the supreme emperor of Daxia.
Don't talk about him, those princes and princesses in the palace are not spoiled?
There may be princes and princesses who are not favored, but even if they are not favored, they can still afford a few pieces of clothes. Su Changyu was wandering among the people and couldn't even afford to buy a piece of clothing.
How could he not feel heartbroken? How can I not feel sorry? Thinking of this, Emperor Xia couldn't help but take a deep breath and then spoke.
It's a coincidence that I am a distinguished guest of Tanny Pavilion.
I feel a little destined to see my friend this time. If I don't care, how many clothes will I give you to me?
Emperor Xia spoke with a calm smile on his face. But when Su Changyu said this, he was a little confused.
The clothes in Tanny Pavilion are not the kind of street stall goods.
Just one piece is worth thousands of top-grade spirit stones. Some of them are good for ingredients, and even tens of thousands of top-grade spirit stones.
If it is a limited edition, it will be priced but not marketable. Given such a precious thing to yourself? Su Changyu couldn't help but frown. Could there be something wrong with this?
Feeling Su Changyu's indifferent suspicion, Emperor Xia didn't know how to speak for a moment, and Taishang Xuanji on the side couldn't help but speak immediately. Little friend Su, my master is generous and likes to support some aspiring young people in order to get good rewards. Taishang Xuanji spoke, and he felt that Su Chanyu had some suspicion, so he immediately spoke up and explained this. As soon as he said this, Su Changyu understood immediately. He has also heard of this kind of thing. There are some very rich masters who have reached the end and their cultivation cannot continue to improve. So I like to support some young heroes and help others. If one day, this young man can make a fortune, he can use this good fate to ask for some benefits to go back. Of course, this behavior is pretty good, both sides benefit each other. Thinking of this, Su Changyu couldn't help but feel excited. I wonder what my friend thinks. Taishang Xuanji continued to ask. Since you're destined to be there, that's fine. Su Chanyu nodded. Master said, don't take advantage of the situation when you go out. But take advantage of the big advantage. Okay, please, my friend. The Supreme Mystery immediately smiled, and Emperor Xia couldn't help but smile. Soon, the three of them walked into Tianyuan Pavilion together. The Taishang Xuanji took out a black ancient order. In an instant, the woman greeted by Tianyuan Pavilion immediately changed her expression, and then hurriedly went to invite someone. After a while, a woman came over. The woman looked very beautiful, with the mature beauty of a young woman. She had a golden phoenix hairpin inserted into her hair, without any vulgarity, but on the contrary, she had an indescribable charm. This is the head of Tianyuan Pavilion. She came here in person and said with great respect after seeing Emperor Xia and Taishang Xuanji again. I have seen 3 distinguished guests. The owner of Tianyuan Pavilion did not know the identity of Taishang Xuanji, but she knew the ancient order in Taishang Xuanji's hand. That is the ancient order of Daxia. With this ancient order, all military, government and businessmen in Daxia must obey orders and obey and cooperate unconditionally. The great Xia dynasty only had 5 pieces in this ancient order. The owner of each ancient order is a totalitarian of the great Xia dynasty. Naturally, she wants to meet Taishang Xuanji in person. If someone doesn't have eyes and offends these 3 people, wouldn't it be a blessing? Go to Tani Pavilion. To Su Changyu, Taishang Xuanji seemed very polite, but to the Lord of Tani Pavilion, Taishang Xuanji had a very official touch. In just one sentence, the latter is more certain, this is a big shot. 3 distinguished guests, please. The other party did not dare to say much, and immediately brought the 3 of them to Tani Pavilion. Soon, with Su Changyu stepping into the Tani Pavilion. He was completely stupid. In the Tani Pavilion, every piece of clothing is extremely precious, and every piece of clothing is a style he has never seen before. What made Su Changyu even more confused was that any piece of clothing was priced at as high as 5,000 top-grade spirit stones. 5,000 top-grade spirit stones, what does this mean? 50,000 medium-grade spirit stones, 500,000 low-grade spirit stones, and 50 million taels of gold. What kind of immortal place is this? However, any piece of clothing in Tani Pavilion is of spiritual weapon level, not only clothes, but also top-quality spiritual weapon, so it is not too exaggerated to sell it at this price. At this time, Su Changyu was stunned. Emperor Xia didn't know what Su Changyu was doing, and subconsciously thought Su Changyu was not very satisfied. I couldn't help but glance at the mysterious secret of Taishang. The latter immediately led the gods and looked at the lord of Tianyuan Pavilion. Do you have any better clothes? Just take the treasure of the store directly. Don't let my friend dislike you. He spoke, his tone very calm, but the powerful aura could not be changed. Okay, please wait. The owner of Tianyuan Pavilion nodded and immediately asked someone to pick up the treasure of the store. After a while, 13 robes appeared in front of Su Changyu. Every robe is protected by a glass cabinet. And every robe is at the level of treasure and is a real treasure. No matter how water and fire are invaded, it can eliminate all insects. It seems a bit low-end. For example, the first piece, the Evertime green shirt and robe, each thread is sewn from Jumian ancient silk. A Jumian ancient silkworm only spits 10 silks from birth to death, and this piece of clothing costs a total of 18,000 Jumian silk. What's even more terrifying is that there are 72 formations in this robe, which comes with a spirit-gathering array, a 5-element array, and various defensive arrays. The Golden Pill monk cannot crack this robe with all his strength. It's so exaggerated and amazing. How much does this dress cost? Su Changyu swallowed, and he stared at the long robe of the Evertime blue shirt and couldn't help asking. Return to the guest, this robe is worth 500,000 top-grade spirit stones. The Lord of Tianyi Pavilion spoke, and she stood beside the Lord of Tianyuan Pavilion, and she seemed cautious in her speech. 500,000? Su Changyu was completely stunned. Not to mention the 500,000 top-grade spirit stones, he would not have even 500,000 copper coins. This spirit stone was like astronomical figures, making Su Changyu stunned. My friend Su, if you like it, just take it away. It's just a piece of clothing. My master doesn't care. The Supreme Mystery suddenly spoke, making Su Changyu come to his senses. In the eyes of outsiders, Su Changyu still maintains calmness, but he doesn't say anything at times, which makes people feel strange. I heard Taishang Xuanji's words. Su Changyu immediately let out a breath, then shook his head and said, You too, although you are destined to be, I, Mr. Su, can't take such a valuable gift. Su Changyu shook his head, and he refused the other party's gift. Not to mention the 500,000 top-grade spirit stones, he didn't dare to ask for the 5,000 top-grade spirit stones. The hands are short and the mouth is soft. It doesn't matter if you take a little bit. To be honest, Su Changyu is not stupid either. Do you think he is a fool? It's okay, this mere little spirit stone, Xiaoyu Su, don't be polite to me. In just a moment, Emperor Xia quickly spoke, and his favor for Su Changyu was simply rising. At first he thought Su Changyu was also a kind of vulgar person, but when Su Changyu refused to give him a gift, Emperor Xia inexplicably felt that Su Changyu was of excellent quality. And I feel that Su Changyu has suffered so much over the years. So no matter whether Su Changyu is his 10th prince or not, Emperor Xia is willing to give him a fortune. If it is not true, at worst it will be adopted as an adopted son. This. Su Changyu was a little confused. One is a limited edition robe, and the other is a rude person. After some hesitation, Su Changyu still lost to reality. He went to try on his clothes. Wait for Su Changyu to leave. Emperor Xia couldn't help but look at Taishang Xuanji and sent a voice to him. Xuanji, do you think he looks like him? Emperor Xia asked, his tone filled with some inexplicable emotions. Your Majesty, from the first time I saw him, I almost thought that when I saw you when I was young, Your Majesty, do you still have dragon airs wandering among the people? Taishang Xuanji looked at Emperor Xia with curiosity. Impossible. Emperor Xia shook his head. If I have a dragon heir, I will have a response. He is either my 10th son or he is too similar. Emperor Xia said this. Your Majesty, there is actually a way to test it directly. I will take a drop of essence and blood from him, and Your Majesty can also force a drop of dragon blood. Use the ancient method of true blood to verify it casually. Taishang Xuanji suggested this. No, I'm not ready yet. Also, except for me and you, if a third person knows this, you know my personality. Emperor Xia spoke calmly and directly rejected Taishang Xuanji's request. But this rejection has profound meaning. First of all, I am not ready. Secondly, the foundation of the country is shaken. If he is really the 10th prince, once the news leaks, it will not be a good thing for the entire Great Xia dynasty, especially for Su Changyu. So Emperor Xia didn't want to use this method to verify. If he wants to, he can verify it at any time and there is no need to wait for Taishang Xian to propose it. I understand. Taishang Xuanji nodded. He offered to propose that it was not to seek credit, but to test Emperor Xia's thoughts. Now that he knew Emperor Xia's intentions, he became even more worried. He hopes that Su Changyu is not the 10th prince. Because Daxia only allows one son, that is the prince. If a second son appears, it will be a real trouble. But, at this moment, Su Changyu came. In an instant. Inside the Tianyi Pavilion. Everyone was stunned. Not far away. Su Changyu walked slowly, wearing a long robe with everlasting green shirt. His temperament became extremely noble at this moment, and his peerless sword immortal's temperament was even higher than that, especially his extraordinary appearance. For a moment, everyone in the Tianyi pavilion was suffocated. Even Taishang Xuanji and Emperor Xia couldn't help but feel a little shocked. This is too extraordinary, right? And at the same time, Wei State. It's late at night. Above the eaves, Yi Ping sat cross-legged, thinking hard about the method of the state. End of this chapter. It was night. Yi Ping sat quietly on the eaves. He was pondering about the issue of foundation building. After the illusion ended, someone held a banquet, and Yi Ping also learned some secrets about the foundation building realm at the feast. Foundation building. It is to build the foundation of Taoism, so it is called the foundation building realm. The biggest change in the foundation building realm is the quality of spiritual energy. Yi Ping was thinking about the perfect foundation building method. And the perfect foundation building method is the quality of spiritual energy. The purer the quality, the more perfect the realm is. Yi Ping can break through to the great perfection of foundation building at any time, but he has not entered this state for a long time because he hopes to enter this state in the most perfect state. But unfortunately, it is very difficult to understand the perfect foundation building method. This is not practice, but opening up an unusual path to practice. If you can't open it up, it's a waste of time. It is not necessarily the right path after opening up. So many cultivators who have gone astray are not here. Therefore, it is extremely difficult to embark on a path of your own. Fortunately, Yi Ping doesn't understand very much. If Yi Ping understood, he might not have taken such a risk. The biggest problem Yi Ping is currently facing is how many levels of the foundation building realm are divided into. 9 or 10. The foundation building realm is divided into the early stage, middle stage, late stage, great perfection, and 4 levels. If you want to be more perfect, you must add a few more layers. There are 2 options for the one placed in front of Yi Ping. One is 9 layers, and 9 is the extreme number, which has the ultimate meaning. One is 10 levels, 10 means perfection, which is also in line with one's own perfection. This made Yi Ping very confused. 9 is the extreme and 10 is perfect. On the eaves. Yi Ping kept thinking, and he seemed a little upset. He could have broken through the foundation building realm long ago, but he kept delaying because he wanted to be perfect. If you delay it, it will not bring any benefits, but will shake the heart of Tao. 1 hour. 2 hours. 3 hours. After 3 hours of hard thinking, Yi Ping seemed to have realized something suddenly. 9 is the extreme number. Although 1 is missing, it conforms to the common sense of heaven and earth. If you really divide 10 layers, the effect may be worse than the 9 extreme number. Thinking of this, Yi Ping pondered for another half an hour, and finally determined the 9 polar methods, and then began to practice. Boom 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 boom. At this moment, Yi Ping had a clear mind, and his body was like a roar of a furnace, and the rolling spiritual energy was sinking into his dantian. Puff. In just a moment, Yi Ping broke through the realm and the spiritual energy in his body changed from white to blue. Then in an instant, Yi Ping broke through the realm again, and the green spiritual energy turned into red. As the realm continues to improve, Yi Ping's physical body has also been greatly improved. After a full night, Yi Ping broke through to the 7th level. He had accumulated too much before, but now that his thoughts are clear, he will naturally come true, and he broke through to the 7th level of foundation building in one breath. A normal cultivator only has 4 levels of Qi training. Yi Ping broke through to the 7th level of foundation building, and his cultivation level is equivalent to a quasi-golden elixir cultivator. Even Yi Ping's spiritual energy is infinitely close to that of the golden pill monk. A bunch of golden sun shone on Yi Ping's body. The expression of Yi Ping's peerless Confucianism and immortality not only shows his appearance but also his strength has been qualitatively improved. His body was strengthened again, his magic power became stronger, and his spiritual energy also transformed into a light golden color. As long as he went up 2 levels, Yi Ping could reach the perfect foundation building realm. But these last two levels are very difficult and require more aura. But no matter what, Yi Ping found a brand new road. Call. After breathing out a breath of turbid air, Yi Ping stood up. Today is the second level of the 10 Kingdoms competition. Physical Tower Assessment. It is already the hour of Mao, and the assessment time of the physical tower begins at the hour of Yin, but it doesn't matter whether you are late or not. After all, the physical tower assessment itself is not a competition together, so it doesn't matter if it is a little earlier or later. Standing on the eaves. Yi Ping looked northwest. A huge black ancient tower appeared. That is the Flesh Tower. The so-called physical tower is an ancient tower for physical assessment. There are 9,981 floors of the ancient tower, and each floor has a passguard. This kind of gatekeeper is not a monster or a human cultivator, but a puppet beast. A puppet beast with extremely strong body is not only strong body, but also because it is a puppet, he masters extremely high martial arts moves. When entering the ancient tower, the spiritual energy will be directly sealed. If you want to break through to the previous level, you must use your physical strength to defeat the puppet beast. During yesterday's feast, Yi Ping also learned that if he passed the physical tower assessment, he could go directly to the Wei State Tribunal Academy to participate in the literary examination. In the entire 10 Kingdoms competition, the time is 10 days, the illusion assessment is 1 day, and the physical tower gives 3 days. As for the literary assessment, 6 days are given. But if you can finish the physical tower assessment early, you can also go to the Gongyuan to participate in the literary examination assessment early. After all, Wenju is not like an illusion or a physical tower. You can pass the level by relying on your strength, and you must use your brain. Yi Ping's idea was very simple. He wanted to directly participate in the last 2 assessments and then go back to Jin National Academy of Sciences directly. See if you can understand the peerless sword intent. If you can understand the peerless sword intent, everything is easy to say. If you cannot comprehend the peerless sword intent, then forget it and go back to the sect directly. To be honest, Yi Ping was full of his mind at this moment and wanted to return to Qingyun Sect and ask for advice from those senior brothers. Especially after experiencing this illusion assessment, Yi Ping understood his shortcomings more. So Yi Ping wanted to return to Qingyun Sect even more. What are the Jin National Academic Institutions and the 10 National Academy of Sciences? They are all over the world. Yi Ping just wanted to go back to the sect quickly and listen to his senior brother say a few words. Isn't it better than being in the so-called 10 Kingdoms Academy? So with this idea in mind, Yi Ping now wants to leave quickly. If it weren't for the elders of the 10 Kingdoms Academy, who had to take the last 3 exams by themselves, they could receive the reward. I'm afraid that Yi Ping would have left at this moment. Call out. In an instant, Yi Ping disappeared from the spot. He rushed towards the Flesh Tower. Huangfu Tianlong had already gone to the Flesh Tower, so Yi Ping left alone. A quarter of an hour later. South of Wei State. The huge flesh body tower penetrates into the sky. This is a typical octagonal pagoda. The pagoda is black, giving people a serious and solemn feeling. Flying swords and gourds are hung in the corners of the pagoda. Under the Flesh Tower, there were more than 100,000 monks inside and outside. If there were no exclusive access for participating students, Yi Ping would not be able to squeeze in. At this time, with Yi Ping's appearance, various voices were heard one after another. It's Yi Ping who is here. What's your name, Yi Ping? You have to call Yi Tianjiao. Yes, Yi Tianjiao, Yi Tianjiao. Look, Yi Tianjiao is here. It's Yi Tianjiao who is here. Senior brother Yi is here. As the sounds sounded, the entire street couldn't help but feel an uproar. After yesterday's illusion assessment, everyone remembered Yi Ping's name. At a young age, it's fine if you have the golden wheel of transformation, and the demon god who can force the demon god to uncover the 3 talismans. It is an unequal battle like the foundation building battle against the golden elixir, and it can force the opponent to keep showing off his trump cards. Yi Ping can be said to have become famous in one battle. It is precisely because Yi Ping's fame has been greatly improved. Now, no one in the entire Wei Kingdom knows Yi Ping, and who is not aware of Yiping, who is the monk who came to watch in the 10 countries. In addition, Yiping's refusal to join the 10 Kingdoms Academy is even more shocking. Therefore, in the eyes of monks from the 10 countries, Yiping had another nickname. This nickname is Yi Tianjiao, the peerless genius of the 10 countries. Cheers, screams, shock sounded, and sounded with sounds. On the main road, Yiping was very calm on the surface and did not smile. It was not just pretending to be a joke, but in the face of this situation, Yiping understood more clearly that it was best to be calm. Senior Brother Yi, you are here. I've seen Senior Brother Yi. See Brother Yi. Walking under the Flesh Tower, hundreds of students from the 10 countries who were preparing to take the assessment bowed to Yiping. They are all geniuses of all countries and they do not accept anyone on weekdays. But when he saw Yiping, he came over to bow and salute, which shows how high Yiping's status is in their hearts. You guys, are you kind? Yiping bowed simply. Senior Brother Yi, why are you here so late? Senior Brother Huangfu has already entered and has good grades. He has passed the assessment in just a quarter of an hour. Someone told Yiping that Huangfu Tianlong had already participated in the assessment. Have you passed the assessment? Yiping was slightly surprised. Yes, maybe yesterday's illusion was too harsh, and the requirements for the physical tower were not very strict. You just need to break through to the 10th level within 1 hour. Senior Brother Yi, don't you try it? The 9,981st floor of the Flesh Tower. So far, only the genius from Ligua has broken through to the 47th floor and is still in a stalemate on the 47th floor. If you go up to the 47th floor, you are afraid you can directly break the record. Everyone praised and was serious. I want to see what kind of records Yiping can create. They almost all believed that Yiping could definitely break the record, but they could not imagine what level he could reach. It's enough to pass the assessment, there's no need to be the first. Yiping spoke and he smiled bitterly. Anyway, he had been designated as the number 1 in the 10 Kingdoms competition, so he didn't want to show his strength and planned to deal with it casually. However, as soon as he said this, the elder guarding under the Flesh Tower suddenly spoke. My friend Yiping, I have already said that I hope my friend will play his true strength in physical assessment and literary assessment. If my friend keeps his personal information, the reward will not be distributed. The guard elder spoke, which made Yiping stunned. Is there any such rule? But after thinking about it, Yiping had nothing to say. After all, it was indeed a bit of a loss for him to only receive rewards and not enter the institution, so it was reasonable for the other party to set such rules. That's when. Suddenly, sounds suddenly sounded. Senior Brother Huangfu was here. At the 48th level, Senior Brother Huangfu has surpassed the genius of Ligua. It's so terrifying. Huangfu Tianlong only entered for half an hour and then he forced himself to the 48th floor. The genius from Li insisted on for 2 hours and was still stuck on the 47th floor. The voices of the crowd sounded, and they were always watching the Flesh Tower. They know better who wins and who loses. Everyone, if my junior brother Huangfu comes down later, please tell him and ask him to wait for me here. I will find him if I have something to do later. Seeing that the hour of Mao was almost over, Yiping did not delay. He also plans to pass the physical tower assessment as soon as possible and then participate in the literary examination assessment. After participating in the Wenju assessment, I directly asked the 10 Kingdoms Academy to settle the bill and quickly went to participate in the 10 Kingdoms market. Yes, it is the 10 Kingdoms market. At present, Yiping wants to try the 3,000 treasure mirrors taught by the 5th senior brother Lin Bei to see if he can find a treasure. Thinking of this, Yiping walked straight towards the pagoda. After handing the token to the elder of the Shoyuta. Soon, the gate of the pagoda opened. Under countless eyes, Yiping stepped over and walked into the pagoda. Squeak! There is nothing in the Flesh Tower. This is the first floor. Except for the sunlight shining into the tower, there is nothing in the entire tower. As Yiping stepped into the ancient tower, Yiping soon realized that his magic power was forbidden. There was a forbidden spirit array in the physical tower, and he could only rely on the physical strength.
Before Yi Ping could think more, a figure appeared soon.
This is a strong man who looks like a human, but in fact it is a puppet beast with obvious marks on his face.
Bang!
Without any nonsense or hesitation, this figure came directly, using palm techniques.
Boom!
Yi Ping took a step forward and punched him at an extremely fast speed. The puppet beast was split into pieces on the spot, and then a beam of light appeared in the center. This is a symbol of passing the level, and it will be automatically transmitted to the second level when you walk up.
In an instant, Yi Ping came to the second floor.
As if on the first floor, the other party was a puppet, without any emotion, without saying a word, and started fighting as soon as it appeared. Since the other party has no feelings, Yi Ping has no nonsense.
Boom! Still a punch.
Yi Ping came to the third level. Outside the flesh tower. All monks are paying attention to Yi Ping's breakthrough speed. In less than half a quarter of an hour, Yi Ping had arrived at the 10th floor.
In half a quarter of an hour, I came to the 10th floor. I am worthy of being Yi Tianjiao.
It's only half a quarter of an hour.
This speed is too fast, right?
As powerful as Huangfu Tianlong, it took a quarter of an hour to reach the 10th floor.
Senior brother Yi went up in half a quarter of an hour? People talked about it and thought Yi Ping was too fast.
But soon, the flesh tower lit up layer by layer.
In one breath, Yi Ping directly arrived at the 20th floor.
He jumped directly to 10 floors, causing a burst of noise. Then, in less than half a quarter of an hour, Yi Ping had already arrived at the 30th floor.
The flesh tower is stronger than the other.
This strength is not a doubling, but a little bit. This setting is to better understand the disciple's physical strength. For a full quarter of an hour, Yi Ping had already arrived at the 45th floor. This speed has simply refreshed the cognition of countless monks. Before this, although there was a physical genius, it was not so exaggerated.
Huangfu Tianlong, it only took a quarter of an hour to reach the 10th floor. Yi Ping arrived directly at the 45th floor in a quarter of an hour?
This is outrageous. What's even more outrageous is that, although Yi Ping's rising speed has decreased, it is still as fast as it is shocking.
47. 50. 53. 57. 62.
Almost all the geniuses paused on the 45th floor for a long time, but Yi Ping was like a divine weapon from heaven, pushing all the way.
You know, the flesh tower is only 81st floor.
Yi Ping has already broken through to the 65th level. Oh, no, it's 69 floors. In this case, Yi Ping may be able to pass the level in less than half an hour.
Sure enough, comparing people with others makes people angry. Soon, another 2/4 of an hour later, Yi Ping has arrived at the 79th floor. The last 2 floors are still away from the 81st floor. When he arrived at the 79th floor, Yi Ping was indeed struggling.
The puppet beast is very strong, not only because of its strong martial arts experience, but what is even more terrifying is its physical body. The puppet beasts at this level are made of 10,000 years of fine iron. Yi Ping was unable to kill him with one blow. On the contrary, if he was not careful, he would be severely injured. On the 79th floor, Yi Ping was injured, but fortunately, he cut off the puppet beast. On the 80th floor, Yi Ping's left hand and his chest were all broken, and he almost fell into the hands of the puppet beast. Fortunately, the ancient god and demon body was extremely strong and he recovered from his injuries at the critical moment.
Level 81. Yi Ping felt like he was facing a great enemy.
The 81st layer of the puppet beast is almost invincible, and its whole body is made of ancient gold, which is indestructible.
Moreover, its martial arts experience is superb.
Each move seems ordinary, but it contains thousands of martial arts wills. Yi Ping treated this puppet beast almost 200%. He pushed up all the way, almost exhausted, but even in this situation, Yi Ping had not chosen to give up.
Boom 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 boom.
The pagoda roared, and Yi Ping fought with the puppet beast extremely fiercely. If it weren't for the pagoda being a top-quality Taoist weapon, it would have been smashed long ago. At the end of the battle, there was nothing in Yi Ping's body that was good. This time Yi Ping encountered tremendous pressure. Unlike the despair of the illusion assessment, this kind of battle has brought about qualitative changes in Yi Ping, although he has been being beaten. But Yi Ping is also constantly learning the other party's martial arts experience. It took half an hour. At the end of the fight, Yi Ping was covered in blood. But at this moment, the puppet beast was stunned. The next moment, the puppet beast collapsed. This puppet beast is made of a puppet and cannot fight for a long time. Yi Ping persisted for half an hour, but in fact he was already a winner. Boom! 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 At this moment, the flesh tower roared and bells rang. The dazzling light soared into the sky, telling all the monks in the Wei Kingdom that some of them had passed the physical tower. Outside the flesh tower, countless eyes stared at the pagoda. Yi Ping only spent 1 hour. Then passed the flesh tower. So far, Huangfu Tianlong is still stuck in the 49th floor and has been unable to break through for a long time. In addition to Yi Ping, Huangfu Tianlong ranked first. People were shocked and silent. Yi Ping appeared in the hearts of every monk like an insurmountable mountain. They knew Yi Ping was very strong. I also know that Yi Ping is unparalleled in genius. But I didn't expect that Yi Ping could be so strong. This seems a bit incredible. Swish! In the flesh tower, a bunch of red light penetrated into Yi Ping's body. This is the reward of the Tower of Physical Body. Ancient ferocious beasts and blood. In the flesh tower, the blood of the ancient ferocious beasts is placed. Those who pass the level can receive blessings of qi and blood. A large amount of qi and blood was swallowed by Yi Ping, and his spirit instantly returned to its peak. A full half an hour later, Yi Ping's realm directly broke through to the 8th level. At this moment, Yi Ping opened his eyes and left the Tower of Flesh. Swish! The gate of the flesh tower is opened. A figure appeared in front of everyone. It is Yi Ping's figure. There was no light around him, but in the eyes of the world, it was very bright. The next moment, Yi Ping walked out of the flesh tower. It was discovered that Huangfu Tianlong was not there. Fierce battles in the flesh tower. Therefore, Yi Ping spoke and asked someone to tell Huangfu Tianlong that he would either wait for Huangfu Tianlong in the tribute courtyard or wait for Huangfu Tianlong on the front line of the sky. Leave this sentence behind. Yi Ping went straight to the Wei State tribute courtyard. The plot of the 10 Kingdoms competition is about to end. The 3rd volume is almost over. Volume 4 is coming soon. Well, that's it. The focus of the 4th volume is to uncover the mystery of the life experiences of the senior brothers in the sect. End of this chapter. Wei State Tribute Court. There are also many students from the 10 Kingdoms participating in the final assessment here. Many monks rushed to the tribute courtyard as soon as they passed the physical tower. They don't want to waste time. After all, they know that they can't break the record, so they might as well come to the Gongyuan to review it carefully. And because the 3rd level is the Wenju examination, a large number of monks gathered outside the Gong Academy, and they are looking forward to this Gong Academy assessment. After all, I have watched too many fights from the genius, and it is also quite interesting to watch some writing fights occasionally. It's Yi Tianjia who is here. Senior brother Yi is here. TSK, you should be like Yi Tianjia for having a child. I don't know how good brother Yi's literary talent is. Senior brother Yi is a scholar at first sight. I bet that he is definitely a good literary talent. Yes, senior brother Yi is a person who has read books at first glance. I guess he will not be much worse. Everyone was talking about it, thinking that Yi Ping's temperament was like a peerless Confucian and immortal, and subconsciously felt that Yi Ping should have been a person who had read some books. Under the Wei State Gongyuan, Yi Ping bowed to everyone very politely. Then he came to the gate of the Gongyuan. At this moment, there were many books placed on the left and right sides of the Gongyuan gate, and several elders were guarding them here. Yi Ping, among the books on both sides, there are the questions for this article. You can choose to take a look first. Once you step into the tribute court, you cannot leave, be cautious. The elder spoke and told Yi Ping that there were test questions in the books on both sides.
Because once you step into the tribute court, you cannot leave. Thank you for the reminder of the elder. Yi Ping nodded.
Yi Ping didn't feel sure that he was sure of Wenju, although he had just traveled through time and turned to the limelight with his previous life's calligraphy. But the literary exam is different. No matter how good your article is, if you don't have the right questions, you will definitely not be able to pass the exam. So Yi Ping was very cautious. He opened the books on the desks on both sides and watched them carefully. There are hundreds of books in total, most of which are characters and deeds. Yi Ping watched them carefully and dared not miss anything. A full hour later. Yi Ping has read all hundreds of books and remembered them in his heart.
After confirming, Yi Ping walked into the tribute court. At this moment,
in the tribute courtyard, hundreds of desks were placed, and only half of the students participated in the competition. Most of the students were either in the physical tower or were still reading books outside. After all, Wenju has some headaches for many monks. They know a lot of things, but it is still difficult to do something.
Supreme Immortal, follow me.
At this time, the book boy in the tribute courtyard came over and guided Yi Ping to a desk. On the desk, there were 3 red wooden blocks, and the book boy pointed at the wooden block and said,
Supreme Immortal, the test questions are in this wooden block. He said so.
Yi Ping nodded and thanked him, then turned on the wooden block. On the first piece, there is an engraved, persuading. On the second piece, it is engraved with, lucky time. On the third piece, there is an engraved, heroes. The so-called essay test questions are to use one of the test questions and draw 3 questions, which test the strength of literati. If the article you are doing perfectly matches the test questions, even if the article is a little more, it is considered a top-notch. Articles are articles, and literary reviews are also literary reviews.
What Wenju values most is responding to the topic, while what articles most value is the connotation.
After seeing the test questions, Yi Ping couldn't help but be slightly stunned. Thinking of the books outside, Yi Ping suddenly realized.
Sure enough, the test questions are hidden in the books.
For a moment, Yi Ping did not start writing, but was pondering.
He was thinking about what article to write. Persuasion, fortune, heroes. Just pick one. But if you want to go to high school in one go, you must meet all the questions you have done.
However, no matter which of these 3 questions is broken down, Yi Ping is confident that he can make a perfect article.
But if you want to write it all, it will be difficult. How should I write it? In the tribute courtyard, a monk couldn't help frowning.
The brush in his hand fell, and the ink wet the article. He let out a wail and his eyes were blood red. In the tribute courtyard, you must not make loud noises or drive them away.
In an instant, an extremely loud voice sounded.
It was the voice of the examiner, the great scholars of the 10 countries, and a sound of invisible force immediately sent the student out of the tribute school. This is the power of great scholars, whose words are compatible with the spirit. Yi Ping looked at all this and couldn't help but sigh in his heart. He didn't expect that literati had such ability. If he had known it, he might have taken the path of Confucian scholars.
But now is not the time to think about this.
Yi Ping closed his eyes tightly. He was thinking hard, and his mind was filled with peerless articles.
But unfortunately, none of them meet the theme. To be precise, none of them meet the 3 themes. Well. Broad brain pain. A full hour later. Just as Yi Ping was thinking hard. Abruptly. A breeze blew. The breeze blew, wrinkling Yi Ping's long gown.
But in an instant, Yi Ping seemed to have an enlightenment.
Persuasion, luck, heroes?
At this moment, there was an article in Yi Ping's mind. The next moment, this article rose in my mind like a sun.
That's it. That's it. That's it.
Yi Ping clenched his fists, and he was ecstatic.
For a literati, thinking like a spring is simply an opportunity that is hard to come by.
After thinking hard for an hour, I suddenly realized that this feeling makes my scalp numb.
Call.
Yi Ping let out a deep breath, Then he waved his hand and a light green wolf-haired pen appeared between his fingers.
The next moment, Yi Ping on blank rice paper, writing words.
There are unexpected changes in the sky, and people have good fortune and misfortunes every day. The centipede can't stand the snake. The rooster can't fly with its wings. A horse has a journey of thousands of miles, and you cannot go by yourself without a rider. A person has the ambition to soar to the sky, but his luck cannot be achieved. Yi Ping wrote, and every word was injected with energy and spirit. But the moment Yi Ping put his pen down, beams of golden light burst out from the entire piece of rice paper.
Boom, 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 boom.
At this moment, stone statues trembled in the tribute court. These stone statues were stone statues of great scholars of all dynasties in the 10 countries, and those who could stand statues in the tribute court were not ordinary scholars. Instead, a great scholar who was recognized by heaven and earth can control the power of words and criticize the words and destiny of heaven and the existence of following the law. The 3 major examiners invigilating this time are also great scholars among the 10 countries, but they are not qualified to set up statues in the Gongyuan. However, the stone statue of the great scholar in the tribute court suddenly trembled, attracting countless people to watch.
What's going on? What happened?
Look, will the article written by Senior Brother Yi actually shine?
What kind of magical power is this? I want to learn it too. A word of money, this is a word of money.
What is the word money?
What does it mean?
Hiss, what article is Senior Brother Yi writing?
He is a word worth 1,000 gold?
In the tribute school, all the students who were referring to it were shocked, especially a few students, who instantly understood something, stared at Yi Ping with huge eyes.
What exactly is 1,000 gold in a word? Is 1,000 taels of gold in a word very precious? Some people still don't understand and couldn't help asking. You are really illiterate.
The so-called one word means that this person's article is of great value, and every word is worth 1,000 gold, extremely precious, but this is just a description, not just 1,000 taels of gold, but a precious description. Yes, only the article of Xinghua can show a strange phenomenon of a word of gold. An article is full of hundreds of words, a word of gold, but the fortune of Xinghua is like a country.
I didn't expect that Brother Yi is not only powerful but also has such a great literary talent. It should be a country-controlling article. Oh my god, country-controlling articles. This is an article that even a great scholar cannot write.
From ancient times to the present, only the scientific research of the 10 countries can appear.
This article can conquer the fortune of a country-controlling country. An article is a great scholar in the country.
If Senior Brother Yi finishes writing this article, he can directly achieve the position of great scholar.
It is against the will of heaven. This is simply against heaven.
In the tribute school, there are also some monks who know how to read literary scholars and divide literati, so they can't help but speak out and feel extremely shocked.
What? Can you directly become a great scholar with an article? Is it true or false? An article has made great scholars successful? Is there any such statement? The entire Wei Kingdom is just 7 great scholars. If you write a random article, you can become a great scholar? Are you scaring me?
However, some people were shocked and didn't believe that one article could become a great scholar. In their eyes, no matter how good the article is, it is impossible for people to become a great scholar directly, right?
It's ridiculous. Are you a Confucian and Taoist lineage like practicing? The Confucian and Taoist lineage emphasizes the enlightenment in one day and ascend in the day. What does it mean to be a random article? Open your eyes and look at it. This is an article that is a country-controlling country, and great Confucians may not be able to write it.
Yes, there are 7 great scholars in the state of Wei, but only one of these 7 great scholars wrote about the state of Xinghua, which is recognized by heaven and earth.
He is a great scholar in heaven and earth. He has the fate of heaven and earth.
His words are followed by law, and he has the ability to listen to heaven.
It's sour. Brother Yi is really not a human being.
His talent for cultivation is terrible and his physical strength is terrible. I didn't expect that Wen Zhan can be so extraordinary.
Is this the country still alive?
At this moment, not only in the tribute court, but also outside the tribute court, were also aware of it. An indescribable aura filled the entire Qingyun examination hall, and the statue of the great scholar continued to tremble.
Quiet. But at this moment, deep in the tribute courtyard,
a voice sounded. It was the voice of the great scholar. His voice seemed to have divine power.
One word combed the entire inside and outside the tribute courtyard. Even the statues have all settled down.
This is the tribute court and the examination room, so you must be solemn and quiet.
Inside the tribute court,
3 great scholars were sitting in the hall.
These 3 were all old men.
They looked calm, but there was a surprise that could not be covered in their eyes. I didn't expect that this person could write a country-building article at such a young age.
It's really the next wave of the Yangtze River pushing the previous wave.
Yes, it's really enviable to write articles on the country at such a young age.
Alas, it's a pity.
If he were a great scholar, he would be directly recognized by heaven and earth with an article on conquering the country and become a great scholar in heaven and earth.
It's no pity.
Judging from his bones, chi and blood, I'm afraid he's not over 25 years old. A great scholar who is not over 25 years old is hard to find in the world. Within 100 years, he will definitely become a great scholar in heaven and earth.
My Confucianism and Taoism have finally emerged as an ancient genius.
The 3 of them communicated, and they were also very shocked. However, as great scholars, they would not seem panic if they set a piece of articles to govern the country. If it were on weekdays, they might indeed be more intense, but now they are invigilator documents. As examiners, they pay more attention to image and identity. So the 3 of them sat here quietly without any extreme actions. Of course, after Yi Ping finished writing the article, they would obviously rush to watch it. Outside the tribute court, Yi Ping's pen is like a dragon and a snake, and he forgot that golden fonts appear on rice paper, and every word is worth a lot.
Behind Yi Ping, there were also talents, 8 of them. This means that you are very talented.
The article written by Yi Ping is called Puo Shizhang, also known as Cold Kiln Fu and Poke Kiln Fu. It is a famous chapter for all time.
It depends on the question and the situation.
The theme of this article is to advise people to follow the will of heaven, not to look down on themselves, and not always think about fighting with heaven. Sometimes, letting things go naturally, which is a good thing. Secondly, the article uses many celebrities to do the questions, such as the article is extraordinary, Confucius is in trouble with Chen Bang, his martial arts are outstanding, Taigong fishes in the Wei River, and Yen Yuan has a short life. He is not a vicious person, and he is a good person. Of course, there is no loophole in this world, and there is no grandfather. Yi Ping reads many stories of heroes outside the tribute court, so he made changes, but his intention remains unchanged. The poem changes the rhymes with one word. But the article does not care about every word, but the connotation of the article, the essence of the article, and the content that the article wants to express are the core of an article.
To the end.
Yi Ping wrote faster and faster, and his thoughts were clearer and his talent was like a spring. Some people are poor first and then rich, some are old and strong but weak. They are full of articles, but they are not as good as white hair, and they are not talented and have a short knowledge. They are young and pass the imperial examination. The palace maid in the deep courtyard has retired and becomes a prostitute and a romantic daughter, and they are a wife at the time.
The sky cannot get the time, the sun and the moon are not light, the earth cannot get the time, the plants and trees do not grow, the water cannot get the time, the wind and waves are not even, people cannot get the time, the profits and fortunes are not smooth, and they are not lucky. The fate has been arranged, who does not want wealth and honor? If a person does not follow the foundation of the 8 characters, how can he be the minister?
Yi Ping's articles were written faster and faster, and even at the end, he thought about the time he had just traveled through time. In order to seek the path of immortality, I struggled hard, but by chance, when I got lucky, I met Taoist Taihua and stepped into the path of immortality.
When I move, the way will be natural.
A full quarter of an hour later. When Yi Ping finished writing the last word, he couldn't help but breathe a long breath of turbid air. At this moment, the spirit and spirit have reached perfection, and the thoughts have been completely realized. All troubles, all thoughts, and all things have been let go at this moment.
That's when the entire tribute courtyard suddenly became extremely green.
The next moment, a gust of breeze blew, and behind Yiping, a Bodhi wisdom tree actually evolved. The branches of Bodhi trees hang down, and the sounds of scriptures sound, making people inexplicably enlightened and inexplicably free of worries. Behind Yiping's head, the golden wheel of transformation appeared, reflecting him like a true Buddha.
That's when boom 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 boom. Boom 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 boom.
The rice paper on the desk suddenly burst out with infinite golden light and soared into the sky. All the stone statues in the entire Gongyuan trembled wildly at this moment, and even the great scholar's mantra could not be suppressed. Even phantoms appeared above the tribute court. These phantoms, holding books in their hands, exuding their abilities. There are unexpected changes in the sky, and people have good fortune and misfortunes every day. The sky cannot be met for time, the sun and the moon are gone, and the earth cannot be met for time, and the plants and trees do not grow. The sound of chanting scriptures sounded. It spread throughout the Wei Kingdom, and countless monks and people heard this article, which was recited by the soul of the great scholar. And in the tribute court. At this moment, those three great scholars were completely shocked. Perfect article. This is a peerless article. This is actually a peerless article? The article is peerless, and the chapter that passes on thousands of generations? How is this possible? How is it a peerless article? The three great scholars were stunned in the hall. Their eyes were full of incredible and unparalleled shock. Because Yiping's article is not the so-called national poetry, but the highest level peerless article. There are 5 levels of articles. Articles about the city, articles about the country, articles about the country, articles about the future, articles about the peerless. Articles that pass on the city can be passed on to an ancient city. If you pass on the country, you can pass on the country and you will be very talented. The articles of governing the country, and the fortune of suppressing the country. Articles of thousands of years, articles are passed down through thousands of years, and are passed down through thousands of years. If a great scholar in heaven and earth is written, he can become a subsaint. Articles of thousands of years of history and benefit literati students from thousands of years of history. Peerless articles, and there is no one in the world. You can climb the peak alone. Those who write articles can be semi-saints, half-saints of literati and students in the world. The dynasty worships it, and literati throughout the world respect it. This kind of article can only appear in 5,000 years. But unexpectedly, a peerless article appeared in the 10 Kingdoms competition. Whoosh, whoosh. At this moment, figures appeared in the Wei State Tribute Academy. These were the strong men from the 10 Kingdoms Academic Academy. They arrived at the first time, with an unparalleled shock on their faces. Inside the palace of Wei State, the civil and military officials in the court were discussing something. But suddenly, bursts of extremely loud sounds suddenly rang. There are unexpected changes in the sky, and people have good fortune at any time. The sky cannot be met for time, the sun and the moon are gone, and the earth cannot be met for time, and the plants and trees do not grow. An ancient voice sounded, and this was the soul of the great scholars in heaven and earth chanting scriptures. It spread throughout the Wei Kingdom. The palace naturally heard it first. For a moment, all the civil and military officials in the court were stunned, and no one knew what had happened. But in an instant, the prime minister of the Wei dynasty couldn't help but stiffen his body, and then he came outside the hall with trembling all over. Peerless articles are peerless articles. Someone has written peerless articles. Is my Confucianism and Taoism going to produce a saint again? His voice was extremely excited, and he didn't even care about the emperor, so he ran away and walked towards the tribute court. What? A peerless article? Su Xiang, wait for me. Hiss, between heaven and earth, a saint has been produced for 5,000 years. Is it because our human race is about to produce a saint? Hurry, it's the location of the Wei State Tribunal Academy, go quickly. For a moment, all the civil servants ran towards the Wei State Gongyuan. They were literati. Although they entered the court as officials, they were full of literati's pride and learned that someone had written peerless articles. Naturally, extremely excited. As for the emperor? At worst, they will be punished when they come back. If they cannot witness the peerless article, they will really have a regret for thousands of years. All the civil servants ran away. At this moment, everyone in the court was a little confused. Your Majesty, these civil officials are simply unpredictable and dare to retreat early. At this time, a military officer roared and wanted to participate in their book. But in an instant, the voice of the Emperor of Wei sounded. Wait for me, I will go with you, retreat, retreat. The voice of the Emperor of Wei State sounded, and the next moment, his figure disappeared. End of this chapter. People were shocked and could not believe that peerless articles would appear. The voice of Lang Lang spread throughout the streets and alleys of Wei State. Not only that, the sound of the great scholars sounded over and over again, spreading one after another. This is the voice of the great scholars of heaven and earth, resounding throughout the Wei Kingdom. There is endless talent in the Wei State tribute courtyard. Where Yiping is located, the ancient Bodhi tree is towering, rippling with countless lights of wisdom. Like the enlightened Buddha, or like a master who has attained enlightenment, even at this moment, rounds of golden light appeared behind Yiping's mind, and the golden will shone on this world. At this moment, an extremely loud voice sounded. There are unexpected situations in the world. This voice changed the expressions of literati in the world. This is the voice of the saint of literature, the saint of literature. In the Wei State Tribunal Court, 3 examiners came one after another, and they had already arrived in front of Yiping. But his eyes were staring at the article on the table. Some people also looked at each other, but the endless golden light caught their eyes. They could not see the content of this article clearly, and even if they forced them to read it, they would be injured. Don't go and read it, this is a peerless article, and you cannot watch it unless you are a great scholar. When a voice sounds, it is the voice of the great scholars, so they should not look around, otherwise it will affect themselves. This is a peerless article, so it is naturally impossible to watch it at will. The 3 great scholars wanted to read directly, but this kind of article must be consulted with Yiping first before they could read it. Otherwise, watching directly would be extremely impolite to Yiping. But Yiping is now enlightening the truth. They and you can't disturb Yiping, so they can only wait aside, anxious. Lang Lang's voice sounded, and when Shang was chanting scriptures, which was shocking. Wei State, Jin State, Qing State. One country after another heard this voice, and more literati heard this voice. Every literati is full of shock. No one would have thought that someone would suddenly write a peerless article. This is too amazing. 10 countries were shocked. The soul of Wenshang also appeared. Dong! Like a bell and drum sounded, a purple starlight fell on Yiping's body. Behind Yiping, a palace of Wenxiu was evolved in an instant. This is the palace of Wenkuxing and a symbol of perfect talent. The terrifying Wen palace appearance gave Yiping a huge sublimation. The golden will behind his mind also added 3 levels in an instant. There are 9 levels of the golden wheel of transformation. If there are 9 levels, it will be a complete great perfection. But it is already very great for ordinary masters to condense the golden light of the divine in their lifetime. If they condense the golden wheel of the divine, it will be considered as a good life. Yiping now directly condenses the triple-level gold wheel, which is simply a qualitative growth. At this level, every time one more heavy golden will condenses is a huge difference. Yiping now has a 4th-level golden wheel. If he encounters a 9-tailed demon son, he can force the other party to reveal the 9-tailed tail, and even have the possibility of defeating the other party. Not only that, this terrifying talent also greatly improved Yiping's realm. He jumped into the 9th floor of the foundation building, and the golden magic power was as bright and dazzling as the rising sun. Under the Bodhi tree, endless wisdom ripples. The elders of the 10 countries were shocked. How could they have thought that Yiping was so exaggerated, and he could understand the truth and falsehood of the illusion, past the physical tower, and even the most difficult literary works could make peerless articles? Is this still an individual? Boom 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 boom. The sounds sounded in the palaces of various countries, which was a resonance of talent. The great scholars responded to each other, and they bowed deeply to the location where Yi Ping was.
Chen State.
Taishang Xuanji also showed a shock, sensing this peerless talent.
Your Majesty.
I didn't expect that someone in Daxia can make a peerless article that will resonate with the literati of heaven and earth.
This is the blessing of my Daxia and the blessing of your Majesty.
In the room, Taishang Xuanji looked at Emperor Xia and said respectfully. His expression seemed extremely shocking. He was the Prime Minister of Daxia, a very powerful minister, and naturally he was a scholar, and understood the terribleness of peerless articles.
In the room.
Emperor Xia took a deep breath, but he did not give any answer, but instead smiled. At this moment, Taishang Xuanji was suddenly stunned. He seemed to understand something, and his eyes couldn't help but look to the left. The room on the left is where Su Qingyun lives. I just met Su Qingyun, and Daxia had such blessings.
Isn't this true?
At this moment, Taishang Xuanji felt that Su Qingyun was the 10th prince of Emperor Xia, and he didn't even need any other evidence.
This kind of blessing is hard to see in a lifetime.
It is a peerless article that condenses the fate of the dynasty and the country. Even if those great scholars write articles every day, they cannot write any peerless articles. But now, when I see Su Qingyun, such a blessing happened.
Do you still dare to deny that this is not the 10th prince?
The supreme mystery understood the emperor's heart. He understood what Emperor Xia was thinking, but he understood even more that he could not participate and would never take the initiative to participate.
Otherwise, there will be huge trouble. At this moment.
Wei State Tribute Court. The Wen Palace behind Yi Ping completely emerged, and a loud voice resounded from the Wen Palace, and the souls of great Confucianism disappeared into the Wen Palace.
Between the world, an unparalleled bunch of talent directly penetrated into Yi Ping's body.
At this moment, Yi Ping also felt an inexplicable power, which was the power of words. The Confucian and Taoist lineage is not about cultivating spiritual energy, but about cultivating talent. Writing, poetry and painting are all about talent. Heaven and earth have recognized Yi Ping, and Wen Gong is revealed, representing the meaning of the great scholar in heaven and earth. In other words, Yi Ping is already a great scholar recognized by heaven and earth. He masters the power of words and deeds, and reaches the heavens' hearing. The terrifying Confucian and Taoist spirit permeated around Yi Ping. After seeing this scene, the three great scholars in the tribute court couldn't help but bow to Yi Ping one after another and said respectfully,
"I've seen Mr."
The three of them combined for a long time, but when they faced Yi Ping, they did not dare to be arrogant and could only call him a great scholar. The so-called great scholars of heaven and earth are people recognized by heaven and earth, and their status is transcendent. One step further is the sub-saint, the saint of literati. One step further is the semi-saint.
The dynasty is standing on the statue.
For thousands of years, literati must worship respectfully. Even if the country changes its ownership, they must respect the semi-saint.
The last step is Wen Shang.
This kind of existence can mobilize the power of heaven and earth between words and deeds, allowing you to be strong. With one word, you can mobilize the power of heaven and earth and kill you. Yi Ping became a great scholar in heaven and earth in one step, and initially mastered the power of words. When facing the demon god sect, he did not need to use any golden will to save the gods.
He only needed one sentence to erase all evil demons.
This is the terror of the great scholars and the strength of the literary and Taoist lineage. But it is more difficult to become a great scholar in heaven and earth than to reach the sky, and it is even more difficult to practice to reach the realm of tribulation. There were only 7 great scholars in the Wei Kingdom, but none of them could be called the great scholar of heaven and earth. Together with the 10 countries, there was only one great scholar of heaven and earth, in the Hanmo Academy. The great scholars of heaven and earth, who can reach the heavens' hearing, the most direct ability is to speak of the king, and to denounce the emperor for being incompetent and injustice, to mobilize the power of heaven and earth, and to degrade the country's destiny. The emperors of the great Xia dynasty must also be courteous and give in, which is so arrogant.
So how can Yi Ping not make these 3 great scholars jealous?
But in fact, Yi Ping's article is to persuade Zhang and dissuade all literati from all over the world. It is a peerless article, and the more it goes, the more terrifying it becomes. If a great scholar in heaven and earth wants to go further, it requires the talents of countless literati to worship. Yi Ping's peerless article can be passed down for thousands of generations, and the chapter on admonishing the world itself will attract countless literati to read. If a literati understands different artistic conceptions from it, it will be Yi Ping's contribution. So sooner or later, Yi Ping will definitely become a subsaint. It is a bit difficult for the semi-saint, but it is not impossible. As for becoming a literary saint, it is extremely difficult. A true saint is a sage that establishes learning and creates new schools. It is just an article and it is almost impossible to become a saint. All the light is restrained. All the strange phenomena disappeared. At this moment, the Wei State Gongyuan became very quiet. Yi Ping also opened his eyes. He was just enlightened. Now that enlightenment has ended, natural visions have disappeared. Seeing everything in front of him, especially the three great scholars bowed to him, Yi Ping did not dare to be proud and said in a moment, "I've met three gentlemen." Although he was a great scholar in heaven and earth, Yi Ping knew better respect for others. "Mr. Yi, I am so serious. We will read thousands of books and write thousands of chapters, but we cannot write peerless articles. Mr. Yi is very talented and has already made peerless articles when he is in his prime. It is our shame." The three of them smiled bitterly, thinking that they could not bear the name of Mr. The three gentlemen are so serious. The three are great scholars of Wei, and they are all the students in the world. I am just writing an article, not as good as the three. Yi Ping was modest. He didn't think he was particularly powerful. After all, this article was not written by him, so he still had to have such a face. "Sir, don't argue. If it doesn't work, it won't work." "But sir, can we watch your article?" The three great scholars smiled bitterly, and at the same time they didn't want to compete for such things, but couldn't wait to read Yi Ping's article. "Please look, three gentlemen. I still have some things to do, so I will say goodbye first." Since he had written the article, Yi Ping did not plan to stay here. The 10 Kingdoms market was what Yi Ping cared about. Although the article is good, it's a pity that I've stopped following this path. "Sir, walk slowly." The three great scholars were extremely polite, but the next moment, the three of them came to the desk and rushed to watch this article. The three of them are great scholars, and they can look directly at the peerless articles. At this moment, the Prime Minister of Wei and even the King of Wei came in person. They went straight to the tribute court and also came to watch this article. However, with great scholars present, they were embarrassed to fight. Half an hour passed. The three great scholars slowly placed this article on the table like a treasure. Perfect articles are really peerless articles. How can you call him a great scholar? It's almost the same as calling him a semi-saint. This article is destined to be passed down for thousands of years. It won't take long, I'm afraid I'll be called Yi Ban Saint. The three of them sighed, and their words were full of shock. And all the monks in the entire tribute school were also shocked. At the same time, inside the Flesh Tower, as the door opened, Huangfu Tianlong's figure appeared. He smiled and was full of confidence. After most of his efforts, he finally broke through the 59th floor. 59 floors. This is so exaggerated. Probably breaking the record? Huangfu Tianlong walked out with a smile on his face, but soon, he couldn't help but sigh again. Although he broke the record, it was obvious that senior brother Yi could definitely break his record. But when he thought about Huangfu Tianlong, he couldn't help but smile. Although Yi Ping would break his own record, he broke the record no matter what. Thinking of this, Huangfu Tianlong walked out with confidence on his face. But at this moment, someone came immediately. "Senior brother Huangfu, senior brother Yi said that he is waiting for you in the tribute court, but it seems that he is not in the tribute court at the moment, but at the 10 countries market." Someone told Huangfu Tianlong. After saying this, Huangfu Tianlong was stunned. "Senior brother Yi is here?"
Huangfu Tianlong was full of shock. I've come a long time ago, I've been leaving for almost an hour.
The other party nodded.
1 hour? Which level did senior brother Yi break through? Huangfu Tianlong asked.
I've passed the level, the 81st floor. Oh, by the way, congratulations to senior brother Huangfu for breaking through the 59th floor.
If senior brother Yi wasn't there, you would be the first person. Senior brother Huangfu, why did your face suddenly become so bad? Senior brother Huangfu, you won't be jealous of senior brother Yi, are you?
The other party congratulated him, but his tone was not that strong.
He couldn't help but ask in surprise when he noticed Huangfu Tianlong's slightly changing face. Huangfu Tianlong.
He did not answer, but disappeared directly and went to the Wei State Tribute Courtyard. A quarter of an hour later, Huangfu Tianlong left the Wei State Tribunal Courtyard and did not go to the Ten Kingdoms Market, but walked towards the Yishishan. He felt very uncomfortable, not that he was jealous of Yi Ping, but that Yi Ping appeared in his heart like a sacred mountain, an insurmountable sacred mountain, inexplicably sad.
Back to the first ray of sky. Soon, Huangfu Tianlong discovered that many people were standing on the eaves, silent.
Chen Hongfei, Nangong Xing, Zhang Ren, and some particularly famous geniuses all stood on the eaves and seemed very silent.
At this time, in the 10 countries market,
Yi Ping arrived at the first time. His purpose of coming here was very simple, to see if there were any treasures. If there is no treasure, just come here to see it. If there is a treasure, it will be better. The market is crowded, and the entire market is filled with monks from 10 countries, setting up stalls here. With Yi Ping's appearance, it also caused quite a lot of riots.
Yi Tianjiao? Isn't this Yi Tianjiao? Yi Tianjiao, did you cause the vision in the tribute court just now? Come on, Yi Tianjiao is here. Voices sounded. In an instant, Yi Ping was surrounded by everyone. After all, he was too famous to cover up.
Faced with the popularization of everyone, Yi Ping seemed very helpless and could only smile bitterly. After saying something, he let everyone disperse. After all, the purpose of coming here is to appraise treasures. But even so, many people are paying attention to him, which makes Yi Ping very uncomfortable. Therefore, at a corner, Yi Ping used the disguise spell to slightly change his temperament and appearance.
Otherwise, if a group of people followed him, wouldn't they be snatched away by others when they met the baby?
After disguising himself, no one noticed him. Soon, Yi Ping appraised the treasure in the 10 Kingdoms Fair.
Yi Ping didn't even go in for shops.
There are 3 rules for Brother 5 to appraise treasures. Ordinary, incomplete, inconspicuous.
How can the treasures in the shop be ordinary? How could it be incomplete? It's even more unlikely to be inconspicuous.
Only things on the stalls meet these conditions. However, there are still many people stopping at most stalls. Yi Ping sets out another strange road and specializes in finding some stalls that are unwelcome to see.
After 2 hours.
Finally, Yi Ping fell in love with a stall. The stall owner is an old man with white hair and a girl beside him.
One old and one young are sitting in the corner. If you don't observe carefully, you will really not be able to detect it.
Soon, Yi Ping came to the old man's stall. He seemed calm and watched the goods on the ground. Most of them are bronzeware, and some flying swords that are not of grade.
But soon, a few things attracted Yi Ping's attention. A black token. A broken piece of iron. There are also stones pressed on the stall.
Old sir, what's the price of this flying sword? Yi Ping was very cautious and did not ask directly about the price of these 3 things, but picked up a flying sword and asked about the price.
50 low-grade spirit stones.
The old man spoke, and saw that a guest was coming, and naturally he had a smile on his face.
50 low-grade spirit stones?
Yi Ping frowned slightly, picked up another thing and said, "Where is this?" "This is 30 low-grade spirit stones." The old man still smiled.
"What about this?"
Yi Ping found another thing and asked casually. "This one is cheaper, 20 low-grade spirit stones." The stall owner still smiled kindly.
"What about this token?"
Yi Ping pretended to say casually. Oh, this 500,000 top-grade spirit stones. The old man chuckled.
Yi Ping, dot. Damn. 500,000 top-grade spirit stones? Are you bluffing me?
The other things are dozens of low-grade spirit stones.
When it comes to this token, there are only 500,000 top-grade spirit stones? Do you think I'm a fool?
Yi Ping widened his eyes and looked at the old man with a strange look.
Supreme Immortal, don't think it's expensive. Do you know what the ancient order is from? The stall owner was still smiling and pointed at the ancient ruling Taoist. This is the ancient order of the ancient Zhuxian king. This ancient order can open the inheritance of the Zhuxian king. Isn't it amazing?
The old man said seriously.
Yi Ping, dot.
The king of Zhuxian Yi Ping knew that one of the 12 ancient immortal kings, a generation of heroes, had killed 10 immortals with one hand, so he was known as the king of Zhuxian, but this is a legend in itself.
And what about the true king of Zhuxian? Will it appear here? You're not bluffing? In this way, the great immortal, what if you are destined to be 48,000?
It's so auspicious, and it can be considered a good relationship.
The stall owner smiled. However, Yi Ping didn't want to pay attention to it at all. What about this piece of fragment? Yi Ping continued to ask.
Oh, this is a little cheaper, 490,000 top-grade spirit stones. The immortal, you really have a sharp eye.
This is a fragment of the great Tao creation cauldron. There are only 5 pieces in the whole world.
If you get it all together, you can recast the great Tao creation cauldron. At that time, it will make people return to nature, and it will be difficult to become an immortal.
The stall owner continued. Yi Ping, dot. He fell into silence.
If you don't understand whether you are disguised as if you are like an honest person, otherwise how could you dare to say such things to yourself?
Do you really think of yourself as a fool? Where is this stone? Yi Ping continued to ask.
The Supreme Immortal, amazing, 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 there are only 3 treasures on my stall. This is the 3rd treasure.
I didn't expect you to discover them all.
You are the greatest treasure appraiser I have ever seen. This stone is called the White Sun Flying Immortal Stone, which hides the immortal fate.
But seeing that you are destined to be, it is not an exaggeration to sell you 1,000,000 high-grade spirit stones?
The old man continued to brag. Yi Ping was stunned again. He looked down at the black stone, oval, without any characteristics.
He had to say that it was just ordinary, extremely ordinary. Sun-flying fairy stone?
Awesome, I really know how to brag, even more than those who write books. Yi Ping took a deep breath and he got up and left.
This stall owner completely treats himself as a fool. What should I do if I don't leave? Waiting for being slaughtered?
When he saw Yi Ping get up and leave, the stall owner immediately got up and looked at Yi Ping. Super immortal, don't worry. You can negotiate the price slowly.
Isn't it just to negotiate the price slowly when doing business? It's so urgent.
The stall owner was extremely excited and pulled Yi Ping to continue to negotiate. Old sir, I'm not impatient.
You have dozens of low-grade spirit stones.
Oh, the things I like, hundreds of thousands of high-grade spirit stones?
Don't you treat me like a fool? Yi Ping was a little depressed. Oh, isn't this the case in doing business? In this way, you can offer a price. Pack these 3 things together. What price, you said?
The old man smiled and asked Yi Ping to open the price.
100, how about it? Yi Ping asked. Are you 1,000,000 top-grade spirit stones?
Although you lose a little, just make friends.
The stall owner said with a frown.
No, 100 low-grade spirit stones.
Yi Ping shook his head and set a price. Stand owner, dot.
End of this chapter.
At the 10 Kingdoms Market.
The stall owner looked at Yi Ping with a confused look on his face. To be honest, he thought Yi Ping would say 1,000,000 medium-grade spirit stones, even the lower-grade spirit stones.
He can accept it, too. 100 low-grade spirit stones? Young man, you are not morally polite. Supreme Immortal, you're too fierce to cut the price? 100 low-grade spirit stones? I don't mean anything else.
100 low-grade spirit stones, you don't have the qualifications to touch these three things.
The stall owner cried and said to Yi Ping.
Senior, don't play with me.
Just these three junks, are you expecting to sell millions of spirit stones? I'm not other than that. If I scream, do you believe it or not, everyone will come and scold you. Yi Ping spoke.
He didn't have to buy these three things, but he just felt that these three things were very consistent with what Brother Wu said about the treasure, but it was not certain that it was not a treasure, so he didn't care much. Super Immortal, I really didn't lie to you. These three things are really the King of Zhuxian, the Great Tao Creation Cauldron, and the Sun-Flying Immortal Stone.
I won't want you much. How about 100,000 top-grade spirit stones? Just make friends.
The stall owner continued. 500 low-grade spirit stones, if they can, trade them, if they can't, forget it.
Yi Ping didn't want to waste time anymore.
There is a clear record in the 5 Senior Brother 3000 treasure mirror that the things you bought at a high price, whether it is a treasure or not, have lost the value of the treasure. The Supreme Immortal, 10,000 top-grade spirit stones, the lowest price, 500 low-grade spirit stones, it really can't be sold.
Just think that you are pitiful, can you be an old man like me?
You see, I still have a family with you. The stall owner was mourning. 1,000 low-grade spirit stones, at a price. Yi Ping said with a serious expression. If the other party is still confused, Yi Ping will leave directly.
Make a deal.
The old man agreed immediately, as if he knew what Yi Ping was thinking, so he agreed directly without dragging on the slumber.
Yi Ping, It's sloppy.
Soon, as Yi Ping took out 10 top-grade spirit stones and handed them to the old man, these three items were also obtained by Yi Ping. Supreme Immortal, you must treat this opportunity of fortune well. The things were sold, and the old man smiled and watched Yi Ping leave. Obviously, he probably made a lot of money from these 10 top-grade spirit stones.
If you really have a fate, you will definitely thank you again when you see your senior again next time.
Yi Ping nodded and left the place with his things. After Yi Ping left, the stall owner couldn't help but look at the girl beside him with a proud look on his face.
Did you see it? Grandpa didn't lie to you, right?
As long as you make something ordinary, weirder, and less conspicuous, there will always be someone who will be fooled. Now, there are a group of fools who have read more strange books and always feel that they are very awesome. No one really thinks that treasures will be hidden in such small stalls, right? The old man stroked his beard and said with a smile on his face.
Grandpa, if you do this, won't you be beaten that day?
The girl asked with her chin in her arms.
What are you afraid of? Grandpa, I will change another place every once in a while, and I am afraid that someone will find your grandpa.
Actually, after all, Grandpa sold things for so many years, the one who remembers the most is the monk named Lin Jiji. Grandpa will always remember that year, Grandpa sold goods for 3 months, but he didn't sell a single item and almost starved to death. As a result, in the vast crowd, the man caught a glimpse of the things on Grandpa's stall at a glance.
Grandpa knew at a glance that he was the one I was destined to meet.
The old man spoke, his eyes full of sighs.
What's the result?
The girl next to her asked.
As a result, my grandfather bought a house in his hometown.
The stall owner spoke with a smile on his face. That's it, after a stick of incense.
A figure appeared on the stall.
This is a woman in purple, covering her veil, wrinkled with her beautiful eyes, looking at the stall, and then her voice couldn't help but sound.
Shopkeeper, where is the token on your stall? And there is a bronze fragment and a stent stone?
The woman asked, her tone of anxiety.
Oh, I've been bought by someone just now. Girl, do you want to see something else?
The old man was a little surprised. He didn't expect that in just one day, he would meet 2 strange guys at the same time, and they all fell in love with their own things.
Born it? Old sir, how could anyone be willing to buy that kind of thing? Don't make a fuss. Since the sir is doing business, it's just a matter of price.
I would like to buy those 3 things for 100,000 top-grade spirit stones.
This is the Dasha treasure banknote, you can count them. The woman in purple spoke and even took out 10 treasure notes. These were Dasha treasure notes, each of which was worth 10,000 top-grade spirit stones. For a moment, the stall owner was stunned. 100,000 top-grade spirit stones? What is this concept? There will be no end to spend in my life. Looking at the old man's surprise, the woman in purple did not talk nonsense and continued to speak. Old man, where is the thing? She continued to ask. The old man was stunned. After hearing the voice of the woman in purple again, he couldn't help but subconsciously said, sold. Sold? The woman in purple had a wrinkle with beautiful eyes. It's not that she didn't believe in this stall owner, but it was mainly that kind of thing. Who would buy it? Old sir, there are already a lot of 100,000 top-grade spirit stones. Those 3 things are worthless to you, but to me, they are of some value. In this way, I will increase to up to 300,000 yuan, and no more. If the old man sells it, everything is easy to say. If he doesn't sell it, he has to consider himself if he wants to start the price. The woman in purple spoke very sharply and very direct. She was not short of money, but she could not be slaughtered by a monkey. 300,000 top-grade spirit stones were her limit. 300,000? The old man widened his eyes. He had never seen 30,000 top-grade spirit stones in his life, let alone 300,000? In an instant, the stall owner's heart was bleeding. 300,000. 300,000. If this woman in purple had arrived a quarter of an hour earlier, he would have reached the peak of her life. Unfortunately, it was just a quarter of an hour late. The stall owner cried, and he was full of tears. Seeing the stall owner crying, the woman in purple was a little confused. Isn't it just 300,000 top-grade spirit stones? As for crying? Sister, the stuff has been sold. At this moment, the girl next to her spoke, looking a little innocent. It's really sold? She didn't believe the stall owner's words, but the woman in purple still subconsciously chose to believe the words of a girl. Yes, a quarter of an hour ago, a big brother bought 3 things you said. The girl replied. It's over. The woman in purple couldn't help but clench her fists, her brows frowned even tighter. You really dodge heavenly things. The woman in purple took a deep breath, looked at the stall owner, and couldn't help but speak. After saying this, she couldn't help but look at the girl and said, Little sister, do you know what that person looks like? She continued to ask. At this moment, the girl carefully described Yi Ping's appearance. The latter nodded, then took out a treasure note and handed it to the girl and said, Thank you, sister, take the money and buy some delicious food yourself. She was generous, and she gave her 10,000 top-grade spirit stone treasures, which seemed to be rich and generous. Supreme Immortal, I dare to ask the Supreme Immortal, what are those 3 things? At this time, the stall owner came to his senses and looked at the woman in purple, with curiosity and discomfort in his eyes. You don't even know what you sell? Come and set up a stall? When talking about this, the woman in purple was a little unhappy, but she finally said, The token you sold is indeed the Zhuxian King order. Do you understand now? The woman in purple spoke indifferently, with curiosity in her eyes. It's hard to think about how you got these things. The woman in purple spoke out, covering the stall owner. The king of Zhuxian? Is it really the order of the Zhuxian king? This is simply outrageous. What is Zhuxian king? The ancient immortal king, who once killed immortals, did not expect that the token he found was really the token of Zhuxian king. Is this a bit outrageous? No, this is no longer outrageous, it is simply unreasonable. The king of Zhuxian. The king of Zhuxian. This thing is worth a lot. Not to mention 100,000 top-grade spirit stones, you can't buy a top-grade spirit stone for 10 million. The woman in purple ignored the stall owner and left directly to find Yi Ping as the girl said. After the woman in purple left, the stall owner stood there in a daze and couldn't come back to his senses for a long time. At this moment, within a single sky, Yi Ping, who had returned to his original appearance, returned to the first line of heaven.
This time I gained a lot, and I bought 3 items only after spending 1,000 low-grade spirit stones. It's better to calculate whether it's good or not, but you'll definitely not lose much. Yi Ping planned to go back and study it carefully. What Yi Ping had to do now is to leave Wei State. He wanted to go back early. Master. Outside the sky, Liu had been waiting outside the door. Now that he saw Yi Ping appear, Liu immediately walked up and said in great excitement. Master, did you write that peerless article just now? Liu clenched his fists. As the Prince of Jin, Yi Ping was in the limelight in the 10 Kingdoms competition. How could he not be happy? Especially Yi Ping's popularity is more and more popular, and it is shocking again and again. Now that he has written a peerless article, Liu is about to laugh and cry. Yi Ping is a native of Jin State and he is the Crown Prince of Jin State. Obviously, Jin State will make a big splash this time, and the Great Xia dynasty will increase its efforts to support Jin State. And he is almost about to ascend the throne. Once he ascends the throne, he will raise the ranking of Jin State. This is simply a huge honor. At that time, wouldn't he become the wise ruler of Jin State? Furthermore, Yi Ping is his master. The greater Yi Ping's reputation, the better his fame will increase. When Liu thinks of this, he can't help but be overjoyed. Don't think too much. No matter how good the article is, it has nothing to do with you. However, outside the sky, Yi Ping instantly saw through Liu's thoughts. He did not want Liu to be just a monarch who relied on others, but instead hoped that Liu could rely on himself and take the position of monarch firmly. Hearing what Yi Ping said, Liu smiled awkwardly and then asked Yi Ping. Master, the 10 Kingdoms competition is over now. What are your plans next? Liu asked Yi Ping and seemed very curious. I plan to return to the sect and study hard. Yi Ping answered that he wanted to leave, and even said that he really wanted to leave, so it would be great to go back to the sect early. The senior brothers and sisters of the sect are all talented, they speak nicely and can learn things. Staying here is undoubtedly a waste of time. Master, you are so strong, you still need to go back to the sect? This is a bit. When Liu heard what Yi Ping said, he couldn't help but feel a little depressed. To be honest, he hopes that Yi Ping will go to the 10 Kingdoms Academy, beat the 10 Kingdoms geniuses, and step on the Great Summer Genius, so that it will be great. It's a waste to go back to the sect like this. Liu, remember, there are people outside of people, and there are heavens outside of heaven. The strength of being a teacher seems to be very strong, but in fact, there are too many people who are better than being a teacher in this world. It's like this illusion. What if this is not an illusion assessment? There are always dangers outside, but the only way to constantly improve one's own strength is. Yi Pingyu said earnestly. But Liu has heard these words countless times and is already immune. He has a different personality and is still a childish personality, so he cannot understand it. Senior brother Yi, are you really not going to the 10 Kingdoms Academy? That's when Huangfu Tianlong appeared, and he sensed that Yi Ping was coming, so he immediately came to the sky. He looked at Yi Ping with a bow first, then asked seriously. Yeah, don't go. Seeing Huangfu Tianlong coming, Yi Ping nodded again and gave an answer. Senior brother Yi, if you don't go to the 10 Kingdoms Academy, you will not be able to join the Daxia Academy. This opportunity is once a lifetime. Do you really not go? Perhaps, the 10 Kingdoms Academy does not allow you to learn anything, but the Daxia Academy will definitely exceed your imagination. Huangfu Tianlong looked very serious. He knew that Yi Ping looked down on the 10 Kingdoms academic institutions, and in fact, Huangfu Tianlong looked down on the 10 Kingdoms academic institutions. But Huangfu Tianlong knew that the Daxia Academy was the real goal of their monks. In the Daxia Academy, you can not only learn supreme magical powers, but more importantly, you can broaden your horizons. Things like vision cannot be practiced in the sect. Yes, Master, even if you don't like the 10 Kingdoms Academy, the Daxia Academy is really different. It is said that the student with the worst cultivation level in the Daxia Academy can sweep across the 10 Kingdoms. That's where the real genius goes. If you go to the 10 Kingdoms Academy, it will probably not take long before you can go to the Daxia Academy. Liu also spoke up and dissuaded Yi Ping to the Ten Kingdoms Academy. After all, the Ten Kingdoms Academy is the only way to advance to the Dasha Academy. If Yi Ping gave up, then if he missed the Dasha Academy, he really doesn't know how long he will have to wait next time. I understand that the Dasha Academy is supreme and is a holy place for monks of the Dasha dynasty. But I understand even more that with my current strength, even if I go to the Dasha Academy, I may not even be considered a phoenix tail. I have decided, so don't dissuade me. Yi Ping spoke, and he answered very seriously. If you don't go, you won't go. Yi Ping has never changed this idea. Speaking of this, both of them were filled with regret. But at this moment, a familiar voice sounded. Fellow Daofu, this is a bad statement. The Ten Kingdoms Academy is not the only way to the Dasha Academy. In fact, if there are really peerless geniuses, the Dasha Academy will make an exception to recruit them. Senior Brother Yi can enter the Dasha Academy with a peerless article. I think it won't take long to invite Senior Brother Yi to the Dasha Academy. The sound rang out. It was Chen Hongfei's voice. Since the illusion assessment, Chen Hongfei has also personally apologized to Yi Ping and others at the feast. Although everyone has not become friends, they have already made up their past grudges. Besides, it is a little quarrel, and it is not a deep hatred. Chen Hongfei appeared in front of everyone like an old brother, telling this secret. Are you serious? Huangfu Tianlong was a little surprised. He had never heard of such rules. However, before Chen Hongfei could speak, several figures appeared. What Brother Chen said is very true. If he is really a contemporary genius, the Dasha Academy will make an exception to recruit him. Senior Brother Yi can enter the Dasha Academy with a peerless article. Yes, maybe tonight, people from the Dasha Academy will come to find Yi Ping in person and recruit them in person. I will congratulate Senior Brother Yi in advance. Nangong Xing and Zhang Ren appeared, and they seemed to know something, so they said. Sure enough, Huangfu Tianlong and Liu couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief after saying this. You are a little polite. In fact, whether it is the Dasha Academy or not, I have to go back to the sect. The sea of knowledge is endless and the learning is endless. My practice is still shallow, and I still need to be tempered. Yi Ping spoke. He knew that everyone was blessed from the bottom of his heart, but he also knew that he had only been practicing for half a year and went directly to the Dasha Academy. This is indeed a bit too fast, so he wants to have a good rest and calm down to avoid unstable foundation and affecting himself. That is a big trouble. As soon as these words were said, everyone was silent. But soon, Nangong Xing couldn't help but sigh. Senior Brother Yi, you are truly a peerless genius. If anyone had been the one who might not have been able to resist the invitation from the Dasha Academy, but Senior Brother Yi always understands his own situation. We really want to learn from you this wisdom. Nangong Xing said this. Everyone couldn't help but nod. You are really over-reputable, but if nothing unexpected happens, I may leave tomorrow. I will drink with you again today, as a celebration in advance for you to join the Ten Kingdoms Academy. The leaves open. This time, he took the initiative to hold a banquet, within a line of time. After all, I will leave tomorrow, and I don't want to be silent. Will you leave tomorrow? Everyone was a little surprised, but they didn't say much. Because they could see that Yi Ping insisted on leaving this time and had decided, so there was nothing to say. This day, Yi Ping set up a feast and invited students from 10 countries. I also met many people. Until late at night. After the feast, Yi Ping left alone. Liu originally wanted to follow Yi Ping, but the rewards from the Ten Kingdoms Academy had not been issued yet. Yi Ping asked Liu to stay here. After receiving the award, he went to the sect to find him. However, when Yi Ping was about to leave, the elders of the Ten Kingdoms Academy also came. He still dissuaded Yi Ping, said a lot and talked for several hours. In the end, Yi Ping rejected the invitation from the Ten Kingdoms Academy and chose to leave. The Ten Kingdoms Academy also respects Yi Ping's choice. But the Ten Kingdoms Academy also agreed to Yi Ping that as long as Yi Ping is willing to come to the Ten Kingdoms Academy, the Ten Kingdoms Academy will always open the door for Yi Ping. In this way, at the time of Yin, Yi Ping stepped onto the teleportation array of Wei and returned to Jin. A quarter of an hour later. The capital of Jin State. Inside the teleportation array. Yi Ping opened his eyes. Walked out of the teleportation array. Soon, an extremely dazzling and extremely familiar figure appeared in Yi Ping's eyes. Yes. Senior brother. Su Changyu. End of this chapter. The capital of Jin State. After Yi Ping walked out of the teleportation array, an extremely familiar figure appeared in Yi Ping's eyes. It was Su Changyu's figure. Not far away. Su Changyu was wearing a light white robe. This robe was extremely unusual. From a distance, it looked like frost, silk like snow, clothes like treasures, and a faint white robe surrounded. Not to mention how good you look, this dress alone attracted the attention of countless people on the street. Coupled with Su Changyu's peerless appearance and extraordinary temperament, it can be said that on the entire street, men, women, young and old, they couldn't help but look at Su Changyu. Senior brother. Yi Ping's voice sounded, his smile was full of a smile, and even a little excitement was found in his eyes. In the street. Su Changyu quietly felt everyone's envious eyes. But suddenly, a familiar voice sounded, which made Su Changyu stunned. Is it my junior brother? Su Changyu was stunned, and then he couldn't help but feel happy. He turned around and looked in the sound, and soon found Yi Ping's figure. In an instant, Su Changyu saw Yi Ping. My junior brother. Su Changyu spoke, he was very excited, but because of his unique temperament, his expression looked very calm. I've met my senior brother. Yi Ping walked quickly and came directly to Su Changyu, then bowed, the joy on his face could not be concealed. Kindness. Su Changyu nodded, then looked at Yi Ping with some curiosity. Aren't you from Jingguo Academy? Why are you back? Su Changyu's eyes were full of curiosity. Isn't this junior brother from Jingguo Academy? Why are you back? Senior brother, I have been participating in the Ten Kingdoms competition these days. Now that the competition is over, I am back. Yi Ping spoke out and said so. Ten Kingdoms competition? Su Changyu was slightly stunned. This involved his blind spot in knowledge and didn't know what the Ten Kingdoms competition was. At this moment, a voice couldn't help but sound. Ten Kingdoms competition? I'm afraid the Ten Kingdoms competition is not over yet? The sound sounded, it was the sound of the Supreme Mystery. He spoke slowly, a little curious. Indeed, the Ten Kingdoms competition has not ended yet, but this is for others, and for Yi Ping, the Ten Kingdoms competition has ended. Who is this? Yi Ping looked at Su Changyu with some curiosity. After all, he saw Su Changyu standing with these two people just now. These two are fellow Taoists of senior brothers, Lao Xia and Lao Xian. When it comes to Emperor Xia and the mysterious secrets of the Supreme Lord, Su Changyu couldn't help but feel very happy. These are two good people. A truly great person gives you so much clothes and doesn't have any reward. Su Changyu introduced to Yi Ping. Fellow Taoist? Yi Ping glanced at Emperor Xia and the Supreme Master Xuanji, and then said respectfully, I have met senior brother Xia and senior brother Xian. Yi Ping seemed very respectful and very decent. Just as he said this, Emperor Xia and Emperor Taishong were stunned. There was another junior brother, and the two were a little amused, but after thinking about it, there was nothing to say about the two, especially Emperor Xia. As long as Su Changyu was happy, he didn't care. Junior brother, although you have poor grades in the Ten Kingdoms competition, you don't have to be too frustrated. This time you go back to the sect, are you planning to stay for a few short days or long term? Su Changyu spoke and asked Yi Ping. He subconsciously felt that Yi Ping had lost in the Ten Kingdoms competition, so he spoke comforted him. Although Su Changyu knew that his junior brother was extremely talented and a peerless genius, looking at the 10 countries, Su Changyu was unsure. It is precisely because of this that he feels that Yi Ping has failed. Senior brother, in this 10 Kingdoms competition, my junior brother understands many of his shortcomings, so he comes back this time and plans to stay for a long time. Yi Ping spoke, and he said very seriously. In this 10 Kingdoms competition, Yi Ping really understood a lot of things. He knew that he had many shortcomings, so Yi Ping made up his mind to practice hard in the sect until he became truly powerful and then leave the sect. Very good. Su Qingyun nodded. He seemed very calm, giving people a profound and unfathomable feeling. You can know your shortcomings. Senior brother is very pleased. A true strong man is not always stronger, but always knows his shortcomings. Junior brother, you have the heart of a peerless strong man, it's great. Su Changyu's voice slowly rang out. Coupled with his extraordinary temperament and his unfathomable gaze, people have to have a sense of enlightenment. Even Taishang Xuanji and Emperor Xia were stunned. Because when Su Changyu said this, he inexplicably gave people an illusion that he could not speak. It seems that it really contains supreme truth. Let's take a look at Su Changyu's realm and cultivation level. Well, I can't bear to look at it. The Supreme Mystery knew in an instant that Su Changyu was fooling people, and at the same time, he couldn't help but feel a little nervous. Because what Emperor Xia hates the most is this kind of pretentious person. The prince once pretended to behave in front of Emperor Xia, but his legs were almost broken. If Su Changyu does this, will Emperor Xia feel disgusted with Su Changyu? Thinking of this, Taishang Xuanji couldn't help but look at Su Changyu. The Xia Emperor, who was standing by, not only did not have any dissatisfaction, but even had a smile in his eyes, as if he was extremely satisfied with Su Changyu. This is the Taishang Xuanji. I don't know what to say. Just watch silently for the prince. But to be honest, although Su Changyu is pretending, Su Changyu is very similar. If Su Changyu could cover up his realm, it would be perfect. Thinking of this, Taishang Xuanji was stunned. He thought of something for no reason, but he finally fell silent. Thank you for your praise, senior brother. Yi Ping was overjoyed when he heard Su Changyu's praise. But the next moment, Su Changyu looked very calm, and then he looked at Yi Ping. Junior brother, you will stay here for a long time. Senior brother will train you in devilish training. It's not just me, but the other senior brothers will also train you in devilish training, do you know? Su Changyu spoke, looking extremely calm. Now that I have obtained the inheritance of the 7 kings, although I only got a frost-white flying sword, who is Su Changyu? He does nothing on weekdays and feels good about himself. Now that he has gone out and inherited it, Su Changyu feels even more like he is about to take off. Therefore, Su Changyu planned to give some advice to Yi Ping. After so long, he really didn't give advice to his junior brother. Now, taking advantage of the loss of the junior brother's 10 Kingdoms competition, he just made some advice, which is quite good. Good. When Yi Ping heard the devil's training, he not only did not feel any discomfort, but also showed joy. He is eager to learn something more now. He really wants to improve himself in this 10 Kingdoms competition. Let's go. Su Changyu didn't say much and took Yi Pingshan back to Qingyun Sect. Jin State has arrived at Qingyun Sect. Normally, it will not take long to use the teleportation array. But Su Changyu did not choose to teleportation array, but instead drove the flying sword, one city after another. Yi Ping doesn't care. As for the mystery of the Supreme Master, it depends on the face of Emperor Xia, and Emperor Xia must be happy. That's it, it took 7 days. Everyone came to the Qingyun Sect. But the difference is, in the past, the Qingyun Sect was extinct and there were basically no people, but this time when we came to the Qingyun Sect, there were many craftsmen along the way. Su Changyu was a little curious. He didn't know what happened to Qingyun Sect. Yi Ping also seemed a little curious, but it was nothing to think about it. He just thought that the head of the sect was doing infrastructure again. The 4 of them went up the mountain together. Not long after, the voice of Taoist Tai Hua was heard. You lift it gently and don't break it. This is a top-notch glazed tiles, and one piece costs 2 taels of silver. When will the fireproof wood be delivered? Let me tell you the shopkeeper when I go back, I will be deducted money if I am so slow. Yes, this golden tripod is placed at the gate. At the gate of Qingyun Daozong Mountain, before Yi Ping and Su Chanyu could walk in, they could hear the voice of Taoist Taihua. The voice of Taoist Taihua was very loud, directing many craftsmen to carry out infrastructure. Master. When he walked into the mountain gate, Yi Ping shouted. Taoist Taihua, who was engaged in infrastructure, was stunned and then looked at Yi Ping and also saw Su Chanyu. Sure enough, Changyu's life is hard. When Taoist Taihua saw Su Chanyu, he couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. He was a little worried before, but now he saw Su Chanyu, he was completely unworried. Yi Ping, Chanyu, you are back. Taoist Taihua tidied up his clothes and then walked towards Yi Ping and Su Chanyu. At the same time, Taoist Taihua couldn't help but look at Emperor Xia and Taishang Xuanji with a slightly frown. Perhaps for Yi Ping and Su Chanyu, they would not be able to observe people, but at a glance, they could tell that Emperor Xia and Taishang Xuanji were not ordinary people. What are these two? Taoist Taihua was a little curious and looked at Taishang Xuanji and Emperor Xia, with doubts in his eyes. This is my disciple's fellow Taoist, Lao Xia and Lao Xian. Su Chanyu explained. Oh. Taoist Taihua nodded, then said, since he is a fellow Taoist from Chanyu, he is also a guest of my Qingyun Dao sect. I will cook in person later and receive 2 distinguished guests. Taoist Taihua said this, he was actually more hospitable, but it turned out that no one from Qingyun Dao sect came, so he couldn't use his cooking skills. Now that Qingyun Dao sect has improved, the way of treating guests is naturally not bad. You're welcome. You're kind to you, sir. Emperor Xia and Taishang Xuanji spoke with a calm smile on their faces. After all, it is impossible for them to have a bad face when they come to visit. Where you are, Chanyu, hurry up and arrange it for the guests. During the period when you are not here, you have built a new house for the teacher, which is just enough for the guests to live in. Taoist Taihua was full of smiles. Su Chanyu nodded and walked inside with Emperor Xia and Taishang Xuanji. Yi Ping, stay here and ask you something for your teacher. Taoist Taihua asked Yi Ping to stay. Good. Yi Ping nodded. After Su Chanyu left, Taoist Taihua couldn't help but sound. Yi Ping, where are these 2 people coming from? Taoist Taihua asked Yi Ping, his eyes full of curiosity. Master, I don't know either. My senior brother and I also met in the teleportation array of Jin State, and I don't know. But I heard from the elder brother that I met on the road, and these 2 people are quite generous. The clothes on the elder brother were given by them. Yi Ping spoke. He didn't know much about Emperor Xia and Taishang Xuanji, but only knew a small part of the deeds. Did they give the clothes? No wonder, the clothes on your senior brother are probably worth a lot of money, and they can say less than thousands of taels of gold, which is really an extravagant waste. Taoist Taihua nodded and continued. Yi Ping, why are you back? Since Yi Ping didn't know the origin of Emperor Xia, Taoist Taihua couldn't help but seem curious and asked Yi Ping why he was back. Master, my disciple participated in the 10 Kingdoms competition a few days ago and felt his own shortcomings. Now he is back, he wants to study hard within the sect and consolidate his foundation. Yi Ping spoke and explained to Taoist Taihua. 10 Kingdoms competition? Unfortunately, what Yi Ping said still touched the knowledge blind spot of Taoist Taihua, and he had almost no understanding of the 10 Kingdoms competition. Kindness. Yi Ping nodded. Okay, since you are willing to come back, I won't say much. It just so happens that your senior brothers have also been some luck a few days ago. Maybe they can teach you something more. Taoist Taihua nodded thoughtfully, like Su Chanyu, thinking that Yi Ping had lost the 10 Kingdoms competition and was hit, so he returned to the sect to rest for a while. But thinking about it, Yi Ping only had less than half a year of practice. Even a peerless genius, it was normal for him to eat in Qingzhou and Jin State. It was normal for him to experience some setbacks. Good fortune? Yi Ping was a little curious and looked at Taoist Taihua. Well, a few days ago, your senior brother accidentally learned about a secret realm, and it was difficult for him to enter it alone, so he invited your senior brothers, including his master, to enter the secret realm together. It's not that I'm bragging to you. If I'm not a promising teacher,
I'm afraid that your senior brother and the others will never get the opportunity. When it comes to the Seven Kings' secret realm, Taoist Taihua couldn't help but feel a little proud. Enter the secret realm together? However, when Yi Ping heard Taoist Taihua's words, he was a little shocked. These senior brothers in the sect are all geniuses. How can they even break into a secret realm together? Isn't this a bit exaggerated? What kind of secret realm is this? At the same time, Yi Ping felt a little uncomfortable. Why did he discover the secret realm after he left? If he had known that he would not have gone to the Jin National Academy of Sciences. I won't participate in any 10 Kingdoms competition anymore. Is there a secret fragrance in the 10 Kingdoms competition? At this moment, Taoist Taihua spoke again. By the way, Yi Ping, I'll give you Bui Chang for your teacher. Taoist Taihua suddenly spoke. Since he got the gossip map, he had no chance to use it at all. Now that Yi Ping is here, he naturally has to show off his skills in front of Yi Ping. Otherwise, what if Yi Ping thinks he is a waste leader? Okay, I'm sorry, master. Yi Ping nodded. At this moment, Taoist Taihua took out the Bagua diagram. In an instant, the Bagua diagram shone brightly, and rune phantoms surrounded the hands of Taoist Taihua. The secret of heaven. Taoist Taihua used his right hand to thrust, and then burst into tears. Immediately afterwards, several characters appeared. Great bad luck. Hiss. In an instant, Taoist Taihua frowned. Not good. He spoke, his expression seemed extremely solemn, which made Yi Ping feel a little nervous inexplicably. Master, what's wrong? Yi Ping was a little curious. Yi Ping, you have had a great disaster recently. You must be careful and stay in the sect and don't go anywhere, do you know? I will help you see how to resolve it these days. Taoist Taihua put away the 8 trigrams diagram and then looked at Yi Ping very seriously. Great disaster? Okay, master, don't worry, I won't go anywhere during this period, just stay in the sect. When Yi Ping heard what Taoist Taihua said, he was not particularly afraid, but he was full of gratitude. Fortunately, I returned to the sect. If you don't go back to the sect, you will never know how to die if you encounter a great disaster. Okay, you go back and rest first, and the rest of your teacher will give you a solution. Taoist Taihua also became serious. To be honest, if Yi Ping really had a great disaster, he would naturally do his best to help Yi Ping and resolve this disaster. But it's the end. Taoist Taihua took another chance on himself. Good luck. In an instant, Taoist Taihua breathed a sigh of relief. It was obvious that Yi Ping's disaster was a personal disaster, not a sect disaster. Seeing that Yi Ping had a great disaster, Taoist Taihua was more worried that it was because of the Seven Kings' secret realm that Yi Ping was implicated. But now, it is obviously not a matter of the Seven Kings' secret realm. It's better if it's not the Seven Kings' secret realm. It can be resolved slowly. At worst, it is not impossible to use your own good fortune to resolve Yi Ping's great misfortune. Thinking of this, Taoist Taihua couldn't help but look at Yi Ping, who had already walked away. At the same time, another place. The newly built houses of Qingyun Daozong are indeed extraordinary. Not only are the carvings of dragons and phoenixes, but they also look magnificent, which is more than 100 times better than before. My friend Changyu, where did you live before? Looking at the brand new house, Emperor Xia was very curious and asked Su Changyu where he lived before. Oh, I don't care much about living, so I live there. Su Changyu pointed to the bungalow not far away and said. The bungalow is very simple, you can tell just looking outside that it must not be a good place. Seeing this scene, Emperor Xia felt a little uncomfortable inexplicably. He remained silent, and Taishang Xuanji couldn't help but speak. It seems that Qingyun Sect is now making great progress. It is really good to be able to build a new house. But why do you choose fireproof wood? Could it be that wildfires often occur here? Taishang Xuanji chuckled, but his eyes were full of curiosity. He could see at a glance that these woods were fireproof wood, so he was naturally a little curious. Su Changyu, I don't know. By the way, my friend Xiangyu, is the one outside the only one who is your master?
Taishang Xuanji did not worry about firewood, but opened his mouth and asked about other things.
As Taishang Xuanji asked this, Emperor Xia couldn't help but hang his heart. He looked at Su Changyu, for some reason, and was a little nervous. Nature.
Su Changyu replied subconsciously.
But Taishang Xuanji spoke immediately. Where is the little friend's parents? Taishang Xuanji asked.
As soon as he said this, Su Changyu couldn't help but frown slightly. Along the way, these two men asked themselves some weird questions from time to time.
Su Changyu was a little confused. Why do you keep asking yourself what your parents do? Could it be that you know each other?
End of this chapter.
Su Changyu really didn't understand.
During this period, Emperor Xia and Taishang Xuanji asked their parents if they had anything to do.
I don't know why these two people are so curious. However, Su Changyu finally sighed. I don't know where my parents are. Su Changyu spoke and gave an answer.
Although I don't know why they keep asking such questions, this kind of thing is not a big deal, and you can know it if you ask it casually.
I don't know where my parents are? What does this mean? Taishang Xuanji couldn't help but continue asking.
He knew that this was something Emperor Xia wanted to ask, so he helped Emperor Xia ask. Su Changyu did not answer positively, but looked at the distance, under the cliff. Su Changyu looked at Taoist Taihua, who was still commanding the craftsmen, and then spoke slowly. Everyone in our sect is orphan, and I don't know who my parents are since I was a child. Master said that decades ago, two nascent soul monks in Qingzhou fought and destroyed many mountains, causing the Qingzhou disaster, and many orphans appeared. We are lucky and were rescued by our master. Although we live a normal life, we can at least eat and drink.
For some reason, Su Changyu said a few more words in a rare way.
Perhaps it was mentioned that I had never seen my parents, or perhaps it was an inexplicable feeling. As soon as he said this, a strange color appeared in Emperor Xia's eyes, and Taishang Xuanji was a little confused about what to say. Su Changyu's appearance is very similar to that of Emperor Xia when he was young, and now he is an orphan. In addition, just after meeting Su Changyu, Daxia produced a great scholar in heaven and earth.
It is a bit difficult to admit that Su Changyu is not the 10th prince.
At this moment, Emperor Xia's voice sounded.
Do you miss your parents? When Emperor Xia asked, he felt cautious. There was even a little nervousness in his eyes. I haven't seen it before, how can I miss it? However, Su Changyu's tone became calmer. Have you ever thought about your parents?
Su Changyu thought about it, but to be precise, he did not miss his parents, but thought about who his parents were. However, these 8 words made Emperor Xia feel inexplicably confused about what to say.
Yes, I have never seen it before, so how can I miss it? I have never met my biological parents, so why should I miss them? Then, who do you think your parents are? Emperor Xia continued to ask. Who is it?
Su Changyu frowned, feeling more and more that Emperor Xia was a little strange, but in the end, Su Changyu still answered. After all, Emperor Xia bought so many clothes for himself.
If he doesn't answer, what if he doesn't buy them again? I think my father should be a genius like me.
Su Changyu said seriously. As soon as he said this, a hint of pride appeared in Emperor Xia's eyes, but before he could continue speaking, Su Changyu's voice sounded.
But Lao Xia, your son should be very ordinary.
Su Changyu was very direct, and Emperor Xia was a little silent in one sentence.
Puff.
The Taishang Xuanji on the side couldn't help it, but he quickly returned to normal, but Su Changyu also saw it.
Lao Xian, don't laugh. Judging from your appearance, your daughter is probably not very good.
I know what you two are thinking about marrying your daughter to me.
But, Lao Xia, Lao Xian, you two friends, Su Changyu, have a relationship. But don't mention this kind of thing again. I, Su, are not a woman.
Su Changyu said seriously. Although he didn't understand why these two people kept asking about their parents, he thought about what they said before. Su Changyu subconsciously believed that these two people really wanted to introduce themselves to a Taoist couple.
It's a pity that I'm not a woman. After Su Changyu said this, Taishang Xuanji couldn't laugh out loud. He was a little depressed.
If it weren't for Su Changyu's suspected 10th prince of Daxia, he would definitely have argued with Su Changyu.
What does it mean that your daughter is definitely not good-looking? Do you know what it means to sink fish and fall geese? Do you know what it means to be a shy flower in the moon? What is the 10th prince amazing? Can the 10th prince slander me?
Taishang Xuanji had a toothache, but he still laughed with him on the surface.
Emperor Xia is not bad.
The so-called no knowledge is not blamed.
Moreover, even if Su Changyu is not, no matter how, he cannot blame Su Changyu. Then do you hate your parents for abandoning you?
Emperor Xia spoke, and this sentence was very abrupt and seemed a little anxious. Not to mention Su Changyu, even Taishang Xuanji felt that Emperor Xia was a little anxious.
Facing Emperor Xia's inquiry, Su Changyu frowned even more.
He didn't understand what Emperor Xia wanted to express or what he wanted to say.
Even for his daughter, I wouldn't ask so carefully, right?
Looking at Emperor Xia, Su Changyu's eyes became a little thoughtful, and for a moment, Emperor Xia became inexplicably nervous.
Taishang Xuanji remained silent.
He knew that Emperor Xia was completely confused.
Otherwise, as the emperor of the Great Xia dynasty, how could he be confused? But Taishang Xuanji also knew that Emperor Xia cared very much about the 10th prince.
Not only because the 10th prince is born extraordinary, but most importantly, the 10th prince's mother is also the most beloved concubine of Emperor Xia. After she gave birth to the 10th prince, she died bizarrely. It is said that because the imperial concubine had a strange disease and gave birth to children, she would die. She would not come back if the gods came. Therefore, Emperor Xia is extremely fond of the 10th prince. If the 10th prince had not disappeared bizarrely, to be honest, the position of the prince would never have fallen on Xia Qian. It is precisely because of this that Emperor Xia's heart is in chaos. Facing Su Changyu, he was confused and made mistakes that he repeatedly made mistakes that should not have made. But he is an emperor, which is also an irrelevant thing, so there is nothing to say about Taishang Xuanji, but he also understood a truth. Emperor Xia is a human being, not as ruthless as imagined.
Faced with Emperor Xia's question, Su Changyu chose to answer.
He was very calm, stared at Qingyun Sect, and then spoke slowly.
Hatred. He spoke indifferently.
But after saying this, Emperor Xia couldn't help but feel ache in his heart. He wanted to explain something, but he knew that he couldn't explain anything.
But soon, Su Changyu shook his head and said,
I hate it, but I don't hate my parents, I just hate God's will.
The difficulties in Qinzhou were not something my parents could stop.
Perhaps they had passed away in that disaster.
I know, they definitely don't want this.
My master said that unless it is absolutely necessary in this world, no parents will abandon their children.
Su Changyu spoke and said so.
This answer made Emperor Xia feel inexplicably sad, but he was the emperor of Daxia and could not cry, nor would he cry.
Do you miss your parents? Or it is, if one day your father appears before you, will you accept him? Emperor Xia continued to ask.
It's just this question, it's even more private.
Su Changyu shook his head, obviously not wanting to continue to involve this topic.
It seems very casual. Forget it, if they are still in the world. I hope they can live a better life. It's better to have another one, and don't worry about me, and I don't have to worry about them.
Qingyun Sect is my home. Although I don't have a biological father, the head of the sect is better than my father.
Old Xia, Lao Xian, don't ask such questions in the future. I will reiterate that I, Su, are not good at women. Su Changyu said seriously. Then he sent Emperor Xia and Taishang Xuanji into the guest room. I have to say that after the troubles of Taoist Taihua, the guest rooms are indeed much more upscale.
Old Xia, Lao Xian, you live here.
If you have any need, just shout. I have something to do, I have to take my leave first.
Su Changyu spoke.
Although he said a few more words, each sentence was extremely short, showing his master's style. He planned to place Emperor Xia and Taishang Xuanji and leave directly. After walking for such a long time, I really have to rest for a while, and at the same time I have to prepare devil training for Yi Ping.
So go back soon.
Okay, I have worked hard these days, so go back and have a rest. Taishang Xuanji spoke, Emperor Xia nodded, and the two of them had smiles on their faces, watching Su Changyu leave. Wait for Su Changyu to leave. Emperor Xia still had a smile in his eyes. After a long time, he hid this joy in his heart. After a while, Emperor Xia spoke, not looking at Taishang Xuanji, but staring at the bungalow in the distance. I didn't expect him to live in such a place. I really feel wronged. Emperor Xia spoke. He was not completely sure whether Su Changyu was his biological flesh and blood, but he had already regarded Su Changyu as the 10th prince who was wandering among the people. Emperor Xiao's words were filled with heartache. And Taishang Xuanji also spoke. Yes, Changyu seems to have suffered a lot, but if the great responsibility is given to this person, he must first work hard and starve his body. Although Changyu suffered so much, he has also grown up, which is better than those who are spoiled. Taishang Xuanji said this. What do you mean is that all my princes and princesses are spoiled? Emperor Xia spoke with an extremely calm tone. Your Majesty misunderstood. Taishang Xuanji was stunned. He was right, could he cause trouble for me? But soon, Taishang Xuanji understood what was going on. It was obviously the thing he laughed secretly just now, and was remembered by Emperor Xia. Taishang Xuanji is a little depressed, and it turns out that being with the king is like a tiger. Misunderstanding? It turns out that it's not your son. If it were your son, who had eaten so poorly, lived so poorly, and didn't even have a decent piece of clothing, wouldn't you feel heartbroken? Emperor Xia said angrily. The supreme mystery had nothing to say. He could hardly imagine how Emperor Xia, who had always been wise, suddenly became like this. Is it a bit too much to protect my calf? I know I'm wrong. Taishang Xuanji lowered his head and replied. He understood. Regardless of whether Su Changyu was the 10th prince or not, Emperor Xia had decided, and Taishang Xuanji understood a little more clearly. Perhaps it was compensation to the imperial concubine, or compensation to the 10th prince, or guilt in his heart. Su Changyu's status will not be affected at all, regardless of whether he is the 10th prince or not. If Su Changyu is really the 10th prince, the prince will probably change his throne. If Su Changyu was not the 10th prince, the crown prince would probably not be favored by Su Changyu. In short, Emperor Xia would put all his favor on Su Changyu. This is a very thorough understanding of the mystery of Taishang. After going back this time, it is not a bad thing to ask your son to go to the border and suffer a little. Emperor Xia spoke calmly, and he said so. Once you say this, there is nothing to say about the supreme mystery. After all, the emperor's destiny cannot be violated. Furthermore, I did do something wrong before, so this punishment is nothing. Anyway, it's not me who suffers. If I can really make my son suffer a little, it's a good thing, at least it's better than suffering. My minister, please accept the order. The Supreme Master received the order, but after a while, Emperor Xia spoke again. My secret, what would happen if I recognized him directly? Emperor Xia suddenly spoke. In fact, he could feel that Su Changyu was his 10th prince. The reason why he did not use ancient methods to test blood was actually because he had other plans. Your Majesty, this is absolutely not possible. Taishang Xuanji quickly spoke and stopped Emperor Xia's idea. If Emperor Xia recognized Su Changyu, it would be a bolt from the blue for the entire court and the country. What's wrong? Emperor Xia asked with a calm look. Your Majesty, I have 3 things to do. Taishang Xuanji took a deep breath and then spoke slowly. That's the 3? At this moment, Emperor Xia's eyes were a little cold. He wanted to recognize his own flesh and blood, but there were still 3 things to do. It was naturally impossible to say that he was not angry. Your Majesty, please listen to me. No, it's because the court and the opposition are stable now. The prince is in charge of the country and works hard. 50% of the officials in the court all recognize the prince. If you recognize the 10th prince and come back, you may not have any unnecessary trouble. Besides, the prince is your flesh and blood, and the 10th prince is also your flesh and blood. Don't you want to see brothers kill each other, right? The supreme mystery knelt on the ground and said nothing. Brothers are tragic? I am here, will he dare? Emperor Xia's response was also extremely cold and ruthless. Taishang Xuanji was silent. He did not answer this question because he didn't even need to answer this question. Emperor Xia himself knew it. Since ancient times, there have been not many things that have caused brothers to fight for the throne, but there are definitely many things. After all, there is still the old emperor here. In the fantasy world, the throne changes, which is the law of heaven and earth. Any emperor, whether it is a small country or a dynasty, can only be in power for 200 years, for more than 200 years. Once it exceeds 200 years, it will cause endless natural disasters. Even the best time is within 100 to 150 years. Within 100 years, there will be good weather and no disasters will occur, but in more than 100 years, there will be some serious disasters. More than 200 years will cause terrible natural disasters. It is precisely because of this that every 200 years, it is necessary to change hands. Emperor Xia has been in power for 125 years. If the dynasty is in its prosperous stage, then Emperor Xia will continue to be in charge of 74 years. But since the disappearance of the 10th prince more than 20 years ago, the fate of the great Xia dynasty declined, so Emperor Xia did not intend to continue to take power. He plans to abdicate within 20 years. After all, the abdication of the old emperor and the ascension of the new emperor may bring great benefits to the great Xia dynasty and enhance the national destiny. Therefore, at this critical moment, the prince was the leader in the Daxia royal family, and the other princes were also doing their best to make contributions. Fight for the throne. It's just that it's difficult for them to fight with the prince, so even though they keep making contributions, they don't do anything particularly excessive. In addition, with the old emperor here, the new emperor cannot be fratricidal. But Su Changyu is different. He is the 10th prince. Even now, there are many people in the great Xia dynasty. I believe in the legend of the 10th prince. He believed that the 10th prince was the future master of Daxia. Once Su Changyu is really the 10th prince and enters the palace, I don't know how many people will take the initiative to surrender to the 10th prince and support the 10th prince to ascend the throne. How could the prince tolerate this situation? By then, it may be more than just brothers who are killed. Think about it, if anyone else had almost sat on the throne, worked diligently for 30 years, put in countless hard work, and worked countless hard work, and endured hardships that ordinary people could not endure. As a result, it was easily picked by others. Let me ask, who can accept it? Besides, I am not a brother who has been together since I was a child, but a brother who has met several times. In such a situation, how can anyone stay sane? These are Taishang Xuanji's concerns, but he also believed that Emperor Xia knew better in his heart, but he just didn't want to accept it. Who is willing to accept the idea of his son killing each other? Continue. Emperor Xia said expressionlessly. Your Majesty, my two must not be true. If the 10th prince is as predicted, then it will be even more impossible to recognize each other. The 10th prince brings blessings to Daxia. Logically speaking, he should act in a low-key manner. Now the fate of Daxia is gradually declining. If the 10th prince can really help Daxia and improve the national destiny, then they cannot recognize each other. Once they recognize each other, how can other dynasties sit still? Taishang Xuanji continued. This is his bad luck. This Xia emperor can still accept it. After all, the 5 dynasties knew the prophecy at that time. Later, the 10th prince disappeared, and the other 4 dynasties were searching one after another. After all, they naturally did not want the Daxia dynasty to prosper. So if the truth is recognized, it will indeed cause unnecessary trouble. For Su Changyu, there were more crises for no reason. What else? Emperor Xia continued to ask. Your Majesty, the third thing is that the father and son recognize each other. If it is too abrupt, it may lead to the other party being unacceptable for a while, and maybe destroying this relationship. After all, it's too sudden, so it's better to let the flow and let time deal with it. Taishang Xuanji said this. And as Taishang Xuanji's voice fell, Emperor Xia was completely speechless. He understood that Taishang Xuanji was right. He could not recognize his own son in terms of emotion or reason. However, he is an emperor of Daxia, doing things that cannot be done and doing things that cannot be done. However, what Emperor Xia cared about the most was not a dispute over the prince, nor was he afraid that the other 4 dynasties would attack Su Changyu. He could swear that if the 4 dynasties dared to touch Su Changyu, he would not mind and wipe out all the princes and princesses of the 4 dynasties. Even if he declared war, he didn't care. But what he really cares about is whether Su Changyu will accept his father. He is willing to accept his father. This is his only concern. Because from what Su Changyu said just now, he could see that Su Changyu didn't seem to care about his biological father, and even had a vague feeling that he hoped that his biological father would not come to find him. He didn't know if this was his own illusion. But Emperor Xia didn't dare to confirm. Forget it, let's not mention this in advance. Mystery. Now I'm sending an order to make a few more clothes on Tianyi Pavilion. No, don't let Tianyi Pavilion go, just let everyone in Shangyi Palace make dozens of sword immortal robes and send them to Changyu. Remember, you must conform to Changyu's temperament. If the prince is wrong, do it according to my scale. There must be no mistakes, do you know? Emperor Xia spoke. Abide by the order. The secret of Taishangji was completely lost. As for doing clothes, it was not a big deal. That's it. In the blink of an eye, it was late at night. On the Qingyun cliff, a familiar figure appeared in the front cliff. It was Su Changyu's figure. He stood quietly on the front cliff, still thinking about something in his heart. About his father. Maybe Lao Xia mentioned it. Now that night is late, Su Changyu can't help but think about a question. What if my biological father really comes to find me? Do you want to accept it yourself? Su Changyu was not confused about this issue. After all, he is his biological father, and he can accept it. But I will still be in Qingyun Sect. But soon, the next question made Su Changyu confused. If my father had a wealthy family and came to him with all kinds of clothes from Tianyi Pavilion, what should I do? Su Changyu thought about it for more than an hour, but couldn't figure it out. At this moment, Chen Lingru's voice suddenly sounded. Brother, everyone is here. The sound rang out, and several figures appeared on the front cliff. End of this chapter. Cliff in front of the blue clouds. Chen Lingru, Wang Zhuoyu, Su Luochen, Shuizhuan, Lin Bei. 5 figures appeared in the cliff in front of Qingyun. Everyone looked curious, and they looked at Su Changyu curiously. He called everyone over in the middle of the night, but I really didn't know what Su Changyu wanted to do. Senior brother, what are you looking for us to do in the middle of the night? Su Luochen looked at Su Changyu curiously. Dear junior brothers and sisters, it's a big deal for senior brothers to find you today. Su Changyu spoke seriously with a face full of attention. Big thing? What big thing? Senior brother, is your biological father here to find you? Yes, senior brother, what big thing happened? Everyone looked at Su Changyu curiously, but they really didn't understand what happened to Su Changyu. Seeing everyone's curiosity, Su Changyu said directly without leaving any hesitation. My junior brother may have been hit by the competition in the 10 kingdoms this time. Is this a big deal? Su Changyu spoke, his tone slightly calmer, but these words made everyone even more curious. What is the 10 kingdoms competition? It sounds so amazing. 10 kingdoms competition? Is there a Qingzhou Jiandao conference stronger? Everyone was a little confused. They knew nothing about the 10 kingdoms competition, mainly because their class was too low and their living circle was in Baiyun ancient city. Not to mention the 10 kingdoms competition, they couldn't imagine the Jin kingdom competition, mainly because they didn't feel it. It's like a few people who haven't even attended a private school and told them that someone had participated in the National Academy competition. I don't understand at all, I have never heard of any National Academy competition. For a moment, Su Changyu was stunned. He had thought about the reactions of these junior siblings before, and had done many countermeasures. For example, what should I do? Brother senior? Or, senior brother, what do you mean?
And then, what? My junior brother was actually hit?
Senior brother, then you should think of a solution quickly.
But what I didn't expect was that the first question for my junior brothers and sisters was, what is the 10 Kingdoms competition? This made Su Changyu inexplicably not know what to say.
He felt very uncomfortable. It was like the emperor issued an imperial edict saying that he would pardon the world.
As a result, someone asked, what is an imperial edict? That's almost the same feeling.
For a moment, Su Changyu felt uncomfortable and he didn't know how to answer the questions of these people.
Senior brother, tell me quickly, what is the 10 Kingdoms competition?
Yes, senior brother, why do you like to keep it so much?
Senior brother, you don't know what the 10 Kingdoms competition is, right? Everyone looked at Su Changyu, their eyes full of curiosity.
After saying this, Su Changyu was stunned.
I have no idea? I don't know what is the 10 Kingdoms competition.
You can't say it, I really don't know what the 10 Kingdoms competition is. However, although I really don't know what the 10 Kingdoms competition is, Su Changyu knew that they didn't know.
Since he didn't know, he could make it up. Thinking of this, Su Changyu couldn't help but speak. Ha, it's ridiculous. You don't understand, but you don't think I understand either. It's really a frog in the well.
Su Changyu spoke, looking extremely cold and confident, and then Su Changyu spoke. The so-called 10-country competition is the 10 strongest countries, and the competition is held. Su Changyu said this, and understood it literally.
That's it? Senior brother, who can't understand literally? What about the rest?
Yes, what about the rest?
Everyone looked at Su Changyu curiously.
They all understood literally.
Do they have to say this? I haven't finished speaking yet. Su Changyu looked at everyone with some anger.
His brain was running fast. At this time, Su Changyu's brain was running very fast. The contents of the 10 Kingdoms competition are swordsmanship, alchemy, formations, talismans, and treasure appraisal.
We are all responsible for the junior brothers' defeat in the 10 Kingdoms competition this time. I'll ask you to come here this time, and there's something big about it to discuss with you.
Su Changyu's craftsmanship is very good, but he doesn't understand it anyway, and no one knows whether it is true or false.
I see. Sword, alchemy, formation, talisman, treasure appraisal? Isn't that consistent with what we have learned?
Yes, senior brother, you won't make up for it temporarily, are you? Everyone looked at Su Changyu, and Chen Lingru seemed a little simple and directly believed Su Changyu, but Su Luochen and others were not just a waste of time. They knew what kind of personality Su Changyu was.
Discover flaws from it. Ridiculous.
Su Changyu smiled coldly, but he did not continue to worry about the 10 Kingdoms Academy. After all, he said so much, and he had many mistakes. At the same time, Su Changyu was also a little depressed. He had never missed this move outside, but he was often exposed within his own sect. After all, these junior brothers and sisters know themselves very well. Thinking of this, Su Changyu understood that he really had to show some real skills in the future, otherwise he would be exposed again and again if he lies in the future.
Okay, what I want to say now is about the junior brother, don't talk about anything.
Su Changyu spoke, he didn't want everyone to continue to worry about the so-called 10 Kingdoms competition.
This is not the point at all. Senior brother, then what do you mean?
I lost in the 10 Kingdoms competition.
What can we do? Yes, you don't know who we are. Let's talk about the 10 Kingdoms competition. Even the Baiyun Ancient City competition, we have no confidence.
Yes, senior brother, what do you want to express?
The curiosity on everyone's faces has never dissipated.
After all, they didn't know what Su Changyu wanted to express. Faced with everyone's questioning, Su Changyu coughed slightly and then spoke slowly. Senior brother means very simple. In the past, we always gave some advice to our junior brother casually, but we didn't give any serious advice. If it were put in the past, it would be nothing. But until now, it won't work. Su Changyu spoke and gradually expressed his plan. Just as he said this, Wang Zhuoyu's voice couldn't help but sound.
Senior brother, I understand what you mean,
but the problem is, we also want to teach the younger brother seriously, but is it okay? Wang Zhuoyu's voice sounded, and Su Luochen immediately spoke. Yes, we don't want to teach it there. The main reason is that we teach the junior brother. What if the teaching is broken? Brother, your theory is completely unsatisfactory. I thought it was quite reasonable before, but later I thought about it and it was not good to teach it well. The younger brother is very talented. Wouldn't it be a bit of a misleading child when we teach it? Su Luochen and Wang Zhuoyu spoke one after another, and they felt they couldn't teach them. But Shuizhuan and Lin Bei felt average. Why do I feel good? Yes, although my junior brother has some talent, you won't be like this, right? Could it be that my junior brother's qualifications are against the will of heaven? The two of them had never contacted Yiping several times, so they subconsciously felt that this was the case. Seeing the two of them's answers, even Su Changyu couldn't help but say two words in his heart. Toad. Facing everyone's words, Su Changyu said calmly. Wrong. He spoke indifferently and denied what everyone said. You guys know what you think. But have you ever thought that the younger brother is making progress? Aren't you improving? This time, you have all obtained luck, so have you not grown at all? Don't you have any insights? Su Changyu spoke seriously. He looked at everyone and said so. After saying this, everyone was a little silent. Then, you have always said that you are afraid of misleading people's children, and you are afraid of misleading people's children. Let me ask you one thing, have you learned what you taught me? Every word Su Changyu said from the heart. Everyone was silent again. Looking at the silent people, Su Changyu continued. Since my junior brother has learned it, it will prove that what we teach is useful, not nonsense. Now that my junior brother, 10 kingdoms, has lost, and for him, he has fallen into the trough of his life. As senior brothers, should we just stand by and watch? What Su Changyu said made everyone really not know what to say. He said it very well and it was very right. Senior brother, you said, what should we do? To be honest, I have indeed gained some insights these days. Senior brother, you just want us to do what we want us to do. Yes, senior brother, just say it right, let's do it. Everyone was also infected by Su Changyu's words. Su Changyu said it very well. At the beginning, they did teach Yiping casually because they had no strengths. But now that I have obtained the inheritance of the 7 kings, it is definitely impossible to make any progress. But they don't know what to do next. It's very simple. Su Changyu took a deep breath and then expressed his plan. Each of us does a devil training, so we must regain our confidence. Su Changyu told his plan, and everyone was stunned again. Devil training? Senior brother, what is devil training? What does it mean? Everyone was full of curiosity and didn't quite understand what devil training meant. To put it simply, we set a set of unsuccessful goals for the junior brother in terms of the Taoism we are good at. To put it bluntly, we cannot let the junior brother be idle. Su Changyu expressed his core philosophy. The second is to not train the devil. The main reason is that you cannot leave your junior brother idle. He could see that Yiping had definitely been severely hit, which was why he became so decadent. So he wanted to save his junior brother through his own methods. Save Yiping's confidence. Can't you let your junior brother be idle? A goal that cannot be achieved? I feel like I understand something inexplicably. Senior brother, you continue to say it. Everyone spoke, and Su Luochen and others seemed to understand something. I'll tell you carefully. My younger brother will definitely be in a very bad mood when he loses the 10 Kingdoms competition this time, but my younger brother will naturally not blame us. He can actually return to Jin National Academy of Sciences when he comes back this time, but why did he return to the sect? What's the point of talking about? After all, it's because my junior brother thinks we can teach him what he really is. Speaking of this, Su Changyu took a deep breath. So, in this case, we must not let our junior brother down. I know, you are afraid, you are worried that you will not be able to teach your junior brother well and will mislead others' children. But have you ever thought that we don't actually need to teach at all, we just need to guide us? Su Changyu said with great serious expression. Everyone's expressions were even more curious. Guide? What is guidance? The so-called guidance is to teach the younger brother the true core of his practice, which is to point directly to the great way. To put it bluntly, let the junior brother understand it by himself, but we cannot stand by and watch. Do you understand? Su Changyu expressed his thoughts. His idea is actually very simple, mental therapy. Isn't Yiping very sad now? If at this time, my group of senior brothers would ignore him, would Yiping be even more sad? So we have to calm Yiping's mood. But Su Changyu knew Yiping's personality, and it would definitely not work to comfort him with words, and it would not fit their image. Therefore, only by teaching Yiping various new knowledge can Yiping gradually get out of the shadow. Brother, I roughly understand what you mean. To put it bluntly, I just want to find something for the junior brother to do, but I can't do it randomly. I have to teach the junior brother what is pointing directly to the great way. Is that what does that mean? The indirectness made the younger brother understand that we are still caring about him. Are we the strong shield behind him? Su Luochen understood and expressed his theory. That's right. Su Changyu nodded. I understand, too, but what does it mean to point directly to the avenue? I'm stupid, can you explain it? Chen Lingru said in a little confused. Don't you understand this? Junior sister, are you practicing sword skills again now? Su Luochen spoke and asked Chen Lingru. Yes. Chen Lingru nodded. Since the Seven Kings' secret realm, she has obtained the inheritance of the Sword King, so she has been diligent in learning sword techniques. So, does the core of swordsmanship require one sword to break all the laws? Everything in the world is nothing but a sword? Su Luochen continued. It seems. Chen Lingru nodded. That's enough. You just need to let the junior brother go to this aspect, and the rest will be understood by the junior brother himself. Is that right, senior brother? Su Luochen said this, and Chen Lingru understood something at the moment. Su Changyu, who was standing beside him, was a little stunned. One sword breaks all the methods? Everything in the world is nothing but a sword? This is a very vague statement. Is this the ultimate core of Kendo? It feels very awesome. Su Changyu was a little surprised. Why did Su Luochen understand swordsmanship so well? However, when he heard Su Luochen's voice, Su Changyu came to his senses and nodded. Almost. He spoke, looking unfathomable. I understand. I just have to go down the mountain in a few days and I don't have time to teach my junior brother. Chen Lingru frowned a little. It's okay, with the senior brother here, you don't need your teaching on the sword. Wang Zhuoyu spoke, giving Chen Lingru peace of mind. By the way, senior brother, it will take some time to make a plan. Who will be the first to teach? Lin Bei asked Su Changyu. Since I am the eldest brother, I will be the first one, but this time you all have to be serious. Don't stumble all day long. Our goal is not to make the junior brother stronger, but to make the junior brother regain his confidence. The younger junior brother is a person who likes to endure hardships, so what you teach me must be extremely difficult and impossible to achieve. At the same time, we need to prepare a second plan. If the junior brother is talented and really learns it, we have a backup plan, do you know? This plan was thought of by Su Changyu, so he had already thought of how to guide Yiping. There is no problem with the first one. Understood. Senior brother, you are really planning ahead this time. Senior brother, if you knew that you would be moved and crying for him like this. Stop talking, I'll cry first. Oh, my junior brother lost the 10 Kingdoms competition this time and was obviously hit hard. It seems that the hope of Qingyun Sect will fall on me, and the pressure is so great. Everyone spoke, especially Chen Lingru, and it seemed even more uncomfortable. But after saying this, everyone was silent. Su Changyu? Su Luochen? Wang Zhuoyu? Okay, go back and make a plan. Su Changyu asked everyone to go back, and at the same time was thinking about whether he would continue to stay here or go back to rest. After thinking about it, I might as well go back and rest. After all, there is nothing to bother me. It's just at this moment. Chen Lingru suddenly walked over. Senior brother, I'll ask you something. She walked over and looked at Su Changyu curiously, her eyes full of doubt. Explain. Even when facing his junior sister, Su Changyu was still very cold. Senior brother, didn't I get the inheritance of the Sword King a few days ago? During your absence, I practiced the sword score and practiced the 4 thunder sword strengths. I originally wanted to practice sword intent, but the second senior brother said that when you taught your junior brother before, you also taught another set of sword techniques, which are stronger than the 4 thunder sword technique. I was thinking about it, it's better to learn new swordsmanship. Senior brother, teach me. Chen Lingru spoke and said so. Su Changyu? What's the thing? 4 thunder swords? I've left for less than half a month, right? Have you learned the 4 thunder sword? Are you bluffing me? Do you think you are Yi Ping too? An ordinary junior sister? Su Changyu was stunned. Show it to your senior brother. He didn't believe that Chen Lingru condensed the 4 thunder swords. Clang. Chen Lingru didn't say anything nonsense, raised her hand, and an ordinary iron sword appeared in an instant, and then waved it. In an instant, thunder rolled. The 4 thunder swords emerged. Su Changyu, Senior brother, how are you? Senior brother, why don't you speak anymore? Senior brother, why are you looking at the stars again? Senior brother, are you afraid that I will be able to compete with you and don't want to teach me new sword skills? On the front cliff. Chen Lingru finally left, feeling a little angry. Su Changyu looked up at the stars alone, his back to everyone, staring at the sky 45 degrees, trying not to let tears fall. He was so uncomfortable. At the same time. Daozong room. Emperor Xia was quietly staring at Su Changyu on the front cliff. Looking at Su Changyu's lonely figure, Emperor Xia felt very uncomfortable and felt inexplicably sad. There was heartache in his eyes. He decided that no matter whether Su Changyu was his biological flesh or not, he would protect Su Changyu well. Changyu, this child. It's so heartbreaking. End of this chapter. The next day. The cliff behind the sky. Yi Ping sat in the back cliff and listened to Daxu's passionate explanation of the secret realm. Supreme Immortal, you really don't know how powerful these masters were at that time. To be honest, I, Daxu, have never admired anyone in my life. Your senior brother is really a peerless and powerful man. Faced with the crisis, I, Daxu, almost got scared. Your senior brother did not change his expression. And your master, Taoist Taihua, seems to have problems with divination, but in fact, he is the opposite, and he is the right person to correct the situation. Daxu spitted everywhere, explaining to Yi Ping about the 7 Kings secret realm. There are several levels in the entire 7 Kings secret realm, and Daxu was shocked at each level, and at the same time, he added some exaggerated elements, which made Yi Ping fascinated. At this moment, Yi Ping felt a little regretful, and he felt more and more that he shouldn't have participated in the final 10 Kingdoms competition. If you don't participate. This time I have my own secret realm. Yi Ping felt so distressed. He sat on the front cliff and became inexplicably depressed. That's when. The temperature of the world seems to be getting colder. Yi Ping and Daxu sensed this breath in an instant. The two of them looked at it. A figure appeared in the eyes of both of them. Not far away. Su Changyu stepped on a snow-white fairy sword, and the fairy sword emitted a white light, surrounding the faint snowfrost. Around Su Changyu, and Su Changyu himself was wearing a snow-white robe. Sword Immortal. Peerless Sword Immortal. This is no longer perfect in line with people's fantasy of Sword Immortal, this is Sword Immortal. Su Changyu stepped on frost white, not only around him, but also snowfrost seemed to appear in the sky, which made people stunned. Yi Ping was stunned, and Daxu was also stunned. 3 million Sword Immortals in the sky. You must lower your eyebrows when you see me. Su Changyu's calm voice sounded, out of dust and ethereal. His eyes were very calm. With this sentence, even if the peerless sword immortal saw it, he would be extremely ashamed. Indeed, not far away, Gu Jinsen looked at Su Changyu quietly. During the period of time in Qingyun Sect, his mood gradually changed and he was no longer so transcendent. So when I saw Su Changyu's appearance, the ancient sword immortal felt that if Su Changyu thought he was an ancient sword immortal outside, someone would probably believe him. I've met my senior brother. At this time, Yi Ping came to his senses, looked at Su Changyu, and bowed. Daxu also came to his senses, but he didn't need to bow. After all, he is now a guest elder of Qingyun Sect. By seniority, he is even taller than Su Changyu. Elder Daxu, I have something to look for my junior brother. Above the Shuangbai Dao sword, Su Changyu spoke. He has something to do to find Yi Ping, but the problem is right. Daxu is there, and it is a bit bad. After all, what others teach Yi Ping sounds strange. Okay, then I'll leave first. Daxu nodded and left the place with great sensibility. After Daxu left, Su Changyu's voice sounded again. My junior brother, have you realized the sword intent of Jinguoshui University? Su Changyu asked calmly. Return to senior brother, my junior brother is stupid and has not realized the intent of the sword. Yi Ping answered seriously. Hearing this answer, Su Changyu couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. He was afraid that Yi Ping would say that he had realized it. As expected. Su Changyu spoke as if he had guessed it long ago. Then he continued to speak. My junior brother, before going up the mountain, my senior brother also told you that you would develop a new set of training methods for you. But. Speaking of this, Su Changyu was silent. However, Yi Ping was a little curious. Senior brother, what's it? Yi Ping said curiously. However, this time, senior brother will not be polite to you. I will teach you the real swordsmanship. But, if the great responsibility is given to this man, he must first work hard and starve his body. Can you endure hardship? Su Changyu asked. He asked Yi Ping if he could endure hardships. Hearing this, Yi Ping said almost without hesitation. Senior brother, I can endure hardships. To be honest, Yi Ping thought what the eldest brother was going to say, but he didn't expect it to be that. Just endure hardship? Yi Ping takes everything, except not suffering. What is the hardship? And if you endure the hardships, you will become the best. Yi Ping was sure to take this bitterness. It's useless when the Buddha comes. Good. After receiving Yi Ping's answer, Su Changyu nodded with satisfaction and continued. Since that's the case, then senior brother will be confident to teach you the true swordsmanship. Su Changyu nodded with great satisfaction and then said so. Yi Ping was excited when he said this. Here comes, that indescribable feeling comes again. Yi Ping took a deep breath, and he was very excited. True kendo. He was full of expectations. At this moment, Su Changyu couldn't help but nod. In fact, over the past 6 months, he has indeed had a different understanding of kendo. Don't look at these days, Su Changyu feels like he has done nothing. But in fact, Su Changyu has been fighting against all the heroes with swords. Why did Su Changyu have a teleportation array several times and he had to walk? Is it really to show off my clothes? Is it really about saving money? Since obtaining the sword-raising technique, Su Changyu has defeated all the heroes day and night. Without any slightest showing off, Su Changyu had already defeated tens of thousands of cultivators in his sword. There are strong people, and of course there are weak people. So Su Changyu felt that he was okay again. Otherwise, it wouldn't have been possible to come and give guidance to Yi Ping. Please give me some advice. Yi Ping's voice sounded, looking at Su Changyu, looking forward to Su Changyu's guidance. Su Changyu nodded, then he walked down from under the frost-white flying sword and looked at Yi Ping and spoke slowly. Junior brother, do you still remember what my senior brother asked you? Su Changyu spoke and brewed his emotions first. Remember, my senior brother asked me that day, what is swordsmanship? Yi Ping asked without hesitation.
Yes, now my senior brother asks you again, what is swordsmanship?
Su Qingyu spoke calmly. It's not that he wants to change the words, but that he has a new understanding. Hearing this, Yi Ping couldn't help but fall into silence.
What is swordsmanship? This is the second time Su Qingyu asked himself. Then obviously, the answer is definitely not the first time. Yi Ping took a deep breath. He was thinking. What is swordsmanship?
The cliff behind the sky. Yi Ping sat on the back cliff, and he pondered quietly.
What is swordsmanship?
His understanding of kendo is actually not very deep, and he can only understand it with his own ideas.
It took half an hour. Yi Ping still couldn't think of the answer. On the back cliff.
Su Qingyu felt a little regretful that he walked down from the frost-white flying sword. He stood for half an hour, his legs were numb again. If he had known this, he would not ask questions.
Why does the younger brother have to think about it for so long every time he thinks about it? Can't you answer quickly? Anyway, it's all wrong, so why not say it quickly? Feeling uncomfortable. Senior brother, I can't imagine that my junior brother is stupid in his qualifications.
Yi Ping spoke, he really couldn't understand what the second level of sword art was.
Hearing what Yi Ping said, Su Qingyu immediately spoke. Young junior brother, please remember what your senior brother said next.
He spoke, then paused for a moment. The true supreme sword art is divided into 3 levels. Su Qingyu began to make up the pattern. To be precise, it is not a full-made pattern, but Su Qingyu's own understanding. After Yi Ping heard this again, he couldn't help but be excited. The supreme sword. What is this concept? Is this the best skill of the eldest brother? Yi Ping listened with ease and waited seriously for Su Qingyu to continue speaking. My junior brother, the first level of supreme sword art, 10,000 swords break 10,000 methods. Su Qingyu spoke slowly. Although his voice was calm, it was like a Honglu bell, which was enlightening. Senior brother, what are the 10,000 swords that break 10,000 methods? Yi Ping asked. The so-called 10,000 swords break 10,000 methods is just a description. Practicing 10,000 swords corresponds to all laws. After a sword cultivator understands the sword intent, he will enter the first level of the supreme sword art. Use 10,000 swords to break the 10,000 methods. Junior brother, you have not yet understood the sword intent. So the first step that the elder brother has to ask you is to condense the sword intent. Su Qingyu spoke, and he said the first level of supreme swordsmanship. At the same time, we inform Yi Ping that Yi Ping needed to understand the sword intent. When Yi Ping mentioned the sword intent, he couldn't help but sigh. He had never understood the swordsmanship at the Jin National Academy. To be honest, if it weren't for the rush to return to the sect, Yi Ping actually wanted to go to Jinghua Academy first. Yi Ping was very enthusiastic about the supreme sword intent of Jin National Academy of Sciences. Senior brother, the supreme sword intent of Jin State is really hard to understand. Do you want me to go to Jin State Academy? Yi Ping asked. However, Su Qingyu shook his head, then sighed and looked at Yi Ping. Young brother, you still can't understand. Su Qingyu said this, which made Yi Ping even more confused. He frowned and pondered his words. The more I think about it, the more I feel that these words are mysterious. It's just that time has been hard to figure it out, so I can't help it in the end. Senior brother, can you make it clear? Yi Ping couldn't help asking. Hearing this, Su Qingyu was slightly stunned. What's wrong with this script? Don't you know how to make up for it yourself? Why did you let me make it clear this time? Junior brother, what's wrong with you? Have you changed your personality after going out? Su Qingyu was indeed a little confused. What did he know? What is explicit? I just said it casually, what do you want me to say? Su Qingyu was silent and didn't know how to answer. However, Su Qingyu can't do it when dealing with others. Su Qingyu has a good move against Yi Ping. My junior brother, you don't pass on the wonderful Dharma, you need to understand it yourself. You go and understand now and set off the sword.
Then you're going to understand and get the sword. You can't rest or eat. When will you understand it? Let's find your senior brother. Su Changyu spoke. First, just deal with it casually, and then tell Yi Ping when you think of the answer. Very good. Perfect. Su Changyu felt happy. Okay, junior brother, understand. Yi Ping nodded. Although he didn't understand, he still agreed before saying it. All in all, the elder brother teaches himself what he wants. Surely that's right. Good. Su Changyu didn't say much, and drove the flying sword and left directly. But for some reason, Su Changyu was a little curious. What can Yi Ping understand based on this? After thinking about it, Su Changyu shook his head. That's it? Can understand something. He really didn't believe it. Yi Ping could understand something about this thing. That's it. In the middle of the back cliff, Yi Ping began to understand how to set off the sword and hold the sword. End of this chapter. Su Changyu left. Among the cliffs behind Qingyun, only Yi Ping was left. On the back cliff, Yi Ping is constantly thinking about putting the sword and holding the sword. After thinking about it, he couldn't understand the meaning of this sentence. In the end, Yi Ping put the sword in his hand on the ground and then picked it up again. Lay down. Pick it up. Let go again. Pick it up again. Yi Ping kept repeating this action. Once, 10 times, hundreds, thousands of times. Yi Ping kept repeating this action. He didn't understand what the meaning of doing so was. But he understood that the senior brother could not let himself do such a thing for no reason. Could it be that the eldest brother is just trying to save himself? This is simply impossible. Yi Ping carefully understood, and he was also thinking about the mystery of this. Time passes by little by little. 1 day. 3 days. 5 days. 10 days. Yi Ping was holding or setting off his sword all day long. In this case, Yi Ping himself became a little autistic. He didn't understand what the meaning of this approach was. I don't know what the elder brother wants to tell himself. But what Yi Ping knew was, the wonderful Dharma cannot be conveyed in words. The true method cannot be expressed in oral language. You need to rely on yourself to understand. This method is your own method. If you rely on others to speak, it is just to understand other people's Dharma. Day 10. Not far away. Daxu was sitting in the distance with a pear, looking at Yi Ping on the cliff, his eyes full of curiosity. The person sitting next to him was the ancient sword Immortal. At this moment, the ancient sword Immortal was cutting pears for Daxu, and his eyes occasionally looked at Yi Ping and occasionally looked at the scenery in the distance. Lao Gu, let me ask you, what is the Immortal doing? Why are he holding the sword and then putting it on the ground? It's been several days since we went back and forth. What does this mean? Daxu really couldn't understand Yi Ping's operation and was a little confused. He is enlightening the sword. The ancient sword Immortal spoke with a calm tone. Enlightenment of the sword? That's it? Daxu glanced at the ancient sword Immortal, and then his eyes were full of contempt. Lao Gu, it's not that I'm talking about you, no wonder you are still a waste when you are middle-aged. Just take the sword and put it on, it means enlightenment? Then I inhale and exhale, aren't I comprehension of the great way? Daxu said angrily. After saying this, the ancient sword Immortal was silent for a moment, then nodded and said, maybe it is. Daxu. He didn't say anything, but just continued to look at Yi Ping. And at the same time, a sound suddenly rang. Lao Gu, Daxu, come here to help. With the sound, Daxu immediately stood up. This was the figure of Taoist Tai Hua. He seemed very excited. Now, as the guest elder of the Qingyun Sect, Daxu was busy. Qingyun Sect is nothing big, so Daxu doesn't feel tired, but on the contrary, he feels that his life is very fulfilling. Good. Daxu responded, and then took the ancient sword Immortal toward the front cliff. Soon, the two arrived at Qingyun Cliff.
Today, Qingyun Sect has 19 buildings of all sizes, from the past to the present poverty and loneliness to the present. I have to say that people rely on clothes, while Buddha relies on gold.
With so many buildings emerging, the entire Qingyun Sect looks much more brilliant than before.
When the two appeared, nothing happened. It was just that Taoist Taihua created a statue of the ancestor and placed it in the main hall.
This kind of cool work is the most relaxing for Daxu and Gu Jianxian to do it.
But at this moment, sounds couldn't help but sound.
It was Su Changyu's voice. Are you leaving? Not far away, Su Changyu came over with Emperor Xia and Taishang Xuanji.
He looked at Emperor Xia and the mysterious thing of the Supreme Lord with curiosity. My friend Changyu, this period of time has been disturbed, but we have something to do, so we can't stay for a long time.
We can only wait for next time.
The voice of the Supreme Mystery sounded. He and Emperor Xia have been staying in the room for a while, and occasionally they just asked Su Changyu to take them around Qingyun Sect. In fact, 5 days ago, the two of them were about to leave. If Emperor Xia hadn't been reluctant to leave, he would have left long ago. Now that it has been delayed for 10 days, there are still many things to deal with in the dynasty. Therefore, I had to leave.
Okay, come often in the future.
Su Changyu had nothing to say. After all, others had their own affairs, so it was meaningless to drag them all the time. My friend Changyu, if you have nothing to do in the future, you can also go to Daxia capital to find us.
Oh, by the way, this is my token.
If you come to Daxia capital in the future, if you want to come to find me, just ask where Xian Mansion is. Taishang Xuanji took out a token with a smile and handed it to Su Changyu, asking Su Changyu to go to the Daxia dynasty to find him if he has nothing to do in the future.
The token is made by Zimu. Su Changyu took the token and then sent the two to leave. It's just at this moment.
The voice of Taoist Taihua sounded.
Are you two going to leave now?
Taoist Taihua couldn't help but walk when he heard that the two of them were leaving.
Yes, there is still something important to you. I've been bothering fellow Taoists these days.
Taishang Xuanji chuckled. If you are not there, you are Changyu's friends, and naturally you are distinguished guests of my Qingyun Sect.
This time, the two of you have a big deal, so I can't force you to stay. If you come here next time, you will definitely have a feast.
Taoist Taihua said with a smile. You're welcome, you're welcome.
Taishang Xuanji smiled, but soon, his eyes couldn't help but fall on the ancient sword immortal in an instant.
The ancient sword immortal's eyes also fell on Emperor Xia and Taishang Xuanji at the first time.
Antiquity.
The moment when Taishang Xuanji saw the ancient sword immortal, he couldn't help but be stunned. His eyes were filled with shock. I can't believe that the person I saw in front of me would be the ancient sword immortal. As the prime minister of the great Xia dynasty, how could an existence with a powerful government and a country do not know the Gu Jianxian? Even at this moment, Emperor Xia's eyes also showed a calm look of surprise. The ancient sword immortal's eyes also showed a slight surprise. The ancient sword immortal never expected that the emperors of the great Xia dynasty and the prime minister of the great Xia dynasty would appear in such a poor sect.
This is really a miracle. Oh? You know each other?
Taoist Taihua looked at Taishang Xuanji's expression changing and couldn't help but look curious.
I don't know.
It's just that this person looks like a friend of mine, but it's not.
I've read it wrong, ha.
Taishang Xuanji spoke immediately, and he could see that this group of people should not know the identity of the Gu Jianxian, so he did not tell the identity of the Gu Jianxian, just pretended not to know.
Oh, so that's it.
This is Changyu's eldest disciple, and his name is Gumming.
Lao Gu, why don't you meet your two uncles soon?
Taoist Taihua introduced the ancient sword immortal. The ancient sword immortal also came immediately and looked at Emperor Xia and Taishang Xuanji in a very dull way.
I've met two uncles. The sound rang. The supreme mystery is confused. Uncle Master? Su Changyu's eldest disciple? Are you here to tease me?
This is the leader of the Random Cultivator Alliance, the #1 sword cultivator in the world, and the ancient sword immortal.
An invincible existence with one sword.
All the 5 dynasties should give way to the peerless powerful men who are 3 parts.
Call me uncle? Call me Master Su Chanyu? Are you getting a mistake?
Taishang Xuanji was extremely shocked inside. Although he stayed here for 10 days, he had never left except following Emperor Xia during this period, so naturally he did not contact anyone else. Furthermore, he would not use his spiritual sense to view other people. After all, it is impossible for a small sect to have any big figures hidden, right? However, what I didn't expect was that there was really a shocking figure. Especially, this ancient sword immortal is actually Su Chanyu's apprentice? Not to mention the mystery of the Supreme One, even Emperor Xia was completely shocked at this moment. This is no longer as simple as outrageous, it is completely incredible. He is the best sword cultivator in the world, but he actually worships a useless person as his teacher? This is the idea of Taishang mystery. In the eyes of Emperor Xia, he did not think that Su Chanyu was a waste. On the contrary, his first reaction was that, the 10th prince, could he actually conquered the ancient sword immortal? This is not a trivial matter. To be honest, who doesn't want to win over the ancient sword immortal in the 5 dynasties? But the question is, who is the ancient sword immortal? How could it be won over easily? But unexpectedly, this kind of existence actually became Su Chanyu's disciple? If this is spread, I am afraid that the entire world of immortal cultivation will cause a sensation, right? My son has the resources of an emperor. This time, Emperor Xia felt more pleasing to Su Chanyu. Look at Su Chanyu, and then look at his prince. I know all day long that it is useful to win over all civil and military officials. It's really ridiculous. Can those civil and military officials control the throne? No matter who becomes the emperor, all the officials are ministers of Daxia, and such ministers are always fence-bearing people. They will never be able to truly step forward until the last moment. This is the importance of the pattern. You win over an ancient sword immortal is better than you win over all civil officials and generals of the Daxia dynasty. He had hinted at his prince many times and told him to look forward to the long term. What's the result? I still win over this and that in the Daxia dynasty all day long. He finally got into a relationship with the Da's dynasty, but he was in a state of seeking others, hoping that the Da's dynasty would help him become the emperor. It's really ridiculous. Thinking of this, Emperor Xia couldn't help but feel angry. The crown prince of the great Xia dynasty. The prince of the great Xia dynasty. In order to become the emperor, he took the initiative to please the Da's dynasty. It really is a disgrace to the national system. Look at Su Chanyu again. The ancient sword immortals are all his disciples. This is the style that the prince of Daxia should have, right? However, no matter what he was thinking in his heart, Emperor Xia did not show it. And facing the bow of the ancient sword immortal, Emperor Xia also had a rare gift for him. Although he was the emperor of Daxia, the identity of the ancient sword immortal was no less than that of him, so it was normal to give him a gift. Since that's the case, then I'll say goodbye first. Taishang Xuanji returned to his calmness and then said to everyone. They are indeed leaving and don't want to delay. Okay, it's a good journey. Let's go slowly and don't send you. Come back next time. Taoist Taihua, Su Chanyu, Daxu and others spoke one after another, sending Emperor Xia and Taishang Xuanji away with smiles. Instead of disappearing directly, the two of them walked down the mountain. In the Qingyun mountains. The two of them remained silent. Emperor Xia walked in front, and Taishang Xuanji followed closely behind. It was just when Emperor Xia was about to speak. A figure appeared in front of the two of them. She is a woman wearing white clothes and looks beautiful, like an iceberg. It's her. When he saw the woman's appearance clearly, Emperor Xia couldn't help but look shocked again in his eyes. This time, Taishang Xuanji was a little confused, but he also sensed the difference between this woman in an instant. Emperor Xia? The woman in white walked over, holding a gourd in her hand. Her beautiful eyes fell on Emperor Xia, and then she drank a mouthful of wine, her eyes full of surprise. She spoke and called out the identity of Emperor Xia directly. I didn't expect you to be here. Emperor Xia spoke out, and he was also a little surprised.
This is my sect, I must be here. I wonder why Emperor Xia came to such a valley. Xiao Mushue's voice sounded.
Her eyes were full of curiosity.
Yes, this figure is Xiao Mushue, the senior sister of Qingyun Sect. Your sect? Su Changyu is your senior brother?
At this moment, Emperor Xia's eyes were full of curiosity.
It's almost the same.
Xiao Mushue didn't answer too carefully, but just answered vaguely. At this moment, Emperor Xia was completely shocked.
Emperor Xia, you haven't answered my question yet? How did you come here?
Xiao Mushue continued to ask. Although she spoke respectfully, she did not respect her behavior at all.
By chance, I came here. Emperor Xia's answer was also very vague. By chance? What did Emperor Xia find out?
Xiao Mushue said with a smile in her eyes.
Discover? What did you discover? What did you discover?
Emperor Xia returned to peace.
Perhaps because of the ancient sword Immortal, the same thing happened again.
Even if it would be shocked, it would not be too shocked. I haven't found anything yet, but even the dignified Xia Emperor came here in person.
I think some of the speculations should be true. After the investigation is carefully investigated, it will be passed on to you. However, there are so many things in the court now. Emperor Xia is really elegant. Isn't you really afraid of impeachment? Xiao Mushue spoke. When talking about this, Taishang Xuanji was completely confused. Impeach? Some people dare to say impeachment? How dare this person threaten the dignified Emperor Xia?
You should know that in the entire great Xia dynasty, except for the great scholars of heaven and earth who can impeach the king, there is only one place that has the power to impeach.
He was a little confused and didn't know who this woman was. It's about to abdicate, and it doesn't matter whether it's impeachment or not. Okay, if you find anything, I need to tell me the first time.
After Emperor Xia said this, he left without looking at Xiao Mushue.
Taishang Xuanji followed behind, feeling frightened. It's not because of this woman. But this strange sect. You say that this sect is strong, but the problem is that most of them are waste.
Except for the one named Yiping, any disciple who takes it out will be waste. But in this sect that seems to be in a low-level position, there is a world's #1 sword cultivator and a big man who dares to tell Emperor Xia that the word impeachment is the word.
What the hell is this? Hidden sect? Taishang Xuanji was completely confused this time. I can't understand at all.
He lowered his head and followed Emperor Xia and left the place.
It took a long time. He couldn't help but ask.
Your Majesty, although I know that some things are not something I can ask about, I am still curious.
Who is that woman? Taishang Xuanji is really curious. Otherwise, he wouldn't have asked Emperor Xia.
As the Prime Minister, he knows what to say and what not to say.
Can't you guess?
Emperor Xia's tone was very calm, as usual, and he could not hear joy or anger.
Is it from the Jiantian court? Taishang Xuanji has guessed some.
Those who dare to say impeachment are except the Dasui Academy. The entire Daxia dynasty has the only Jiantian Academy.
However, the Jiantianyuan is not an institution of the Daxia dynasty. It is a major institution in the entire world of immortal cultivation.
The so-called Jiantianyuan is to replace the way of heaven and supervise the world.
Every dynasty must establish Jiantianyuan.
In the Jiantian courtyard, what I do is to target the major affairs of the world. For example, there are great demons and demons that harm the world, or there are some inestimable disasters there.
All need to take action by the Supervisory and Heaven Academy.
Among the 5 dynasties, there are 5 Jiantian courtyards, which are not connected to each other, but there is a general courtyard above Jiantian courtyard. The 5 major prison courts can be dispatched to deal with some things, but these things cannot be combined with national affairs.
It is related to the people and the monks in the world.
Therefore, the Jiantian court has the responsibility to impeach the emperor. After all, every move of the emperor may make the people in the world worse than death. The main responsibility of the Jiantian Academy is to supervise the world. Of course, the king can be impeached. But it is not a big deal when it comes to impeachment. After all, unless it is a big deal, it is not that easy to impeach the king. A king can act recklessly to a certain extent. For example, if you want to have more concubines, you can enjoy your life. As long as you don't harm the people and monks in the world, there will be no big deal. It is precisely because of this that Taishang Xuanji thought of the Jiantian Academy at the first time. After all, Xiao Muxue is too young as a great scholar in heaven and earth. Kindness. Emperor Xia nodded, as if he had answered the question of Taishang's mysterious. After receiving the reply, Taishang Xuanji couldn't help but take a deep breath and then continue to ask. Which lord is that level from the heavenly court? He couldn't help but continue asking. However, Emperor Xia did not answer. I know I'm wrong. At this moment, Taishang Xuanji knew that Xiao Mushue's identity was not something he could know. So he didn't continue to ask. He even knew that Emperor Xia had already said a few more words to say where Xiao Muxue came from. If I continue to ask questions, then the Prime Minister will be over. The supreme mystery is silent. Emperor Xia was walking in front of him, his eyes were filled with smiles. The disciple is the ancient sword immortal, the #1 sword immortal in the world. The junior sister is a big shot in the Jiantian Academy and holds great power. The power of these two people alone is enough to surpass the prince's hard work for decades. It's worthy of being my son. I have the resources of an emperor. Do you want to change the prince? At this moment, Emperor Xia inexplicably had this idea. It's not that he really doesn't like the prince. But Su Changyu is really excellent. He is so outstanding that if Su Changyu is not allowed to ascend the throne, it will be difficult for heaven to tolerate it. End of this chapter. Qingyun Sect. Xiao Muxue drank wine, her eyes full of doubt. She was very curious about how the dignified Emperor Xia came to this place. But in an instant she guessed something. Is the 10th prince? A curiosity appeared in her eyes. But then, Xiao Muxue drank a sip of wine and couldn't help but murmur in her heart. No, Su Changyu is really the 10th prince, right? If that's the case, then things will be interesting. Xiao Muxue thought so in her heart. But the next moment, she couldn't help but shake her head again. But it doesn't matter whether Changyu is the 10th prince or not. The matter of the remains of the immortal king is the biggest. I hope no one can pick the fruits. Xiao Muxue murmured to herself. After a while, she walked towards the sect without saying a word. Not long. Xiao Muxue came to Qingyun Sect. The great changes in the Dao sect made Xiao Muxue slightly stunned. Especially when Xiao Muxue saw the various commands of Taoist Taihua, he couldn't help but feel even more strange. Muxue, are you here too? Come and see, how about our sect? Seeing Xiao Muxue appear, Taoist Taihua was a little surprised, then walked over and pointed at the buildings excitedly and said, Sect Master, to be honest, how much silver have you borrowed? Xiao Muxue asked. In an instant, Taoist Taihua looked a little ugly. What does it mean to borrow how much silver you have? Is Taihua the kind of person? Seeing Taoist Taihua like this, Xiao Muxue did not continue to worry about this topic. Is the junior brother back? Xiao Muxue asked casually. I'm back, are you asking him for trouble? Taoist Taihua said curiously. Kindness. Xiao Muxue came back this time and was indeed looking for Yi Ping, because there was something that he had to let Yi Ping do. Then I advise you not to look for it. Taoist Taihua said meaningfully. Why? For a moment, Xiao Muxue became a little curious. When Pinger came back, she helped her to tell her fortune and found that Pinger might have had a big trouble recently. You don't want him out, do you? If that's the case, the first one will not agree. Taoist Taihua said with an extremely serious expression. Disaster? Xiao Muxue frowned slightly. Yes, I took a robbery for him. The hexagram is a very bad luck. During this period, I am trying to find a way to help him resolve this hexagram. Taoist Taihua nodded and said so. As soon as he said this, Xiao Muxue breathed a sigh of relief.
Obviously, my own business should be sure to win. Mushue, what are you doing? Don't go to Pinger. You don't go back to the sect for a few days. You probably caused trouble outside, so don't take Yi Ping out with you to cause trouble. At this time, before the Taoist Taihua finished speaking, Xiao Mushue had already left, which made Taoist Taihua a little anxious. Yi Ping actually made a great evil hexagram. If he really took it out and encountered trouble, who can be responsible? However, Xiao Mushue ignored Taoist Taihua at all and left here directly. The cliff behind the sky. Xiao Mushue walked slowly. She looked at Yi Ping on the back cliff, and her expression was filled with doubt. Because she really couldn't understand what Yi Ping wanted to do? But Xiao Mushue did not disturb Yi Ping, but sat aside and watched quietly. This time she came here, and there was something she asked Yi Ping for help. Rather than asking Yi Ping for help, it is better to give Yi Ping an opportunity. The ruins of the Immortal King are about to appear. This is a ruin that all the 5 dynasties dream of. Originally, the remains of the Immortal King were found, but when they discovered that the remains of the Immortal King contained the ancient spirit-locking formation. Stepping into the ruins, no matter how strong you are, your cultivation will be suppressed to the Golden Pill realm. It is precisely because of this that the 5 major dynasties and major forces are doing their best to cultivate the genius of Jindan. There is still 1 year left before the Immortal King ruins are opened. Xiao Mushue came here this time to take Yi Ping for devil training. Because she believed in Yi Ping's strength. At this moment, Xiao Mushue was staring at Yi Ping not far away. A golden light flashed in her eyes, and she saw through Yi Ping in an instant. Qi and blood are like real dragons, and Taoist techniques are like ancient bells. What kind of exercises should I practice? Either physical body or Taoism are incredibly powerful. Even if you are a genius, you can't reach the level of a junior brother in general. Xiao Mushue was shocked. Yi Ping is extremely powerful in both physical and Taoist laws. This is incredible, and even said that this is a freak. The only thing that made Xiao Mushue feel a little silent was why did the younger brother keep holding and setting swords here? What is this doing? Can you also realize the truth? Her eyes were full of curiosity. That's it, 2 hours passed. At this moment, inside the Daxia Palace, Prince Xia Qian was sitting upright in the hall. Under the main hall, an eunuch was standing below, saying respectfully, "Congratulations to the prince and congratulate him." The eunuch knelt on the ground, looking extremely excited. "Oh? Eunuch Li, what's the big deal? Is it worth your special visit to me?" Hearing this, Xia Qian couldn't help but stand up and look at Eunuch Li in front of him. His eyes were full of curiosity. This Eunuch Li is the eunuch in front of his father, and is not a celebrity, but at least he is the one in front of him. He comes to say congratulations, there must be something to say. "Prince, a few days ago, your majesty asked the Shangyi to make more than a dozen sets of robes. It all depends on the specifications of your majesty. I thought to myself, who else can make clothes on this scale in this world except your majesty? After thinking about it, I feel that only the prince is worthy of it." Eunuch Li said with a smile, coming to congratulate the prince. As soon as he said this, Xia Qian couldn't help but feel happy. Although he had the power to supervise the country, he obviously didn't know about the dynasty's clothing making. Now that I heard Eunuch Li say this, I can't help but feel overjoyed. But Xia Qian couldn't help but speak, and said hesitantly. The father asked the garment to be made, perhaps it was customized for himself. Why did Eunuch Li think that it must be for me? The prince was a little curious. It was not a strange thing to make clothes. He was a little curious, why did he say it was for himself? Your Highness, you may not understand this, right? I always stay with your majesty. I don't need to add your majesty's clothes at first. Even if your majesty wants, I don't need to speak. I'm still wearing clothes for 4 seasons every year. I don't know how many new clothes I have to prepare for your majesty. Then it is, your majesty wants to make clothes, so why does he need to pass on the orders himself? What Eunuch Li said was very clear, which made Xia Qian even happier.
But he was still a little curious. But why did my father reward me with new clothes? Xia Qian continued to ask. That must be because the prince was working hard to supervise the country. Your Majesty was moved, so he specially asked Shang Yifang to make clothes for the prince. Eunuch Li smiled. After saying this, Xia Qian's smile on his face could not be concealed. Ha, since that's the case, I'll thank you Eunuch Li. While speaking, Xia Qian waved his hand, and a precious jade appeared in Eunuch Li's hand in an instant. This is the spiritual jade. For the powerful and powerful people in Daxia, this kind of thing is specially used to reward others. The spiritual jade is exclusive to the royal family. It is not extremely rare, but not many. It can speed up the cultivation of monks. For non-royal families, this kind of thing is naturally precious. For the royal family, it is naturally the best to use it for rewards. Thank you, Your Highness, Your Highness. With the benefit, Eunuch Li naturally smiled and kept bowing to the prince. It's just a little bit of a word. Eunuch Li, you have to say more good words to my father on weekdays. Xia Qian said politely. This is his way of being a human being. He almost never engages anyone, because in his eyes, as long as it is not a big grudge, he basically will not provoke the other party. His goal is the emperor, so he is very clear about what he wants to do and what he doesn't do. He could please a slave for the throne, but he knew that as long as he ascended the throne, all the pleading was worth it. At worst, isn't it enough to kill these people? Eunuch Chen left with a smile. Xia Qian also sat in the seat with a smile, and he didn't care about this at all. Just a few pieces of clothes, even if his father made it for him, he would not have any trouble. As long as it is not given to others, he doesn't care. The reason why I rewarded Eunuch Li was entirely because when Eunuch Li got the news, he came to find him. Having this heart means that Eunuch Li supports him. Since he supports himself, he doesn't mind giving him a piece of spiritual jade. After all, no matter how much you give it now, it doesn't matter. The same thing is said, as long as you ascend to the throne, the entire great Xia dynasty belongs to you. No matter how much you give yourself, what does it count as compared to the treasury of the entire great Xia dynasty? After one stick of incense. Inside the Hall of Peace of Heart. Emperor Xia wore a black dragon robe, and his entire aura changed tremendously. Sitting in the hall is like a sacred mountain. Just a glance makes people feel inexplicably afraid. At this moment, Emperor Xia is the real emperor of Daxia. The emperor of Daxia who was so arrogant that he swept across the 8 deserts. Li Wei. In the hall, Emperor Xia's voice sounded. Soon, Eunuch Li walked over. He stepped into the hall and looked extremely nervous. No matter how many times it was, when he met Emperor Xia, he would be nervous. After all, this was the emperor of the great Xia dynasty. However, even though he was panicked, Li Wei walked slowly and then knelt on the ground. The difference is that when Li Wei meets the prince, he does not need to kneel down, but when he meets the Emperor Xia, he has to kneel on the ground. This is the biggest difference between the prince and the emperor. Have you handled the matter of Shanghai Fang? In the Yangxing Palace, Emperor Xia sat in his seat, approving the memorials, and did not look at Li Wei at first, but just asked indifferently. Return to your majesty, Shang Yifang is expected to be handed over within 3 days, and the slave will be sent to the prince's mansion. Li Wei knelt on the ground and said this without any passing. But after saying this, Emperor Xia couldn't help but say indifferently. Who said he would send it to the prince's mansion? Emperor Xia's tone was very calm and he asked Li Wei. After saying this, Li Wei was stunned. Not for the prince? Who is that for? He didn't tell the prince one thing, that is, the clothes that Emperor Xia asked people to customize were young, so he concluded that it was for the prince. But unexpectedly, Emperor Xia actually said that it was not for the crown prince? Your Majesty, please forgive me. It's a slave who deserves to die, but it's a slave who is self-righteous. I hope your Majesty will spare your life. Li Wei knelt on the ground, trembling with fear. Looking at Li Wei on the ground, Emperor Xia did not have any emotion. In just an instant, he saw the spiritual jade in Li Wei's space ring. Soon, a hint of disgust appeared in Emperor Xia's eyes.
A deep disgust. What do you hate the most as an emperor?
I hate the most that someone wants to win over the people around me.
But what do you hate more? What's even more annoying is that the people around me will be attracted to me.
But Emperor Xia understood that he was about to abdicate, so naturally the people below had some thoughts. If it were 20 years ago, even if the prince gave him many benefits, Li Wei would not have wanted them. The advantage of taking over the prince now is obviously that he wants to surrender to the prince, and he has nothing to say about this. However, the reason why he felt disgusted was not because of this. Emperor Xia would not feel disgusted with such a small matter. It was mainly thought of Su Changyu. His 10 sons could take the ancient sword Immortal as his disciple without saying a word, and invisibly he could become the senior brother of the big shot in the Supervision Academy.
Looking at my son, even a eunuch wanted to please him. It's really disgusting.
The clothes made by Shang Yifan are all sent to Taishang Xuanji, and you can just hand over the things to Xuanji.
You go and call the prince.
Emperor Xia spoke, and there was no trace of joy and anger in his tone.
Slaves obey the order. Li Wei got up and then hurriedly walked out of the hall.
His heart was beating wildly, and he felt like he had survived the disaster. But at this moment, Li Wei himself knew that he was too anxious.
It's really too urgent.
Although Emperor Xia was about to abdicate, he had at least 10 years to do so. In the eyes of Emperor Xia, he was like a traitor. Fortunately, Emperor Xia didn't care about this. If he cared, he had already died thousands of times. At this moment, Li Wei completely understood why the important officials in the court dared to easily participate in the battle for the throne.
A quarter of an hour later, Xia Qian appeared outside the Yangxin Palace.
Father. Xia Qian's tone was calm, and he spoke without hesitation, shouting into the hall.
Enter. Emperor Xia's indifferent voice rang out.
At that moment, Xia Qian slowly walked into the Yangxin Palace. When he stepped into the hall, Xia Qian felt calm. He was the prince and had nothing to be afraid of. On the second day of the first lunar month, the demon god cult suddenly raided the country, killing and injured countless people.
The 15th day of the first lunar month, the disaster of the sky and sea, and 20 treasure ships were destroyed.
March 19th, border conflicts, small victory. In the Yangxin Palace, Emperor Xia's voice was very calm, and his voice echoed in the hall word by word.
Prince Xia Qian couldn't help but feel silent after hearing these sounds.
After a full stick of incense, Emperor Xia's voice stopped. The next moment, the memorials on the table were swept to the ground by him in an instant. In an instant, Emperor Xia stood up, with anger in his eyes.
Xia Qian, do you know what you did wrong? The thunderous sound made Xia Qian's face turn pale.
He took a deep breath, clenched his fists, hoping to calm himself down, but Xia Qian could not calm down at all when he stood in front of Emperor Xia and his father. My son knows his mistake, and I hope my father will forgive me. Xia Qian knelt on the ground, his head lowered, and his heart couldn't help but pound.
I know my mistake? Then let's talk about it. What did you do wrong?
Emperor Xia's voice calmed down again, but this calmness made people even more scary. As soon as he said this, Xia Qian spoke slowly. My son is inappropriate in the country, which leads to continuous disasters in the territory of Daxia.
Xia Qian said so. Improper supervision? Ha, what a bad country is. You really don't cry until you see the coffin.
Emperor Xia sneered, and this sneer made Xia Qian's face pale even more. Since I asked you to supervise the country 3 years ago, the first year you handled everything very properly.
But the next year, you changed.
You can use the responsibility of governing the country to check the memorials and understand the business opportunities from it, and you can also make money from the national crisis. I'll endure you at that time. I know that as the prince, you need to deal with many things, you need to win over the hearts of the people, and you also know that you have great expenses. But in the 3rd year, you saw that I had never cared about you, and you became more and more greedy and even started to eat empty salary.
But you know? Even if you do, I won't be angry. Because you are the prince, you need money.
Although your actions affect some people, no matter what, it has no impact on the entire daxia.
Do you know what's wrong?
Emperor Xia spoke, and he explained what Xia Qian did clearly. But Emperor Xia was not angry about these things. Because the Prince Xia Qian only made money, but for the great Xia dynasty, the prince didn't make much money at all, and it was not even a drop in a bucket. What really made him angry was another thing.
Please make it clear that my son really doesn't know.
When Xia Qian learned that Emperor Xia was not angry because of his money, he was inexplicably panicked.
He didn't know what else he had done wrong. Explanation?
Okay, I'll tell you clearly.
In order to stabilize your position, you take the initiative to make friends with the Osawa dynasty.
But you shouldn't have it.
What's absolutely not, you actually informed the Days dynasty of the non-toxic pill recipe.
This thing involves the foundation of daxia.
And you are the dignified prince of daxia, but you are very respectful to the Days dynasty? Do you really lose all my face in daxia? Even though daxia is not as good as Days, both daxia and Days are dynasties.
You are very respectful to the Days dynasty today. After you ascend the throne tomorrow, will you still want to make the daxia dynasty a vassal state of the Days dynasty? Speaking of this, Emperor Xia's voice was like thunder. The prince was so scared that he collapsed on the ground. His expression was full of astonishment.
Because of the transaction with the Days dynasty, he could ensure that his father would never know.
But what I didn't expect was that my father actually knew about this. This is incredible.
That's when
Emperor Xia's voice sounded again, making Xia Qian stunned.
You are so unreasonable, do you think I really don't dare to change the crown prince? The sound rang.
In the hall, it instantly fell into a dead quiet. End of this chapter.
Inside the Hall of Peace of Heart. Extremely quiet. Xia Qian's face was extremely pale.
He didn't dare to look directly at Emperor Xia because the matter of the non-toxic pill recipe was too much involved. Emperor Xia was even more disappointed in the face of Xia Qian's actions. He was very disappointed, even saying that he was extremely disappointed. The non-toxic pill recipe has indescribable uses, but even Xia Qian handed over this kind of thing to outsiders. Even if Xia Qian had his own plans, this touched Emperor Xia's reverse scale. But what really made Emperor Xia feel angry was not just the non-toxic pill recipe, but Xia Qian's actions. Sooner or later, it was Xia Qian's own to this great Xia dynasty. In order to ensure that he ascends the throne steadily, he will hand over the non-toxic pill recipe.
This is stupid no matter what. Father.
At this moment, Xia Qian knelt on the ground, his face full of sadness, and he cried in tears. My son knows that there is something wrong, but my son has his own difficulties. My son will not ascend the throne in one day, and the third brother and the fifth brother and the 83 brothers are eyeing me. Over the years, as the crown prince, I have been responsible for the supervision of the daxia country.
In the past 3 years, I don't know how many enemies have been established.
My son is afraid that one day, my son is really unable to ascend the throne. No matter how good the position of the prince is, he will never ascend the throne for one day, and he will always be the prince. Therefore, the Sun Minister is ignorant for a while, which is a big mistake.
But please believe in the Sun Minister. My son promises not to commit anymore.
The prince knelt on the ground, and he heard that his father was really angry. So, he quickly spoke up and admitted his mistakes, but although he still had to be punished, at least he would not lose his position as crown prince. If he didn't speak, his father might really want to change the crown prince.
Even if it was just a small signal, it wouldn't be able to bear it. Absurd.
It's really ridiculous.
As the prince, I have chosen you. Who dares to stop you?
You are clearly trying to make excuses for yourself.
It's okay to be stupid, but you still find so many excuses. Are you worthy of the position of prince? Emperor Xia rebuked.
In his eyes, the prince was just exonerating himself. The reason I found is so disgusting.
Why do you feel anxious if you don't ascend the throne in one day? Why can't you sleep or eat without ascending the throne in one day? These are excuses. Father.
The prince still wanted to continue to quibble, but Emperor Xia's voice continued to sound.
You don't need to say more. Let me return to the palace.
You will not be allowed to leave the palace within a year.
Also, don't involve anything about the non-toxic pill recipe.
If I find that the non-toxic pill recipe has any trace, don't blame me for being ruthless.
This year, I will give me some reflection. As for the matter of governing the country, I won't need you for the time being. Do you know?
Emperor Xia spoke, his tone was very calm, and silently took back the prince's power to supervise the country. However, the prince did not have any anger at all, and even felt even more grateful after hearing this.
Thank you, my father, I must reflect on you.
The prince nodded and he agreed. After a while, he got up and left, and walked out of the palace of Yangxin.
Wait for the prince to leave.
Emperor Xia also sat slowly in his position. He looked at the departing prince, his eyes full of discomfort. Although he likes Su Changyu, the prince is also his flesh and blood. Since he was named the crown prince, Emperor Xia naturally favored his son, but he was the crown prince. Emperor Xia knew that he could not favor the crown prince too much. He will be the king of Daxia in the future, and he can only be harsh on him and have extremely high requirements for him. The prince can make mistakes now, no matter how big the mistakes he makes, it doesn't matter, because no matter what mistakes he makes, he still holds on here.
But what if one day the prince becomes the emperor of Daxia and makes a mistake at that time?
His mistake may cause the people of the world to suffer.
It may also make Daxia completely depressed.
It is precisely because of this that he is so strict with the prince. But the doting of the prince is also unspeakable. At least the prince made such a big mistake, he did not really punish the prince. It just took back the power of the state. If it were any other prince, it would never be so light.
Well.
Sitting on the dragon chaise, Emperor Xia rubbed his temples.
He sighed and Su Changyu's appearance couldn't help but appear in his mind.
Sure enough, it is impossible to compare people. Compared with Su Changyu, Xia Qian was completely in the sky and the ground. But soon, Emperor Xia's eyes instantly became extremely calm. In the hall, the sound of mosquitoes sounded.
Shenner, I hope you're really just trying to secure the throne.
The sound was very small as the eunuch outside the door, no one could hear it.
That's it, half an hour later.
Inside the prince's hall. Xia Qian walked around in the prince's hall, his expression full of panic. At the beginning, he was frightened by Emperor Xia, so he lost the responsibility of governing the country and did not react. But now Xia Qian suddenly realized that he had lost the responsibility of governing the country, which was a fatal blow to him.
There are only 2 attacks.
First of all, I can no longer make money everywhere with the name of a state of regent. But this is not bad. In the past 3 years, I have made a lot of money, at least enough to spend some time.
The most important thing is the second point.
Once you lose the responsibility of governing the country, I think your royal brothers will know it as soon as possible. At that time, they will probably think that they are out of favor.
Once this is the case, will they still start conspiring on various things one by one?
Not only that, many civil and military officials in the court have not yet taken sides.
After hearing this news, weren't those old foxes hiding each one?
It is precisely because of this that he immediately asked someone to invite Taishang Xuanji to come. The supreme mystery is his uncle and the prime minister of the current dynasty, who has always followed his father. This time when the father came back, Thunder Ting was furious. He thought there must be something, maybe someone secretly told him, so Xia Qian couldn't hold back.
Trying to know the answer.
Your Highness, Prime Minister Xuanji is here. It was then that a slave came in and declared loudly.
Come here quickly.
Xia Qian opened her mouth and seemed extremely hurrying. He would not be so urgent when encountering anything, but he would only be like this after being scolded by Emperor Xia. In his eyes, the only person in Daxia who can suppress him was Emperor Xia. He was afraid of his father, just as the eldest son in the world was afraid of his father.
Not long after, a figure walked in. It was Taishang Xuanji's figure.
Xuanji, I have met His Highness the Crown Prince. The supreme mystery came, and he seemed extremely respectful and bowed to the prince.
Uncle,
why do you need to be so polite? Seeing the appearance of the Supreme Mystery, Xia Qian was immediately overjoyed, and then bowed to the Supreme Mystery, showing his junior attitude. Your Highness is the Crown Prince after all, and the Mystery is just the Prime Minister. The theory of etiquette is insurmountable. Taishang Xuanji shook his head and bowed to Xia Qian again. Oh, uncle, now there are only you and me left in the hall, so you must not do this. Xia Qian knows people's hearts best, and he still insists on calling him Uncle Xuanji. Your Highness, what's wrong? Tell me. Taishang Xuanji spoke, and he knew that if it was not a big deal, Xia Qian would not have used a secret order to let him enter the palace. Uncle, it's a big deal. I was scolded by my father today, and I have confiscated the responsibility of the state supervision. The prince spoke and told him the trouble he had encountered. Just as he said this, Taishang Xuanji's face suddenly changed. What? The responsibility of the state supervising state was confiscated? He frowned, his expression became a little surprised, and his eyes looked at Xia Qian were full of disbelief. After all, the prince is responsible for governing the country. It is a rule since ancient times that the prince first supervises the country and then succeeds to the throne. Abolishing the regent is no small matter. At least the government and the opposition are in turmoil, and even the princes are excited. Originally, their winning rate was extremely small, but if the prince was punished, they would have hope. But Taishang Xuanji did not directly ask the prince what he had made, but thought of another possibility. This thought appeared, and Taishang's mystery couldn't help but worry. Yes, it's all my nephew's greed for a moment. In order to win over the prince of the Day's dynasty, he informed the other party about the non-toxic pill recipe. Xia Qian said this, looking helpless with his head down. But when the sound sounded, Taishang Xuanji instantly realized it. Absurd! It's really ridiculous. Taishang Xuanji breathed a sigh of relief. At first he thought that Emperor Xia really wanted to let Su Changyu take office. But now Xia Qian answered like this, and the Supreme Master understood why His Majesty wanted to remove him from the responsibility of supervising the country. This is simply too ridiculous. Uncle! Xia Qian shouted, looking very uncomfortable. Don't call me uncle. Your Highness, you are really confused. The non-toxic pill recipe is now the foundation of my rise in the Great Xia. Do you know? How happy was Your Majesty when he got this non-toxic pill recipe? Over the years, the Great Xia dynasty has been a disaster for years, which made His Majesty think it was God's will. But after the appearance of the non-toxic pill recipe, Your Majesty breathed a sigh of relief, because this non-toxic pill recipe is the foundation of the future of Daxia. This kind of thing can benefit countless people in our Great Xia, but you will inform the enemy country of such precious things. You are really stupid, stupid. The Supreme Mystery roared repeatedly. He had a respect for the prince before, but now he almost cursed. He said that even if Emperor Xia likes Su Changyu, he will not say he will not love the prince. Perhaps in the eyes of others, Emperor Xia was harsh on the prince, but he knew that it was precisely because Emperor Xia liked the prince. He was so harsh to the prince. But what I didn't expect was that the prince actually did such a confused thing, which was simply unreasonable. It's unreasonable. He could hardly imagine what the prince was thinking. How could he be so ignorant? Plop. The next moment, the prince knelt directly on the ground. He looked at Taishang Xuanji and said with tears on his face, Uncle, my nephew is just a temporary urgent matter. How could he know that such a big mistake would be made? Xia Qian did not kneel as the prince, he just kneeled as his nephew, so this kneeling was reasonable. You. Oh. I really don't know what you should say. Taishang Xuanji was also dizzy when he was angry. But the next moment, his eyes instantly became extremely sharp, and he stared at Xia Qian. Qianer, my uncle asks you something, you must answer truthfully. If you don't answer truthfully, hide it from my uncle. Even if you are really abolished from the Eastern Palace in the future. I won't be sympathetic to you, either. Taishang Xuanji suddenly thought of something. He asked the prince, his eyes were extremely terrifying. Please say it, uncle. Xia Qian was a little confused, wondering why his uncle suddenly said this. Did you deliberately inform the Day's dynasty of the news about the non-toxic pill recipe? In this way, you will force your father to abdicate. Taishang Xuanji asked in a deep voice. When this statement was said, it struck Xiaqian like a thunderclap. Uncle, how could you say this? Even if I want to be an emperor, I can't do this. If you do this, what's the difference if you are a beast? Xiaqian was stunned. He never expected that his uncle would say this. Seeing Xiaqian's reaction, Taishang Xuanji breathed a sigh of relief and completely relieved. To be honest, he really couldn't think of what reason his nephew, had to leak the non-toxic pill recipe. Xiaqian absolutely knows the importance of a non-toxic pill recipe. This kind of thing is also an extremely precious thing for the Great Xia dynasty. Once developed, the national strength of the Great Xia dynasty is. Within 500 years, it is possible to win the 5 great dynasties, so this is the foundation. Even if this achievement is considered to be Emperor Xia, Xiaqian is also beneficial. After he succeeded to the throne, he could stabilize the national throne with the help of a non-toxic pill recipe. He can even obtain the immortal destiny of heaven, and he may really become an immortal. So under normal circumstances, it is impossible for the prince to use this kind of thing as a bargaining chip. The only possibility is that the prince deliberately leaked and used the power of the Day's dynasty to suppress the Daxia dynasty. If the non-toxic pill is necessary, it means that God will not tolerate it. At that time, Emperor Xia may really abdicate early and let Xiaqian take office. If so, Xiaqian would be too crazy. Your Majesty will never spare Xiaqian. The responsibility of supervising the country is a trivial matter, and it is not a rare thing to even abolish the position of the Eastern Palace. Xiaqian, if you really don't have this idea, then everything will be saved. Although you have done a big mistake at the moment, Your Majesty is just confiscating your responsibility for regulating the country. This is a bad thing, but it is also a good thing. At least, you are still the Eastern Palace and the Crown Prince. In your father's heart, you are still the future emperor of the Great Xia dynasty. Your father was just disappointed with you, but not completely disappointed. You must not participate in anything again during the next period of time. Don't you want to form a clique for personal gain, win over officials, or interfere in court affairs? Do you know that in the palace quietly, drinking and having fun, and studying to nourish your heart? The supreme mystery comforted Xiaqian. In the current situation, it is best not to move. If you do it randomly, you will definitely not be able to make any mistakes. In any case, he hoped that his nephew would become the emperor of Daxia. This is from the heart. That's why he reminded Xiaqian like this, not wanting Xiaqian to make mistakes again. Okay, my nephew understands, thank you for your advice. After hearing Taishang Xuanji's words, Xiaqian breathed a sigh of relief. As long as his uncle could give advice, it would prove that things were not in desperate situations. However, at this moment, Xiaqian couldn't help but speak. Uncle, there are some things that my nephew thinks are strange. The father is obviously so angry with me, but why did he ask the people from Shanghaiafang to customize the robes for his nephew? Xiaqian opened her mouth and said casually. He just didn't know what to say, so he just talked about it. Just as this said, Taishang Xuanji was slightly silent. In an instant, Xiaqian immediately captured the change in his uncle's expression. He is a smart person, a truly smart person. If he is not smart, how could he become the prince? Uncle? Didn't this dress be made for me? Xiaqian hurriedly spoke and asked about the mystery of the Supreme One. I don't know about this. Your Highness the Crown Prince doesn't ask anything. Just a few clothes or nothing? Taishang Xuanji doesn't want to participate in this matter. He shook his head and denied it directly. However, Xiaqian felt that this matter was even more strange because he knew his uncle too well. When encountering a difficult thing, my uncle will choose not to touch it even if he can. Obviously, there is something strange about it. Uncle, what exactly happened? The father's wife visited in private, and after he came back, his temperament changed drastically. You must know something. Uncle, I am your nephew. You can hide it from the world, but you can't hide it from me. My mother said that the first person I called me when I was born was uncle. I don't believe anyone in the entire Great Xia dynasty, but I only believe in you, uncle. If you know something but don't tell your nephew, then am I really a lonely person? Xia Qian said excitedly. Speaking of the latter, he even started crying and said this. Sure enough, as soon as he said this, Taishang Xuanji couldn't help but shake his head and sigh deeply. He knew he was saying the wrong thing. He really didn't want to say it, but what Xia Qian said made great sense. He is Xia Qian's uncle. After Xia Qian was born, the first person he called was himself. Thinking of this, Taishang Xuanji finally couldn't help but speak. Xianer, I'll tell you it's okay, but you must remember that after you know this, you must treat it as if you haven't heard of it, and you must not do anything randomly. Otherwise, I am really worried that your eastern palace will not be protected. Taishang Xuanji said this. This made Xia Qian a little shocked. Even if he told the enemy country about the alchemy formula, he would be no longer responsible for the country's supervision. What else is bigger than this? Xia Qian was full of curiosity. Uncle, you said, my nephew must have thought he had never heard of it. The nephew can even swear. Xia Qian nodded, his face full of determination. However, Taishang Xuanji did not speak, but came to the tea table, dipped a little tea with his fingers, and then left a word on the table. 10. See this word. In an instant, Xia Qian was stunned when he was struck by lightning. 10. He knew what the word meant. 10th Prince. According to legend, the 10 princes who can bring supreme blessings to the great Xia dynasty. It is also the existence that I fear the most. Because the 10th prince was not dead, rumors may have been left to the public. Now Taishang Xuanji has left this word. How could Xia Qian not understand? Xia Qian completely understood everything. No wonder. Will my father treat him like this? No wonder, the father would have the idea of changing the crown prince. It turned out that the father found the 10th prince. Recommend a good book, my brother has become a god. Very good looking. End of this chapter. Xia Qian was silent. He completely understood why his father changed his temperament after he came back. Turn out to be. It turned out that the 10th prince was found. Many people in the court know about the legend of the 10th prince. Back then, when the 10th prince was born, auspiciousness came from the sky, and golden dragons and phoenixes surrounded the entire Daxia palace for 9 hours. Some people even saw the immortals blessed. It attracted worship from all the people, and the other 4 dynasties were moved. At that time, some people concluded that the 10th prince of Daxia was the blessing given to this world by God, which could help the Daxia dynasty achieve unprecedented unification. It is precisely because of this that the 10th prince of Daxia has attracted much attention since he was born. The reason why Xia Qian remembers it so clearly is that he was 7 years old that year and was reciting an article of his own writing in class. I thought I could get the reward from my father, but unexpectedly, after the 10th prince was born, my father didn't even look at him and walked directly outside the hall. Not only the father, but everyone in the entire hall left. It is precisely because of this that an inexplicable seed appears in my heart. He has longed for the attention of everyone since he was a child and has become the target of countless people. He has been confident in preparing articles for half a year, but no one listened to him. This made him feel endless anger. So much so that Xia Qian hated the 10th prince, especially many things that happened later. But until one day, the 10th prince suddenly disappeared, which made Xia Qian feel relieved. I even felt unparalleled joy. The only regret is that the 10th prince did not die, but just disappeared suddenly. Although there are rumors that the 10th prince may have died, Xia Qian didn't believe it very much. After all, he didn't see the corpse and everything was hard to say. But as time passed by little, until he was named the crown prince, and now, Xia Qian has gradually forgotten the 10th prince. But this kind of forgetting is not a heartfelt forgetting. The 10th prince was like a thorn, stuck in his heart. Because that scene left a huge impact on Xia Qian.
He will never forget the scene in which everyone celebrated the birth of the 10th prince in the entire Daxia palace.
That feeling of attention was what he longed for and wanted to have the most in his life. But they were all taken away by others, so he naturally was not convinced and was naturally full of jealousy and hatred. But now, he didn't expect that the 10th prince would actually come back. The 10th prince actually appeared in his own world again. He was scared, completely scared. In the palace, he was not afraid of other princes, nor was he afraid of anything. Because he knew that no matter how many achievements those princes made, what could they do? Can you shake your position? The answer is no. But the 10th prince is different, he really can shake his position.
No wonder. No wonder. No wonder my father said that, wouldn't you dare to change the crown prince if I am the one who was a clan?
Obviously, after all, my father met the 10th prince and wanted to change the crown prince.
Xia Qian's brain was running very fast.
When Taishang Xuanji saw Xia Qian like this, he immediately grabbed Xia Qian's arm.
Prince, remember it very much.
You are the prince, the king of Daxia in the future.
No one can change your father's will. No matter who it is, what you have to do now is to treat it as nothing. In the palace, you can play as much as you want, drink whatever you want, eat whatever you want, and eat whatever you want. Never be stupid or play chess. Your father still wants you to be the emperor, do you know?
The voice of the supreme mystery sounded. He knew everything and knew Emperor Xia's thoughts, so he was constantly comforting Xia Qian, asking him not to be hit hard because of this matter.
In fact, it doesn't matter if you get hit hard. The most important thing is not to do anything randomly.
If you do something randomly, no one can save him. Feeling Taishang's mysterious arm, Xia Qian gradually returned to his calmness.
He took a deep breath. Take a deep breath again.
His body trembled slightly, and in the end he even took out a red pill, which was Ningxian Jade Cluria pill. He swallowed the pill, and after a while, he completely calmed down. His eyes were extremely clear and clean.
Uncle, I understand. No matter whether he is alive or not, I am still the prince.
Since I am the prince, no one can shake it. What I have to do now is to be quiet and do nothing, better than doing anything.
Yeah?
Xia Qian's voice was very calm, not as panic as before. When he saw the scene, Taishang Xuanji was a little silent for some reason.
Xia Qian said it was right, but Taishang Xuanji felt something was wrong.
It is not a good thing that the prince suddenly becomes so calm.
He has a secret. To be precise, the prince has a secret.
Only two people know this secret except the prince himself. One is Taishang Xuanji, and the other is Taishang Xuanji's mother. The secret is that whenever the prince is emotionally stimulated, he will become extremely intelligent in an instant. He will also become extremely calm, just like a person without feelings, extremely intelligent.
Now, the prince is sick.
It is said that the founding emperor of Daxia also had this condition. In the eyes of others, this may be a good thing, but for Taishang Xuanji, it is actually not a good thing. Because at this moment, he couldn't see through Xia Qian.
Uncle, thank you for your hard work this time. Qianer will stay in the palace well, not thinking about it or interfering.
Xia Qian spoke, and his eyes were extremely calm.
Once these words were said, Taishang Xuanji was silent.
He didn't know whether what he said today was right or wrong. But no matter what, he hopes that the prince will not do anything randomly, because the current situation is to respond to all changes with the same method.
Since that's the case, I'll take it back first. Taishang Xuanji didn't say much. He turned and left.
But when he arrived at the door, Xia Qian's voice suddenly sounded again.
Uncle, you support your nephew, right?
His voice rang. This voice stunned Taishang Xuanji.
Because this sentence made him not know how to answer for a while. Are you supporting your nephew?
Obviously, I support my nephew, but with Xia Qian's question, many things inexplicably changed.
But he thought about it and finally gave an answer. I support the prince.
His answer fell and he left the place. I support the prince in this sentence, which has two meanings. If Xia Qian is still the crown prince, he will naturally support it, but if Xia Qian is not the crown prince, it is hard to say. Get this answer. Xia Qian was not angry or displeased at all, but said with a smile on his face. It's easy for uncle to leave. After saying this, he was the only one left in the hall. He seemed a little silent, and he remained silent for a long time. At the same time, Qingyun Sect. Xiao Muxue was really a little depressed. She sat here and watched Yi Ping hold and set off the sword for a whole day. I didn't know what Yi Ping wanted to do. But she was embarrassed to disturb Yi Ping, so she could only wait here quietly. However, Xiao Muxue had already thought about it. If Yi Ping continued like this for another day, she would directly interrupt Yi Ping's strange behavior. Just like this, time passed by little by little. On the cliff behind the sky. It took half a month. In the past half a month, Yi Ping kept holding and setting off his sword again. His eyes were full of confusion. At the beginning, he really couldn't understand anything, but as time passed by, he gradually discovered the mystery of it. But unfortunately, if you want to grab it, you feel like you can't catch it. Yi Ping was very upset, he was extremely upset. 15 days. For 15 days, a normal person would not sleep or drink for 15 days, hold a sword and put it on. He would not know how long it would take. This is not something a normal person can do. Distressed. Distressed. Be obsessed. Be obsessed. Yi Ping felt that his mind was almost blown up, but he just couldn't imagine what the truth contained. At this moment, Yi Ping closed his eyes. This was the first time he closed his eyes in 15 days. First time off. At this moment, Yi Ping even wanted to forget. However, just when Yi Ping closed his eyes, abruptly, a breeze blew. The breeze blew the hair on Yi Ping's forehead. At this moment, Yi Ping suddenly realized. Yi Ping realized it, and suddenly he realized it. The eldest brother did not let himself take the sword and set it on his sword, but let him understand and realize the truth. That's right, it's just to let yourself realize the truth. Want to understand these? First of all, you must understand the meaning of the elder brother letting himself be here, holding a sword and setting a sword. At the beginning, I couldn't understand it and kept holding and setting off the sword. But in fact, the sword that the eldest brother asked him to hold was not the sword in front of him. It's the sword in my heart. Especially what the elder brother said. When holding the sword and setting off the sword, the eldest brother first asked himself to set off the sword. Under normal circumstances, when one person talks to another, is it wrong to ask the other person to pick up the sword first and then let the other person put down the sword? But the eldest brother asked him to put down the sword first and then take the sword. This is the mystery. Let the sword go. Let the sword go. Put down the sword in your heart. What is the sword in the heart? Obsession is the sword in the heart. Thinking of this, Yi Ping took a deep breath and closed his eyes. In my mind, I will forget all the sword techniques crazily. For Thunder sword technique, forget. Tianhe sword technique, forget. Endless sword picture, forget. Yi Ping forgot all these sword techniques. This process was extremely painful, but Yi Ping still forgot everything. A full hour. There was no more swordsmanship in Yi Ping's mind. But he did not choose to practice sword skills directly, but stood up and came again to the sword marks left by Su Changyu. Looking at the extremely modeled sword marks on the ground, Yi Ping closed his eyes again. Now he does not know any swordsmanship, nor does he understand any swordsmanship. He studied again. Forget the sword is a sword that forgets the obsession in the heart. Holding a sword means picking up the supreme sword in your heart. This time, Yi Ping looked at the sword mark again. He was not trying to understand something, but to find his original sword heart. Now, there is another problem before me. There are 30,000 swords. What is the supreme sword? Yi Ping fell into deep thought again. What is the supreme sword? There is the supreme sword intent in the Jin National Academy. Unfortunately, I didn't understand it. At this moment, another breeze blew. At this moment, Yi Ping realized it again.
Senior brother, I understand completely. Under the back cliff. Yi Ping smiled. He completely understood.
I told my senior brother before that I had not understood the supreme sword intent of the Qin National Academy of Sciences. The eldest brother said that he still didn't understand. At the beginning, Yi Ping did not understand the meaning of this sentence. But now Yi Ping completely understood. What the eldest brother said was not because he felt that he had not realized the supreme sword intent, but because he had not understood the meaning of the eldest brother's words. The supreme sword intent is in the Qin State Academy, but not in the Qin State Academy. Yes, the supreme sword intent is in the Qin State Academy, but not in the Qin State Academy. Because the supreme sword intent is everywhere, and there is supreme sword intent everywhere.
It depends on how you understand.
Therefore, the true sword intent is in the world, in the sun and the moon, and in the mountains and rivers. Yi Ping was overjoyed, and he felt a sense of joy of a complete enlightenment.
However, with Yi Ping's joy, an inexplicable wind blew from Qingyun Sect.
Falling leaves were blown up, and ancient trees were rustling.
This is a mountain wind, and the wind is getting stronger and stronger.
From Qingyun Sect, it blows all the way to the entire Qingyun Mountains. Yi Ping was also constantly thinking, he realized it thoroughly. In the world, there is the supreme sword intent. In the sun and the moon, there is the supreme sword intent. Among the mountains and rivers, there is the supreme sword intent. Among the plants and trees, there is the supreme sword intent.
But where is the true supreme sword intent? The answer is, in your heart. Buzzing. Buzzing.
At this moment, a faint golden light filled the surrounding area of Yi Ping, and a flying sword appeared behind him. This flying sword is simple and unpretentious, but it gives people an inexplicable terror.
This is Yi Ping's heart sword.
It is also Yi Ping's supreme sword intent and supreme sword way.
Buzzing.
In the Qingyun Sect, Su Changyu, who was watching the 4 thundersword techniques are almost achieved, suddenly found that the frost white beside him trembled again, which was the sound of the sword.
However, Su Changyu didn't know, but pressed Shuangbai tightly and said with a frown. Want to run?
In the Qingyun Sect, all the swords and weapons are ringing. Not only the Qingyun Sect, but also countless sword weapons in the entire Qingyun Mountains were trembling, and soon, the sword weapons in the entire Baiyun ancient city began to contend. At the back, the swords of the entire Qingzhou also fought. Until the entire Qin state, countless flying swords, whether good or bad, were contending again.
Among the Qin National Academy of Sciences, countless elders and students were also shocked.
They didn't know what had happened, but they felt very powerful. And the swords in their hands were also making noises.
Elder, what happened?
Yes, Elder, what's going on? Why did the sword weapon we are waiting for is arguing for no reason? The students were full of curiosity in their expressions, and they didn't know what had happened.
Even some elders didn't know what was going on.
But Li Jiang knew what happened.
He stood on the cliff and said calmly,
"Our Qin state is about to produce a peerless sword immortal." He chuckled, but one sentence shocked the entire Qin state students.
A peerless sword immortal? What does this mean?
In this way, in less than a stick of incense, all swords and weapons in the entire 10 countries were contending again.
The world was shocked and didn't know what happened. But soon, a strong man came out of Tianjin Pavilion to reveal the truth.
Some people have realized the peerless sword intent and stepped into the most critical first level, and can prove the way of peerless sword immortals in the future. As soon as the news came out, the 10 kingdoms were in an uproar.
What does the peerless sword immortal mean? This means invincibility.
In ancient times, there was a saying of the throne of immortals.
The peerless sword path is an immortal throne.
Whoever becomes a peerless sword immortal is a sword immortal.
In this way, how can the world not be shocked? What does a peerless sword immortal represent?
If you can fight against the 5 dynasties in the world, one person is a country. Of course, this must be a peerless sword immortal, even if it is half a step away. All powerful sword cultivators know that the path to the sword immortal is divided into 3 levels. If you break through the third level, you will be the peerless sword immortal. But not to mention breaking through the third level, even the first level is the realm that countless sword cultivators have always dreamed of. According to legend, the world's #1 sword immortal, the ancient sword immortal, is only at the second level. If you want to break through to the third level, it may not be possible in your life. Now someone has entered the first level of the peerless sword immortal. Naturally, it attracted attention from many parties. In the Great Xia Palace, Emperor Xia sat in the hall, and a man in golden armor knelt in front of him and said, "Reporting to Emperor Xia, Tianjitai divination, there is a young man who has entered the first level of the peerless sword immortal. Its location is near the ancient city of Baiyun in Jin State. Your Majesty, do you want to send someone to investigate?" The man said so. After hearing this, Emperor Xia in the main hall changed slightly. Baiyun ancient city? This. Isn't this the place where Changyu lives? Could it be that this person who has attained enlightenment is the long-term emperor? Even if he is not Changyu, he is probably Changyu's junior brother and junior sister, right? Good. Okay. My son, I really have the resources of the great emperor. Ha 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 ha. Emperor Xia was very calm on the surface, but his heart was filled with laughter. He was very excited. Even extremely excited. His Majesty? The man in golden armor lowered his head and continued to ask, his eyes full of curiosity. Don't know if you want to deal with it. However, Emperor Xia shook his head and spoke. This matter is not to be investigated. Block all information and let Tianji Station disrupt Tianji as soon as possible. Don't let the enemy country notice it. Emperor Xia spoke. Abide by the order. The latter agreed without any hesitation and then left the place. After he left, Emperor Xia was filled with joy in the hall, walking around in the hall, constantly talking to himself. My son has the capital of the great emperor. My son has the capital of the great emperor. Qingyun Sect. The strong wind swept across the Qingyun mountains, and above the sky, dark clouds covered the sky, and lightning and thunder were roaring. If you don't know, you think a strong man is here to survive the tribulation. Xiao Mushue's eyes were full of astonishment. She knew what Yi Ping was doing at the first time. Successful enlightenment. I am about to comprehend the supreme sword intent and step into the first level of the peerless sword path. This kind of thing has happened before. But it seems a bit outrageous when it appears on Yi Ping. Not just outrageous. This is simply incredible. How old is Yi Ping? 24 years old? Furthermore, how many years has Yi Ping cultivated an immortal? It's only half a year, right? Is this too exaggerated? Under normal circumstances, even a peerless sword genius, who took the first step in 3,000 years, felt a little quick. What's more, a 24-year-old man. It's not just him. Not far away, the figure of the ancient sword immortal couldn't help but appear here. He stared at Yi Ping in a daze. A hint of envy appeared in his eyes. End of this chapter. In the cliff behind the sky. Even the ancient sword immortal could not help but show a hint of envy at this time. When he broke through to the first level of the peerless sword immortal, he was already 1,000 years old. But Yi Ping, who was only 24 years old, had already reached the first level. At this growth rate, perhaps one day, Yi Ping could really prove the peerless sword path. Thinking of this, the ancient sword immortal inexplicably wanted to teach Yi Ping some sword skills. But after thinking about it, he finally shook his head. Everyone has their own way. Although their swordsmanship is very powerful, they may not be able to adapt to Yi Ping. Thinking of this, the ancient sword immortal remained silent. And at this moment, the disciples in the sect had already arrived. They could not have noticed the strange phenomena in the back cliff. Now that they came, they found that it was Yi Ping, and they turned around and went back one by one. If it were someone else, they might be really shocked, but if it was Yi Ping, there was nothing to say. Except for Shuizhuan and Lin Bei who were stationed here, the rest came and left. However, Chen Lingru's figure appeared here, but she did not come to find Yi Ping, but to find Gu Jianxian.
Lao Gu, I'm going down the mountain tomorrow. Do you want to give me some advice on my sword skills? Chen Lingru came to ask the ancient sword immortal for some sword technique.
She was in the sect and wanted to learn swordsmanship, but unfortunately, Su Changyu refused to teach her, so Chen Lingru set her sight on the ancient sword immortal.
But what I really didn't expect was that the ancient sword immortal had a few tricks.
If this happened, Chen Lingru would naturally learn from the ancient sword immortal seriously. Now that he is about to go down the mountain, Chen Lingru is still worried that she will encounter trouble after going down the mountain, so she can't help but come to find Gu Jianxian and learn sword skills.
Good.
The ancient sword immortal was as dull as ever. He nodded and then went to give advice to Chen Lingru.
And on the cliff.
The dark clouds and the lightning and thunder made Taoist Taihua not far away feel a little worried. He could see that Yi Ping seemed to have broken through something again and understood that this was a thunder tribulation. This kind of thing touched his blind spot in knowledge. Taoist Taihua knew that it was difficult to overcome the thunder tribulation, but he also knew that people who could overcome the thunder tribulation were not ordinary people. If you stop Yi Ping yourself, it would be bad, so you can only watch from the side.
At the same time, Taoist Taihua couldn't help but murmur in his heart.
God bless you, I wish to use your blessing to resist the disaster of my disciple Yi Ping. Taoist Taihua swears that he is willing to offset Yi Ping's great misfortune with his own good fortune.
Boom!
A thunder fell and slashed towards Yi Ping.
This thunder tribulation contains extremely terrifying energy. This is the thunder tribulation that monks fear the most.
Buzz! The thunder tribulation fell.
At this moment, all the cultivators of the entire Qingyun Sect could no longer calm down. They didn't expect that Yi Ping was overcoming the tribulation.
I thought Yi Ping had just broken through the realm and attracted some strange phenomena in the world. However, now it seems that it is far more than that simple. They exclaimed that even Chen Lingru wanted to watch it, so she would not ask about any swordsmanship.
Don't worry, he can get through it.
However, the sound of the ancient sword immortal sounded, which made Chen Lingru feel a little relieved, so Chen Lingru still followed the ancient sword immortal to learn sword techniques.
Inside the cliff behind the sky.
As the first thunder tribulation struck Yi Ping's body, it did not cause much pain to Yi Ping. On the contrary, Yi Ping only felt numb all over and his mind was blank. His body is too powerful, so the ordinary thunder tribulation has no effect on Yi Ping.
However, this terrifying thunder tribulation was absorbed and swallowed by the Zhulong Immortal Orifice.
The rolling thunder tribulation fell, and the Zhulong Immortal Orifice was moving, turning into 36 spring eyes, and was madly devouring the power of the thunder tribulation.
The energy of this thunder tribulation is extremely terrifying.
Yi Ping did not waste any of this opportunity.
He continued to temper his body with the power of thunder tribulation. Crack!
Yi Ping's body was greatly improved at this moment. The thunder tribulation itself is the most powerful and yang thing between the heaven and earth. And the ancient gods and demons require this kind of strong and yang power.
For monks, if the power of thunder tribulation is used well, it will have indescribable benefits. The power of thunder irrigates the body. Yi Ping's physique transformed in an instant.
The great god and demon body directly reach the middle stage, and the body becomes pure, and the tendons and veins contain indescribable power. But due to the realm issue, although Yi Ping obtained the terrifying power of thunder, his realm was still too low. Until now, it is just a foundation-building realm. Unable to withstand the continuous transformation of the body.
The realm is like a bucket of water, the body and Taoism are like water.
If the bucket does not become larger, then no matter how much water is, it will not be able to bear it. Thinking of this, Yi Ping immediately directed all the thunder power into his body and began to make an ultimate breakthrough. Yi Ping is a foundation-building monk and has now reached the 9th level. With the help of the power of thunder, Yi Ping officially broke through to the Jindan realm.
He has precipitated for enough time and does not need to continue precipitation. If he precipitates, there will be no great benefit.
In this way, Yi Ping's realm cultivation is also changing.
At the end, a 9-colored lotus appeared in Yi Ping's dantian.
The lotus is spread out, with 9 different colors, which look beautiful, and among the lotus, a white golden elixir appears. There are 9 lotus holes inside the lotus, which means that 9 golden elixirs can be nurtured. This is Yi Ping's golden pill realm. As the golden elixir appeared, a powerful aura also swept across the entire Baiyun ancient city. Yi Ping's mana has also been greatly improved. Everything will come naturally. If there is no thunder tribulation, Yi Pingwan can break through to the golden pill realm within half a year in less than half a year. Now with the help of the thunder tribulation, Yi Ping saved more than half a year to directly condense the golden elixir. Enter the realm of golden elixir. In the cliff behind the sky. Behind Yi Ping, a lotus appeared, and above the lotus, a white golden elixir gradually emerged. Xiaomuxue, not far away, didn't know what to say when she saw this scene. She was not surprised to break through the golden elixir. After all, there were many geniuses she had seen. Some geniuses have condensed the golden elixir at less than 10 years old. But Yi Ping's golden elixir is different. It is not an ordinary golden elixir, but an extremely special golden elixir, which makes people shocked. She knew very clearly that Yi Pingkai had just entered the golden pill realm, but the power contained was probably not weaker than that of the nascent soul cultivator. Boom! Soon, the second thunder tribulation struck down. With the breakthrough of the realm, Yi Ping can completely withstand a powerful body. At this moment, the ancient gods and demon bodies also reached the late stage of the great gods and demon bodies. Although it is only a small improvement, the physical improvement is extremely terrible. Every small improvement is a huge transformation. But I have to say one thing, the power of thunder is worthy of being the purest yang energy between heaven and earth. Just the second thunder power allowed Yi Ping to break through to the late stage of the great god's demon body. Under normal circumstances, you can break through to the later stage after practicing for 10 years. It is difficult to rely on external forces to understand the state of mind, but the physique is different from the Tao. Boom! As the third thunder fell, Yi Ping's body, like a glaze, looks unparalleled and brilliant. It is also true that Yi Ping's great god and demon body directly reaches the great perfection. Great perfection of the great god and demon body. One step further, you can break through to the supreme god and demon body, and at that time, it will be a brand new realm. However, it is extremely difficult to cross this state. It is naturally not enough to rely on this level of thunder tribulation. Therefore, at the critical moment, Yi Ping did not continue to guide the power of thunder to cultivate his body, but instead opened the Candle Dragon Immortal Orbit. There are only 36 immortal orifices of Zhulong. This is obviously insufficient. Yi Ping guided the thunder tribulation and practiced the Candle Dragon Immortal Orifice, and soon one Candle Dragon Immortal Orifice after another was opened. 38. 45. 56. 63. 72. It doubled. This is the energy given by the third thunder tribulation. The Zhulong Immortal Orifice now has 72, representing 72 times the speed of cultivation, and a method has also appeared in Yi Ping's mind. Candle Dragon Handprint. He opened up the 36 Candle Dragon Immortal Orbits and obtained the Candle Dragon Ancient Seal. Now that the 72 Candle Dragon Immortal Orifices have been opened, Yi Ping has once again obtained this new magical power of Taoism. Candle Dragon Handprint. Unlike the ancient Zhulong Seal, the ancient Zhulong Seal increases its strength, while the great Zhulong Seal is a kind of attacking magical power, evolves Zhulong and suppresses the enemy. Boom! The fourth thunder fell. Yi Ping stopped and continued to explore the Candle Dragon Immortal Orbit. The 72 Candle Dragon Fairy Orifices are enough for the time being. Nothing can be done too quickly and needs to be progressive step by step. Just about it. If you just pursue it too quickly, it will easily lead to unstable foundations. The fourth thunder fell, and Yi Ping used it to stabilize his cultivation. Soon, the fifth thunder fell. This seemed to be the last thunder, containing even more powerful power than the previous 4 thunders. It was 1 meter thick, falling from the sky, and thunder arcs splashed everywhere, flooding Yi Ping. The last thunder tribulation. Yi Ping did not resist or guide the thunder tribulation practice, but realized the thunder tribulation. When the thunder tribulation struck the body, Yi Ping felt an indescribable feeling, not pain or discomfort, but a complete enlightenment. It was also the last thunder tribulation that Yi Ping had completely realized the sword in his heart. A sword intent appeared around Yi Ping. This is Yi Ping's supreme sword intent. This sword intent has no moves or contains any magical powers, but it represents Yi Ping's spiritual sword, physical sword, and magical sword. The unity of energy and spirit is the sword intent of the supreme heart. A sword intent, a sword technique can break all the techniques. At this moment, Yi Ping also officially entered the first level of the peerless sword immortal. Supreme sword intent. Mastering the supreme sword intent, Yi Ping is almost invincible above the sword path. If the enemy does not master the sword intent, then facing Yi Ping, no matter how strong his attainments in the sword path are, he can defeat one move. This is Yi Ping's supreme sword intent. Each supreme sword intent is different. Yi Ping's supreme sword intent emphasizes the breakthrough of all methods with one sword. At this time, all the light of vision disappeared. On the back cliff, Yi Ping showed a satisfied smile. What he guessed was correct. If he returned to the sect, he would become stronger. How long has it been since I came back? I have realized the supreme sword intent and improved my physical body and Taoist magical powers a lot. Can this be done in the 10 Kingdoms Academy? Isn't Yi Ping blindly arrogant? He even thought that even in the Daxia Academy, could anyone compare with Su Changyu? Senior brother, you will always be a god. Just as Yi Ping's face was full of joy, a scent of fragrance came into his nose. Soon, a beautiful figure appeared in front of Yi Ping. It was Xiao Mushue's figure. Senior sister? Yi Ping was a little surprised. He didn't expect that the first person to come to see him was his senior sister Xiao Mushue. What? You seem to be very unhappy when you see me? Xiao Mushue spoke, and said in a very lazy tone. No. Senior sister, I'm happy, very happy. Yi Ping forced a smile. But this smile made Xiao Mushue feel a little angry. I don't know what you think. I am so Sankyu, you are not moved. Alas, you can't hang out with your senior brother all day long? Xiao Mushue said with some grief. After saying this, Yi Ping became a little depressed. Come again. As long as you meet your senior sister, you will never be able to find the wheel of the car. Sister, what you said? Yi Ping cried and didn't know how to answer. Okay, I won't tease you anymore. Xiao Mushue chuckled, then said with an extremely serious expression. My junior brother, what's wrong with you next? Xiao Mushue spoke and asked Yi Ping if he had anything to do in the future. Have. Yi Ping immediately answered that he had a lot of things to do next. What's up? Xiao Mushue asked, with a look of doubt on her extremely beautiful face. The elder brother and the others also want to preach the Dharma to me. During this period, I will study the Dharma well. Yi Ping answered this. Just as he said this, Xiao Mushue shook her head and then slowly spoke. Those trashers pass on your Taoism, it's better not to learn it. But senior sister is not a domineering person. I will give you 3 months to prepare. 3 months later, senior sister will come to you for something. Xiao Mushue spoke and said so. But she also gave Yi Ping time, 3 months. Sister, can you tell me what's going on first? Yi Ping said curiously. Go to work. Xiao Mushue didn't make it clear, but just mentioned it in a vague way. Work? Who is the work? The curiosity in Yi Ping's eyes became even heavier. What kind of work is it? But as soon as she said this, Xiao Mushue couldn't help but chuckled. It was obvious that she could hear what Yi Ping said meant. Who do you think life is? As she spoke, she sat directly in front of Yi Ping with a smile on her face, and at the same time, her green jade hand slowly stretched out, making Yi Ping's heart beat faster. Who can withstand this? Bang! The next moment, Yi Ping's forehead hurt. It was Xiao Mushue's bullet. In an instant, all the fantasies were shattered.
Yi Ping rubbed his forehead, and Xiao Muxue continued to speak. This time, senior sister comes to you. It is a special training. You must remember that this special training, competitions of different sects, may really see blood, so in these 3 months, you can learn whatever you can, otherwise 3 months later, you will be in danger and your senior sister will not be able to protect your safety. Xiao Muxue said with great serious expression. She wanted to take Yi Ping to the Immortal King ruins, but before she went, she planned to give Yi Ping some special training. After all, in her eyes, Yi Ping was still a flower in the greenhouse after all. She had experienced several dangers, but she did not really get in touch with this world of fairy tale. Yi Ping didn't know many things. The road to immortality is harder than that of climbing to the blue sky. Now that Yi Ping has broken through to the Golden Dan realm, she has no hesitation and asked Yi Ping to go to special training. Looking at Xiao Muxue with serious faces, Yi Ping also realized that his senior sister was really asking her for something. Senior sister, but master said, I have been in great danger recently, so I don't want to go down the mountain, this? Yi Ping spoke. He was not afraid of any special training, mainly because Taoist Taihua said before that he had a great sign of evil, so try not to go down the mountain. Do you believe in the leaders cheating? Xiao Muxue said angrily. I believe it, senior sister. Yi Ping nodded honestly. For a moment, Xiao Muxue fell silent. She didn't know how to explain the hexagram of Taoist Taihua. Okay, it takes about 3 months, you can prepare yourself. Also, good fortune and misfortune are hard to hide, and staying in the sect may not be a good thing. In short, you won't not listen to the senior sister, right? Xiao Muxue had nothing to say, so she directly used her senior sister's identity to suppress Yi Ping. At the end of this, Yi Ping really dared not disobey his senior sister. But thinking that there are still 3 months left, Yi Ping nodded and agreed. Looking at Yi Ping who agreed, Xiao Muxue was very satisfied. He patted Yi Ping on the shoulder and said, But don't be afraid. If you can really help your senior sister this time, your senior sister will definitely give you benefits. Xiao Muxue said this, and she didn't ask Yi Ping for help in vain. Benefits? What's the benefit? When Yi Ping heard the benefits, he immediately felt energetic. He naturally doesn't care about the benefits of ordinary people, but Yi Ping must care about the benefits of senior sister. What are the benefits? Do you want to give you the senior sister? As long as you can help your senior sister complete this matter, can you let you do whatever you want? Xiao Muxue chuckled, but her voice seemed lazy and charming, which made Yi Ping unable to withstand it. Yi Ping, It's coming again, it's coming again. Can you not play this? Yi Ping was silent. Xiao Muxue couldn't help but drink a sip of wine and patted Yi Ping on the head, saying angrily, I really don't know what's in your mind. Your senior sister is the fairy that countless men dream of. Why do you dislike it when you give it to you for free? Xiao Muxue said angrily. Sister, don't make trouble. Yi Ping lowered his head, really not knowing what to say. Okay, my senior sister has been in the sect for 3 months. You'll be very cautious. Xiao Muxue said so. As the voice fell, she also stood up and left. Wait until Xiao Muxue leaves. Suddenly, a sound rang out. It was Su Luochen's voice. Little junior brother. Su Luochen's voice sounded. Call yourself not far away. Hear you. Yi Ping was a little curious and didn't know what the second senior brother was asking him to do, but he followed him immediately. Soon, Yi Ping discovered it. Not just the second senior brother. The eldest brother, the third brother, the fourth brother, the fifth brother, and the younger sister Chen Lingru all gathered here. There seems to be something big. End of this chapter. Cliff in front of the blue clouds. Yi Ping walked over quickly. His eyes were full of curiosity, and he looked at Su Chanyu and others. He didn't know what was going on, and his eyes were full of curiosity. Second brother, what's wrong? With Yi Ping's arrival, Su Luochen couldn't help but speak. My junior brother, your senior sister is down the mountain for the first time today. Let's take her down the mountain together,
and you can accompany your senior brother to participate in the alchemist assessment. Su Luochen spoke and said the purpose of calling Yi Ping.
Alchemist assessment?
At this moment, Yi Ping was a little curious.
Yi Ping was not curious about Chen Lingru going down the mountain.
I have heard of it before, but Yi Ping had to be surprised when he was assessed by the alchemist.
Second brother, with your current alchemy skills, do you still need to participate in this kind of assessment? Yi Ping knew about the alchemist assessment, but he felt that the alchemist of Su Luochen still needed to participate in the assessment.
When Su Luochen heard this, he did not seem to be panicked. On the contrary, he seemed to have been ready and couldn't help but speak slowly. My younger brother, my senior brother has indeed reached the peak of alchemy, but my senior brother always feels that there are still some shortcomings, so he plans to start over and experience the life of an ordinary alchemist. Su Luochen spoke, which seemed extremely natural, and this answer seemed even more unfathomable.
I understand, second senior brother, you are truly a peerless alchemist.
Once this was said, Yi Ping naturally understood the truth.
To put it bluntly, isn't it just to rebuild? Therefore, Yi Ping naturally admired that since ancient times, recultivists have had great perseverance, great wisdom and great courage. After all, isn't it a manifestation of great wisdom and great courage to let a monk who was already at the top practice again?
Although it is an elixir, Yi Ping still has to admire Su Luochen. After Su Luochen looked at Yi Ping with a sudden enlightenment, he couldn't help but continue to say the next words. However, this time, my senior brother intends to forget everything and take the assessment in another way.
Perhaps this method is incomprehensible to ordinary people and cannot even pass the assessment.
But my senior brother is still willing to give it a try, and it is considered to be a different path for later alchemists. No matter whether it is failure or success, at least he has made some efforts. Su Luochen's voice seemed very calm, but behind this calmness was full of tragedy, as if he went to participate in the alchemist assessment for not himself, but for the people of the world. After seeing this scene, Su Changyu and others couldn't help but show strange eyes. Especially Su Changyu, he really didn't expect that his junior brother would become so powerful if he didn't see him for a while.
I really deserve my junior brother. Wang Zhuoyu, Shuizhuan and Lin Bei couldn't help but complain, feeling that Su Luochen was gradually transforming.
However, Chen Lingru didn't care what Su Luochen said. After all, she was very nervous now.
How could she not be nervous when she actually went down the mountain for the first time? What if you encounter an enemy after getting off the mountain? What if you encounter trouble when you get off the mountain? What if I encounter someone robbed me when I get off the mountain?
In short, in Chen Lingru's eyes, everything at the foot of the mountain was very scary.
Okay, it's getting late.
Junior sister, let's go down the mountain together. At this moment, Su Changyu's voice sounded. He turned his back to everyone, wearing a robe of thousands of miles of blue clouds, with an endless style.
He was extremely handsome and put on such clothes. It's hard not to attract attention.
As Su Changyu spoke, everyone followed him away from Qingyun Sect. However, Yi Ping did not go down the mountain.
Little brother, why don't you leave?
Su Luochen was a little curious. This time he asked Yi Ping to go there with him, and he also had a purpose, and he kept teaching Yi Ping those strange alchemy techniques.
He couldn't make it up every time.
It would be better to let Yi Ping start from the basics and he could set an example. A few more words, the truth is simple, wouldn't it be pleasant? But unexpectedly, Yi Ping didn't leave, which made Su Luochen a little curious. Second brother, master said that I have been in great danger recently, so I can't go down the mountain without any trouble. Yi Ping spoke. He actually wanted to follow Su Luochen. But when Yi Ping thought of the instructions from Taoist Tai Hua, it was difficult for him to leave. After saying this, Su Luochen couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief, thinking that it was something.
It's okay, the leader's cheating usually comes from the opposite side. It's actually a good thing to say that you have a big bad luck. What do you think?
Su Luochen spoke, looking very casual.
Everyone's first reaction felt that what Su Luochen said was very reasonable. But the next moment, everyone saw a figure. It was Taoist Tai Hua. After everyone saw Taoist Tai Hua, they couldn't help but speak one by one. Second brother, what are you talking about? Yes, the master's cheating has always been very accurate. I wonder what you are talking about. Second junior brother, why are you slandering others for nothing?
Wang Zhuoyu, Chen Lingru, and Su Changyu spoke one after another, and Lin Bei even gave Su Luochen a look. Unfortunately, Su Luochen did not understand the meaning, but instead felt that everyone had taken the wrong medicine.
What are you talking about? Master's cheating is both stinky and rebellious. Did he calculate that time? No, you are also shameless in order to be the head?
My junior brother, our Qingyun Sect has an iron rule. We would rather believe in ghosts than believe in master's worries.
And you, fifth junior brother, why are you constantly winking? If you are sick, take medicine?
Su Luochen was a little unhappy. What I told the truth is that you scold me more fiercely than me on weekdays.
Why do you say to me in reverse? Seeing Su Luochen keep trying to death, everyone was silent. There is nothing to say. Some people want to die and can't hold back. Just when Su Luochen looked dissatisfied,
a voice couldn't help but sound slowly.
Luochen, I didn't expect that my teacher would be so unbearable in your heart. Taoist Taihua's voice seemed extremely low, and he had already come behind Su Luochen.
The sound sounded, making Su Luochen tremble all over. He looked at everyone, and everyone naturally ignored Su Luochen. Anyway, everything he should say was Su Luochen himself trying to kill him.
There is nothing they can do.
My junior brother, my senior brother was just talking nonsense.
In fact, I am just jealous of my master's talent and my skills.
You must not take it seriously.
Master, can you listen to my explanation?
Su Luochen turned around and looked at Taoist Taihua, his eyes full of desire to survive.
Master, leave it to us, don't dirty your hands. My junior brother, go dig a hole.
Wang Zhuoyu and Shuizhuan also spoke.
Okay, don't mess around.
What everyone did not expect was that Taoist Taihua was not angry, but instead said, telling everyone not to continue making trouble.
Immediately afterwards, Taoist Taihua patted Su Luochen on the shoulder and said, Luochen, if you go down the mountain this time, if you fail the alchemist assessment, buy more ingots and candles yourself, do you know?
The Taoist Taihua smiled and said without a smile, which made Su Luochen even more panicked. He could naturally hear the meaning of this sentence and became clearer that his master was playing the game this time. However, Taoist Taihua came here this time not for anything else, but came to Yi Ping specifically. Pinger, my teacher has offset your great bad luck with his own good sign.
The so-called good and bad luck depend on each other. Now that you are in great danger, you will follow these senior brothers down the mountain this time. Maybe there will be opportunities and luck. Taoist Taihua came here this time to explain this matter.
As soon as he said this, Yi Ping was happy first, and then he couldn't help but feel a little worried.
Master, you have offset the signs of great danger for me, then aren't you going to be in danger?
Yi Ping was indeed very happy at first, but when he thought about it carefully, Master offsets the great misfortune for himself and turns bad luck into good fortune, but what about Master himself? Pinger, for the past 6 months, my teacher has not taught you anything or given you anything.
This fortune is regarded as a teacher apprenticeship.
Then it is, in this life of being a teacher, we have not only encountered a crisis.
Don't worry about being a teacher. Remember, you must seize the next opportunity and don't let what you do to be a teacher be wasted.
Taoist Taihua spoke, feeling like he was sacrificing himself as a human being. Yi Ping was extremely moved. As for Su Changyu and others, their eyes were all strange, and they didn't believe this nonsense.
This is almost the same as deceiving Yi Ping.
At this moment, Su Changyu's voice suddenly rang.
Okay, Master, it's getting late. We're leaving.
If we delay time, the younger sister will not be able to reach Baiyun Ancient City before dark.
Su Changyu spoke and interrupted Taihua Taoist pretending. Taoist Taihua couldn't help but nodded. He knew the right way.
If it were later, Chen Lingru would indeed have to sleep on the street.
Okay, you go, Changyu, you can send your junior sister to the foot of the mountain and come back. I have something to say for you for your teacher.
Taoist Taihua spoke and asked Su Changyu to come back early, and he had something to say. Good. Su Changyu didn't say much, and took everyone away directly. Since his great evil sign has disappeared, Yi Ping is naturally willing to follow Su Luochen. If you can learn something, wouldn't it be a big profit? In this way, everyone gradually left Qingyun Dao sect. Taoist Taihua silently stared at the backs of everyone. He paused on Chen Lingru for a while, then stayed on Yi Ping for a while, and finally his eyes remained on Su Changyu. At this time, in the Qingyun Mountains, Yi Ping's voice sounded, breaking the tranquility. Senior brother, I realized it. In the mountains, Yi Ping opened his mouth and came to Su Changyu and said so. The voice sounded, and everyone's eyes couldn't help but fall on Yi Ping. Especially Su Changyu, he was thinking about what the head of the sect was looking for him to do. Su Changyu was stunned when he suddenly heard Yi Ping say this. Ha! Enlightenment? What have you realized? Junior brother, don't talk nonsense? I really didn't teach you anything this time? Su Changyu was a little confused. What did you realize? However, no matter how shocked Su Changyu was, he was still very curious and didn't know what Yi Ping had realized. Senior brother, you asked me to put down the sword and hold the sword because I wanted me to put down the sword of obsession in my heart and pick up the sword of supreme will. My junior brother was ignorant at the beginning and could not understand what you meant, but fortunately, at the critical moment, my junior brother realized that he had now condensed the supreme sword intent. Yi Ping said slightly modestly. Su Changyu? Su Luochen? Wang Zhuoyu? Everyone was a little confused. Can they understand the supreme sword intent? Especially Su Changyu. He asked Yi Ping to take the sword and release the sword, just to pass Yi Ping's time, and he insisted on letting Yi Ping understand what he meant. It is to tell Yi Ping that we monks are afraid of those who are afraid of those who are holding the sword, and those who are putting down the sword are also afraid of those who are afraid of those who are putting down the sword, so we must condense the sword intent as soon as possible. But what I didn't expect was that Yi Ping could actually understand what obsession or not. Junior brother, I will always be a god. Well, it's pretty good. When you come back this time, your senior brother will teach you the next swordsmanship. Su Changyu had nothing to say, anyway, he was already used to it. Thank you, senior brother. Yi Ping was overjoyed. At most, he went down the mountain to accompany his second senior brother, and he would not go anywhere else. Naturally, he would not have to go back to the sect after a long time. Therefore, Yi Ping was very happy. Soon, after a stick of incense. At the foot of Qingyun Daozong Mountain, Su Changyu sent his junior sister to the foot of the mountain and turned around and left. He has something to do, so he sent it here. Wang Zhuoyu will be sent to Baiyun Ancient City and will go back. As for Shuizhuan and Lin Bei, they had to send their junior sister to Qingchang Ancient City before they could come back. After all, this is the first time that the junior sister has gone down the mountain, so it is naturally more grand. Who made Qingyun Dao sect have only one junior sister? After Su Changyu left, everyone also walked towards Baiyun Ancient City. Another stick of incense. Su Changyu is back. Taoist Taihua has been waiting for him on the mountain, which made Su Changyu feel inexplicably serious. I've met Master. Su Changyu spoke, and he looked at Taoist Taihua, his eyes full of curiosity. Changyu, follow me. Taoist Taihua didn't say anything and walked straight into the hall. After a while, Su Changyu walked into the hall. Master, what's the matter? Su Changyu looked at Taoist Taihua curiously, not knowing what he wanted to say. In the hall, Taoist Taihua was silent, seemingly a little reluctant to speak but stop. After a while, he finally sighed and spoke slowly. Changyu, I don't know if I should say it. Taoist Taihua seemed a little hesitant. Master, just tell me if you have something to do. How many funds have you bought? Su Changyu said this. When Taoist Taihua said this, he felt a little depressed. Why are you involved in funds again? It's not this. Taoist Taihua spoke and said so. What the hell is that? Master, why do you like to play this too?
Su Qingyu was really a little depressed and didn't understand what he meant. However, at this moment, Taoist Taihua spoke. Changyu, do you want to know about your biological parents? Taoist Taihua spoke. Just say this. Like a thunder, it exploded in Su Changyu's mind. However, Su Changyu looked very calm on the surface. After a while, Su Changyu spoke slowly. Master, how much silver do you owe? Su Changyu asked seriously with his eyes full of seriousness. End of this chapter. In the Qingyun Hall. Taoist Taihua seemed a little depressed. I finally got the courage to talk about such a thing to him, but Su Changyu didn't believe it? For a moment, Taoist Taihua felt a little uncomfortable. He could feel that Su Changyu did not believe in him at all. Long Yang, don't make trouble. After sighing, Taoist Taihua spoke, with 4 simple words, and in an instant, Su Changyu's expression changed slightly. To be honest, Su Changyu really thought that Taoist Taihua wanted to tease him, and even Su Changyu thought that Taoist Taihua was owed a lot of debts and wanted to let himself run away and break away from his master-disciple relationship. But seeing Taoist Taihua speak like this, Su Changyu knew that he was serious. Master, why are you talking about this? Su Changyu spoke. He was a little curious, but his expression, as well as his unique temperament, made him look very calm. Well. Taoist Taihua sighed again. He had sighed several times in a row, making the atmosphere gradually but heavy and serious. Changyu, please answer the question of being a teacher seriously. Do you want to meet your biological parents? Taoist Taihua spoke and said so. He asked Su Changyu again if he wanted to meet his biological parents. But Su Changyu couldn't help but speak. Master, in Xingzhou, my disciple's parents were already dead in that disaster. Why are you asking your disciple this question again? Could it be that the master has found his disciple's biological parents? Su Changyu's tone was very calm. Taoist Taihua told his life story since he was a child that his parents died in the troubles of Qingzhou and are no longer in the world. But more than 20 years have passed. Taoist Taihua suddenly said again, whether to want to see his biological parents is really a bit confused. So he was very curious and looked at Taoist Taihua. Well. This was the 3rd time that Taoist Taihua sighed. His expression seemed extremely entangled and his eyes were full of hesitation. There is a feeling that I want to tell Su Changyu, but I don't want to tell Su Changyu. This desire to speak but stop Su Changyu couldn't help but frown in his heart. However, at the end, Taoist Taihua shook his head and said, Forget it, Changyu, I will tell you the truth. Finally, Taoist Taihua spoke, and then slowly spoke. Changyu, my teacher told you since childhood that you were drifting with a wooden basin during the Qingzhou disaster, right? Taoist Taihua spoke. Kindness. Su Changyu nodded. This is indeed what Taoist Taihua often said, and it is also his life experience. The next moment, Taoist Taihua continued to speak. Actually, you are indeed floating in the torrent, and I will always remember that day. The 2 cultivators in the Yuanshan realm fought hard because of a treasure. The magical passage method shattered mountains and broke mountains. In the end, the protection formation of Tinghuang Ancient River was smashed, resulting in the Great Hong in Qingzhou, with countless casualties and injuries. That year, the master had just inherited the Qingyun Sect. Taoist Taihua spoke, talking about the past. Su Changyu listened quietly, silently. The flood is ruthless. How many people die in the flood? Not only the flood, but also many water monsters in rebellion. Whether it is the people or the monks, there are corpses and souls everywhere in Qingzhou. And under such circumstances, you are lying in a wooden basin, coming along the torrent, appearing in front of the teacher safely. At that moment, my teacher knew that you are not an ordinary person with great luck. Later your growth also confirmed the guess of being a teacher. You are too handsome and have a unique temperament. Although your cultivation is mediocre, your swordsmanship qualifications are not good enough. But I believe that one day, you will be famous in the world. Taoist Taihua said seriously. Su Changyu. In the hall, Su Changyu was a little depressed. What does it mean to have an ordinary cultivation?
What else is that if you have poor qualifications in swordsmanship? Master, don't slander people with blood. Su Changyu was filled with depression. Master, you have said so much, where are my biological parents? Where are they? Su Changyu didn't understand what Taoist Taihua said so much. What exactly did he want to express? So I couldn't help but ask straight to the point. Don't worry, let me finish my words. Taoist Taihua glanced at Su Changyu with some anger, and then continued to speak. Actually, after I picked you up, I encountered something. But my teacher has never told you about this. At that time, after I picked you up, I had a dream that night, and I dreamed that someone told me. Your life experience involves too much. Once revealed, it will cause bloody storms in the entire world of immortal cultivation, but you may also obtain supreme fortune because of it and become the emperor of heaven, earth and humanity from now on. Taoist Taihua said this and seemed extremely serious. And when he heard this, Su Changyu was completely silent. Damn. I stood in the hall for almost half an hour, but that was the end? Return to the emperor of heaven, earth and human? Master, have you taken the wrong medicine? Or do you regard me as your junior brother? Do you think I will believe such nonsense? No one really believes in such nonsense like you, right? Su Changyu wanted to vomit. Although he liked to pretend to be awkward, he didn't like to pretend to be awkward. In order to encourage himself or praise him, Taoist Taihua made up such a disgusting story, which Su Changyu really couldn't stand it. Return to the emperor of heaven, earth and human? He wanted to vomit a little. Although he is also narcissistic on weekdays and thinks that he may be the reincarnation of an immortal, this kind of personal fantasy is also normal. Who has never daydreamed? But the problem is that this kind of daydream is inexplicably uncomfortable when Su Changyu said it from others. He even directly thought that Taoist Taihua regarded himself as his junior brother, and wanted to use this method to make himself stronger. But the problem is, I can't learn this. Furthermore, who would believe this story? The story I wrote for my junior brother is at least somewhat logical. But the problem is that the story compiled by Taoist Taihua has no logic at all. It's too forced and too abrupt. Master, if you don't talk about the key points, I'll leave. Su Changyu had nothing to say, so he spoke directly and looked at Taoist Taihua. If Taoist Taihua is still talking about it here, he will leave directly. Don't you believe what my teacher said? However, what surprised Taoist Taihua was that Su Changyu didn't believe what he said. Su Changyu did not answer, but the indifferent strangeness in his eyes represented everything. No, Changyu, although I have deceived you several times, I really didn't deceive you this time. Taoist Taihua was indeed a little surprised. He thought that after Su Changyu heard what he said, he would be shocked immediately, and then awaken and start a counterattack life. But unexpectedly, Su Changyu didn't respond at all and felt that he was lying to others. Master, you swear that no word of what you said is false? I swear to the future of Qingyun Sect, but I didn't lie to me. Su Changyu spoke and looked at Taoist Taihua. When Taoist Taihua was said this, he was slightly stunned. Things are true, but if a word is true, it is impossible. He really wanted to conspire to teach Yi Ping the method to teach Su Changyu. I want to deceive Su Changyu and stimulate Su Changyu's potential. If it can really stimulate some potential, wouldn't it be a one-time victory? But unexpectedly, he didn't fool Su Changyu. Master, don't go around the corner. Just tell me what you have to do. It's been half an hour to talk about it. You are not tired, I'm tired. Su Changyu looked at Taoist Taihua. He was a little depressed and didn't know what Taoist Taihua wanted to say. This was a bend that had been around for half an hour, so I could say whatever I had. Okay. I won't lie to you as a teacher. I ask you, do you still remember the two people you brought to you a few days ago? At this moment, Taoist Taihua finally spoke directly and did not continue to make a move. You mean Lao Xia and Lao Xian? Su Changyu was a little curious. Kindness. Taoist Taihua nodded. What's wrong with them? Su Changyu became even more curious. I guess the two you brought last time are afraid that you know your life experience. Taoist Taihua spoke and said very seriously. Know my life experience? This time, it was Su Changyu's turn to be surprised. Master, what do you say? Su Changyu asked curiously. He actually didn't care much about his biological parents. If you have feelings, there is no feelings. If you want to say that you have no feelings, you have thought about it occasionally. Su Changyu's idea was very simple. If his biological parents were really alive, he would meet him, but if his biological parents were not in this world, he would have stopped this thought, and occasionally burning some ingots and candles was considered as comfort. This is what Su Changyu thought. At this time, Su Changyu looked at Taoist Taihua curiously, not understanding why Taoist Taihua felt that Lao Xia and Lao Xian knew their life experience. I ask you, how much is the value of the clothes you are wearing? Taoist Taihua spoke and pointed at the clothes on Su Changyu. Well. When talking about this dress, Su Changyu was slightly silent. He didn't know whether to tell the truth. 5,000 top-grade spirit stones. Su Changyu spoke. He decided not to tell the truth. 5,000 taels of gold? Why are you really willing to bear it? 5,000 top-grade spirit stones? However, after Su Changyu spoke, Taoist Taihua subconsciously thought it was 5,000 taels of gold. He was about to scold Su Changyu a little, but suddenly realized that what Su Changyu said was not 5,000 taels of gold. But there are 5,000 top-grade spirit stones. This made Taoist Taihua stunned for a moment. 5,000 top-grade spirit stones. What is this concept? He can't use so many spirit stones for his whole life, right? Taoist Taihua was stunned. Looking at Taoist Taihua's face full of confusion, Su Changyu was very glad that he didn't tell the truth. After half a quarter of an hour, Taoist Taihua came back to his senses and looked at Su Changyu. Changyu, then you are 90% sure that you are sure those two people know your life experience. Before, Taoist Taihua was only 50% sure, but after hearing that the clothes were actually worth 5,000 top-grade spirit stones, he was now 10% sure. I think Lao Xia and Lao Xian must know Su Changyu's identity. Even. A new idea appeared in the mind of Taoist Taihua. Master, why? Su Changyu asked with a frown. Changyu, you are really a mystery to the authorities. Taoist Taihua spoke and continued. Changyu, don't think about it carefully. When we meet by chance, why do they give you such a precious thing? You don't really think that they think you are handsome, right? Taoist Taihua spoke and said this. Isn't it? Su Changyu was a little curious. He really thought the other party thought he was handsome. Taoist Taihua, Master, but he said he had a daughter and wanted his daughter to marry me, so he gave me so many clothes. Su Changyu continued to explain and inform Taoist Taihua. However, Taoist Taihua smiled coldly and said nothing, which made Su Changyu silent. Master, you continue. Su Changyu spoke and asked Taoist Taihua to continue speaking. He gave you something for no reason, obviously it had a purpose. I have said before that your life experience is definitely not ordinary. So my teacher concluded that they must know your identity, so they came to please you on purpose. Taoist Taihua said this, every word is gems. Su Changyu suddenly realized what he said. Yes, Master, you continue. Su Changyu nodded, thinking that what Taoist Taihua said was very reasonable. At the beginning, I thought they knew your identity. But as I knew that this piece of clothing was worth 5,000 top-grade spirit stones, I thought that things might not be that simple. Taoist Taihua seemed unfathomable. This made Su Changyu even more curious. Master, how complicated can it be? Su Changyu was very curious. I think one of those two people may be your father. Taoist Taihua spoke. A word made Su Changyu stunned in place like thunder. He stood there in a daze, because after thinking about it carefully, it seemed that he really felt that way. Master, don't say that, these two people often ask whether my parents are alive. Su Changyu spoke and said so. That's right. They either know your background very well, or one of them is your biological father. In this world, only fathers are so generous to their sons. And, as my teacher, I feel that Lao Xian should be your father. Taoist Taihua is full of firm Taoism. As soon as he said this, Su Chinyu couldn't help but start to think about it carefully. Yes, master, I also think that Lao Xian looks at me if you have something to do and you don't know what you are thinking. Is he my biological father? But why, he doesn't recognize me? Su Changyu spoke, and a hint of suspicion appeared in his eyes. Since you are your biological father, why don't you recognize yourself when you see yourself? Changyu, where is the wrong place for parents in this world? He may have his own difficulties if he doesn't see you. Taoist Taihua said this. Doubt? What's the problem? I don't even recognize my own son? Su Changyu was puzzled. This. Oh, forget it, just say it. Chanyu, you are likely to be an illegitimate child. Taoist Taihua spoke. At that moment, Su Chanyu was stunned. Recommend a very good novel. My filial piety has deteriorated. Introduction. Traveling through the Jinling continent, Xiaoran became the personal disciple of a generation of female Zunling Zhouyue. He was bound to the strongest filial piety system. He could become stronger as long as he fulfilled his filial piety to his master. He used the food fairy wine to corrupt master's body, used novels and comics to corrupt her soul, and fleece on master day and night. Finally one day, this beautiful female master who wanted to take advantage of her disciple found that she had been fleeced by her disciple and scolded him with a red face. Mystery, your filial piety has deteriorated. End of this chapter. In the Qingyun Hall. Su Changyu was a little confused. Illegitimate child? What does this mean? Looking at Su Changyu's confusion, Taoist Taihua nodded and said. Yes, it's just an illegitimate child. Taoist Taihua nodded seriously, and his expression seemed even more certain. Master, where did you see this? Su Changyu said curiously. I can't tell this. Changyu, think about it yourself. If this Lao Xian is really your biological father, then it will prove that his family is pretty good. Since it's good, why should I abandon you? There is only one possibility. You are his illegitimate son. He dare not say it, so he abandoned you. Now he has become a success. If he accidentally finds you, isn't he guilty? So what you want, what he buys for you, right? Taoist Taihua said this, and what he said was very well informed, which made Su Changyu feel very reasonable. But, master, what if he was poor when he was young? You can't rule out this possibility. Su Changyu retorted that he could not accept the setting that he was an illegitimate son. That would be even worse. Taoist Taihua continued. If he was really poor before, it proves that he fell in love with your mother back then, but lost to reality, married a daughter and abandoned your mother. This can also prove why he knew you were his biological son but didn't recognize each other. He was both guilty of you and was also afraid that you would affect his life. I have to say that the thinking logic of Taoist Taihua is really terrifying. It can connect some things that have no connection at all. No wonder this ability can become the leader of Qingyun. Then master, what should I do with my disciple? Su Changyu frowned and asked Taoist Taihua. Actually, there is no way, but it depends on yourself. Taoist Taihua spoke, which made Su Changyu curious. Look at yourself? What do you think of yourself? Do you want to recognize this father? If you want to recognize it, go find it and explain it clearly. Don't be so unclear. If you don't want to admit it, just accept it silently. After all, your father is ashamed of you. Giving this to that is also a kind of compensation. You can see that your father is actually very guilty of you, but maybe he has real difficulties. Taoist Taihua spoke, sighing. Su Changyu remained silent. He really didn't expect that Lao Xian would be his biological father. No wonder I bought this and that for myself, nor did I always ask myself if my parents are there. So that's how it is. Bastard, illegitimate child. It turns out that I, Su, is actually an illegitimate child. At this moment, Su Changyu felt a little uncomfortable. He always felt that his parents might have died back then, or that his parents accidentally lost themselves. But what I didn't expect was that I was actually an illegitimate child.
Master. Su Qingyun spoke, and he was inexplicably hit.
Taoist Taihua could also see that Su Qingyun felt a little uncomfortable. He stood up and patted Su Qingyun on the shoulder and said, "Qingyun, in fact, I am just a guess, and I don't want to tell you about this.
But you can't hide your life experience as a teacher. Don't blame me for being a teacher."
Taoist Taihua spoke. In fact, he didn't want to tell this matter, but he had been thinking about it during this period. He didn't know whether he should say it, but in the end he still said it. Because he understood that Su Qingyun had the right to know about this matter. If Su Qingyun's biological parents were not in the world, he wouldn't say anything, but Su Qingyun's biological parents might still be in the world, so he could not do nothing.
"Master, how can you blame me for your disciple? It's just that my disciple can't accept this fact for a while." Su Qingyun spoke, and he naturally could not blame Taoist Taihua.
It is because this information is too large that he cannot digest and accept it for a while.
Okay, go and rest early and think about it carefully.
What is going on? You have your own choice in your heart.
Taoist Taihua patted Su Qingyun on the shoulder and asked Su Qingyun to rest and think about it carefully.
Well, master, I'll take my leave first.
Su Qingyun nodded, then turned around and left.
Just as Su Qingyun walked out of the hall, Taoist Taihua suddenly rang out.
"Qingyun." As his voice sounded, Su Qingyun couldn't help but stop, and then Taoist Taihua continued to speak. "No matter what your choice is, Master will always support you.
Whether right or wrong."
Taoist Taihua's voice was relatively calm.
But this sentence completely stunned Su Qingyun.
It also made Su Qingyun feel extremely warm.
He wanted to cry, but unfortunately, he couldn't shed tears. The first half of Taoist Taihua said, but it was mainly the last 4 words.
Su Qingyun was extremely moved.
"Master, be a teacher for one day and a father for life. In any case, you are my master and my Su Qingyun's father."
Su Qingyun spoke.
After he finished speaking, he bowed to Taoist Taihua and then turned around and left.
Wait for Su Qingyun to leave. Taoist Taihua took a deep breath and looked at Su Qingyun's back with heartache in his eyes. Although he didn't know what Su Qingyun's life experience was.
But he understood that Su Qingyun was a poor person, having no father or mother since he was a child. Not only him, but also the disciples of Qingyun Sect are pitiful people.
That's it. In a blink of an eye, the next day came. It was just dawn. "Your Excellency Qingyun."
Yi Ping and Su Luochen were saying goodbye to Chen Lingru and others. "Little junior sister, you must remember what your senior brother said. When you go out, don't be greedy for small gains. The other thing is to protect yourself well and not let other male cultivators take advantage of it. Don't talk about love, it's not that your senior brother scares you. If you go down the mountain and bring a Taoist couple back, don't say whether your master will spare you.
My senior brother will not bypass you, do you know?"
Su Luochen looked at Chen Lingru with a serious face and said. He didn't seem to be joking, he was extremely serious. I know, senior brother, what nonsense are you talking about? What kind of Taoist couple is not Taoist couple? Chen Lingru frowned and said unhappily, thinking that Su Luochen would talk nonsense again.
"Remember what my senior brother said anyway." Su Luochen didn't care about it.
After repeating it again, he looked at Shuizhuan and Lin Bei and said, "Fourth junior brother, fifth junior brother, you will take good care of your junior sister along the way. After your senior brother passes the alchemist assessment, we will celebrate with you." Su Luochen spoke and patted the 2 of them on the shoulders.
"Don't worry, second brother."
"Well, don't worry, senior brother." The 2 nodded, and then didn't say much, escorting Chen Lingru away. But before leaving, Chen Lingru came to Yi Ping, patted Yi Ping on the shoulder and said,
"My junior brother, senior sister is gone. Learn swordsmanship in the sect well.
When senior sister comes back this trip, she will pass on you another supreme swordsmanship." Chen Lingru spoke, and she could only pretend in front of Yi Ping. Senior sister has a good journey, and I'm waiting for you to come back in the sect. Yi Ping chuckled. Okay, senior sister is gone, wait for me to come back. Chen Lingru waved her hand and then left. After Chen Lingru left, Su Luochen withdrew his gaze and looked at Yi Ping. My senior brother is going to buy some medicinal materials for tomorrow's assessment. You can rest well in the restaurant. If you are bored, drink some wine and listen to the music. Seeing that the junior sister had left, Su Luochen had no intention of delaying his affairs. Tomorrow will be the first exam for an alchemist. He had not had time to buy medicinal herbs, and he happened to have time now, so he hurried to buy some medicinal herbs. Second brother, do you want me to go with you? Yi Ping opened his mouth and asked curiously. No, don't, just stay in the restaurant. Su Luochen shook his head and directly rejected Yi Ping. He didn't want Yi Ping to see the scene of him being petty for a few elixirs later. Okay, then junior brother is waiting for you in the restaurant. Yi Ping nodded, and soon Su Luochen left the place. Soon, Yi Ping turned around and came to the restaurant. He ordered a pot of wine and waited for Su Luochen to come back. That's it, after a stick of incense. Flashes of footsteps sounded, accompanied by figures, appearing outside the restaurant. The crowd was surging, and it seemed very lively. When the group walked into the restaurant, most of them were old people, with white hair, but refreshed, and they were getting stronger. Fellow Daoist Chen, this time you have personally supervised the Baiyun alchemy assessment. I think no one dares to act rashly. Yes, after all, fellow Daoist Chen is also an alchemist who came out of the Jin National Academy of Sciences, and he is even more mastered by Elder Su Chang. Who dares to act rashly? That's right, fellow Daoist Chen is a young master and he is already an alchemy master. It will probably take no time to win the title of Jin State. This group of old men even mentioned the Jin National Academy of Sciences and Su Chang. In the corner, Yi Ping picked up the wineglass and remained silent. He looked at it in the voice. Everyone surrounded a middle-aged man wearing a blue shirt and smiling. After all, he was so popular with everyone. Naturally, his face was full of joy. Sir, don't do this. Shen just came to supervise the alchemy assessment of Baiyun Ancient City under the order of Jin. The other thing is that the first alchemist in Jin State, so don't brag. Not to mention anything else, even my master dares not consider himself the number one alchemist in Jin State. Chen Ning spoke. Although he was modest, his face was full of smiles. His master was Su Chang, the first alchemist in Jin State, and he was naturally extremely famous, but he stayed in Jin State Academy on weekdays to learn alchemy. Now the Jin Court requires local alchemy assessments, and do it again, and gather many alchemists from Jin to inspect and supervise them, saying that it is to eliminate bad habits. As Elder Su Chang's disciple, he naturally had to contribute to the country. So I came to Baiyun Ancient City. But he is not the chief examiner, but a candidate examiner. Because Yi Ping was asked to be the examiner of Baiyun Ancient City, it was just that Yi Ping was not in the Jin National Academy of Sciences. So there was one thing he had when he came over, which was to find Yi Ping. He just couldn't find it, and now the assessment is about to begin, so he can only take it first. But as soon as he came to Baiyun Ancient City, he was surrounded by a group of people, and he was treated with all kinds of delicious food and drinks. Even 2 days ago, the Lord of Baiyun Ancient City met him in person. This made Chen Ning feel indescribable. Usually in Jin National Academy, even if you are new disciples, you will be more polite to yourself. But the question is, how can you be so polite? It tastes delicious and drinkable, and every word praises it makes people happy. Chen Ning couldn't resist it at all and instantly subsided. For the group of monks around Chen Ning is almost the same as the official of the capital. It would be fine if he came under the order of the emperor. The most important thing is that Chen Ning's master is the first alchemist in Jin State, Su Chang. How could they not flatter Chen Ning? Fellow Daoist Chen, you are so humble. You have achieved this at a young age. Not to mention decades, hundreds of years, can you still become the number one alchemist in Jin State? Yes, even if you are modest, Elder Su Chang is actually the first alchemist in our Jin State.
fellow Daoist Chen, don't be humble.
Everyone spoke, constantly praising Chen Ning.
But Chen Ning waved his hand with a wry smile. If I had said that, I wouldn't have said that.
But there are indeed alchemists in Jin State who are better than my master.
My master admitted it.
Chen Ning said with a wry smile. He didn't want to admit that his master was the #1 alchemist in Jin State, but the problem was that he didn't have this face.
Acknowledged it personally? Who is it? Fellow Daoist Chen, who is this person? We have never heard of it. There are such alchemists in Jin State? Who is it, the alchemy master? Everyone spoke, their eyes full of curiosity.
This person is a peerless genius in my Jin National Academy, named Yi Ping. If he is in terms of age, he has to call me a senior brother, but if he is in terms of strength, I have to respect him as senior brother. According to the rules of the academic institution, he is my senior brother. He just joined the Jin National Academy of Sciences.
Oh, by the way, my senior brother Yi is in Qingzhou.
Chen Ning spoke and revealed Yi Ping's identity.
Yi Ping? Wait, this name seems familiar. Yes, I seem to remember this name, too.
Hiss, I remember who said that his junior brother was Yi Ping. He joined the Jin National Academy of Sciences. He had never seen this person before, so he just pretended to be fake.
He didn't expect it to be a real thing. Everyone was curious. Some people have heard of Yi Ping's name, but some people have never heard of this name.
When Yi Ping joined the Jin National Academy of Sciences, there was no official notice. After all, Yi Ping was specially recruited, and it was normal for Baiyun Ancient City to not know that it was normal. Later, Su Luochen went down the mountain and mentioned this kind of thing, but most monks definitely did not believe it. These days, I've been joking about a friend, a brother, or a junior brother who has joined a certain force, and everyone just listens to it as a joke. But as Chen Ning spoke like this, everyone was surprised for a moment.
This is not a trivial matter to join the Jin National Academy of Sciences.
The city lords have to go to congratulate them in person, which is 10 times more grand than who won the top scorer.
Oh? Don't you know? But it's normal.
After all, senior brother Yi Ping was specially recruited to enter the Jin National Academy of Sciences.
It is reasonable that the official did not notify you.
My master told me that senior brother Yi Ping is not only the first alchemist in Jin State, but also very likely to be the first alchemist in the 10 countries. What is even more shocking is that my senior brother is only 24 years old, and it is impossible to catch up with it. Chen Ning said this, his words were full of helplessness. After all, he is Su Cheng's disciple and he is also arrogant. He will not be discouraged when he meets a genius, but when he meets a genius like Yi Ping, there is nothing to say. After hearing Chen Ning's words, everyone couldn't help but feel amazed.
Oh, I didn't expect that the Yangtze River will push the previous waves. Yes, there are talented people in the world.
I didn't expect that such a genius would appear near our Baiyun ancient city, and we didn't even know that. Let the city lord check it carefully and go to visit it in person at that time.
Yes, but fellow Daoist Chen, let's go to the accord to talk. There is a little noise on the first floor, let's take a walk. Everyone was talking, but although they were surprised, they still understood what their purpose was. The kingly way is to coax Chen Ning well. After all, they don't know Yi Ping. Such people are too far away from them, but Chen Ning is different. He is in everyone's sight and naturally needs to take good care of him. If you really make good relationships, there will be only benefits for yourself, no harm. Okay, you guys are kind. Chen Ning nodded, and then followed everyone to the accord.
But just as Chen Ning walked up the stairs, suddenly, he saw a familiar figure. She was dressed in white, sitting by the stairs, drinking alone, looking very calm. As for his appearance, he is completely unique in the world, and his elegance has an indescribable feeling.
Yi Ping. It's Yi Ping. Chen Ning met Yi Ping once, when Huangfu Tianlong challenged the Jin National Academy of Sciences.
However, at that time, he was outside the Jin National Academy of Sciences and saw Yi Ping defeating Huangfu Tianlong, which belonged to the onlookers.
But what Chen Ning didn't expect was I met Yi Ping in this small restaurant. Seen your brother Yi, is that you?
Chen Ning stopped, then hurried down the stairs and came to Yi Ping, his expression full of shock and astonishment. In the corner, Yi Ping was thinking about something. Although he met his junior brother from the school in the restaurant, Yi Ping was unwilling to disturb him. After all, it is not good for the other party to deal with business matters, so it is natural that it is not good for him to disturb him rashly. Furthermore, Yi Ping did not want to reveal his identity. But unexpectedly, Chen Ning discovered himself. At that moment, Yi Ping smiled bitterly, then stood up and said, "Junior brother Chen, don't be fine." Yi Ping stood up. He spoke like this, with a calm smile on his face. In this response, not only Chen Ning was a little surprised, but the group of monks around Chen Ning couldn't help but be surprised. Can this be encountered? Especially Chen Ning, he felt a little uncomfortable. He didn't find Yi Ping after searching for him for half a month, but he didn't expect to meet him here. And at the same time, Baiyun Ancient City West Street. Su Luochen was holding a portion of herbs and just walked out of the medicine shop. A figure suddenly came to Su Luochen. Brother Luochen, a great joy, a great joy." The sound made Su Luochen a little surprised. What a happy event. Is the drugstore discount? Damn, then I'm not suffering from blood? Su Luochen was a little confused. If this was really a discount, he would lose a lot. No, Luochen, the person invigilating this time is a disciple of Jin State Academy. Isn't your junior brother from Jin State? We will definitely pass this time. The other party spoke, looking extremely excited. After hearing this again, Su Luochen couldn't help but be excited. Soon, another group of figures appeared and surrounded Su Luochen. End of this chapter. Luochen, you must help us this time. Yes, Luochen, whether our brothers can pass the alchemy assessment this time depends on you. Brother Luochen, over the years, you can see that we have all failed the exam, so you can pity us. A group of people suddenly appeared and came to Su Luochen, each with excitement on his face. These people are all friends of Su Luochen. Some are more familiar with each other, while others have only met a few times. Suddenly all came, making Su Luochen confused for a moment. What are you doing? What are you helping with? What does it have to do with me if I pass the alchemy assessment? What can I do? What else do you say? Please, I'm stupid, can I just say it? Everyone, what are you doing? Su Luochen looked at everyone with curiosity. He really didn't know what they would say. Brother Luochen, don't pretend. Didn't you say before that your junior brother, have you joined the Jin National Academy? Someone asked. Yes, but didn't you believe it before? Su Luochen nodded. He said that after he finished speaking, few people believed it, and only a few close friends believed it. However, Su Luochen didn't think anything. After all, if someone told him that a junior brother had joined the Jin National Academy of Sciences, he wouldn't believe it. After all, how can a phoenix appear in a chicken coop? Senior brother Luochen, since you dare to speak this, it is definitely true. Yes, you're an honest person, and we all believe in you. Senior brother Luochen, you may not know yet. Now our chief examiner of Baiyun Ancient City is a disciple from the Jin National Academy of Sciences. If your junior brother really comes from the Jin National Academy of Sciences, can you help us with some good words? Yes, that's it. Everyone spoke, and they seemed extremely excited. This time they came here for this matter. They don't care whether Su Luochen's junior brother is a student of Jin. The examiner this time was a student of Jin. If Su Luochen was willing to speak kindly, it would confirm that Su Luochen knew, but if Su Luochen was unwilling to speak kindly, or if Su Luochen himself dared not speak kindly, this proves that Su Luochen is lying. No matter what the result is, they will not lose. But there is a glimmer of hope at the moment and they want to hold on because they have failed too many times. The worst one is that there are still people who failed 10 times. Now that they learned that Su Luochen had the opportunity to talk to them, how could they not be excited? The examiner is from Jin Gui Academy? Su Luochen was a little surprised. But soon, Su Luochen couldn't help but frown. Although my junior brother comes from Jingui Academy, there are many disciples in Jingui Academy. It is not necessarily true that my junior brother knows the examiner this time. Forcibly let my junior brother go and plead for love, this. Su Luochen coughed slightly, and he felt a little embarrassed. The main reason is that I was embarrassed. In front of Yi Ping, I bragged myself to the world's #1 alchemist, but ended up running to find Yi Ping and asking Yi Ping to find his senior brother and let him go to the water. He can't say this. Brother Luochen, what do you mean? Brother Luochen, aren't you embarrassed, are you? Senior brother Luochen, I believe others are embarrassed, are you embarrassed? Everyone spoke. They looked at Su Luochen's desire to speak but stopped. They understood something immediately, and then they couldn't help but speak out one by one, thinking that Su Luochen was pretending. Everyone, I'm really embarrassed, my junior brother, he. Su Luochen really doesn't know how to answer. Hearing Su Luochen speak like this, everyone inexplicably noticed something. Hey, I thought brother Luochen's junior brother was really a student of Jin State. I didn't expect that such an honest person would also lie. I'm so confused that I actually believe this kind of lie. Students of Jin State are simply superior. If Su Luochen's junior brother was really a student of Jin State, we would have known it long ago. Baiyun Ancient City had already been decorated with lights. How could he not ask? Yes, hey, forget it, you have to rely on yourself. Brother Luochen, don't talk nonsense in the future. Among the monks surrounding Su Luochen, some spoke out, but their words were not sarcastic, but they were full of helplessness and some indifferent ridicule. Not all of this group of people came to Su Luochen for help, some of them came to watch the fun. Furthermore, Su Luochen boasted that his junior brother had joined the Jin National Academy of Sciences before, which naturally attracted some people's displeasure, and he felt that Su Luochen was boasting. But there is no evidence, and Su Luochen's image in everyone is inclined to be honest, so most people really believe it. Now they are coming here to expose Su Luochen's lies. Of course, most people do come to Su Luochen with expectations. After all, if it is true, it is not a trivial matter. In the middle of the crowd, after hearing such a sound again, Su Luochen was a little angry at the moment. What does it mean to stop talking nonsense? What else is lying? Su Huoshi, will you lie? My junior brother is indeed a student of Jin State, so where did he speak loudly? Su Luochen said unconvincedly. If you are really a student of Jin State, why would you not say a few good things for us? The other party spoke and fired back. Just, why should I say a few good things to you? If you say these people are my friends, what are you? If you meet by chance, just ask me to help me? If you don't help, you will slander it? Is it ridiculous? Although Su Luochen is honest, he is not afraid of trouble. Besides, his junior brother is really a disciple of Jin National Academy of Sciences. What is he afraid of? A joke, I didn't say it, so I insisted on asking you to help. But no matter whether you help or not, do you say that your junior brother is a student of Jingui Academy, you have to come up with some evidence, right? Yes, you have to come up with some evidence, right? There is no evidence, you can say that the Prince of Jin is your apprentice. Yes, there is no evidence. You can say that the world's #1 sword immortal is your junior nephew. That's right, there is no evidence. You can say that the emperor of the Daxia dynasty is your senior brother's father. Everyone spoke, looking a little sarcastic, which made Su Luochen feel a little angry, so he couldn't help but speak. The Prince of Jin is indeed my junior nephew. Su Luochen spoke, he said this, but as soon as he said it, Su Luochen regretted it. Although this is true, there is no evidence, and I inexplicably seem to be even more boasting. Sure enough, as Su Luochen finished saying this, everyone was stunned and then laughed. Crown Prince of Jin? I'm so laughing to death. Su Luochen, you won't really treat us as fools, right? Brother Luochen, don't make trouble. This. Everyone was making noise, some monks laughed, some monks shook their heads and sighed. Even some monks with good relationships with Su Luochen felt inexplicably embarrassed after hearing this. After all, Su Luochen's words are a bit far-fetched. My junior brother is resting in the inn. If you don't believe it, please follow me to see it. Feeling the ridicule of everyone, Su Luochen was almost furious, but he knew that he could never be angry. Once he was angry, he would be really angry. He took a deep breath and said, inviting everyone to the inn to see Yi Ping. Okay, there's really nothing to do now, so why not go with you? Okay, I want to see what kind of genius brother Su's junior brother is. A genius from Jin State. I really want to meet you, but I hope you will be there again. I said I can't find your junior brother, ha ha ha. They spoke, showing their ugliness. But someone approached and said in a low voice, Brother Su, these people are here to make trouble, so don't argue with them. Yes, Brother Su, it has nothing to do with them, they are just here to cause trouble for you. Well, these people have had some opinions about you before, but now they are here to make trouble for you. Don't fight with them. These people spoke, they were Su Luochen's real friends, and they would dissuade Su Luochen from quarreling with these people. However, Su Luochen shook his head. He knew what these friends meant, but he still couldn't swallow his breath. The most important thing is that my junior brother really comes from Jinghua Academy. If it is fake, he will definitely not say a word and will be calm for a while. But this is true, then I can't bear it. Everyone, please follow me. Su Luochen didn't say much, and turned around and took everyone to the inn. As if he was holding his breath, Su Luochen's face was very calm, he didn't know what he was thinking, and he was silent all the way. As for the people who followed Su Luochen, they were inexplicably curious. They were not just mocking Su Luochen, mainly because they felt that Su Luochen was a little too much. If Su Luochen said that his junior brother had joined Qingzhou College, they had nothing to say. But Su Luochen insisted on saying that his junior brother came from Jinghua Academy, so they were naturally a little sad. I wanted to expose Su Luochen after a moment of soreness. After all, if this is true, they will be even more distressed. Less than a stick of incense. Su Luochen returned to the inn. However, at this moment, Su Luochen was also a little embarrassed. To be honest, what can I do if I prove that my junior brother is really from Jinghua Academy? The person who mocked himself was slapped in the face. But my friends must ask me to help. At that time, I will never be able to bite the bullet and ask Yi Ping to find his senior brother and let everyone go, right? If this is the case, the master knew that he would definitely break his legs if he did this. Thinking of this, Su Luochen inexplicably didn't want to enter the restaurant. And at this moment, in the restaurant, Yi Ping sat in the corner, surrounded by more than a dozen old men, and the person in front of him was Chen Ning. What Chen Ning said also made Yi Ping a little confused. Let me be the examiner? Yi Ping looked at Chen Ning, his eyes full of strange looks. After Chen Ning discovered himself, he was excited at first, and then told himself that this time, he would be the chief examiner of Baiyun Ancient City. Hearing this, Yi Ping felt a little strange. If you go to other places on weekdays, you will be a job, anyway, it will be an invigilator. But the problem is, one of the participants this time is his senior brother, and he asked him to invigilate his senior brother? Yi Ping felt that he didn't have this face. So Yi Ping immediately refused and asked Chen Ning to host the event. But Chen Ning was so stubborn that he refused to agree, and insisted on letting himself do it. In an instant, the scene became very awkward. Senior brother Yi, this is the order of the court and the meaning of the academic institution. Before my junior brother left the academic institution, my master told me that if I met you in Baiyun Ancient City, you will be the examiner. I am just a foil, how dare I take the Lord abdicately? Chen Ning's face was full of bitterness. Although he enjoyed the praises of everyone, the problem was that Chen Ning knew how much he was. Even Yi Ping's alchemy skills were inferior to his master, so how could he dare to be the chief examiner? So he refused to be the chief examiner and gave it to Yi Ping. Junior brother Chen is humble. After all, you are Elder Su's personal disciple. You are the only examiner. You are naturally fine with junior brother Chen. Yi Ping spoke, he didn't want to be the chief examiner, because there was no reason, and he was simply not worthy of it. Senior brother Yi, don't be humble. If you say you are not here, you can be the chief examiner, but to put it in a bad way, I may not even be as good as the candidates. Chen Ning spoke, he was full of bitterness. Senior brother Yi, I don't care about anything else. Anyway, you have to take this examiner properly, and I won't care if you don't. If my master knows that you are here, I will be the chief examiner. After I go back, my master will be stripped down by my master. I am not good at it. Chen Ning made a fuss, regardless of whether Yi Ping wanted to do so or not, he would not do it anyway. Junior brother Chen, what you said is a bit inappropriate. When Yi Ping saw Chen Ning making trouble, he couldn't help but feel depressed. What does this mean? Playing a rogue? The two of them pushed each other, but the elders watching the side couldn't help but feel depressed. They are all the best people in Baiyun Ancient City, and they are also considered to be people with some face in Qingzhou. But on weekdays, they are fighting openly and secretly for the examiner, but they didn't expect Yi Ping and Chen Ning to push back and forth? Is the examiner so worthless? Are students from Jinhua Academy so willful? Have you considered our feelings? The elders were silent and felt a little uncomfortable inside. Is this a genius? Think of them as treasures, so trampled on. But at this moment, a sudden sound suddenly sounded. My junior brother. As the sound rang out, Yi Ping immediately stood up, and he instantly knew that it was his senior brother who came. Senior brother, I'm here. Yi Ping stood up, walked past everyone, walked directly to the door, came to Su Luochen, and bowed respectfully. At the same time, Su Luochen, who was inside the door, became nervous inexplicably. He was either nervous or embarrassed. Outside the door, the monks who followed Su Luochen to watch were stunned when they saw Yi Ping again. Yi Ping was wearing a white dress, handsome, like a peerless man, looking extremely handsome, and every move showed the word classic to the fullest. It makes people silent at a glance. With Yi Ping's appearance, at this moment, these monks directly believed that Yi Ping was from the Jin National Academy. This is not from the Jin State Academy of Sciences, who comes from the Jin State Academy of Sciences. Su Luochen said nothing. He was still struggling with whether to ask Yi Ping to let him go later. At this moment, Chen Ning walked quickly. He looked at Su Luochen, his eyes full of excitement. He had heard his master, Elder Su Chang, say that Yi Ping's alchemy skills were learned from his senior brother, that is to say, Yi Ping's senior brother was a true peerless alchemist. Naturally, he was going to come over and get familiar with him. I am here Chen Ning, who is the junior brother of the Jin National Academy of Sciences, and Chen Ning has met his senior brother here. Chen Ning walked over and bowed respectfully to Su Luochen. At this moment, the monks around Su Luochen were completely suffocated. Chen Ning? Isn't this the examiner of the Baiyun Ancient City Alchemy Assessment this time? At first, they thought Yi Ping was Chen Ning's junior brother. After all, Yi Ping only joined the Jin National Academy this year, but Chen Ning joined earlier. But what I didn't expect was that Yi Ping was doing so well in the Ten Kingdoms Academy? Have you all become senior brothers? They suffocated, their eyes full of shock, especially the monks who had mocked Su Luochen before. Their faces were extremely ugly at this moment. Not only is it ugly, but it is more regretful and self-blame. They were extremely regretful and had nothing to do when they had enough to eat, so why did they mock Su Luochen? Just like being mean? At this moment, not only Chen Ning, but also the elders of Baiyun Ancient City came one after another, looked at Su Luochen, and hurriedly worshipped him. I've seen seniors. They spoke, but they didn't know Su Luochen at all, but Yi Ping and Chen Ning were students of Jin State. Even they wanted to worship, so they must not be ordinary people. So this worship is reasonable. In the restaurant, Su Luochen was stunned. I just went out, why did Yi Ping accept so many younger brothers? Also, just forget it if Yi Ping worships himself, why do you worship him? Su Luochen froze a little. But soon, he quickly came to his senses, looked at Yi Ping, and tried hard to imitate Su Sheng Yudo. Little junior brother, who are these people? Su Luochen spoke with a calm tone, imitating Su Chanyu. Senior brother,
This is the junior brother of Jingui Academy. Yi Ping introduced Chen Ning to Su Luochen. Before Su Luochen could speak, Chen Ning quickly spoke. I have met my senior brother. This time I came here, and I was ordered to find senior brother Yi. I hope senior brother Yi will be the chief examiner of this Baiyun Ancient City Alchemy assessment. However, senior brother Yi seems unwilling to be the one. I hope you will persuade senior brother Yi. Chen Ning spoke, knowing that he could not argue with Yi Ping, so he might as well let senior brother Yi Ping come. What? Let Yi Ping be the chief examiner of the Baiyun Ancient City Alchemy assessment? Su Luochen was a little surprised. If Yi Ping becomes the chief examiner, wouldn't he pass the test steadily? Thinking of this, Su Luochen said without any hesitation. Since I'm taking the order, then the junior brother answered. Su Luochen spoke, but his voice was very calm, suppressing his emotions so as not to appear too excited and be discovered by someone. Okay, junior brother, obey the order. Yi Ping wanted to explain a few words, but in the end he agreed honestly. As Yi Ping agreed, before Su Luochen could not wait for him to smile, the friends beside him couldn't help but clench their fists excitedly. This wave is stable. However, at this moment, Yi Ping looked at the monks beside Su Luochen with some curiosity. Senior brother, what are these? Yi Ping said curiously. Oh, they are all friends of senior brother. Su Luochen spoke and said so. Yes, we are all your senior brother's friends. Yeah, I'm a close friend. Junior brother Yi, we are here this time, and we are actually asking brother Su to do something to you. They quickly spoke with a smile on their faces, and even learned that Yi Ping was the chief examiner this time. They were even more blunt. Do something? What's the matter? Yi Ping's eyes were full of curiosity. When Su Luochen saw this scene, he couldn't help but snatch the conversation. Junior brother, my friends, I originally wanted you to find Chen Ning, but now you are the chief examiner, so my senior brother is just blunt. Su Luochen spoke. His friends were immediately excited. Senior brother, but it's okay. Yi Ping spoke, he was a little curious, but since he was his senior brother's friend, he would naturally give him a thin face. Senior brother and his friends hope that the examiners of this alchemy assessment will be stricter and do not lower the standards just because they are my friends. They must be extremely strict and correct any mistakes. You can't measure them by the level of ordinary candidates. You must improve them, and then improve them, do you know? You must be 10 times more strict, including your senior brother. You must never pass the assessment at will just because I am your senior brother. Do you know? Su Luochen spoke, and he said with a thorn in his mouth. Because if Yi Ping lets him go, he really can't say it. Just say this. Everyone was stunned. The eyes that looked at Su Luochen were full of surprise. Aluo, are you playing really? Lao Su, are you messing with me? Brother Luochen? Do we have a grudge? If you have a grudge, just say it clearly. They were confused. End of this chapter. In the restaurant. Su Luochen, a group of monk friends, were all confused at this moment. Strict, no matter how strict? To get high and then to get high? Are you trying to kill us? Lao Su, have we offended you usually? If we are guilty, please let God punish us, not you. I didn't have the exam at all, so if you are stricter, what can we pass the exam? They were confused, but they didn't know what to do. After all, the people standing here are all big shots and I really don't know what to say. However, Yi Ping's voice sounded. Senior brother, how dare you be the chief examiner? I really don't dare to have you here this time. Yi Ping did not tell any lies. If it were someone else, even if Su Cheng came to participate in the competition, he wouldn't be afraid of anything. But the problem is that when Su Luochen comes to participate in the competition, he really dare not agree. What's not to dare to do this? My junior brother, I will definitely have my teacher when I walk. Although this time, my senior brother will also participate in the assessment, but since the court has arranged it, you can follow the court's wishes.
By the way, senior brother said at the end, you must not let go of water. You should do whatever you should do. You even have to test senior brother in the strictest way. Do you understand? Su Luochen spoke seriously. After saying this, Su Luochen wanted to cry. This is awesome, I have nothing to do after eating, what are you doing? How did I become like this? What exactly happened? Su Luochen felt very uncomfortable, but no matter how uncomfortable he felt, he could only bite the bullet and pretend. But the one who felt the most uncomfortable was not Su Luochen, but his friends. To be honest, they can accept pretending to behave, but the problem is that it is boring to pretend like this. And even if you pretend, don't take us. We are just a bunch of waste. Please, let us pass. Everyone felt extremely uncomfortable and wanted to transform into Su Luochen and find Yi to open the back door. Senior brother. Yi Ping wanted to say something, but Su Luochen spoke directly. Okay, junior brother, don't say anything, just follow the court's wishes. However, in order to avoid suspicion, you can go with them to handle tomorrow's assessment first. Senior brother and this group of friends will talk first. Su Luochen spoke directly and did not give Yi Ping a chance. He is also afraid now, fearing that he will say too much and make many mistakes, so he might as well let Yi Ping leave quickly. Okay, senior brother, junior brother understand. Yi Ping had nothing to say, since Su Luochen had said this. He really has nothing to say. Besides, if the senior brother asked him to do this, he would definitely have his own intention. Yi Ping did not talk nonsense, bowed to Su Luochen, and then followed Chen Ning to leave. After Yi Ping left, everyone surrounded Su Luochen. Brother Luochen, why bother you? Yes, Brother Luochen, aren't you harming us? Brother Su, if I had known this, I might as well not come to you. Everyone looked at Su Luochen with bitter expressions, and they all felt extremely uncomfortable. Go upstairs first, go upstairs before talking. Faced with the accusations from all the friends, Su Luochen felt uncomfortable. But he knew that if he wanted to avoid being scolded by these friends, he had to think of a solution immediately. Okay, go upstairs and say. Okay, go upstairs, go upstairs. Shopkeeper, give me a pot of new tea. Everyone followed Su Luochen upstairs one after another, and they seemed very anxious. As for the monks who had mocked Su Luochen before, they all hurriedly left one by one at this moment. They are both regretful and uncomfortable, but they are still a little scared now. I am indeed scared. After all, Su Luochen's junior brother is a real student of Jin State. If Su Luochen targets him, it will be over. They left, and Su Luochen didn't care about them either. Soon, everyone came to the accord of the pavilion. In the accord, everyone surrounded Su Luochen, wanting to hear what Su Luochen was going to say next. In the accord, Su Luochen couldn't help but speak. Everyone, you won't take it seriously. I'm asking my junior brother to be strict with us, right? Su Luochen spoke and started a nonsense mode. As soon as these words were said, everyone's eyes were full of strangeness. Isn't it? Brother Su, what do you mean? Yes, is there anything strange about this? Everyone said curiously. This is natural. Su Luochen took a deep breath, then said, I am actually hinting at my junior brother. Although I openly asked my junior brother to be more strict with me, in fact, I am hinting at my junior brother. As long as you do what I want tomorrow, I can guarantee that you will pass the level. Su Luochen said confidently. As soon as these words were said, everyone was shocked. Will you definitely pass the level? Is there any such operation? Seeing everyone's reaction, Su Luochen nodded with great confidence. What's the solution? Brother Su, I have never read a book, so you can't lie to me. Yes, Brother Su, we are all honest people, you can't lie to us. Everyone said curiously. Su Luochen spoke very seriously. Is that kind of person Su Luochen? Everyone, it's very simple for you to pass the pill training test tomorrow, it's just a mess. Don't practice pills in a proper manner, do things in a variety of ways. Su Luochen spoke and told everyone how to pass. Get a trick?
This time everyone became even more curious. Don't understand what this means. It's very simple. For example, if you practice elixirs without fire, you can make the elixirs your own. Or, boil water and practice pills. Do you understand? Su Luochen said this. Everyone. That's it? Is this your method? It's not that they don't believe Su Luochen, but who believes this? Is the pill made by itself? Boil water into pill? Who do you think we are? Is he the world's #1 alchemist? Brother, we are ordinary alchemists. Everyone was full of depression and felt that Su Luochen played with them again. But Su Luochen waved his hand. You believe me, you will definitely succeed in doing so. Su Luochen didn't understand what he said, but he just swears. And at the same time, Qingyun Sect. A group of people came too. The group of people came, carrying one box after another, and asked for their surnames to see Su Changyu. It was said that there was something to be handed over to Su Changyu. Soon, Su Changyu rushed over. The expression was full of curiosity. Changyu, they said they had to hand over the things to you, come and have a look. Daxu spoke and pointed at the group of people and said. The people who appeared in the Qingyun Sect, wearing brocade clothes, looked a little different. They stood outside the door and saw Su Changyu coming, and couldn't help but come directly to Su Changyu and said. Are you Lord Su Changyu Su? The person in charge looked at Su Changyu with a flattery. Do you know me? Also, who are you? Su Changyu frowned and looked at the peddler, his eyes full of strange looks. Mr. Su, we came on order and gave things to Lord. The latter said with a flattering smile. Then how do you know that I am Su Changyu? Su Changyu asked curiously. It is said above that Lord Su, Fengshen, is handsome and has an extraordinary temperament. He is the most handsome man in the world. When a young man looks at the adult, he knows it is you. The latter said this, which made Su Changyu look satisfied, but soon, Su Changyu looked at him. They were big boxes, and Su Changyu couldn't help but say curiously. Whose order? What else is it? The sound rang out, and the latter quickly spoke. Mr. Su, it was Lord Xuanji who asked me to wait for me to give it. I won't know what's in this box. The other party said so. Xuanji? You mean Lao Xian? Su Changyu said subconsciously. Lao Xian? Everyone was a little confused. The Prime Minister of the Great Xia dynasty became Lao Xian in your mouth? Brother, are you so good at pretending? They were shocked because they came on orders and had no idea who Su Changyu was. I only know that the Supreme Mystery requires them to respect Su Changyu, and no matter what Su Changyu says, they must do it. So they subconsciously thought that Su Changyu should be a talent that Taishang Xuanji values. But unexpectedly, Su Changyu said that Lao Xian was Lao Chang. Is this a bit exaggerated? It's Lord Xuanji. The other party gritted his teeth and smiled. That's all I can say. Old Xian? When Su Changyu heard this name, he was a little strange. He was silent for a moment, and finally sighed. I'll ask you something, you must answer truthfully. Su Changyu spoke, looked at the other party, and said like this. Mr. Su, please say it, and we will definitely answer. The other party continued to smile flatteringly, looking like he knew everything. Su Changyu spoke at the moment. I'll ask you, Taishang Xuanji, who is it? Su Changyu asked curiously. He was very curious about the origin of the Supreme Mystery. However, after saying this, the latter immediately showed some embarrassment. Because before coming, Taishang Xuanji said that he could not mention his identity. And just so happened that this is the question Su Changyu asked. At the moment, the other party was silent and didn't know what to say. Seeing the other party being so silent, Su Changyu immediately understood what it meant. Okay, I'll ask another question. Taishang Xuanji, are you very rich? Su Changyu asked. After saying this, the latter was stunned again. Are you very rich?
Whether the prime minister of the dynasty has money is really an unanswered question.
If you want to say you have money, the prime minister doesn't have much money. If you want to say you have no money, will the prime minister have no money?
So, the latter thought about it and answered.
Of course I have money.
He answered this way, but didn't say how much money he had.
It's probably what he meant, anyway, he understood it. Rich?
Su Changyu nodded as his master guessed.
Then let me ask you, was Lao Xian very poor when he was young?
Su Changyu continued to ask. As soon as he said this, the latter nodded immediately.
This question is not very difficult.
Mr. Su, Lord Xuanji, was indeed poor when he was young, but even so, Lord Xuanji did not give up, but studied hard to get fame and fortune. In the end, I married the daughter of the Grand Master of the current dynasty. It can be said that hard work pays off. He said this, praising the supreme mystery. But Su Changyu felt a little uncomfortable in his ears.
Su Changyu understood a lot in an instant. Sure enough, the master guessed nothing wrong.
When Taishang Xuanji was young, he was poor and destitute, but he was indeed talented, but unfortunately he was born at the wrong time. In order to become famous, he married the daughter of the Grand Tutor of the current dynasty, thus rising to the top and climbing up step by step.
But thinking of this, Su Changyu couldn't help but continue asking.
Then you heard that, Lord Xuanji, do you have any illegitimate sons or something?
Su Changyu couldn't help asking. He was very curious, so he couldn't help it.
Illegitimate child?
Everyone was a little confused and really didn't understand why Su Changyu asked this question. Does Taishang Xuanji have an illegitimate child? Where do we know?
But facing Su Changyu's inquiry, the other party gritted his teeth and smiled.
How can I know about this kind of thing?
But, I heard that Lord Xuanji did have a marriage when he was young, but I don't know what it was.
Maybe he had an illegitimate child?
Sir, what are you asking about this? The other party answered, and then looked at Su Changyu curiously, not understanding what Su Changyu asked about this.
It's okay, just ask.
Su Changyu shook his head, but he was sure in his heart that the fact that the supreme mystery was his father.
But soon, Su Changyu continued to ask. Now, how many young masters or daughters does Lao Xian have? Su Changyu asked.
Mr. Hui Su, Lord Xuanji, there are 3 young masters and 1 daughter.
The other party answered so. 3 young men and 1 daughter? Well. Su Changyu sighed in his heart and then continued to ask. Is that Lao Xian's wife very fierce? Su Changyu asked this.
Just as Su Changyu mentioned this question, he also had an answer in his heart. Since Taishang Xuanji dared not recognize him, he was obviously afraid of his inner self.
Is it fierce?
It's not fierce, but Mrs. Xuanji, after all, is also the daughter of everyone, and may have a high status in the family.
The other party answered like this, and the answer was normal.
After all, Taishang Xuanji's wife is the daughter of Taishir.
To be honest, her family status must be high. Understood. Su Changyu nodded, then looked at everyone and said.
Take these things back and tell Lao Xian that you won't have to give them away in the future. Su Changyu spoke indifferently. He was 100% sure that he was the illegitimate son of Taishang Xuanji.
After knowing that this was the case, Su Changyu had nothing to say.
For the sake of glory and wealth, Taishang Xuanji abandoned his mother and now he has made great achievements and wants to use something to compensate him.
Su Changyu naturally refused to accept it. Mr. Su is not lacking in this benefit either. Ha! Lord Su, what do you mean? Is it because I didn't do it right when I waited for it? Mr. Su, how can you return the gift from this gift?
Yes, Lord Su, if you don't accept it, Lord Xuanji will punish me for being punished. When everyone heard Su Changyu's rejection, they suddenly looked panicked, thinking that they had not done it well.
Oh, it's okay. When you go back, you just say that I already know everything. Let him not come to me again in the future. Also, don't send anything again.
Tell him that some things cannot be remedied by giving away things.
Su Changyu spoke slowly and asked them to tell Taishang Xuanji to listen.
This. Sir, don't make things difficult for me. I'm just here to do things. If you retreat, then Lord Xuanji must think that I've done something wrong and annoyed you. Sir, I'll kneel down and kowtow to you. Yes, I'll kneel down and kowtow to you. Everyone knelt on the ground, their faces extremely ugly. If this matter is not done well, you will definitely be unlucky when you go back. After all, who dares to underestimate the orders given by the Prime Minister of the dynasty? Seeing everyone kneeling on the ground, Su Changyu couldn't help feeling a little depressed. Isn't it just a gift? As for this? Don't say much, you can bring the things back. Tell Lao Xian that everything is what I mean, and he will not be in danger of you. Su Changyu spoke, but he would not accept the gift anyway. I also hope that Taishang Xuanji will not come to find me, just treat it as a chance meeting. Mr. Su, if you don't look at these gifts, maybe you like them? Sir Su, yes, why don't you look at what's inside this box? Let's talk about it. These are all gifts that Lord Xuanji have specially prepared for you, so why don't you take a look? Seeing that Su Changyu had made up his mind, everyone couldn't help but speak quickly. Let Su Changyu see what is inside the box. However, Su Changyu shook his head and said with a very calm and cold face. No need, Su, are not lacking in this benefit. Send it back, Elder Daxu, see off the guests. Su Changyu didn't say much. Look at what's inside the box. Need to see it? What can be there? Gold, silver, and jewelry? Spirit stone magic weapon? Is he missing? Although it is indeed a bit lacking, Su Changyu still needs backbone and a little self-esteem. Thinking of this, he turned around and left, posing as if Daxu was letting him see him off. Okay. Daxu started to drive people without saying a word. Sir Su, just take a look. Mr. Su, don't make things difficult for us. This is this. Everyone was really depressed and didn't know what to say. In addition, Daxu was driving people fiercely, and the group of monks didn't say much at the moment, and stood up and left dejectedly. Carrying one box after another, it looks very depressed. But at this moment, perhaps because he was too sad, someone accidentally fell down. When a box fell to the ground, the thing in the box fell out directly. How do you work? Damn it, why did you drop the box? You're really ignorant. Hurry up and put it away. This is a palace garment. If you get some soil, you can't afford to lose your life. Everyone spoke, looking panicked. And Su Changyu, who was facing away from everyone. After hearing about the palace garment, I couldn't help but turn around. It's okay if you don't turn around. When he turned around, Su Changyu was stunned. The box that fell to the ground had been opened, and a robe that emitted a pale white light appeared. There were even golden threads on the robe, and each golden thread was like a dragon. As an expert in clothing identification, Su Changyu could tell at a glance that this robe was. Whether it is workmanship or material selection, it is the best among the best. Even better than the clothes on my body. Hiss. Is this a clothes given? You didn't say it earlier. Su, don't lack gold, silver and jewelry, but I just lack clothes. At that moment, Su Changyu couldn't help but coughed awkwardly. The previous error passed. I cried. I clicked copy, maybe it was copied wrong. Sorry. End of this chapter. Su Changyu was a little confused. He thought that the Supreme Mystery just sent some ordinary treasures. But what I didn't expect was that they were all clothes. And it's such a precious piece of clothing. Ah. This. Who can withstand this? Su Changyu coughed, then looked at everyone and said. Well, let me ask, you just said, if I don't accept it, you will be punished? Right? Su Changyu spoke and said so. As soon as they said this, everyone could not help but nodded, although they didn't know what Su Changyu was doing again. But he still answered quickly. Yes, Lord Su, if you don't accept these gifts, it will be difficult for us to submit. They spoke with melancholy on their faces. Okay, God has the virtue of living a life, and you have worked hard all the way. If I don't accept these gifts, it will be my fault for you to go back. Let's stay here, you guys go back. Su Changyu said with a calm expression. But after saying this, everyone couldn't help but be overjoyed. They were already ready to go back and be punished, but unexpectedly, Su Changyu suddenly changed his mind, forcing them to be happy. Mr. Su, then you can count it. There are 32 boxes in total. Master Xuanji said that 12 of them are yours, and the remaining 20 boxes are prepared for some of your junior brothers and sisters. Su Changyu was a little surprised when the other party spoke like this. Unexpectedly, Taishang Xuanji helped his junior brothers and sisters prepare gifts, which is really thoughtful. Okay, you guys go back. After counting, Su Changyu nodded and asked them to go back. The latter did not stay. They bowed to Su Changyu and then left one after another. After leaving, Su Changyu looked at the 32 boxes and fell into silence again. He felt a little uncomfortable and felt that he had no backbone. I bought myself a few pieces of clothes, which is really unsatisfactory. However, no matter how uncomfortable it was, Su Changyu hurriedly opened the boxes and checked them one by one. Sure enough, there is a gorgeous robe in each box. Each robe has different styles. Not only are the styles different, but each robe has extremely high quality. Whether it is material selection or workmanship, it is many times better than the one on your body. This made Su Changyu very excited. But what made Su Changyu a little curious was that these clothes were court products. What did Taishang mystery come from? Can you get even garments in the palace? Could it be a high-ranking official? Su Changyu didn't understand, and at this moment, Taoist Taihua appeared. Changyu, how could there be so many boxes? Taoist Taihua came over. He was a little curious and looked at the boxes on the ground. The head of the sect, it was sent by Lao Xian. Daxu's voice sounded and answered for Su Changyu. Old Xian? Hearing what Daxu said, Taoist Taihua couldn't help but frown slightly. Then he couldn't help but speak. Changyu, it's not something else. You have to consider the things he gives in the future. Not everything can be collected. Although our Qingyun Dao sect is poor, we don't want anything. No matter how much gold, silver and jewelry is, it will not compensate. Taoist Taihua sighed and said so, and he dissuaded Su Changyu again. After all, in the eyes of Taoist Taihua, Taishang Xuanji has basically confirmed that he is Su Changyu's father. Therefore, the gift sent by Taishang Xuanji is a kind of compensation, but Taoist Taihua believes that this kind of compensation is abuse? However, Daxu's voice couldn't help but sound. The head of the sect is not gold, silver and jewelry, but some clothes. Daxu didn't know what was going on, but was just a little curious, but he still answered Taoist Taihua. Clothes? I thought I had given them something. Changyu, master knows that you like clothes, but a few pieces of clothes won't bribe you, right? If you like them, master will take you down the mountain now and buy a few pieces. Taoist Taihua spoke and sneered. Zheng sect, no, this dress looks very expensive and the materials are all well made. Daxu continued to answer, and he had just checked the boxes. Although Daxu didn't understand robes, he also understood the value of these robes. Any silk thread used was not an ordinary thing. Very expensive? How expensive can it be? A few hundred taels of gold? Or a few thousand taels of gold? Taoist Taihua disagreed and walked towards Su Changyu at the same time, looking at the boxes. A palace products, each piece is worth at least 1 million spirit stones. However, at this moment, Su Changyu's voice sounded, and he didn't know the true value of these clothes. I can only tell you one rough idea. For a moment, Taoist Taihua was stunned. Ha! What does it mean? Millions of spirit stones? A piece of clothing is worth 1 million spirit stones? Taoist Taihua was stunned in place, and for a moment he felt like a frog in the well. But soon, Taoist Taihua spoke out. Is there mine? Daxu, dot. Su Changyu, dot. It was night. The sky is like ink. The night is over. Above the cliff in front of the blue clouds, Su Changyu was wearing a new robe, which was a long cloud-song dragon pattern. The robe was green in green mountains, with golden silk dragon pattern edges and corners, and white clouds and golden dragons were tattooed on the lower robe. This robe can attract countless attention when worn on anyone. And wearing it on Su Changyu makes Su Changyu look even more unique. He stood under the front cliff. The stars in the sky seemed to be revolving around Su Changyu again. He was so handsome and his unparalleled temperament shocked everyone. Just one glance can make women all over the world unable to forget. But at this moment, Su Changyu was in a heavy mood. He had been thinking about his identity before, because Su Changyu didn't believe what his master said. After all, he had also seen his master's fortune-telling skills. But what I didn't expect was that everything was exactly the same as my master said. But what made Su Changyu even more uncomfortable was that he obviously wanted to refuse, but he was still unwilling to do so when facing these palace clothes. I am really an indecisive man. This may be my only shortcoming. Now that he came to his senses, Su Changyu understood that he had to make a decision. That's right, I have to make a break. If you have received the gift from Taishang Xuanji, then Taishang Xuanji will be given again, and you will not be able to cut it clearly at that time. So, Su Changyu decided. He is going to the Great Xia dynasty to find the mystery of the Supreme. After making up his mind, Su Changyu turned around and left the front cliff. He came to the hall and found Taoist Tai Hua. In the hall, Taoist Tai Hua was watching his robe, smiling. When he saw Su Changyu's appearance, Taoist Tai Hua immediately withdrew his beloved gaze and turned to look at Su Changyu. Changyu, what's wrong? Taoist Tai Hua looked at Su Changyu curiously, not knowing what Su Changyu came to do. Master, my disciple has been thinking for a long time and plans to go to the Great Xia dynasty. Su Changyu spoke and said so. After saying this, Taoist Tai Hua did not show a very surprised look, but said calmly. Have you thought about it? Taoist Tai Hua asked. Master, my disciple has figured it out completely. Go to the Great Xia dynasty and ask clearly. Su Changyu nodded. He had already figured it out completely. He must go to the Great Xia dynasty and ask clearly the whole story. Otherwise, he would never be at ease. After saying this, Taoist Tai Hua couldn't help but nodded. Okay, then you go, my teacher will support you no matter what. Taoist Tai Hua nodded, and he agreed to Su Changyu to understand this matter. However, at this moment, Su Changyu couldn't help but speak. Really support it? Su Changyu asked. That's nature. You are my eldest disciple, and you are naturally supportive of your teacher. Taoist Tai Hua was a little curious and didn't understand why Su Changyu asked this. Then master, the travel expenses to the Daxia dynasty. Su Changyu spoke, and when he said this, he became silent. That's what he meant. Travel? When it comes to travel expenses, Taoist Tai Hua couldn't help but change his expression. Don't you have silver? Why do you still have to find a teacher? For Taoist Tai Hua, everything is easy to say, but there is some trouble when it comes to silver. Master, what's the price of silver enough? I'm going to the capital of Daxia this time, not Jin. At least you have to give me tens of thousands of taels of gold. Su Changyu spoke, he had some silver on his body. Since Yi Ping came to Qingyun Sect, the living standards of the entire sect have also improved a lot. It turned out that everyone couldn't make up 10 taels of silver, but now everyone has dozens of taels of gold. But going to the capital of Daxia, the cost is really quite large. 10,000 taels of gold? Changyu, are you talking big? Do you think I have so many silver coins? Taoist Tai Hua was confused. What is the concept of tens of thousands of taels of gold? Although Yi Ping improved the overall economic level of Qingyun Sect, the problem is that after the renovation of Qingyun Sect, how could there be so much money? 10,000 taels are the lowest. Master, I can't fly all the way with my sword, right? The teleportation array is not expensive? You can eat and drink a little bit, but the cost of the teleportation array is not small. Su Changyu was a little depressed. As long as money is mentioned, my master will change his face immediately. However, what Su Changyu said was right. Food, drink and accommodation were indeed a little worse, but the money from this teleportation array really couldn't be saved. 10,000 taels of gold, the master can give out so much at most. The Qingyun State capital will be teleported to the capital of Daxia, and there will be 1 gold of 8,000 taels. As for how to go to the capital of Qingyun State, don't you like flying with swords? Just pass the sword. Taoist Taihua spoke up and was very calculating. 10,000 taels of gold were almost the same. He really can't take out tens of thousands of taels of gold. 10,000? What should I do when I come back? Su Changyu asked. Come back? I will definitely ask him to get it when I come back. I have given all the clothes of millions of spirit stones. Do you still care about 10,000 taels of gold? Taoist Taihua said with confidence. But this is also true. I have given all the clothes of millions of spirit stones, and I really don't care about 10,000 taels of gold. Okay, give the money. Su Changyu didn't say much. Anyway, he was used to being poor since childhood, and it would be almost the same if he could get 10,000 taels of gold. Changyu, you have to remember that it is not stingy for the teacher, nor is it that it is unwilling to let go of the teacher. The main reason is that our Qingyun Sect's family is all about. Look, your biological father is rich. Although the clothes you give you are worth millions of spirit stones, the problem is that for your father, this is a drop in the bucket. But 10,000 taels are just the entire family background for teachers. You must understand in your heart. Taoist Taihua paid the money while feeding Su Changyu chicken soup. Su Changyu also understood this truth. He didn't think much. After all, he didn't care about money and clothes were fine. Okay, master, my disciple will understand. Su Changyu nodded and then took over 10 treasure notes, each of which was worth 1,000 taels of gold. After getting the money, Su Changyu left directly, looking very free and easy. However, at this moment, the voice of Taoist Taihua suddenly rang. However, Changyu, I still want to remind you if you have one thing for you. If things are really as master guessed, you must think clearly whether to destroy other people's families. Will your appearance have an impact on others? Also, he is your father after all, do you understand? Taoist Taihua's words made Su Changyu slightly stunned. He understood what Taoist Taihua meant and nodded immediately. Master, I understand. After saying this, Su Changyu turned around and left. Soon, Su Changyu left from Qingyun Cliff. After a while, Taoist Taihua couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief on the front cliff. Very good. Finally, Su Changyu was sent out. Qingyun Sect will not encounter fires. Very good. Very good. That's it. Time passes slowly. In the blink of an eye. Then it arrived the next day. It was just dawn. Inside the ancient city of Baiyun. Su Luochen opened his eyes. His face was full of confidence. Walk slowly towards the place where the alchemy is evaluated. Su Luochen is sure to win this assessment. If the examiner had been no one, Su Luochen would not have shown such confidence. But the examiner is his junior brother, and Su Luochen is completely confident that he can pass the assessment. The place for alchemy assessment in Baiyun Ancient City. It is in the southwest corner of the ancient city, a huge open space. Many alchemy furnaces have been moved in the open space. Baiyun Ancient City will prepare 108 alchemy furnaces for those monks who have no money to buy alchemy furnaces. And if you have your own alchemy furnace, you can find an open space. At this moment, the place for alchemy assessment is already overcrowded. There were 300 or 400 monks participating in the competition, most of whom were monks who came to watch. Brother Su. Brother Luochen, is what you said yesterday true or false? Brother Su, why do I think you are so confident? Did you secretly look for your junior brother on your back? Brother Su, just help me and talk to your junior brother. If we pass this assessment, we will invite you to have new tea, the latest tea, how about it? After Su Luochen appeared, dozens of people directly surrounded Su Luochen. They all seemed extremely excited and begged Su Luochen for help. They were still a little panicked and were still full of doubts about what Su Luochen said yesterday. Everyone, you believe me, and according to Su's wishes, I guarantee that you can pass the test. Su Luochen spoke and said bitterly. Okay, there is still half an hour to start. Prepare first. If you really can't pass the test, I'll go find my junior brother again. What about? It was still half an hour before it started. Su Luochen didn't want to waste time and could only speak like this. Everyone let Su Luochen go. Okay, Brother Su. Brother Su, please. After receiving this reply, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Soon, in the examination room, Su Luochen waved his hand. In an instant, an unparalleled light blinded everyone's eyes. End of this chapter. Qingyun Ancient City. The place for alchemist assessment. All alchemists gathered here. There is still half an hour before the assessment. Many alchemists have taken out their alchemy furnaces. If the candidates who do not have alchem furnaces will come to the alchem furnace prepared by the government. The official does not require any requirements for the self-produced alchemy furnace. After all, for candidates who can participate in this kind of assessment, there is no good thing about alchemy furnaces. So there are no relevant restrictions. After all, what kind of alchemy furnace can those who can participate in this kind of alchemy assessment expect them to have? Even a little good alchemy furnace is an advantage. In the examination room, the official preparations are all low-grade alchemy furnaces, all of which are magic tools. The best alchemy furnace is a student who brings a lapis alchemy furnace and a top-grade magic weapon. But at this moment, Su Luochen waved his hand and an alchemy furnace several feet high appeared. This alchemy furnace is filled with red all over its body, and the handles on both sides of the alchemy furnace are like phoenix's wings. The appearance of this alchemy furnace directly made the air hotter. A beam of extremely fierce light rose into the sky. Trepidation. A sound sounded like a phoenix sound, which was shocking. Countless eyes were all gathered on Su Luochen, and they were a little confused. Ah! This! Who can withstand this? Just an alchemist is assessing. Would you come out with this kind of alchemy furnace? Damn, do you still have some face? It's like a martial arts practitioner. Everyone's weapons are normal weapons. Even if they are better, it's no big deal to come up with better weapons. It's a big deal if you just take out a fairy weapon. Everyone was stunned and looked at Su Luochen. Especially Su Luochen's friends, they were even more stunned. No wonder Su Luochen is so confident. With this kind of alchemy furnace, who can't pass? I ask you, who can't pass the test? Feeling the envious gazes of everyone, Su Luochen seemed very calm, and even placed herbs in an orderly manner. The requirement for passing the alchemist assessment is to refine a furnace of qi condensation pill. Each person has 3 chances. As long as he can successfully refine one furnace and ensure that the rate of waste elixir does not exceed 50%, it is considered successful. With the Phoenix Wing Furnace, Su Luochen was naturally confident. He couldn't pass the 3 chances without believing it. The appearance of the Phoenix Wing Furnace made the alchemists full of envy and jealousy. Brother Su, is this your alchemy furnace? Someone looked at Su Luochen and couldn't help asking. Yes, isn't that okay? Su Luochen nodded, quite proud. Brother Su, don't joke. This alchemy furnace is not a low-grade spiritual weapon, right? A low-grade spiritual weapon? Are you joking here? This is at least a medium-grade spiritual weapon. Toads are all a group of toads. I was fortunate to attend the Alchemy Summit and saw the top-grade alchemy furnace. Compared with Brother Su's alchemy furnace, it is simply from heaven and from earth to earth. I think this alchemy furnace is at least the best alchemy furnace. Everyone was talking about it, guessing the quality of the Phoenix-Winged Pill Furnace. That's when a bell rang. The assessment time is up. A group of people appeared on the main stage. Yi Ping's figure appeared first, followed by Chen Ning and some elders from Qingyun Ancient City. Their appearance means that this alchemy assessment is about to begin.
But after everyone appeared, everyone except Yi Ping looked at the phoenix wing furnace in front of Su Luochen. Especially Chen Ning, he saw Su Luochen's phoenix wings pill furnace in an instant. If others can't understand, he can understand it. This thing is a supreme Taoist weapon. There is no such alchemy furnace in the Jin State Academy, but the Great Xia dynasty may have such a treasure. Chen Ning was a little confused when he was just an ordinary alchemy assessment. He actually wanted to come out with this kind of alchemy furnace. What kind of pill is this to be refined? A peerless immortal pill? He is worthy of being Yi Ping's senior brother. As for some other elders, they were also confused after seeing this phoenix-winged elixir furnace. Those who don't know thought this was the assessment of the peerless alchemist. Fortunately, everyone knew that Su Luochen was Yi Ping's senior brother, so although he was shocked, he was still able to accept it. At this moment, Yi Ping looked at him. After seeing the phoenix-winged pill furnace, Yi Ping was not surprised. He had heard Daxa say before that the second senior brother's fortune was a pill furnace. Yi Ping just looked a little envious when he saw this phoenix-wing furnace. However, what Yi Ping was even more curious about was what pill he could refine. Clang! The bell rang again, which meant that the assessment was about to begin and all parties began to prepare. As the bell rang, the elder spoke, looking at everyone and slowly spoke. The alchemist assessment is about to begin. Dear candidates, prepare medicinal materials. Don't make a loud noise during the assessment period. If you have any needs, just raise your hand. After one stick of incense, the assessment begins when the bell rings again. The elder's voice rang. At this moment, all the students returned to their positions. They seemed very serious and took out the medicinal materials one by one. Especially Su Luochen took out a package and then took out the medicinal materials in the package one by one. On the main stage, Chen Ning couldn't help but look at Yi Ping and asked, "Senior brother Yi, what pills are you trying to refine?" He actually took out such a treasure furnace? Chen Ning looked at Yi Ping curiously and asked like this. I don't know either, but the pill my senior brother wants to refine must be not an ordinary thing. Yi Ping didn't know what pill Su Luochen was going to refine, but the only thing he knew was that the pill Su Luochen refined must be a great elixir. After saying this, it was not only Chen Ning, but other elders were also curious. I don't know what pill Su Luochen wants to refine. After all the Taoist-level alchemy furnaces have been taken out. If you don't live it up properly, it will definitely not work. In this way, Su Luochen took out the Yigning medicinal herbs, and Chen Ning and others looked at each other. The qi-invigorating grass, blood-energizing roots, clearing the spirit leaves, and Bina vine. Chen Ning murmured to himself, he could know at a glance what the medicinal materials Su Luochen took out were. Very ordinary medicinal materials. Isn't this the medicinal material for refining qi condensation pill? Yes, this is the medicinal material for qi condensation pill. Is he going to refine qi condensation pill? The elders were a little curious. To be honest, they all thought Su Luochen wanted to refine some unique elixirs, but what they didn't expect was that Su Luochen actually wanted to refine this elixir? Is this a bit too ordinary, right? However, Chen Ning shook his head and spoke slowly. No, although this is the medicinal material for qi condensation pill, my master said that every elixir in this world will be extremely effective if it is refined to the extreme. Even the most ordinary qi condensing pill, it may have more than a dozen abilities. I think senior brother Su wants to show his extraordinary alchemy skills. Chen Ning spoke and said confidently. At that moment, everyone nodded, thinking that what Chen Ning said made sense. However, Yi Ping shook his head. No, my senior brother can never refine the top-grade qi condensation pill. I think he has a deeper meaning. Yi Ping spoke, he didn't think Su Luochen would refine those ordinary pills. As soon as these words were said, everyone couldn't help but become even more curious. If you don't refine the top-grade qi condensation pill, then what are you refining? Clang. At this moment, a stick of incense slowly passed. As the bell rang, all candidates have started to refine alchemy. Everyone put the medicinal materials into the alchemy furnace,
then began to ignite the alchemy fire and began to refine the alchemy. But, in the assessment venue, Su Luochen seemed very calm. He looked at these medicinal herbs quietly, silently, not knowing what he was doing. But the more Su Luochen did this, the more he seemed very clever in everyone's eyes. Time passes by little. Because the Qingyun State issued an order that there was no time limit for the alchemy assessment, all the students seemed to be neither anxious nor slow, thinking about doing as much as possible and not making any mistakes. But after a full hour, before Su Luochen could do anything, it made people feel a little strange. Other alchemists have already reached halfway through an hour, but Su Luochen has not taken action yet. What is this doing? Even Yi Ping was a little curious at this moment, but Yi Ping knew very well that his second senior brother must have his own ideas when he refining alchemy like this. And off the stage, Su Luochen encountered a very troublesome thing. He forgot the order of the medicinal materials for qi condensation pill. Yes, forget the order. Each type of elixir prescription focuses on the order of the front and back, such as the first medicinal material, and the second medicinal material prescription. There must be no errors in every step. Once a problem occurs, the medicine will be destroyed directly. If the medicinal materials are placed in the wrong way, it will be even more troublesome, and there are possibilities for frying the stove. Thinking of this, Su Luochen felt a little depressed. However, thinking that his alchemy furnace was a supreme instrument, Su Luochen gritted his teeth, grabbed Yiming medicinal materials and put them into the alchemy furnace. This is a blood vine. After putting it in the alchemy furnace, the blood vine melted in an instant, and Su Luochen became even more panicked in an instant. In the past, when refining alchemy, the medicinal materials were placed in the alchemy furnace and it took at least a quarter of an hour before the medicinal materials would melt and become medicinal liquid. But this alchemy furnace was so good. Once it was put in, the medicinal materials melted on the spot. Although it saves time, it also disrupts Su Luochen's thoughts. He had no time to think about what to put in the medicinal herbs. What to do? Su Luochen was a little anxious. In desperation, Su Luochen took out EB medicinal materials and put them in the alchemy furnace. Sizzle! As the second medicinal herbs were put into the alchemy furnace, they were instantly melted. At this moment, on the main stage, both Chen Ning and other elders were a little surprised. This seems to be the order of the medicinal materials added, right? An elder felt embarrassed inexplicably and couldn't help but speak, saying this. As for the other elders, they were inexplicably embarrassed. They are naturally extremely skilled in the order of the medicinal materials of qi condensation pill. The first medicinal material Su Luochen put was called blood vine, which should be the fourth medicinal material. Maybe, the pill that senior brother Su wants to refine is not the qi condensation pill at all. Chen Ning spoke with a thorn in his mouth, and he also felt that Su Luochen's operation was a little confused and embarrassed. After all, there are mistakes in the medicinal materials for qi condensation pill in this order, but how could Yi Ping's alchemist make such a low-level mistake? Yi Ping couldn't help but be a little curious. Although he is not very good at refining elixirs, he also knows that he has learned the order of refining qi condensing pills before. The second senior brother not only put the order incorrectly, but even added several different medicinal materials. Moreover, the effect of these medicinal materials has nothing to do with qi condensation pill, and it is even in conflict with it. What's going on? Yi Ping was a little curious, but he still did not doubt Su Luochen. He believed that senior brother Luochen must have his reason. Off stage, Su Luochen has completely given up on himself. He didn't expect that one day he would fail the assessment because he couldn't remember the order of the medicinal materials. The main reason is that I have been thinking about other things yesterday, and I am too confident, which makes me feel a little nervous. It's over. It's over. It's over. Looking at the elixir furnace, the medicinal materials are melted into the medicinal liquid, and thus mixed together. Su Luochen was completely confused. He was already putting medicinal materials randomly, and even put some messy medicinal materials in it for no reason. The medicinal liquid in the alchemy furnace has become extremely dark, just like venom. Other people's gas condensation liquid looks white and red, while their own gas condensation liquid is like arsenic. You can tell just that it is very poisonous. On stage, both Chen Ning and other elders completely lost their expectations. Although they also believed that Su Luochen had his own ideas. But the problem is that the wrong order of medicinal materials can be saved, but adding medicinal materials randomly is completely useless. Adding medicinal materials randomly does not mean that there is no help. But the problem is that Su Luochen just put 3 conflicting medicinal materials in a row, some of which are even more toxic. Qi condensation pill emphasizes neutrality and stability. But Su Luochen was completely contrary to the truth. If he could refine the pill? And it can also produce good pills. They ate this alchemy furnace. Thinking of this, they couldn't help but look at Yi Ping, very curious, not knowing why Su Luochen could become Yi Ping's senior brother. That's it? As time passes little by little. In the end, Su Luochen had already put all the medicinal materials on his body into the alchemy furnace. There is no more to put. Su Luochen directly covered the furnace and then injected a stream of spiritual energy. In an instant, the phoenix-winged elixir furnace vibrated and the fire surged into the sky. Su Luochen took a few steps back calmly. He took a deep breath and no longer expected this alchemy furnace. Instead, he was thinking about how to deceive his junior brother later. But at this moment, trepidation. The sound of the phoenix sounded. The phoenix-winged elixir furnace seemed to turn into a fire phoenix, rushed into the sky and finally fell heavily to the ground. The blazing light made the temperature of the entire Baiyun ancient city rise a lot. Immediately afterwards, the fire phoenix that fell on the ground turned into a pile of scorched earth. Everyone couldn't help but look at Su Luochen. Their eyes were full of curiosity. Including Su Luochen, he was even more confused. He was worried that the alchemy furnace would be blown up by himself. Otherwise, how could such a landscape appear? Everyone looked at all this curiously, and even most alchemists thought that Su Luochen failed to refine the alchemy and even exploded the alchemy furnace. There are many elders who feel even more regretful. But before the words were spoken, in an instant, something seemed to be trembling in the scorched earth. Look, it's a phoenix egg. Hiss, it's a phoenix egg. How come a phoenix egg appears? People were surprised and pointed at the scorched earth, their eyes full of surprise. On the main platform, everyone was also full of shock. Especially Yi Ping, he seemed extremely excited, and he felt that his second senior brother would never make a mistake. Off stage. In the scorched earth, a blood-red phoenix egg stands in the scorched earth. This phoenix egg has golden patterns and emits a strange light. Crack! Crack! The next moment, the phoenix egg broke and a golden elixir the size of a longan eye appeared. Immediately afterwards, the broken eggshell re-evolved into a phoenix-winged pill furnace. The golden pill floated in front of Su Luochen, emitting a strange fragrance, spreading throughout the Baiyun ancient city. Moreover, this golden pill looks extremely dazzling, and the pill looks like a small phoenix egg. Perfect elixir, this is the perfect elixir. Hiss, the peerless pill, I never thought that in my lifetime, I would be able to see the legendary peerless pill with my own eyes. The Phoenix Nirvana is transcendent, this is the Phoenix Nirvana. What an alchemy technique is this? I actually refined the peerless pill. I admire it. On the main platform, all the elders were shocked. They screamed, feeling unparalleled shock. Su Luochen's Phoenix Nirvana really shocked everyone. Even Su Luochen himself was completely confused. That's it? Can this also make pills? Su Luochen was really shocked. He put out the medicinal materials randomly, but he didn't expect that he would actually refine peerless pills? What is this wave called? This wave is called the Phoenix Nirvana alchemy method. I am indeed a peerless alchemist. Su Luochen was overjoyed. In fact, this alchemy furnace, called the Phoenix Winged Fairy Furnace, has an unparalleled ability. That is to turn decay into magic. But this turns decay into magic does not mean that just adding some medicinal materials will definitely change. Instead, various different medicinal materials must be put in, and normal alchemy furnaces can only be used to refine the most elixirs. Only then can the power of the alchemy furnace be activated. Once activated, it will attract the strange phenomenon of Phoenix Nirvana, and the refined pills will turn into magic. In other words, even if Yiping is allowed to practice, it will be in a proper way and will not activate the power of the alchemy furnace at all. You must refine the most pills to activate this talent. Even if you put it randomly, it won't work, because even if it randomly, the Phoenix-winged elixir furnace is a Taoist instrument that can harmonize itself, and the elixirs refined are not much different. To put it bluntly, as long as you can refine the elixir that even the Phoenix wing furnace can't stand it, you can be reborn in nirvana. Su Luochen accidentally activated the talent of this alchemy furnace. That's why such a strange phenomenon occurs. The golden pill floats in the air. The city is full of elixir fragrance. This pill is a qi condensation pill, but just by smelling it, you can enrich your magic power, and this pill contains the power of nirvana. If a monk swallows it, it can improve his physique and transform himself into a complete transformation like a phoenix. For a moment, many alchemists couldn't help but stare at the pill, their eyes full of envy and greed. But at this moment, Su Luochen spoke out. "Young brother, have you learned it?" The sound rang. Yiping, who was on the main platform, slowly came to his senses. He looked at Su Luochen and spoke quickly. "Senior brother, I understand it, but I can't learn it. But my junior brother will definitely study hard." He fully understood. But when he learns, he really doesn't know how to learn. "Well, I'll give you this elixir to understand the method." "Okay, since Dan is done, senior brother will go back and have a good rest, and you can study it well." After installing it, Su Luochen took back the alchemy furnace, turned around and left. It's not that he doesn't want to continue pretending. The main thing is that if you ask yourself how to practice, how to answer later. And the fellow Taoists Su Luochen on the side were also a little sad. "Okay, on weekdays, you call everyone out to have tea and relax your mind, but you didn't expect to go to make up for the lesson secretly?" They felt very uncomfortable, but they still seized the time to start practicing alchemy. End of this chapter. Late at night. With the end of the alchemy assessment in Baiyun Ancient City, the elders of Baiyun Ancient City held a banquet for Yiping and Su Luochen to stay for dinner. However, Su Luochen was unwilling to stay here at all and wanted to leave quickly. He knew completely that as long as he was on the table, the first question was how he refined the golden elixir. So in this case, Su Luochen naturally did not want to stay here. After receiving the alchemist order, Su Luochen took Yiping away overnight. It was night. The sky is full of stars. Su Luochen and Yiping walked slowly towards Qingyun Sect. Along the way, Su Luochen looked very calm, but there was an unconcealed smile in his eyes. The alchemy order was finally obtained. I finally became a qualified alchemist. Becoming a qualified alchemist has countless benefits and people will respect you wherever you go. The most important thing is that you can finally go out and make money. It is not like receiving the salary of the sect every day and living a hard life every day. Although the treatment of the sect has improved a lot since Yiping came, money is still comfortable to spend it. Su Luochen didn't speak along the way. Yiping, who was following behind, was also thinking about other things. Maybe it feels too dull. Su Luochen took the initiative to break the silence and spoke slowly. "My junior brother." As Su Luochen's voice sounded, Yiping couldn't help but respond. "What's wrong, second senior brother?" Yiping opened his mouth and seemed a little curious. "How long have you been to the sect?" Su Luochen asked casually. "No more or less, it's been half a year." Yiping calculated carefully and it has been almost half a year since he entered the sect. Half a year? After hearing this, Su Luochen was inexplicably surprised. To be honest, he always felt that Yiping had been in the sect for several years. But I never thought that Yiping had only been here for half a year. Look at Yiping and then look at yourself.
Su Luochen couldn't help but sigh in his heart.
Yiping has been in half a year and has outstanding swordsmanship, unparalleled alchemy, and first-class formations.
He is basically an all-round cultivator. What's even more terrifying is that it's only half a year.
If it takes 3 to 5 years, God knows how far Yiping will grow. Look at yourself, you have been in Qingyun Sect for more than 20 years, but you have just passed the alchemy assessment.
People compare themselves with others, they really make people angry. Soon, Su Luochen's voice sounded again. My junior brother, I forgot to ask you something, where are your parents? Su Luochen spoke and asked Yiping's parents.
Parents? When talking about this, Yiping couldn't help but shake his head, and he didn't know where his parents were. Since traveling through time 3 years ago, Yiping has no idea who his parents are. He has been an orphan since he was a child and only knows that he is from Jin. Let me go back to my senior brother, I have been an orphan since I was a child, so I don't know where my parents are. Yiping replied that he had no great feelings for his parents, after all, he had never met before, and he came from time to time. Oh, it turns out they are all pitiful people.
Su Luochen sighed.
Then, Yiping's voice couldn't help but sound.
Second brother, what about your parents?
Yiping looked at Su Luochen curiously. Like you, decades ago, a disaster occurred in Qingzhou. It is said that some treasure was born, causing the two powerful people to fight to the death, destroying the Qingzhou mountains in a mess, flooding, and countless people were destroyed because of the family. It was in that disaster that I became an orphan and adopted by my master. It seemed that he was in a very good mood, and Su Luochen never wanted to mention his own affairs with others. But now, he took the initiative to speak out and inform Yiping of his life experience. Senior brother, then your parents must be still in the world. They just didn't find you for a while, but I believe that one day your father will find you. Yiping opened his mouth and comforted him like this. As soon as he said this, Su Luochen chuckled. He no longer cared about this relationship. He had never seen it since he was a child. If you want to say that you have feelings, it would be obviously fake. In this way, the two continued to be speechless and returned to the Qingyun Sect.
And at the same time,
the extreme northern part of Qingzhou.
Under an abyss. A group of people appeared here. This is Qingzhou Demon Abyss, spanning Qingzhou and Lizhou.
This demon abyss is rumored to be the place where countless people's resentful souls gathered.
There was a terrible resentment in the demon abyss. Even the golden pill cultivator must not step into this demon abyss at will.
At this moment, the group was walking in the demon abyss holding an ancient lamp in his hand. There were 7 people in the group, 4 men and 3 women, each of whom was handsome, with an extraordinary temperament. Especially the man in the lead, wearing a starry robe and surrounded by starlight. Standing there, he gave people an extremely powerful feeling.
Senior brother Xinghe, the demonic energy here is too strong, right?
What the hell is this? Someone spoke and whispered, while looking around, his eyes full of alert.
Don't talk nonsense, be quiet.
The man called the Galaxy spoke calmly. The ancient lamp in his hand seemed to have divine power, blocking the demonic energy. In this way, the group walked forward and finally saw a big door. But before he stepped into the door, the terrifying demonic energy turned into a strong wind and blew towards everyone. In an instant, the ancient lamp went out and everything seemed extremely dark.
Sizzle!
But the next moment, the man in the lead raised his hand and another ancient lamp was lit in an instant.
However, this ancient lamp was different. Among the lights, a golden Buddha appeared to suppress all evil demons. Buddha liquid lamp. Senior brother Xinghe, do you even have this thing?
Senior brother Xinghe is worthy of being the first rookie in our Tianyuan Academy, and he has such a strange thing as Buddha lithium lamp.
Everyone spoke and said excitedly.
This Buddha's fat lamp is rumored to be the oil when the Buddha passed away, containing infinite Buddha's power.
If it is ignited, it can suppress all evil demons. Don't talk for now.
This time, the superiors asked me to wait to investigate the Qingzhou demon abyss.
It would not be that simple. Be careful. If you go in later, there will be danger, do you know?
Yixing has spoke and told everyone to be careful later to avoid any accidents.
Yes, Senior Brother Xinghe.
Okay, Senior Brother Yi.
Everyone nodded and responded.
Then he took the lead and walked into it directly.
This is a main hall.
It looks very dilapidated inside, and all the buildings are damaged.
The Buddha fat lamp was very bright, illuminating the surroundings, and everyone walked carefully in the hall. Soon, I came to the center. It's an altar.
Someone spoke, pointing to the center and speaking like this.
There is blood.
The blood seems very different. Don't go over, be careful. When everyone came to the center, they soon discovered that it was an altar, and the altar was stained with blood, but these bloodstains were a bit strange.
Someone walked forward and wanted to look carefully. However, the next moment,
several roars rang out.
Roar! Roar!
In the quiet hall, there were roars, and 5 different figures appeared on the strange altar.
Green dragon. White tiger. Vermilion bird. Xuanwu. Karen. This is a holy beast in the 5 directions.
The roar was extremely terrifying, and everyone retreated repeatedly. Except for Yixing, the other 6 people were injured, but not very serious. Their expressions were full of shock.
This is a 5-way holy beast. How could the true spirit of the 5 holy beasts appear? What the hell is this? Can the true spirits of the 5 holy beasts appear? This place cannot be underestimated.
They talked, their faces full of shock, unable to believe what they saw. The 5 holy beasts are the blue dragon, the white tiger, the vermilion bird, the black womb, and the unicorn. They are the holy beasts of the human race, and they can also be called immortal beasts. This kind of thing is rare in 1,000 years. It is a truly supreme existence. Throughout history, countless strong people have dreamed of being recognized by the holy beast, but almost few people can be recognized by the holy beast. These bloodstains are the blood of the holy beast.
Yixing's voice sounded.
He frowned and looked at the altar carefully. Then he slowly spoke and told everyone that the blood on the altar was the blood of the holy beast.
The blood of the holy beast? How can there be blood of the holy beast in such a ghost place? Is it possible? Did someone find that the blood of the holy beast hidden here? Good guy, is this blood still useful?
Everyone spoke, and they were still shocked because they knew what the blood of the holy beast represented. A drop of blood from a holy beast can make people reborn and even get the fortune of heaven and earth, so they are naturally excited. The true spirits of these blood have all passed away and have no great effect, but if they are used to refine elixirs, it is still possible.
You can collect them, but be careful.
Yixing spoke and he walked towards the altar. Observe this altar carefully. As for the others, they were quickly collecting the blood of these holy beasts, but these blood rivers have dried up and become blood powder, which needs to be collected a little bit.
Even so, everyone is happy with each other. After all, it is the blood of a holy beast, and it is hard to find in the world.
Yixing did not collect this holy blood. He knew at a glance that this holy blood had dried up and had lost its true spiritual charm, and its effect was not very big.
It has little effect on oneself.
He looked at the altar carefully. The altar was very strange. The most important thing was that he found a stone egg in the center of the altar.
The stone egg was broken.
Yixing picked up a fragment of the stone egg and looked at the fragment carefully. A full stick of incense has passed.
Finally, Yixing guessed something. Everyone, we may be in a big trouble.
Yixing spoke, and as his voice sounded, everyone couldn't help but be curious for a moment. They collected all the blood in powder around the altar. Now they heard what Yixing said, they couldn't help but be curious.
Senior Brother Xinghe, what trouble are we in? A huge trouble? What's the secret of a mere Qingyun ruin?
Yes, Senior Brother Yi, it's just a Qingyun ruin.
The difficulty of the tasks assigned in the courtyard is only Class A. What's the trouble?
They spoke, full of curiosity.
After all, this Qingyun ruin has no background at all.
It is said that 20 years ago, a treasure appeared in Qingyun, which attracted two powerful people in the Yuanshan realm to fight, resulting in the destruction of the Qingyun spiritual veins, and even caused floods, causing disasters and devastation in the lives. A lot of this kind of thing happened, so it wasn't a big deal. However, Yixing has said that he was in trouble, which naturally made them full of curiosity. Everyone, the crisis in Qingyun was caused by a treasure that was born more than 20 years ago. I think I already know what it was. Yixing spoke, his expression seemed extremely serious. Senior brother Yi, what kind of treasure is it? Senior brother Xinghe, this Qingyun treasure has always been a puzzle. No one knows until now. What treasure are they competing for? How could you know? The history books of Jin State have records. 25 years ago, there was a treasure in Qingyun. Two Yuanshan monks fought until their deaths and lost their treasures. No one knew what treasure they were. Senior brother Xinghe, how did you know? Everyone was curious and asked Yi Xinghe. That's not a treasure, it's a god of heaven and earth. Yi Xinghe shook his head and told everyone that the so-called treasure is a god of heaven and earth. The gods of heaven and earth? What does this mean? Are the gods born from heaven and earth? Is there such a thing really? Senior brother Yi, what's your basis? Everyone looked at Yi Xinghe and couldn't help asking like this. You guys come and see. This stone egg is extremely ancient and has a history of at least hundreds of thousands of years. If I'm not mistaken, this stone egg should have a god of heaven and earth. But for some reason, this god egg was destroyed and its vitality was extinct. And this altar should be a holy blood spirit summoning array. Someone got this stone egg and wanted to awaken the gods in it. Use the blood of the 5 holy beasts to awaken the gods. So, we're having a big deal. Yi Xinghe spoke, and couldn't help but take a deep breath, and said so. God's egg? 5 directions of holy blood? I didn't expect that Qingyun's treasure is actually a god born from birth. How exaggerated is it to the gods born from heaven and earth? They were shocked. The so-called gods of heaven and earth are existences born from the mountains of heaven and earth. It is not a human, not a ghost, not a demon, but a god, who is born to jump out of the 5 elements. Have extremely terrible growth qualifications. It can be said that the gods of heaven and earth are like sons of heaven, and everything they do is helpful to heaven. But this kind of thing only exists in legends and almost no one has seen it. Moreover, the gods of heaven and earth are too defiant, and they need the right time, place, and people to be united in order to be born. Nothing can be nurtured. This is also the reason why everyone is shocked. Senior brother Yi, even if it is really as you said, what does it have to do with us? After all, so many years have passed? Someone spoke out, thinking that even if it is true as Yi Xinghe said, it has nothing to do with them. But Yi Xinghe shook his head. Take a deep breath and say. If it's just to revive a god's egg, it really has nothing to do with us. You know, do I worry about anything? This formation has disappeared for many years. It is the peerless formation of the Supreme Demon Palace tens of thousands of years ago. And this formation can not only be used to summon spirits, but also to be reborn. A god egg that has already exterminated life will almost be impossible to give birth to gods. So I guess someone wants to inject the true spirit into this stone egg, so that a semi-god can be nurtured. If this is the case, if we appear here, that powerful man from the demonic way will definitely find traces of our visit. At that time, in order to silence me, I may not know how to die. Yi Xinghe spoke and expressed his suspicion. As soon as these words were said, everyone couldn't help but take a deep breath and felt scared. Because they broke through each other's secrets and accidentally offended a peerless strong man. Senior brother Yi, I think this shouldn't be the case, right? Yes, this matter has been more than 20 years, and it will be discovered sooner or later. Senior brother, look, no one has come to this place for decades. I think it may be senior brother, you are too worried. Everyone spoke with each word and comforted themselves as much as possible. After all, they really had to follow what Yi Xinghe said. Everyone present should not live. Well, maybe I'm really a little over-concerned, but I still have to be more cautious. Changming, Bai Lian, you two will leave quickly and return to the Jiantian courtyard to inform the above about what's happening here. The rest follow me and continue investigating. Yi Xinghe spoke, asked the two of them to leave first and quickly go to the Jiantian courtyard. Yes, senior brother. Senior brother, then you take care of yourself and we will take your leave first. The two spoke and then left the place directly. After the two left, someone couldn't help but continue asking. Senior brother Xinghe, I know the gods of heaven and earth, but the demigods don't seem to have such an explanation, right? He spoke, his eyes full of curiosity, and asked Yi Xinghe. Well, there is indeed no such thing as a demigod in this world. But my senior brother has read an ancient book, which records the concept of a semigod. It is said that the soul of a dying person can be injected into this divine egg that has already extinct vitality, and then use the blood of the 5 holy beasts to irrigate the divine egg. Buried in a place of spiritual veins, over time, a semigod may be born. Yi Xinghe spoke. The reason why he knew so much was only learned through an ancient book. Senior brother Yi, is this demigod strong? Someone was curious and asked like this. Do you still want to ask? Gods are invincible in the world, and the semigods must be strong, at least half as powerful as gods. Someone answered, and it was straightforward. But Yi Xinghe shook his head. No. It is recorded in ancient books that if a demigod is really nurtured, it may not be very strong. There are 2 possibilities, one possibility, like a normal god. If God helps, he will receive help from God and even achieve his wishes. But there is another possibility, that is, the suppression of luck. Before the age of 30, you will be like an ordinary monk, or even worse than an ordinary monk. No matter what you do, it's very ordinary, but once you're over 30, you will burst out with unparalleled talent. If it's the first type, it's fine, at least there are still some catching up. If it's the second type, it's terrible. Once this kind of thing goes through the age of 30, it will cause real eruption, and because of the 30 years of hardship, it will make the heart of Tao extremely stable. But no matter which one it is, it may be better than us. Yi Xinghe said so. However, at this moment, suddenly, 2 figures appeared outside the hall. It is the White Lotus and Eternal Brightness. No, it is 3 ways. End of this chapter. Outside the main hall, 3 figures appeared. Changming and Bai Lian all appear here. Changming, Bai Lian, why are you two back again? Didn't senior brother Xinghe ask you to go back? Someone spoke and seemed very curious. But at this moment, Yi Xinghe appeared in front of everyone, stretched out his right hand, and signaled everyone not to speak. Because outside the hall, not 2 figures appeared, but 3 figures. Yi Xinghe and others were silent immediately. They even seemed a little nervous and stared outside the hall. Changming and Bai Lian were even trembling. As soon as they walked out, they met someone. He is an old man. At this moment, standing outside the hall, standing there quietly like a ghost, making people feel panic and uneasy. Senior. We just broke in without intention, and I hope you can forgive me for your sins. We are all inspectors of the Supervisory and Heaven Academy, and our master Ouyang Yuanxiu. I hope our seniors can give our master some thin face. Yi Xinghe spoke and told him the identity of his master when he came up. He was afraid that he would not have the chance to say it, so he said it earlier to avoid any unnecessary misunderstandings. He. The extremely indifferent laughter sounded, making Yi Xinghe and others creepy. The other party did not speak, but this voice made people feel inexplicably scared. I hope you forgive me. If you don't want me to know, I'm willing to destroy my memories. Yi Xinghe continued to speak. He was even willing to destroy his memories, hoping that the other party could let them go. However, the figure slowly appeared. He is an old man. Dishes hair. It gives people the feeling that they are as if they are practicing evil skills and are obsessed with evil spirits. Some people are not human, and ghosts are not ghosts, but that is how they give people an inexplicable sense of fear. He appeared slowly, and his eyes seemed extremely calm. There is no murderous intention or any coldness, but it seems very calm.
But the more calm this kind of calmness, the more uneasy Yixinghe and others. Don't be afraid.
The old man's voice sounded, and he slowly walked to everyone, then glanced at Yixinghe.
Don't be nervous, I won't kill you. It's very good.
The Supervisory Academy has indeed recruited many elite soldiers and generals over the years. He spoke, letting everyone feel a little relieved.
Thank you, Senior.
Yixinghe did not relax at all, but became more and more nervous. If the other party doesn't want to kill them, then there will probably be some intentions, but even the big ones are at least better than losing their lives. You help me do something, and I can guarantee that not only will you not kill you, but you will also give you a fortune. How about it?
He spoke out, his tone very calmly. While speaking, he even raised his hand and the phantom of the five-spirit holy beast appeared. This is the five spirits' holy blood, the blood of the holy beast. At this moment, let alone others, even Yixinghe couldn't help but show a shock. The blood of the five spirits and holy beasts is hard to find in the world. What I never thought was that the old man in front of me actually had such a thing. But he still didn't have any happiness, but he was even heavier. I dare to ask Senior, what's the matter? If there is any violation of our heavenly court, you will not do it even if he dies. Yixinghe spoke. He didn't know what the other party wanted to let him do, but he could feel that what the other party wanted to let him do was definitely not a trivial matter. If it is a small matter, how can you take out the five spirits' holy blood as a reward? Rest assured.
The old man shook his head again and said, I have no hostility towards your heavenly court, and I will not let you do anything against the heavenly court.
I want you to find someone for me. The old man spoke out and said like this. Looking for someone? This time everyone was a little curious, really didn't know that this old man was looking for them just to find someone? Logically speaking, it is not easy to find someone at his level. Senior, who are you looking for? Yixinghe asked.
However, the old man did not answer directly, but looked at the altar not far away and spoke slowly.
You probably guessed it?
He spoke like this and said something that made Yixinghe silent. Others didn't understand it, but Yixinghe understood it clearly. Senior, since you have the five spirits' holy blood, it is obvious that you made this altar, right?
If you guess well by me, you should be the senior of the Supreme Demon Palace, right?
Yixinghe expressed his guess. After saying this, the latter nodded with satisfaction and said, You are still smart.
Since that's the case, I won't keep you from hiding. It was about 1,400 years ago. My wife is pregnant and gave birth to a child for me.
You should know that it is almost impossible to have a child when I reach my level.
But unfortunately, there are too many enemies in my old age.
They dare not come to me, but they set their sights on my wife. In order to save my child, my wife would rather die by herself. But unfortunately, my unborn child was injured and died in the fetus.
In order to make him survive, I injected his essence and blood into the divine eggs, and irrigated and nourished them with the five spirits' holy blood.
The old man spoke and told his story.
Everyone was silent.
They dared not resist, so they could only listen patiently, and at the same time they suddenly realized and understood the causes and consequences. Fortunately, everything succeeded, and the egg of God gave birth to a new life. But just 25 years ago, my enemies came to me and they didn't know what I was doing, so I left here to avoid being discovered by them. But unfortunately, less than half a year after I left, my child was born, which attracted a strange phenomenon in the world. There happened to be two blind things that appeared in Qingyun, thinking they were some treasures. Everyone fought and broke down many mountains and even caused my child to disappear. When he said this, the old man's eyes instantly turned extremely scarlet, and his eyes were full of anger.
Yixinghe and others were trembling.
This fear was caused by the fear of the heart. They were afraid, but they didn't dare to speak, so they could only listen quietly.
What about later?
After a while, Yixinghe couldn't help asking after the old man calmed down a little.
Later?
Later I came back and couldn't find my child, and I didn't even know whether he was a man or a woman. As for those two guys, my sect was destroyed by me, and everyone died at my hands, but so what? My child is still missing.
What do you think I do?
The old man spoke and told the matter in a very calm tone. The whole family of slaughtered people, and this kind of thing seemed like a very ordinary thing to the old man. At the same time, he looked at Yi Xinghe and others and asked this. These two deserve to die. It's true that you should die when you see money. The others spoke and answered the old man's questions. But after saying that, the old man couldn't help but sneer, "You righteous monks, you are really hypocritical." As soon as these words were said, the few people suddenly looked embarrassed, but they couldn't say anything, and they didn't dare to refute it. "Senior, are you going to let us find the whereabouts of your child?" Yi Xinghe asked. "Yes, your Taiyang Guanyuan has great means, so it is not difficult to investigate such a thing." The old man nodded and answered Yi Xinghe's question. But for a moment, Yi Xinghe became a little curious. "Senior, since you are a strong man from the Supreme Demon Palace, it is logical that it is not difficult to find someone. Why do you look for us?" This is Yi Xinghe's doubt. Because in theory, the Supreme Demon Palace is one of the strongest forces in the world. Although there seems to be no movement in the Supreme Demon Palace in recent years, it is undeniable that this force is very strong. It is not as good as the Jiantian Academy, but it is not much worse. Isn't investigating such a thing just a matter of one sentence? No. 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 The old man shook his head and spoke. "I was like you thought at the beginning, but unfortunately, they all thought I was old and didn't want to listen to an old man, nor did they want to obey. You are a disciple of the heavenly court. You should know that in recent years, there seems to be no movement in the Supreme Demon Palace, right?" The old man said so. "Right." Yi Xinghe nodded. "In recent years, except for the sudden power of the Demon God Sect, there has been no movement in the Supreme Demon Palace. The Superior Heaven Academy is also very curious about this, but no information can be searched for." "Do you know why?" the old man asked calmly. In an instant, Yi Xinghe was stunned. He understood the root cause in an instant. The old man did not answer in detail, but just looked at Yi Xinghideo. "I think you are a smart person. I don't want anyone except you to know about this matter. I am undefeated in my life because I have no weaknesses, and my child is my only weakness. He is my only concern in my life. I would rather not become an immortal than get my child back. But I don't want others to know, otherwise he will never be peaceful. This is why I looked for you, do you know?" When the old man said this, he had almost finished everything. The rest depends on Yi Xinghe to make a decision. But we heard it too. The disciples beside Yi Xinghe couldn't help but speak. But the next moment, the old man waved his hand, and in an instant, the people fell to the ground. However, Yi Xinghe was not nervous. He instantly realized that these people were just fainting, not dead. "I have wiped out their memories. Young man, would you like to help me, a lonely man?" The old man spoke indifferently, looked at Yi Xinghe and asked this. "If you're just looking for someone, I'll naturally be willing." Yi Xinghe spoke, he said so, giving an answer. "Well, I'll thank you first, but there are a few things I still have to explain clearly. Don't think I'm too naughty." He spoke slowly and then continued. "Don't tell anyone about this. No one can do it, if anyone else knows about it. I can guarantee that even the Jiantian Academy will not be able to protect you, and even the Jiantian Academy will pay the price. Your friends and your relatives, I will let them feel what life is worse than death. Do you understand?" The old man's voice was calm, but Yi Xinghe knew that this person would do his best. "My younger brother understand." Yi Xinghe nodded. "Well, there is another point. If you find my child, don't make a statement. Just burn this treasure talisman and I will appear by your side. Of course, if my child has any damage, even if he loses a hair, I just said, I will do it, so don't have any wrong thoughts." He spoke, and when he said this, a drop of 5 spirits holy blood appeared in his hands. The next moment, this drop of 5 spirits holy blood appeared in Yi Xinghe's hands. "This is a deposit. If you find it, I can give you the complete 5 spirits holy blood. This kind of thing is priceless to you." The old man spoke out and said so. He was also generous and gave Yi Xingha a piece of 5 spirits holy blood as a deposit.
Thank you, Senior. Yi Xingha was a little excited.
The 5-spirit holy blood was indeed important to him, because the martial arts he practiced must be the 5-spirit holy blood.
Okay, go. The old man nodded, then turned and left.
But at this moment, Yi Xingha couldn't help but speak quickly.
Senior, I want to ask, do your child have any characteristics?
If there is no characteristic at all, there will be 70 million monks in Qingyun, and countless people are countless.
They are undoubtedly looking for a needle in a haystack.
Yi Xingha asked this. After all, if he asks him to look for it, he also needs to give some clues.
There is no clue at all, how can I find it? Looking for one by one? That 1,000 years may not be found. Feature?
The old man was silent for a while, and he was thinking seriously.
Then he spoke.
I have never seen a child, and I really don't know what to say about characteristics. But my child was born from the divine egg, so he must have a great characteristic.
Either luck is out of reach or you're in a bad mood.
The old man spoke out and said his only feature. After saying this, Yi Xingha became even more curious this time.
Either you are lucky or you are incredibly unlucky? This is indeed a bit strange. Okay, if you find it, remember to contact me.
After the old man said this, he slowly left.
He disappeared. Left Yi Xingha standing alone on the altar.
After a long time, Yi Xingha waved his hand and took these disciples away.
And at the same time,
in the northern prefecture of Jin State,
in a deep mountain,
Chen Lingru looked at all this in a daze. She just parted with Shuizhuan and Lin Bei. After leaving for less than a long time, I accidentally discovered a ruin. I thought there was some treasure. As soon as I entered, I found that there was a teleportation array in the ruins. What made her even more confused was that as soon as she opened her eyes, she found that she seemed to be in a nest. And this nest does not seem to be abandoned.
Just when Chen Lingru was full of confusion, the next moment,
a leopard with green eyes appeared in front of her and walked step by step from the entrance of the nest.
Blue-eyed unicorn. Chen Lingru stood there in a daze. She knew at a glance what kind of monster this was.
An extremely rare monster. It is rumored that it is a monster born from a kirin and a leopard, with the blood of a kirin.
What the hell is this? How could there be such a monster? Chen Lingru was stunned.
End of this chapter.
Inside the cave, Chen Lingru looked at the monster walking in and was a little confused. Teleported to the monster nest? Would you be so outrageous?
Chen Lingru felt that she was in a bad mood.
Blue-eyed unicorn.
This kind of monster is difficult to encounter in normal times, but it was encountered by a monk who didn't even have the foundation building realm.
This is really lucky. Chen Lingru was a little trembling.
However, the blue-eyed unicorn leopard that walked into the nest did not have any evil intentions. On the contrary, a strange look appeared in her eyes.
It seems very inconsistent. Human race? The blue-eyed unicorn beast stared at Chen Lingru and asked like this. You can speak human language?
Chen Lingru was also a little surprised, and her eyes looked at the blue-eyed Chila beast full of surprise.
Blue-eyed unicorn beast, ... I don't mean that. Don't get me wrong.
I just said, you are a beast, how can you speak human words? Chen Lingru was a little nervous and even spoken, she seemed to be inconsistent.
Blue-eyed unicorn beast, ... No, I really don't mean that. I'm a stupid person and don't speak very well.
Chen Lingru cried a little anxiously. She didn't mean that at all, but every time she spoke, her meaning would change. It made her extremely uncomfortable.
Okay, I understand what you mean. The sound of the blue-eyed unicorn beast sounded, it was the voice of a man.
He slowly came to Chen Lingru and then said, I won't hurt you, I'm just a little curious, why did you appear here? As the blue-eyed unicorn beast slowly approached, Chen Lingru saw his full picture clearly. It is a monster with a leopard body and a kiri head, but it has fish scale-like armor, a kiri horn on its head, and even a deer tail. If it weren't for the leopard waist, it would have been a kirigang. Ha! The blue-eyed leopard beast yawned and seemed to be lying lazily on the side. I don't know either, I just accidentally stepped on a teleportation formation and came here.
Senior, where is this?
Seeing that the blue-eyed Sheila beast did not have any malice towards her, Lingru couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. As long as she didn't kill her, everything would be easy to say.
This is the Qingyun Mountains. The blue-eyed Qiliman beast spoke and answered Lingru's question. Qingyun Mountains? Is this Beizhou?
Lingru suddenly realized that she knew that the Yunwu Mountains had been lost when Su Qingyu often went down the mountain, so Lingru liked to study maps when she had nothing to do. He is also very familiar with the entire Jin state. But soon, Lingru's face became a little unfavorable again. The Yunwu Mountains are famous monster mountain ranges in Jin state.
If you fall here, wouldn't you encounter monsters at all times? Senior, can you send me away from here?
Lingru spoke and asked if the other party could send her away. As soon as he finished speaking, the blue-eyed Sheila beast's eyes turned slightly cold and he looked at Lingru and said,
Do you think I'm easy to talk to?
The blue-eyed leopard beast opened its mouth, and in an instant the temperature in the cave dropped a lot.
Ah, this.
Senior, I don't mean that, I just sent the Buddha to the west. You are the descendant of the Qilin and the auspicious beast of heaven and earth.
Since you are the auspicious beast, you naturally have a kind heart, right?
Lingru started talking nonsense. But these words made the blue-eyed Sheila beast a little useful.
You can talk, but I won't help you. To be honest, you stepped on the teleportation array and accidentally entered my nest.
This is your greatest good luck. If it was teleported to the lair of other beast kings, you might have shut up now.
The blue-eyed Sheila beast seems to be very cold.
He calls himself the king and is the beast king of the Yunwu Mountains. After the Qilin, you will naturally deserve the word beast king.
Good luck? Lingru didn't think she was lucky.
She sat on the ground with her face full of depression. She really doesn't know what to do when she encounters such a thing. There are many monsters in the Yunwu Mountains, and it is rumored that there is such a beast king, such as the beast king in front of you.
In fact, if you have less strength, you must be from the Golden Pill realm, right?
I am a monk at the 7th level of Qi training and come here to seek death. In the cave, every man and every beast are very quiet.
After a while. Finally, the blue-eyed unicorn beast made a sound. You.
Lingru looked at the blue-eyed Sheila beast with excitement, thinking that he was full of beastly heart and wanted to help him.
How long do you plan to stay here? The blue-eyed unicorn beast said coldly.
Lingru. This time it was Lingru's turn to not know what to answer.
But the blue-eyed Qiliman beast took a deep breath and then slowly said. It's okay to ask me to send you back, but you can do me a favor and use it as an exchange, how about it?
The blue-eyed leopard beast opened his mouth, and he lay on the ground, stretching his waist. Senior, you said, don't say one good, even if it's 10 good things, I'll help you.
When Lingru heard about the opportunity, she suddenly felt energetic.
Okay, then do me 10 favors. The blue-eyed unicorn beast nodded and accepted it as soon as possible.
Lingru. Senior, it's better to be a favor.
Hearing the other party say this, Lingru can only admit defeat. Okay, in half a month, there will be a spiritual medicine for heaven and earth in the Yunwu Mountains that will be ripe. I am worried that someone will rob my spiritual medicine, so you can help me get it, what?
The blue-eyed unicorn beast said so. But Lingru was not stupid either.
Taking medicine sounds very simple, but why did she let herself go?
Obviously there is a ghost among them. Senior, is it dangerous?
Lingru asked directly.
Of course it's not dangerous. If it's dangerous, will I let you go? A mere Qi training monk?
The blue-eyed unicorn beast glanced at Lingru with contempt.
The latter laughed awkwardly, but he didn't speak.
Although Lingru was simple-minded, before going down the mountain, several senior brothers and the head taught him one after another, so naturally they would not be so stupid.
Okay, I will tell you the truth.
Once that spiritual medicine in heaven and earth is mature, all the monsters in the Yunwu Mountains will compete for it. But don't worry, with this king here, you can guarantee that they will go without returning. The only thing I worry about is a monkey, which is agile, so I am worried that he will take it away. You just need to help me get the spiritual medicine for heaven and earth. If you don't say anything else, how about this king teaches you the great power of Qilin? The blue-eyed Qiliman beast opened its mouth and even gave various benefits to ask Qinlingru to pick the medicine. Promised the great power of Qilin. Qilin's great magical power?
Senior, there are many such Taoist methods in our sect. Otherwise, if I get the spiritual medicine, you can just give me some spiritual stones.
What?
Qinlingru spoke. She understood very well that the more things the other party promised, they were often fake, and they would even kill people to silence them because they could not bring out these rewards.
It's better to point a spirit stone, so the other party won't turn aside.
As for why not choose to reject it?
Qinlingru doesn't have the courage.
If Yiping was here, she would never be afraid. Unfortunately, now she is alone, she is so scared that she is dying.
Spirit stone? It's really a shame. No wonder I've been a Qi training monk for the rest of my life. The blue-eyed Qiliman beast spoke and looked at Qinlingru with contempt. But he nodded in the end and agreed.
After all, he doesn't lack anything like spiritual stones.
Moreover, he does need Qinlingru's help, just use it as a guarantee for buying a copy. Okay, you can rest well in the past half-month.
After half a month, when the night is dark and the wind is high, fight with me.
The blue-eyed unicorn beast nodded. Okay, King Bai, let me ask you, is the monkey you mentioned strong?
Qinlingru seemed a little cautious.
But the blue-eyed Qiliman was a little depressed. King Bai? Why is this title so strange? I'm not strong, I'm just a more sensitive monkey, white. The blue-eyed unicorn beast shook its head. Really? Qinlingru was a little disbelief. Well, the monster that could make the blue-eyed Kiri leopard beast fearful of beings, not strong? I can swear that the monkey is definitely not strong. You are afraid of this and that's also afraid of it. Are you still a monk? The blue-eyed unicorn beast was a little annoyed.
Hearing the other party's somewhat impatient tone, Qinlingru stopped talking and could only sit aside and smile apologized.
There is no way, people have to bow their heads under the eaves. That's it, in a blink of an eye. 7 days have passed. Qingyun Sect. Boom! With a huge roar, everyone in the Qingyun Sect couldn't help but frown. Especially Taoist Tai Hua.
He stood in front of Qingyun Cliff, frowned, looking very depressed. Since Su Luochen came back 7 days ago, he has started to refine alchemy all day long.
If you say you can refine the elixir, it will be so loud every time. If there is more movement, there is nothing to say. But every time the pills refined are extremely ordinary pills. This made Taoist Tai Hua angry. If you say that if you can refine some good pill, he has nothing to say. If this continues, Qingyun Sect will be destroyed first if it is not burned. In the cliff behind the sky. Su Luochen also had a depressed face. Since he refined the Phoenix Nirvana pill 7 days ago, he has not refined any spiritual pills in the sect during this period. All of them are low-grade pills, which makes Su Luochen a little depressed. When you are not serious, the pills refined are the best pills. After careful, I couldn't practice good elixirs. It made him feel really depressed. And in the cliff. In addition to Su Luochen, Yiping is also comprehending. Now I have formed a golden elixir, but I have not yet understood the method of practicing the golden elixir. Yiping was thinking about the method of practicing in the golden elixir realm. After all, there is no big improvement at the moment. But just as Yiping was thinking, a figure appeared in front of Yiping. It's Lin Bei's figure. Little junior brother, get ready, get ready. Lin Bei's figure appeared, and he seemed very excited, as if something important was happening. Senior brother Lin, what's wrong? Yiping was a little curious and didn't know what Lin Bei was trying to do to him. The Jin State Market Conference is held in Shenzhou.
Senior brother will take you to make a lot of money and follow me.
Lin Bei seemed extremely excited and told Yi Ping that the Jin State Market Conference was going to be held in Qinzhou.
Jin State Market Conference?
Yi Ping was a little curious, but before he could say anything, Lin Bei directly grabbed Yi Ping.
I can't explain it, just leave.
After saying this, Yi Ping was taken away by Lin Bei. Soon, Yi Ping and Lin Bei left, and to Yi Ping's surprise, the fourth senior brother also came with him. The two of them prepared several bags, but they didn't know that they thought they were picking up money.
Yi Ping and the other two left Qingyun Sect. On the front cliff, Taoist Taihua glanced at the three of them and said nothing.
It was normal for the disciples of the sect to go down the mountain. Just looking at Yi Ping and the other two, Taoist Taihua inexplicably thought of Su Changyu.
It's been 7 days. I think Changyu should have arrived in the Great Xia dynasty?
I don't know if that old Xian will recognize Changyu. Oh, if you don't admit it, I hope Changyu will not give up on himself.
But if they admit it, what should they do?
Taoist Taihua murmured to himself, and as he spoke, his eyes couldn't help but fall into the cliff behind the blue clouds.
That was Su Luoquan's location.
What is different from Su Changyu is that the person who is most worried about in the entire Qingyun Dao sect is not Su Changyu or Chen Lingru,
but Su Luoquan. Yes, it is Su Luoquan.
More than 20 years ago, Taoist Taihua picked up Su Changyu from the torrent. But 2 years later, Taoist Taihua picked up Su Luoquan on a cliff. To be honest, until now, Taoist Taihua is very curious about how Su Luoquan hangs on the cliff. Moreover, Su Luoquan's luck was extremely bad. It turns out that every time I go down the mountain alone, I will either be cheated of money or be deceived. The most ruthless time, I will be deceived into mining for half a year. Later, I followed Su Changyu down the mountain, which was much better, at least I was not deceived.
If Su Changyu really recognizes his own father, what should Su Luoquan do when he leaves? Thinking of this, Taoist Taihua couldn't help but feel a headache. Forget it, let's wait until Changyu comes back. On the front cliff, Taoist Taihua had nothing to say. And at the same time, Daqian Dynasty. In a mountain range. When Su Changyu saw a stone tablet in front of him, he couldn't help but look extremely confused. Daqian Official Road, walk 200 miles forward. Daqian Official Road? Do Daxia countries have such places? The official road of the Daxia dynasty is described as Daqian? What a great official power! Su Changyu frowned. 7 days ago, he was teleported from Jin to Daxia capital. But as soon as I came out, I found myself coming to a deserted city. I thought there was something wrong with the transmission, but it deviated a little. But as I walked, I found it was a bit strange. Because the word Daqian is written everywhere. To be honest, Su Changyu also doubted at first whether he had come to the wrong place. But after thinking about it, I felt it was unlikely. After all, the teleportation array of the capital of Jin State cannot make any mistakes, right? I just walked for several days and didn't see a living person. Forget it if you haven't seen anyone. More importantly, I seem to be lost again. This is really toxic. Just as Su Changyu frowned and thought. Abruptly, one after another, a series of figures suddenly sounded. Go and hunt the princess. Don't let the princess run away. Kill the princess. Who can capture the princess alive and reward her with a golden elixir? Kill. The deafening shouts of killing sounded. The next moment, a beautiful figure appeared in front of Su Changyu. End of this chapter. Catch the princess alive and reward a golden elixir. Kill the princess and reward you with a top-quality treasure. Don't let the princess run away. With the deafening shouts of killing sounds sounded. Before Su Changyu could come to his senses, a figure appeared in front of Su Changyu. This is a beautiful figure, wearing a blue shirt and a beautiful face, but at this moment, her face is full of tension and anxiety. Your Excellency, help me. As soon as the woman appeared, she saw Su Changyu immediately, and her eyes were filled with shock and surprise. The main reason is Su Changyu's appearance, which is really amazing.
And looking at the woman in front of me, plus the sound I heard before. Su Changyu instantly understood what was going on. The woman in front of me was probably the princess from where she was chased. According to the normal plot, it must be that they were helping each other, and then the two fell in love, and finally they went through various difficulties and finally got married. The junior sister of Xiao talked to herself more than once. But the problem is that such a thing will never happen to me. Because Su is not a woman. With his cultivation strength, Su Changyu could not get up at all. Thinking of this, Su Changyu stood aside, his eyes very calm, not looking at this woman. Your Excellency, I am the Dacian dynasty, the 9th princess, and these people are the demon sect members. If you are willing to help you, the Dacian dynasty will definitely thank you again. The woman spoke and told her origin. But Su Changyu couldn't help but be surprised. How could the dignified Princess Dacian be chased by a group of evil cultivators? A existence of this level, if you go out, shouldn't it be surrounded by countless strong people? Also, how could Princess Dacian appear in the Daxia dynasty? By the way, where was the Dacian dynasty? Su Changyu's mind was full of curiosity. It was not that he read less, but that he was not interested in this kind of geography knowledge at all. Another point is that the sect where Su Changyu is located is Qingyun Sect. Where is Qingyun Sect? The Great Xiao Dynasty, Qingzhou, one of the 33 prefectures of the Jin State, Baiyun Ancient City, one of the 108 ancient cities in Qingzhou, Qingyun Mountains, one of the 7 major mountain ranges of Baiyun Lone City, and Qingyun Dao Sect, one of the 19 sects of the Qingyun Mountains. Then let me ask, does Su Changyu need to understand the dynasty like Daxia and Dacian? If it weren't for Yi Ping, Su Changyu had never even been out of Qingzhou. On the one hand, he would get lost, and on the other hand, he would have no need to leave Qingzhou. Naturally, when Su Changyu heard the other party that the 9th Princess Dacian was, he was curious and had no idea. This kind of thing is not something that a monk of his level is qualified to understand. After all, in the world of cultivating immortals, all the knowledge comes from ancient books or words. It is normal for Su Changyu not to understand it. Just like Yi Ping, he didn't know that this was a world of cultivating immortals after 3 years of studying. However, no matter what the other party is, what troubles they encounter, Su Changyu's idea was very firm. It's not up to you. It's not his own business, so he will never interfere. He doesn't want to cause trouble. So thinking of this, Su Changyu remained silent and even stood sideways, completely looking for an unfamiliar attitude. But in the eyes of Princess Dacian, Su Changyu was like a peerless sword immortal, and both his appearance and temperament were like a hidden master. Even if he was chased, if an ordinary person had already escaped, Su Changyu had not had any fluctuations. Even when he said that he was the 9th princess of Dacian, Su Changyu did not show any surprise. This must be a peerless master. Although she didn't know why Su Changyu stood aside, she knew that Su Changyu would definitely be able to save her. But at this moment, hundreds of figures appeared. These people were all wearing black clothes, and there was a faint bloody smell around their bodies, all of whom were evil cultivators. Just standing there makes people feel distressed. Everyone appeared, but everyone looked at Su Changyu at the first moment. The fanaticism and excitement in the original eyes became extremely calm in an instant. Because Su Changyu's appearance is too unusual. Other peerless masters stand there like an ordinary person, but Su Changyu gives people the feeling that he is like a peerless master who cannot hide himself at all. So everyone was a little scared. Subconsciously, he thought that Su Changyu was a master sent by the Dacian dynasty. Feeling the hesitation of the disciples of the demon sect, Princess Dacian spoke immediately. Master, my disciple has attracted these evil cultivators, so I will leave the rest to you. Princess Dacian was wise in a hurry. She directly recognized Su Changyu as her master, giving people the feeling that everything was a plan. In an instant, the expression of the demon sect's disciples changed. To be honest, it was so easy for them to raid the 9th Princess Dacian this time, which made them look very strange. Now that they saw this scene, they immediately realized that they had fallen into the trap. As for Su Changyu, he was a little confused. Master? How did you become your master?
Little girl, don't you talk about martial ethics? Aren't you messing with me?
For a moment, Su Changyu planned to explain, but he found that he could not speak. I don't know if it's because I'm sick or I'm too nervous. Faced with Su Changyu's silence, Princess Dakian breathed a little relieved. She was worried that Su Changyu would veto it at first. But unexpectedly, Su Changyu didn't say a word and was worthy of being a peerless master. Ninth Princess, don't pretend to be a ghost here.
The master you come from? Why have I never heard of it?
However, there are not all fools in the demon sect. Some people spoke and looked at Princess Dakian, directly thinking that it was Princess Ninth pretending to be a ghost.
Everyone, don't be fooled. This person's cultivation is just a cheat-training cultivator.
I can kill him if I sneeze.
The Ninth Princess is here to scare us.
That's right, he is really a peerless master.
He has already taken action to kill us. Will he still wait for us here?
Yes, pretending to be a ghost here, that warrior dared to step forward, kill him, capture the princess alive, and reward a golden elixir. Several voices sounded, and they were not too stupid. They believed whatever the Ninth Princess said. After all, Su Changyu does look like a peerless strong man, but the problem is that Su Changyu's realm cannot be deceived, and he can tell at a glance that he is a cheat-training cultivator. Of course, there is also a possibility, that is, Su Changyu's suppression realm. It is precisely because of this that they dare not step forward and can only shout loudly to give themselves courage. But unfortunately, no one came forward to die.
It's really ignorant.
However, Princess Dakian sneered. She was abnormal and did not have the panic and nervousness she had before, and replaced it with confidence. She looked at the gang and said with great contempt,
"Will the real strong man let you see through the realm at a glance? No wonder the demon sect has been so many years.
In my Dakian, it turns out that they are all a group of fools."
Princess Dakian was extremely confident and expanded.
It's not that she is too immersed in the role, but that she also believes that Su Changyu is an extremely expert, and he is nothing more than being indifferent by nature. Although Su Changyu did not take the initiative to help him, he did not refuse, which proves that the other party will still help. Sure enough, when these words were said, everyone became more cautious.
Look at me, I look at you, and we look at each other, and we really don't know what to do. I dare not go up. I dare not retreat.
But at this moment, someone took a step forward and pointed at Su Changyu.
Everyone, don't be deceived.
This person's clothing is not from the Dakian dynasty at all, but the style of the Daxia dynasty. He is not the master of the Ninth Princess, he should be a passerby. He spoke out and said this, with a strong insight, and recognized Su Changyu's clothes at a glance, which were not the clothing of the Dakian dynasty. As soon as these words were said, everyone couldn't help but look at Su Changyu.
Su Changyu couldn't help but feel overjoyed.
Yes, you are right, I don't know her, don't force it, I'm really not familiar with it.
Can't my master come from the great Xia dynasty?
Princess Dakian continued to stubbornly say that she knew that her only hope for escape was to use Su Changyu to shock these religious believers.
You're anxious.
However, the man pointed out that Su Changyu's clothes were dressed, took a step forward, and his expression was full of confidence. After saying this, Princess Dakian was obviously a little panicked. I was right, Ninth Princess, everyone says that the royal family is idle and only knows how to be greedy for pleasure, but I didn't expect you to be so smart. But unfortunately, your good luck is over here. He spoke, he was the leader of these demon sects. Although I was covered in my face, the joy in my eyes could not be concealed. I thought Su Changyu's divine weapon came from the sky to hinder their plans, but unexpectedly, Su Changyu was just a passerby.
If this happens, they will naturally be very happy.
Sir, what should I do with this person?
Are you going to kill him?
Just as everyone was overjoyed, someone suddenly spoke, looked at Su Changyu and asked like this. Just as this was said, the disciples of the demon god sect changed their expressions, especially the leaders of the crowd frowned.
After hearing this again, Su Changyu couldn't help feeling panic.
If you catch the Ninth Princess, you will catch the Ninth Princess.
Why are you getting me back? I came here to look for my relatives. I really passed by and I really didn't know this ninth princess. Su Changyu was extremely depressed.
But the leader of the demon god cult suddenly took action and slapped the person who had just spoken.
Presumptuous.
He spoke, his eyes full of murderous intent, and then bowed to Su Changyu.
Please calm down, Senior, I understand. Senior is just passing by here and does not want to interfere in this matter.
My subordinate really can't speak, and I hope Senior can calm down. The leader of the demon sect spoke and said seriously to Su Changyu. Although he didn't know if Su Changyu was pretending to be a ghost. But one thing is that no matter whether Su Changyu was pretending to be a ghost or not, their target is Princess Daqian Ninth, not Su Changyu.
So they don't want to cause trouble. Regardless of whether Su Changyu is right or not, they just need not provoke Su Changyu.
So when his subordinates say that kind of words, he naturally has to take action to avoid attracting Su Changyu's anger. When Su Changyu heard this, he couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief.
It's still the most important thing for people in the devil's way.
Just looking at the other party asking him, Su Changyu felt that it was necessary to answer, otherwise, wouldn't it seem particularly embarrassing?
Thinking of this, Su Changyu restored his normal mind as much as possible.
Then he couldn't help but speak slowly.
A bunch of miscellaneous. The sound is not loud, but it can be heard by everyone. Everyone was silent.
The scene seemed very awkward at one point. Especially the monks of the demon sect.
They didn't know what to say.
If you want to talk about the happiest person, it is naturally Princess Daqianjiu. I thought I was going to finish it, but what I didn't expect was that the demon sect actually committed suicide.
Thinking of this, how could she be unhappy? But who is the most uncomfortable one?
It must be Su Changyu.
He knew he was sick again.
But this time Su Changyu was very angry.
It's not very uncomfortable to get sick like this. Even if you have an illness in the remains, Su Changyu can tolerate it.
After all, the strong man in the ruins is just a spiritual clone and doesn't care about him at all. After saying a few words, I just said a few words, just treating them as childish words.
But at this time, he was still sick? Su Changyu was really angry. Pretending to behave regardless of occasion?
Although he likes to pretend, he really doesn't want to pretend to be such a fatal bet. At this moment, Su Changyu hated and angry at him, wishing he could slap himself. Fortunately, when Su Changyu said this, the disciples of the demon sect did not dare to act rashly.
After all, at this time, it is obvious that you are a strong man. Otherwise, it would be this time, and you will still pretend to be like this? That's not a brain problem. Senior, this matter is indeed my subordinates talking nonsense. If you feel uncomfortable, I am willing to use someone else's head to calm your anger. What if?
He continued to speak, not wanting to cause trouble. However, Su Changyu didn't say a word, but just looked at the disciples of the demon sect indifferently.
The latter was frightened by Su Changyu's gaze. Everyone didn't know what to do. If you fight, you definitely can't. Su Changyu is so confident, this is definitely not a performance. Senior, my demon sect is not easy to provoke.
Princess Daqian is not close to her, but if she comes to disturb her, it may cause trouble for her.
The other party said with great thought. Let's dissuade Su Changyu from causing trouble.
However, at this moment, Su Changyu could no longer control himself.
Especially when I heard this threatening tone.
In an instant, Su Changyu not only couldn't even control his words, but his body was a little out of control.
Clang! With a little cold light,
the frost-white immortal sword appeared. In an instant, the surrounding temperature dropped wildly.
Everyone felt a sense of coldness. This feeling is like falling into an ice cellar. Perfect immortal sword.
This is a peerless fairy sword. He is really a peerless master.
Hiss. The demon sect's disciples turned pale.
To be honest, when Su Changyu did not take out the frost-white immortal sword, they still felt that Su Changyu might be pretending to be a ghost. But as Su Changyu took out the frost-white immortal sword,
everyone was completely panicked. But before Su Changyu could take action, in an instant, an invincible sword energy came out.
All of these demon sect members died here.
For a moment, Su Changyu was even more confused. I haven't made any move yet. What's going on?
But the next moment, an extremely loud voice came over.
Protect the princess. Princess, I'm here to save you.
End of this chapter. With a burst of noise, it sounded.
Su Changyu and Princess Dakian were both stunned. Hundreds of the demon sect's disciples died under this sword energy. Obviously a real strong man has come. Among the two, especially Su Changyu, he couldn't help but feel relieved after seeing this scene.
Fortunately, the reinforcements came at this time.
If they didn't come again, they might be really cold. That's when a figure appeared.
It was a man, in his 20s, carrying an ancient sword on his back, slowly appeared in front of Su Changyu and Princess Dakian IX. The man was handsome, wearing a light golden robe, and appeared in front of the two of them, looking extremely extraordinary.
Princess, I'm late to save you.
I hope the princess will forgive me.
The man appeared and came directly to Princess Dakian IX.
He seemed a little cold and bowed to Princess Dakian IX.
Brother Changqing, why are you here?
When Princess Dakian saw who came, she couldn't help but look surprised on her face. I'm very curious about why the other party appeared here. Go back to the princess. Your Majesty has known this time that the princess left the palace for a long time.
Let me protect the princess secretly. It's just that I accidentally got the plan to lure the tiger away from the mountain and almost got deceived. Fortunately, the princess is healthy. Otherwise, I really don't know how to report to your Majesty. Princess, are you okay?
The man named Changqing spoke. His tone was slow, although he was apologizing, but his attitude was very calm. At the same time, his eyes couldn't help but look at Su Changyu, and a hint of surprise appeared in his expression, but what he was mainly surprised was not Su Changyu's appearance, but the frost-white immortal sword.
I'm fine. Thanks to the senior who helped me out, otherwise I wouldn't be sure. What do you mean is that my father has known that I have left the palace for a long time?
Princess Dakian IX answered Changqing's question first, but the next moment, she looked at the other person in surprise and asked.
Princess, your Majesty is very capable, and he cannot not know about your departure from the palace.
It's just that I feel that the princess is in a bad mood recently, so I turn a blind eye. But unexpectedly, the princess was targeted by the demon when she left the palace this time. I think there was a spy in the palace. Otherwise, the princess's trace would not have been known to others. I hope the princess would think about this matter carefully and find out the spy, otherwise there would be endless troubles.
Li Changqing said so.
But after saying this, he turned around and looked at Su Changyu.
Thank you for helping me.
I don't know how to repay this kindness.
This is a 7-star ancient jade.
I hope you can accept it with a smile.
Li Changqing looked at Su Changyu with a very calm attitude.
Although it was a thankful word, it gave people an inexplicable unfamiliarity in both tone and other aspects. It seems that Li Changqing has no affection for Su Changyu.
But if you say hostile words, you don't feel that way.
Facing Li Changqing's gift, Su Changyu glanced at him. He was not only a bad girl, but also had no great interest in this kind of treasure. The main reason is that Su Changyu is not very sensible and does not know how much the 7-star ancient jade is worth. If he gave him a piece of clothing or some spirit stones, he might have accepted it all by himself. Furthermore, he didn't do anything, so he just accepted it like this, and Su Changyu also felt something was wrong. So he remained silent and did not answer Li Changqing.
Brother Changqing, don't be rude.
Just watching Su Changyu didn't say anything. Princess Dakian subconsciously thought Su Changyu was a little angry.
After all, he is a peerless master. What is a piece of 7-star ancient jade?
Princess, it's better to be careful if you have an unknown origin. Besides, the clothes he wore were robes of the Daxia royal family.
I have never heard of the Daxia royal family coming to our Dakian dynasty.
Besides, we, Dakian and Daxia, are not ally countries, nor are we a villain. It is not impossible for this demon sect to be sent by this person to perform a good show and thus invade our Dakian dynasty. Li Changqing spoke, but he did not look at Su Changyu, but his words were full of doubts. Indeed, ordinary people may not be able to see Su Changyu's clothes, but for a person like him, it can be seen at a glance that it is the Daxia royal clothing. How could the Daxia royal family appear in the Daqian dynasty? Furthermore, why are you so lucky to suddenly appear in this place and just happen to save the ninth princess? There are indeed many doubts in this. As for Su Changyu, after hearing this, he couldn't help but feel curious. The clothes I was wearing were actually the clothes of the Daxia royal family? Who is Lao Shen? He can even get royal clothing, probably he is very rich, right? As for Li Changqing's question, Su Changyu didn't plan to answer at all, because the answer was meaningless. It was impossible to say that he wanted to go to the capital of Daxia, but he didn't know what was going on, so he appeared here, right? Who believes this? Furthermore, he didn't want to get involved, such as the Daqian dynasty, etc. Is this the Daqian dynasty? Also, where was the Daqian dynasty? Su Changyu took a long time to realize where he was. He was a little shocked, but his face was extremely calm and composed. Although Su Changyu is not very familiar with the geographical location, when he reaches this point, Su Changyu can naturally understand some problems. The place where you dare to call yourself a dynasty is obviously impossible to be among the 10 countries. No matter how unknown Su Changyu does not understand geography, he also knows that there are 5 dynasties in the world, but he just can't call the names of the 5 dynasties. When Su Changyu learned that he seemed to have gone abroad, he was stunned. I don't know what I'm thinking. Why did this good domestic tour suddenly turn into a foreign tour? The question is, did the Daqian dynasty collect Daxia currency? This is very confusing. Li Changqing, you are presumptuous. But at this moment, Princess Daqian was angry. She had never been angry with Li Changqing. After all, Li Changqing's identity was not bad, and she was the son of Qingyun Marquis of the Daqian dynasty. On weekdays, Princess Daqian is also polite to him. Besides, Li Changqing is civil and martial, and has extraordinary cultivation. He will definitely inherit the position of Qingyun Marquis in the future, so everyone is more polite to each other. Even if Li Changqing is not good at speaking and is indifferent, she will still give Li Changqing some face. But at this moment, she couldn't bear it anymore. Not to mention Su Changyu's rescue, Su Changyu is obviously a peerless master. Regardless of whether Su Changyu is a planner or not, just talking about Su Changyu's strength, if Su Changyu really gets angry, it will be even more dangerous if he turns against him. So no matter what Su Changyu was thinking, it is absolutely impossible to offend Su Changyu at this moment. Furthermore, the most important point. She didn't believe that Su Changyu was the person Li Changqing said. After all, Su Changyu is so handsome and righteous. He looks like a peerless sword immortal. How could such a person be a demon? Based on the above points, Princess Daqian was angry and scolded Li Changqing, telling him not to continue talking nonsense. I'm just for the safety of the princess. However, Li Changqing did not continue to say anything, but his face was calm, obviously firming his thoughts. This attitude made Princess Daqian both angry and helpless. At that moment, Princess Daqian looked at Su Changyu and said, I hope you will forgive me for your crime. This person is the son of Qingyun Marquis of Daqian dynasty, Li Changqing, who was a master of Gujianxian, so he was a little straightforward, but his original intention is not bad. Don't blame me. Princess Daqian was also a smart person. She immediately told Su Changyu about Li Changqing's identity and origin, including who Li Changqing's master was, and also told Su Changyu. If Su Changyu is really not a good person, then the 3 words ancient sword immortal can shock the world. Princess Daqian's gaze kept looking at Su Changyu. Especially when she said the 3 words ancient sword immortal, she became more and more serious, afraid of missing any change in Su Changyu's expression. But unexpectedly, Su Changyu's face was calm and natural, and he was not surprised at all after hearing the 3 words ancient sword immortal. This kind of calmness is transcendent, and there is a legendary state of the best is like water, which makes Princess Daqian feel more and more that Su Changyu is not an ordinary person. In fact, Su Changyu had no impression of the name Gu Jianxian again. Gu Jianxian, who is this person? Very strong? Is Su strong? Su Changyu thought in his heart.
However, Li Changqing's voice suddenly rang.
Princess, don't talk nonsense about this. I am not a master of Senior Gu Jianxian, but I have been destined to meet Senior Gu Jianxian. Therefore, Senior Gu saw that I had good qualifications and passed me 2 or 3 tricks at will. But Senior Gu did say that as long as I touched the first level of the supreme swordsmanship before I was 30 years old, I could become Senior Gu's registered disciple. Li Changqing spoke, and he answered this way, reminding Princess Daqian that she was not a disciple of the ancient sword immortal. But, these words seem to be modest, but in fact they are inexplicably pretending, especially Li Changqing's slightly arrogant gaze, which makes him even more sure that he is just pretending. Hearing Li Changqing speak like this, Princess Daqian couldn't help but sigh in her heart. But, at this moment, Li Changqing continued to speak. Princess, it's getting late, and the danger has not been lifted yet.
Don't waste time here.
Go to Tianqing City to be safer. Li Changqing spoke out. He didn't want to waste time here, so he spoke directly and asked Princess Daqianjiu to leave. Good. Princess Daqian also understood the current situation, but she still looked at Su Changyu and said,
Thank you for helping me this time. I really don't know how to thank you.
If you don't dislike me, why would you better stay in the palace for a while? Princess Daqian IX spoke and invited Su Changyu to stay in Daqian Palace for a while. But she was just polite. After all, Su Changyu is a peerless master. No matter how beautiful the palace is, it is nothing in the eyes of such a person. However, what surprised her?
Su Changyu agreed.
Good. Su Changyu agreed directly, not because he was greedy for wealth in the palace, but because he was lost.
If he didn't agree, Su Changyu wouldn't even recognize the road to the surrounding ancient city.
Besides, he would have to return to the Daxia dynasty.
Ordinary ancient cities would have no teleportation array between dynasties.
Only countries and countries have it, and this kind of teleportation array is extremely troublesome. The person in front of me is Princess Daqian IX, so I can naturally help me.
Su Changyu doesn't think about anything now, and his mind is going home. However, after Su Changyu answered,
Li Changqing's face suddenly changed. Because he himself suspected Su Changyu, now Su Changyu agreed to go to the palace, which naturally fits his guess. However, before Li Changqing could speak, Princess Daqian seemed a little excited.
Okay, since the senior doesn't dislike it, let's move forward together. Princess Daqian was full of excitement.
She is now 21 years old. She is very young in the world of cultivating immortals. But as a woman, Princess Nine naturally has feelings. Since the first time I saw Su Changyu, the 9th princess has doubled her favorability towards Su Changyu. Especially the more she comes into contact with her, the more she falls in love with Su Changyu. This is why Li Changqing scolds Li Changqing when she expresses her guess. It is precisely because of this that Li Changqing also noticed this kind of thing, and inexplicably felt a little uncomfortable.
But in the end, he didn't say anything.
In any case, letting the princess return to the Daqian dynasty safely first is the top priority.
And at the same time,
the Great Xia dynasty. Inside the Hall of Peace of Heart, Emperor Xia sat in the hall, as if thinking about something.
That's when
a figure came over, making Emperor Xia unable to help but raise his head. It is the figure of Taishang Xuanji.
Mystery.
Emperor Xia immediately stood up and looked at Taishang Xuanji, quite excited.
See your majesty.
Taishang Xuanji walked in, then knelt on the ground and bowed to Emperor Xia.
Don't be polite, how are you doing?
Emperor Xia seemed very excited. He looked at Taishang Xuanji and asked this. Your Majesty, I have sent my family slaves to give the things to my friend Changyu.
Taishang Xuanji spoke and said so. Then, does Changyu like it? Does he think the color looks good? Do he think there are too few categories? Or, does he think it is not very appropriate? A little bigger? Or is it a little smaller?
At this moment, Emperor Xia was like a chatterbox, asking various questions. Return to your Majesty, I heard from my servants that my family will love those robes very much, but... Taishang Xuanji replied that the first half of the sentence made Emperor Xia happy, but the second half of the sentence made Emperor Xia feel sad. It's just what? Xuanji, are you playing this with me? Tell me quickly. Emperor Xia frowned and said like this. Your Majesty, I heard from the slaves of the family that when I first sent them over, my friend Qingyun asked me to go back home, and asked a lot of things, such as whether there are children or not, whether there are illegitimate children. Taishang Xuanji spoke, but what he said was unclear, not intentional, but his slave. He also told him this way, but he did not explain it clearly, which led to Taishang Xuanji not explaining it clearly. But the three words illegitimate son. It instantly made Emperor Xia feel something was wrong. What's this? At this moment, Emperor Xia seemed a little nervous. End of this chapter. The Great Xia Dynasty. Inside the Hall of Peace of Heart. Emperor Xia seemed a little silent. After hearing these words from the Supreme Mystery, he became silent. According to the meaning of Taishang Xuanji, it was obvious that Su Changyu seemed to have guessed something, and perhaps he had guessed that he was his son. Thinking of this, Emperor Xia felt both guilty and inexplicably uncomfortable. What about later? Emperor Xia continued to ask. Later? I was careful and asked a slave to inquire about the news. It is said that my friend Qingyun seemed to be coming to the imperial capital. Taishang Xuanji replied like this. This statement further confirmed the guess in Emperor Xia's mind. However, when Emperor Xia learned that Su Changyu was coming to the imperial capital, Emperor Xia couldn't help but be excited. Changyu was coming to the imperial capital? What did he do when he came to the imperial capital? How many of them came? Is it a person? Emperor Xia asked several questions in a row, subverting Taishang Xuanji's perception, because Emperor Xia was really too nervous and a little out of control. This should not be the reaction of an emperor. But if it were someone else, he might not be able to understand Emperor Xia, but he could understand. After all, Emperor Xia's favorite woman was the biological mother of the 10th prince, and the experience of the 10th prince also made people feel pity. After all, he was originally a prince and was born to enjoy endless wealth, but he was plotted by thieves and wandered among the people, becoming an orphan who had no father or mother since childhood. It's okay if you are cold-eyed, but you can't eat enough or wear warmth. You have to work every day. Can anyone in the world accept it? Which father doesn't feel guilty? In the view of Taishang Xuanji, the reason why Emperor Xia loved Su Changyu so much was because of the guilt in his heart and also because of the compensation for the 10th prince's biological mother. But he also knew very well that Emperor Xia would not change the prince because of this guilt and love. That's why he taught the prince not to act rashly. After all, the position of the country is still his. But if the prince still acts recklessly, then it's impossible to say. Your Majesty, my friend Changyu is indeed coming to the imperial capital. I have done something wrong when I come to the imperial capital. I guess I might want to make a decision. After all, even if your Majesty wants to hide this kind of thing, I am afraid that my friend Changyu doesn't want to hide it. I heard from the servants of the ministers, it seems that he came alone. Taishang Xuanji spoke and replied like this. Here comes alone? Will he encounter any danger? Is the public security of Qingyun State good? Will anyone make a mistake in his plan? Xuanji, what did you do? No one sent someone to protect him secretly? When Emperor Xia heard that Su Changyu was here alone, he couldn't help but scold the Supreme Mystery. I think it's too supreme and mysterious. And Taishang Xuanji was a little confused. Can I blame this? Can this be blamed on me? How could I know that Su Changyu is coming to find you? Furthermore, if he comes to the imperial capital alone, will he encounter any danger? When the prince went to the frontier, he wanted to bring some subordinates and generals, but you didn't let anyone go. Oh, Su Changyu is coming, and he still needs to protect him? Your Majesty, you are so biased. Full of depression, Taishang Xuanji didn't dare to say a word, so he could only lower his head and said, Please forgive me for your crime. I have not done this. Taishang Xuanji lowered his head and said so. He had no choice. There was nothing he could do about this. The king asked his ministers to die, but the ministers had to die. There was no wrong king, only wrong ministers.
Mysteries, you're really old. You didn't even expect this. Why don't you send someone to escort Qingyun quickly?
Emperor Xia was indeed a little angry, and the supreme mystery could be heard.
He didn't say nonsense, and hurriedly gave up. After Taishang Xuanji leaves,
Emperor Xia couldn't help but smile and said to himself,
I didn't expect that the prince, could guess my identity at once. I'm really a Qingyun son.
Emperor Xia was filled with joy.
But, at this moment,
in the prince's hall. During this period, the prince has indeed restrained himself a lot. He sat alone in the hall, never leaving him, and looked very peaceful. But at this moment, in the hall, a figure appeared in front of the prince. The other party knelt in front of Xia Qian, looking extremely respectful.
Your Highness, the matter has been done.
According to the tip, Your Majesty passed by the Baiyun ancient city of Jin a few days ago and finally went to a place called Qingyun Sect.
The other party knelt on the ground and said so. Qingyun Sect? Why is it a little familiar?
Xia Qian frowned slightly. He sat in the upper position, looking at the calligraphy in front of him, and asked this. Your Highness, this Qingyun Sect is just a new third-grade sect, but this Qingyun Sect has produced a very amazing talent.
The other party replied and said so. Who is the amazing talent?
Xia Qian asked directly, seemingly urgent. When you go back to Your Highness, the man's name is Yi Ping, who is a student of the Jin National Academy. In this 10-nation competition, he surpassed all the heroes and became the first, and even wrote peerless articles to become a great scholar in heaven and earth.
But Yi Ping didn't know what happened.
He obviously won the first place in the 10 Kingdoms competition, but did not enter the 10 Kingdoms Academy, but went back to the sect directly. The time point was exactly the time when His Majesty went to Baiyun ancient city. The other party said this, and as soon as he said this, Xia Qian's gaze instantly became extremely sharp.
Yi Ping? It's him?
The top scorer of the 10 Kingdoms, a peerless article, a great scholar in heaven and earth,
did not even join the 10 Kingdoms Academy? This is obviously a problem. And as soon as he returned to Qingyun Sect, he met Emperor Xia?
It is obvious that my father had already found the 10th prince. And what I didn't expect was that the 10th prince actually knew him and even wanted to win over Yi Ping.
This is really ridiculous. Go to investigate Yi Ping. Within half an hour, I must see all his information.
Xia Qian spoke and asked the other party to investigate Yi Ping.
Effect the order.
The latter disappeared directly. That's it, half an hour later, some information appeared in front of him. Xia Qian looked carefully and found that this information not only used the powerful intelligence agency capabilities of the Great Xia dynasty, but also used some of the power of the Tianji Pavilion.
However, Xia Qian did it very secretly.
He did not find someone in his own identity, but asked his subordinates to do this specifically.
Even if some are found, it is normal.
At worst, it can be said that it is because of the non-toxic pill.
Although Taishang Xuanji told me not to continue participating in this matter, how could Xia Qian not continue to participate in this matter? He will never forget the day when the 10th prince was born.
Over the years, he has worked diligently. No matter how his father scolds him or how he blames him, he has never complained. Because he knew that his father wanted to cultivate himself into an emperor in Daxia for his own good. But at this moment, Xia Qian felt that things were not that simple.
My father still remembers the 10th prince in his heart.
If he had known about this 10 years ago, or 20 years ago, Xia Qian had absolutely nothing to say.
But now it's different.
I have worked hard for decades and worked hard, and it is about to inherit the throne.
Suddenly, a 10th prince came. Who can stand it? Who can stand it? He was dissatisfied. Extremely dissatisfied.
Looking at the information on the table, Xia Qian watched it carefully. A full quarter of an hour later, Xia Qian fell completely silent.
Most of Yi Ping's records are on it.
At the age of 24, he can surpass the geniuses of the 10 countries and even write peerless articles.
This is obviously the 10th prince. It is rumored that the 10th prince has unparalleled luck and can bring endless luck to Daxia.
It is natural that the son of this kind of fortune can surpass the geniuses of the 10 countries at the age of 24.
Recalling what happened before, Xia Qian couldn't help laughing. He smiled deeply.
Uncle, I didn't expect you to hide your hand in the end. At this moment, Xia Qian was convinced that Ji Ping was the legendary 10th prince.
Not only the 10th prince, but also a prince with unparalleled qualifications and unparalleled luck. Compared with Yi Ping, they are even worse. If Yi Ping is not, why would he surpass the geniuses of the 10 kingdoms and not go to the 10 Kingdoms Academy? Do you have to go back to the sect? It's just that his father doesn't want Yi Ping to continue to reveal his identity. Furthermore, why did Yi Ping meet his father as soon as he returned to the sect?
Obviously, the two of them had known each other for a long time, and they were just keeping the people of the world in the dark. His uncle obviously knew all this, but he didn't tell himself because he was afraid that he would do something he shouldn't do.
Thinking of this, Xia Qian couldn't help but take a deep breath. Immediately afterwards, Xia Qian couldn't help but fall into deep thoughts. He didn't say anything, and His Highness's men dared not say anything. I can only wait quietly.
After a long time, Xia Qian spoke. You go to Qingyun Sect and lurk around you. Investigate everything from the top and bottom of their sect clearly. Everyone must investigate clearly.
Do you know the origin of everyone?
After saying this, Xia Qian stopped talking.
Effect the order.
The latter did not dare to ask more questions, nor did he want to ask more questions, so he turned around and left.
After the subordinates leave, Xia Qian also fell into deep thought.
He knew that his father loved the 10th prince very much, otherwise it would be impossible for him to not disclose the identity of the 10th prince.
Because my father was afraid that the 10th prince would be assassinated by other dynasties once his identity was exposed.
Therefore, the 10th prince is the father's reverse scale.
He also knew very well this.
If the 10th prince does not die, his throne will never be able to sit steadily. Although his uncle said so many things, Xia Qian's mind echoed the words that Taishang Xuanji said at all times.
He will support the prince.
This sentence sounds like nothing wrong, but in fact this sentence has the biggest problem. Because I am the crown prince now, it is hard to guarantee that one day I will not be the crown prince.
What if my father really abolishes himself and lets the 10th prince be the crown prince? At that time, wouldn't my uncle support the new prince?
Another point is that Taishang Xuanji is his uncle, but he is also the prime minister of Daxia, the subject of his father, not his subject. The battle for the throne of the great Xia.
This is not a trivial matter, and the other 4 dynasties are paying attention to. There was no accident at all.
In the earliest 10 years, or at the latest 20 years, you could ascend the throne ceremony, become the youngest emperor in Daxia, and also the youngest emperor in the world. This is also a kind of glory, the young emperor. But now, with the emergence of the 10th prince, all his plans have been disrupted and his heart has been disturbed.
Time passes by little. In the blink of an eye. It was late at night. The sky is like ink.
Xia Qian sat cross-legged in the hall, and there was an ancient lamp in front of him.
The lights are crimson and look weird. When the ancient lamp is lit,
in an instant, Xia Qian closed his eyes. Then, in a void space,
Xia Qian opened his eyes.
Soon, a figure appeared in the space.
Brother Xia, what's the matter to come to me?
The figure appeared, and the figure was very majestic and could not see its appearance clearly, but standing there gave people an indescribable sense of oppression.
This is the prince of the Days dynasty and the most famous prince among the 5 dynasties.
The prince of the Days dynasty was hailed as the master of the true dragon, with his literary and military skills, and was the best hero. In terms of cultivation and strength, he was the most genius in the Days dynasty, and his power and tricks were also top-notch. So when facing the prince of the Days dynasty, Xia Qian was obviously a little weaker.
I've met Brother Ji.
Xia Qian spoke, first bowed slightly to the other party, and then spoke directly.
Brother Ji, I'm going to be in danger. I may be in trouble. Xia Qian made a sound and said straight to the point. Trouble? Brother Xia is joking? You are the Prince of Daxia, what trouble can you encounter? The other party was a little curious and asked like this. The 10th prince appeared.
Xia Qian spoke slowly, and one sentence made the other party obviously stunned. The legend about the 10th prince is not only in the Daxia dynasty, but also in the other 4 dynasties, who have heard of the 10th prince. And the higher the status, the more things the powerful know. Especially Prince Days, when he became the #1 genius in Days, someone told him that there was a prince who might not be weak if he was still alive.
This person is the 10th prince. So Prince Oz is also very curious about the 10th prince. But it is rumored that the 10th prince had long died, how could it appear again? Brother Xia is joking, right? The 10th prince died more than 20 years ago. How could it appear?
The other party obviously didn't believe it and asked directly.
What are the benefits of lying to you?
Xia Qian spoke and said in one sentence, silenced the other party. Indeed, there is no need for Xia Qian to use this matter to deceive himself.
What is the point of lying to himself? What do you want to do?
The other party didn't continue to talk nonsense and asked Xia Qian directly what he wanted to do.
A person who shouldn't show up shouldn't show up.
Xia Qian spoke and said in one sentence.
Do you want to kill him? At this moment, Prince Days frowned and couldn't help asking. However, Xia Qian didn't say anything, but the meaning was very clear.
If the 10th prince of Daxia is really alive, Emperor Xia will definitely be like a treasure. If I take action, once I am discovered, it may lead to war between the 2 dynasties.
I will not agree to this matter. Prince Days is not stupid, so he directly rejects it. But the next moment,
Xia Qian's voice couldn't help but sound slowly.
What if I exchange it for the non-toxic pill recipe? The sound rang. The latter fell silent for a moment.
But he still did not agree directly. At this time, Xia Qian's voice sounded again.
If I ascend the throne and am willing to give up 108 extreme mines on the border, what if I do?
With this sound, it sounded.
The latter's body suddenly shook. Are you serious? Prince Days was moved.
End of this chapter. Prince Oz was indeed shocked.
What is the concept of 108 pole mines?
Extreme ore can produce the most precious ore in the world. This kind of thing can be used to refine Taoist tools, and it is something that all major dynasties want to compete for. Moreover, there are things like extreme mines, so it is basically difficult to find extreme mines.
Even among the 5 great dynasties, there is a saying that you would rather lose a city than give up a mine. It is better to lose an ancient city than to abandon an extreme mine.
It is precisely because of this that Prince Days was so shocked.
Non-toxic pill recipes are also very important, but some of these things are false.
Even the Dacian dynasty dare not say that there is a poison pill recipe.
Why does the Daxia dynasty say that there is a poison pill recipe? What if it is fake?
Or it is a theoretical pill recipe that cannot be refined even if you get it?
Naturally, this kind of thing is definitely not as good as the extreme mine.
Unless one day, the great Xia dynasty really leaks non-toxic pills, and it must be a large number of non-toxic pills.
In this way, the major dynasties will be completely moved and even fight for it.
Otherwise, it would be not a good thing for the entire country to determine whether there is a poisonous pill recipe based on just a few words from 1 or 2 people. This kind of thing happened before, but it was not a non-toxic pill recipe, but a mysterious ancient ore, which caused major dynasties to compete for research. As a result, the major dynasties did nothing and just started this ancient ore. In the end, I found that this kind of thing was false and was completely theoretical, but the dynasty that released the news made a lot of spirit stones with this kind of thing and vigorously developed its national strength. The other dynasties did nothing and wasted their time. The national strength of the 5 dynasties is basically the same, and the focus is on magic tools and resources and formula. For example, elixirs and the most basic elixirs have an effect of 10% more, which are huge breakthroughs. Therefore, the focus of development is resources and magic tools. Only by developing around these 2 things can the foundation of the dynasty be stabilized. It is precisely because this happened that Prince Days was only very interested in knowing whether there was a poisonous pill recipe, but it was not at the point where he had to get it. After all, so far, no large number of non-toxic pills have been seen. Even if there are dozens, hundreds, or even thousands or tens of thousands of them, Prince Days doesn't care. After all, it is not impossible to refine a poison-free pill with the power of the whole country. Is the annual output of 10,000 non-toxic pills very powerful? How many people can eat? How many real strong men can be cultivated? There is no meaning at all, but the extreme mine is different. If you get an extreme mine, you can refine a Taoist weapon every 10 years, and a Taoist weapon can play a great role on the battlefield. 108 extreme ores are 108 Taoist instruments. Not only Taoist instruments, but also the ore of the extreme ores can do many things. In short, this is a big deal, which is equivalent to the Daxia dynasty giving up one of the 10 countries to the Days dynasty. As the Prince of Days, how could he not be moved? How can you not be excited? Brother Xia, do you take this seriously? Prince Days looked at Xia Qian and asked the other party with a serious expression. Because this matter is not a trivial matter, if the other party is impulsive, there is no need. But at this moment, Xia Qian was not only blinded by the mind, but more importantly, Xia Qian was afraid now. He was really scared. He was afraid that Yi Ping would take away the position of prince. Therefore, he would rather give up 108 extreme mines than he would rather Yi Ping take his place. Therefore, Xia Qian looked at Prince Days and said extremely seriously, "Of course it's true." As soon as he finished speaking, Prince Days' voice sounded instantly. "Okay, then it's a matter of determination. 10th Prince, I'll help you solve it. At the same time, I will do my best to help you ascend the throne and become the Emperor of Daxia, but there are 2 things you must do for me first, otherwise, the ox mine is too empty." Prince Days agreed directly. He knew that the other party might be a little impulsive, and even said that 108 extreme mines would be the one that Xia Qian really ascended the throne, and then there would not be so many extreme mines for him. So he asked Xia Qian to help him do 2 things. Brother Ji said first. Xia Qian said calmly, "The first thing is the non-toxic pill recipe. I am very interested in it. You must promise me this matter and don't delay it. The second thing is that my brother is obsessed with the 10th princess. If nothing big happens, it is naturally the best to get married as soon as possible." Prince Days spoke, these were his 2 requests. However, in Xia Qian's eyes, these 2 things were not all requirements at all. He nodded and spoke directly. "The first thing is that I don't need to take action, Brother Ji can get it. The founder of this non-toxic pill recipe is the 10th prince. As for the second thing, that's even more okay. Just Brother Ji asks your younger brother to come to the great Xia dynasty and propose marriage directly." Xia Qian said this, telling the other party that the non-toxic pill recipe was created by Yi Ping. "Is it created by the 10th prince? TSK, is this 10th prince really like the legendary one, and has its own luck in heaven and earth? Brother Xia is lying to me?" Prince Days' eyes were full of curiosity. He looked at Xia Qian straight, feeling a little incredible. After all, this matter was a bit too coincidental. Since we have cooperated and have reached this point, we will naturally not lie to you. The non-toxic pill recipe was made by the 10th prince. If it weren't for this, I wouldn't be so anxious. Xia Qian said calmly. Prince Days looked at Xia Qian's expression and finally nodded. Since that's the case, I already understand. However, I will not take action in a short period of time. I think your father has already contacted this 10th prince, so I will choose the best time to take action. It won't take it too long, just don't worry. Also, what is the name of this 10th prince? Is there any information? Prince Days asked. The name is Yi Ping, the great Xiaojin kingdom, Baiyun ancient city, and a disciple of Qingyun Sect. By the way, I hope Brother Ji will do things cleanly. Xia Qian told Yi Ping the main information that there was no need to say what was unnecessary, because Prince Days himself would investigate it. Just tell who it is. Brother Xia can rest assured. It's just Brother Xia,
don't forget what I promised me. Oh, by the way, the ruins of the 7 kings, when will Brother Xia go and get them? Prince Oz nodded and asked about another thing at the same time. When Senior Tianji's favorite disciple comes back, I will go to the ruins of the 7 kings. Recently, I have been blamed by my father and don't want to do anything else for the time being. Xia Qian said so. And the latter nodded. Okay, the ruins of the 7 kings are also considered an opportunity for Brother Xia in your great Xia dynasty. Wow, the inheritance of the 7 kings, Brother Xia has made a lot of money this time. The other party chuckled. When it comes to this matter, Xia Qian was indeed much more happy. After all, the inheritance of the 7 ancient kings in ancient times is something that countless people are jealous of, let alone the 7? Okay, Brother Ji, say goodbye. After a few days, Brother Ji will bring someone to propose marriage. Then I will have a few drinks with Brother Ji. When Xia Qian said this, he disappeared directly from the spot. His communication with Prince Days used an ancient method. The art of soul space. There is a space formation in the ancient lamp, which can be activated as long as it is ignited. This space formation can only enter with the soul, and only 2 souls are allowed. It is precisely because of this that Xia Qian dared to speak the words in his heart without restraint. If he was in the palace, Emperor Xia might have heard every word he said, if these words were passed. My father may really not forgive me. The crime of killing a brother is contrary to ethics, especially the one who kills the 10th prince. If the blame is taken, he will be disabled even if he does not die. As for becoming the emperor? Even if Emperor Xia wants to be the emperor, Confucian scholars in the world will not let themselves be the emperor. I am afraid that the great scholars of the 5 major dynasties will criticize them and use their own words to speak out to the saints, and spray themselves off the dragon throne. After Xia Qian disappears. Prince Dais's expression was extremely calm. However, at this moment, a figure appeared behind him. Your Highness, what the Prince of Daxia said is not credible. 108 extreme minds are purely just to let your Highness take action. If you really help him eliminate the 10th prince, I think the Prince of Daxia will turn against you. The figure appeared and then said so. But Prince Dais shook his head and said, I know that there are 108 extreme minds, how can he give them to me, but I don't need these extreme minds. I only need the 10th princess of Daxia. Besides, I need him to become the emperor of the Great Xia. If such a person becomes the emperor of the Great Xia, the emperor of the Great Xia will be destined to decline in the future. If the 10th prince really takes over, it will not be a good thing for Dais. Prince Dais spoke. He knew that the Prince of Daxia could not give him a damn, but he didn't care about this. He hoped that Xia Qian would ascend the throne. After all, such a person ascends the throne is very easy to deal with. On the contrary, if the 10th prince really ascends the throne, that is the uncertain factor. It is a variable. Okay, you can do the matter and investigate the 10th prince carefully. If it is true as he said, just kill but not stay. Speaking of this, Prince Dais spoke and ordered the other party to do this. Effect the order. The latter answered, then disappeared from the spot, leaving Prince Dais to think about something alone. And at the same time, late in the night, after Xia Qian's primordial spirit returned to his position, he put away the ancient lamp and then took out an ancient order. This ancient ling is extremely scarlet, as if stained with blood. The front of the ancient ling is engraved with the word kill. As for the north of the ancient ling, there are 4 large lings engraved with it. Senluo Ancient Palace. This is the killing order of the 3 major assassination institutions in the world, the Senluo Ancient Palace. This ancient order is extremely precious, because after using this ancient order, the Senluo Ancient Palace must complete its mission. There are 36 killing orders in the entire Senluo Ancient Palace, and the orders are sent to kill. However, there are 3 types of people who do not kill totalitarians, do not kill fellow travelers, and do not kill nameless people. The so-called totalitarian person is a person who controls totalitarianism in the world. The emperor will not kill the prince, no matter where it is the emperor or prince. After all, the world is still controlled by the 5 dynasties.
If the Sanluo ancient palace dares to attack the king or the crown prince, this is a great provocation for the imperial power.
Although the Sanluo ancient palace is a killer sect, it is not stupid.
Of course, except for the emperor and the prince, the remaining princes will not be killed in general, but if the price is sufficient, then everything is easy to say. As for the peers, it is better explained. The killer forces also have some connections with each other. They do not kill each other, otherwise they will easily die. The final thing to not kill the nameless person means that if you don't kill people, you have to kill the extraordinary person, such as genius, and strong person, you will feel it when you kill them. Xia Qian took out the killing order, which is a double insurance. He was worried that Prince Days would delay, and he couldn't wait. Moreover, if the Sanluo ancient palace could kill Yi Ping, he would not need to give Prince Days 108 extreme mines. The extreme mine is his last bottom line.
But he is not stupid either. If he really becomes the emperor, would he really want to give it to him?
At that time, I was the emperor of the Great Xia, with 108 extreme mines, which was simply a fool, and I could not give it to anyone. However, Xia Qian also thought it very clearly. If he didn't give anyone, Prince Days would definitely cause trouble. But Xia Qian had already thought about it, and it would be almost the same to give the 108 extreme mines to Prince Days at that time. It is simply impossible to really want 108 extreme mines. But Xia Qian also understood that Prince Days knew in his heart that this condition only voted for one meaning. It is impossible for me to let the 10th prince live.
Anyway.
Thinking of this, Xia Qian engraved words on this ancient order with his mind.
Baiyun ancient city, Qingyun Sect, Yi Ping, will definitely kill him. Time limit, within 3 years.
Xia Qian didn't want to let the 10th prince die so early, because if the 10th prince died immediately, it would be hard to guarantee that his father would not doubt him. It would be better to be a little later. During this period, I did nothing and stayed in the palace honestly.
How could my father doubt him?
Even if you doubt that you will continue to win over the ministers in the court during this period and work hard to govern,
then, what can you do if you really know that you killed your brother? Could it be that the country of Daxia will not be given to yourself? Could it be that my father wants to tell me this? The prince of Daxia, the current crown prince, the future emperor of Daxia, killed his younger brother? Will my father really tell you about this kind of scandal? The most important thing is one point.
I am the future emperor of Daxia, and my father will make a choice no matter what.
He is the emperor of the Great Xia.
He is also the emperor of Daxia. Every action and every act must be responsible to the people of Daxia. He can't kill himself, nor can he destroy himself. Because we cannot destroy our prince for the sake of a dead person.
He is betting. Bet on my father and I don't dare to kill me. Bet that my father will not kill me.
So even if you know that it will be dangerous to do this yourself, Xia Qian still has to bet. Because he had no choice but to this road, he really didn't dare to take any risks.
At the critical moment, the 10th prince robbed the throne. He was unwilling to accept it, he was really unwilling to accept it. Perhaps it was jealousy that made him lose his mind. Or maybe it was anger that made him lose his mind. But Xia Qian understands one truth.
After sitting on the dragon throne, I am the emperor of Daxia, and I am 1/5 of the king in the world. As long as you can get ahead, there is no right or wrong statement.
My eyes are the people of Daxia.
As long as I can benefit Daxia, everything I do is right. Thinking of this, Xia Qian's eyes became extremely gloomy. And this killing order eventually turned into ashes and disappeared in front of him.
At this moment, Qinzhou, Jin State.
The Jin State market also began.
The sky is like ink. 3 figures appeared in the ancient city of Qinzhou in dust.
End of this chapter.
Selling fish meal. Freshly baked old fish meal. Don't miss it when you walk by, iced ancient sour sauce. In Qinzhou. As Yi Ping stepped into this ancient city, the lively market atmosphere came to his face.
Compared with the 10 Kingdoms market, the 10 Kingdoms market is relatively high-end and is a businessman from various countries.
He is well known and has the best of his business.
The things he buys and sells are also things that are cultivating immortals. To put it bluntly, it is a bit taller. The Qingyun Sect market is more down-to-earth, whether it is a matter of cultivating immortals, or an ordinary farming item, or even some small stalls and shops. This time, the Qingyun Sect market was chosen in Qinzhou, and it was naturally overcrowded. Almost all the small shops and stalls are full. Not only monks participated in the Qingyun Sect market, but also many mortals. After all, some mortals picked up some strange things and took them to the market to sell. If you meet one or two destined people, you may be able to sell for a high price. Sell a dozen or dozens of spirit stones, and once you sell them, you will make a lot of money. It is precisely for this reason that the Qingyun Sect market is not as tall as expected. At this moment, in Qinzhou, Yi Ping and the other two seemed a little dusty. As soon as they arrived here, they had no time to prepare anything. More than a dozen figures surrounded the city gate of Qinzhou. Supreme Immortal, are you here to hunt for treasures or explore? I'm not bragging to all the immortals. If we talk about treasure hunting, we have free treasure appraisers in our store, which is guaranteed not to cheat people. If we come here to explore, let alone, our store is very exciting. Shangxian, there is new tea in the store. Do you want to come and taste it? Super Immortal, do you want to watch the Fox Demon show? It's absolutely nervous and exciting. No nervous and exciting, no charge. More than a dozen figures appeared, surrounding Yi Ping, Shuizhuan and Lin Bei. Yi Ping felt a little uncomfortable with the words of tigers and wolves, plus some ambiguous and strange words. He was a monk of the righteous path and a great scholar in heaven and earth, so he naturally felt inexplicably disgusted with this kind of thing. But after hearing this, the fifth senior brother Lin Bei was inexplicably moved. But before Lin Bei could speak, the fourth senior brother Shuizhuan spoke directly. Don't think about it, it's all fake, just a sideball. What kind of fox demon performances, adventures, and new teas are all fake? I'll cheat you for a while. I know there is a place that not only has a good environment, but also has a good price. Shuizhuan made a sound, and then pulled Yi Ping and Lin Bei away. 2/4 of an inn was in a hotel. This inn is not big, but it is quite crowded, and there is a sign hanging at the door. Affordable inn. As expected, it can be seen from the name, it is economical. And the inn is indeed overcrowded. Fifth junior brother, younger brother, it's not what the senior brother calls me. In this inn, except for this one in Qinzhou, you can't find a second one. If you can find a second one, you can take a seat in the fourth senior brother in the future. Shuizhuan spoke and said confidently. He is relatively cheap by nature, and he can save as much as possible when he goes out. This is also the reason why Lin Bei pulled Shuizhuan out to find treasure together. Fourth senior brother, but we are not short of this little money, right? It's not that Yi Ping didn't believe Shuizhuan, but he just felt that it was unnecessary. After all, places like Qinzhou are not very expensive. Even in the most expensive restaurant, it may cost only 100 taels of silver for a night. As soon as he said this, Shuizhuan immediately shook his head. Young junior brother, it's not true. Shuizhuan spoke, then said with a serious look on his face. My younger brother, senior brother teaches you the sword way, second brother teaches you the alchemy way, third brother teaches you the formation way, but today the fourth brother teaches you the true supreme way. Shuizhuan spoke, which made Yi Ping feel a little strange. The supreme road? What is the supreme way? However, although curious, Yi Ping was still full of curiosity. Fourth senior brother, is the supreme way you are talking about the way of talismans? Yi Ping spoke and asked the fourth senior brother. No. Shuizhuan continued to shake her head and then spoke. Senior brother wants to pass on your supreme path, not a formation or a talisman, but a way of survival and a supreme supernatural power. It is also the greatest support for senior brother to walk in the world of immortal cultivation. It's not the senior brother's bragging. If the junior brother can understand this move of the senior brother, he can ensure that everything goes well in the future. Shuizhuan spoke and said confidently. These words made Yi Ping completely interested. The way to survive? Everything goes well? There is such a magical path in this world?
Senior brother Shui, junior brother wants to learn.
Yi Ping opened his mouth and seemed very eager. No hurry, check in first. Shuizhuan nodded confidently, patted Yi Ping on the shoulder, and led the two of them to the inn. Lin Bei, who was standing beside him, looked at Shuizhuan curiously. He had never heard of any magical method that would be perfect for everything. If you have this kind of magical path, will you live in a small Qingyun Sect? However, Lin Bei didn't say much. Anyway, compared to what the elder brother and others taught, even if Shuizhuan boasted a little, it would be normal. It would definitely be better than Su Changyu, Su Luochen and others. In short, as long as it is not misleading people's children. That's it, the three of them walked into the inn. Please beside the three immortals. The three immortals, should they live in groups or alone? Just as he walked into the inn, the waiter came towards him. A white cloth was hanging on his body, rubbing the dust under the three of them, and asked with a flattering smile. What is the price for living alone? What is the price for buying a group? Shuizhuan asked calmly. Go back to the immortal, one can live alone for 10 taels of silver, and one can buy 2 taels of silver. The waiter replied. When is the time to check in now? Shuizhuan continued to ask. Now it's ugly, time is embarrassing. When I go back to Shangxian, the shop is an affordable inn, so it is naturally calculated to be noon tomorrow. The waiter instantly understood what the other party meant and answered immediately. Okay, just drive one and then drive one and hold it. After getting the answer, Shuizhuan opened 2 rooms immediately. Young junior brother, you live in a single room, and I will live with your 5th senior brother. Shuizhuan made a sound, and then asked the waiter to prepare directly. Before Yi Ping could speak, Shuizhuan's voice continued to sound. My junior brother, you go to the room to wait for me at that time. Senior brother will prepare and teach you the supreme path. Shuizhuan said this, asking Yi Ping to go to rest later, and did not give Yi Ping a chance to speak at all. The waiter also quickly returned to the counter, immediately took out 2 keys and room signs, and handed them to Yi Ping and Shuizhuan respectively. In this way, the three of them followed the waiter and walked towards the residence. I have to say that affordable inns are really affordable inns. There is no valuable ornament in the inn. Compared with the Wei dynasty, it is simply a difference between heaven and earth. Fortunately, although the inn is ordinary, at least there are still things that should be available. Yi Ping came to his room and rested alone. The 4th and 5th brothers seemed to have important matters to discuss, so Yi Ping did not disturb him. Stay in the room. This time when he came to the Jin State market, Yi Ping thought of another thing. That is what I got in the 10 Kingdoms market. An ancient order, an ancient stone, and a bronze fragment. These 3 things are treasures he obtained in the 10 Kingdoms market. However, although Yi Ping studied these things after returning to the sect, he did not find any abnormalities. After thinking about it, I didn't continue to study it. Now that I have come here, I will ask senior brother Shui. And at the same time, another place in the inn. Shuizhuan and Lin Bei put down some miscellaneous items, and at this moment, Lin Bei's voice sounded. Senior brother, what are your plans next? He looked at Shuizhuan curiously and asked. I have no plans. This time I came to Jin State Market to buy some talismans, and secondly I am accompanying you. But now I plan to give some advice to our junior brother. Shuizhuan spoke and answered Lin Bei's question. Instructions? Senior brother, are you playing it really? Lin Bei said curiously. Among the Qingyun Sect, the person who has the least presence is Lin Bei, but the person who has the most aborted is Shuizhuan, no one. Although the eldest brother is also a useless person, at least the eldest brother can also use sword skills and have the ability to stay with him when he goes out. Second and third brothers, no matter what, one is a little capable of refining an alchemy and a formation. However, his cultivation is pretty good, and he mainly uses treasure appraisal. Although the younger junior sister is not good at all, at least she is not very old. Let's not talk about senior sister, the strength is definitely not bad. As for the 4th senior brother Shuizhuan, he is a complete waste. He can draw a few talismans, but most of the talismans drawn are defective and have no use. So the eldest brother pointed out Yiping's sword path, and he had nothing to say, but Shuizhuan went to Yiping to give advice. What is this, a misleading child? My junior brother, no matter what, is he a student of Jin State, so why should he give Yiping a guide? Are you worthy? What are the real and fake? Senior brother, second brother, and third brother can give me some advice, why can't I give me advice? Besides, the younger brother is a talented person. If the younger brother doesn't give a finger and point his finger, then the younger brother will be really successful in the future. Will he still remember me? After hearing Lin Bei say this, Shuizhuan's tone is a bit bad. I think Lin Bei looks down on others a little. Senior brother, I don't mean that, but your talisman technique is indeed a bit. Lin Bei spoke, but he meant that. I said I want to teach my junior brother the talisman technique? Shuizhuan spoke out loud and said angrily. What are you teaching if you don't teach talismans? Lin Bei was a little curious now. Shuizhuan was best at talisman art. If he didn't teach Yiping's talisman, what should he teach? The True Supreme Avenue, the latest research by my senior brother. It's hard to say what you understand. Shuizhuan did not directly tell Lin Bei what he wanted to teach Yiping, and replied vaguely. The real supreme way? Fourth senior brother, why are you as good as senior brother? Lin Bei touched his head and said with a strange look. Don't ask questions, aren't you going to the market? Why don't you go there quickly? Shuizhuan obviously didn't want to pay attention to Lin Bei, so he responded casually. The latter had nothing to say. Lin Bei stood up and picked up his bag and said. Okay, anyway, you are your senior brother, you keep your word, but the fourth senior brother. I still think that if you don't have any skills, don't mislead your children. Senior brother, I'll leave first. Go to the market to find me if you have something to do. Lin Bei stood up and left, finished speaking quickly, and then disappeared from the spot. After Lin Bei left, Shuizhuan also stood up and walked towards Yiping's residence. Bang bang. After a while, with the sound of the door knocking, Yiping's voice also sounded. Who? Is it the fourth senior brother? Yeah, it's me. Shuizhuan's voice sounded outside the door. When Yiping opened the door, Shuizhuan's figure soon appeared in front of him. I've met senior brother Shui. When Yiping saw Shuizhuan, he immediately bowed. Young brother, don't be polite. Shuizhuan walked into the room and asked Yiping to sit down. Then he closed the door, and said with an extremely serious tone and a serious expression. My younger brother, this time I went down the mountain, my senior brother happened to have mastered a supreme supernatural power. This is the supreme great way. If ordinary people can understand one of them, everything will go well. Do you want to learn? Shuizhuan looked at Yiping with serious face. My junior brother naturally wants to learn. Thank you, senior brother, for teaching the Dharma. When Yiping heard what Shuizhuan said, he was naturally extremely excited. The Supreme Tao, once you understand it, everything will go well. How can you not make Yiping moved? At the same time, it was not only my heartbeat, but even Yiping's eyes were full of curiosity. What magical channels can make everything go well and everything goes well? Okay, since my junior brother intends to study, then my senior brother doesn't hide his own personal information. But I will tell you about some things in advance. The magic channel method that the senior brother has learned is a bit strange. If you think it is weird after hearing it, it is normal, but don't be contemptuous, do you understand? Shuizhuan asked Yiping to prepare mentally in advance, because he felt that what he taught was a bit strange. But if Yiping could understand, it would have indeed helped Yiping. Senior brother, I understand that there are extraordinary things in extraordinary ways. If it is ordinary Taoism and supernatural powers, it will naturally be ordinary. I have already understood this. Yiping nodded and answered like this. He is not uncommon for strange Taoism, but the more the fourth senior brother said this, the more he was really full of curiosity. Okay, since you understand this principle, then senior brother will just say it. After hearing Yiping's answer, Shuizhuan stopped being slow. He took a deep breath. Then he spoke slowly. Senior brother's method is called wealth and can help the gods. He looked at Yi Ping with serious face and said like this.
In a moment. Yi Ping was stunned.
This time he really couldn't understand.
Can wealth help the gods? What does this mean? Spend money? Krypton gold?
In the room, Yi Ping's eyes were full of doubts.
Looking at Yi Ping's expression, Shuizhuan was not surprised at all.
He seemed to have guessed that Yi Ping would react like this long ago. It's December, please ask for monthly tickets first.
Then talk about the update issue.
Since its first month on the shelves, my condition has been not very good.
I am upset every day, my biological clock is completely disordered, and there are too many chores in reality.
This led to the fact that I didn't calm down and wrote this book well, and I wrote it incorrectly in many places. So I hope all readers will forgive me. If this month can be adjusted, it will be 10,000 words per day next month. End of this chapter.
Yi Ping was indeed full of curiosity. Can wealth be connected to the gods? What method is this? Never heard of it.
Seeing Yi Ping so confused, Shuizhuan did not keep it a secret, but looked at Yi Ping and said, My younger brother, the world is bustling for profit, and the world is bustling for profit. The so-called wealth can be understood by the gods, which is what the senior brother understands by observing the essence of the world.
My junior brother, senior brother asks you, everything is fixed in the world, right? Shuizhuan said so. Yi Ping nodded. This is true, it is indeed what it means.
Everything in the world really values interests.
But can this thing still understand magical powers?
Seeing Yi Ping nodding, Shuizhuan continued. So that's the case. Is it said that the people in the world, whether ordinary people or monks, are around gold, silver, jewelry, spirit stones and magic weapons, for wealth?
Shuizhuan continued to ask. It's natural.
Yi Ping nodded and replied, everything in the world can be achieved with money, but it is hard to move without money. Whether it is ordinary people or strong monks, they are all for money.
Okay, since that's the case, can it be understood that this is what God means? Shuizhuan continued to ask. Well. In an instant, Yi Ping fell into thought.
Money and interests are economics, but it is not impossible to force metaphysics, it just sounds a bit weird.
However, Yi Ping nodded and replied. Almost.
Yi Ping answered this, but Shuizhuan shook his head and said. It's not about the same, but a fixed number. Junior brother, this world is vast and there are countless countries. Whether it is a country, a dynasty, or an ancient city sect, the benefits and money are something that everyone pursues. This means that this is the will of God, and this is a fixed number.
Shuizhuan said something very well. Yi Ping couldn't say anything at this moment, because you can't say anything, it makes sense. What does senior brother mean?
Yi Ping nodded and looked at Shuizhuan at the same time, his eyes full of curiosity.
After saying so much, what exactly should Yi Ping be expressed? You don't understand what your senior brother means?
Hearing Yi Ping's question, Shuizhuan continued to speak, looking at Yi Ping, looking at him, and seemed unfathomable. This time Yi Ping was really stumped.
Because you can't say anything, Yi Ping really doesn't understand. Please forgive me for being ignorant.
Yi Ping spoke, he really didn't know what it meant, so he could only say that. As soon as he said this, Shuizhuan shook his head, with a clear disappointment in his eyes. But he still said seriously. What the senior brother wants to express is very simple. Since people in the world make profits, no matter whether they are mortals or monks or races, it means that the greed for money is God's will and a fixed number.
So from this we can know that the way of heaven also loves money, do you understand? Shuizhuan spoke and told the mystery.
At this moment, his eyes were extremely firm and serious.
Yi Ping was stunned. Does the way of heaven also love money? This logic, this thinking?
Yi Ping really didn't expect that his fourth senior brother could understand the way of heaven through simple economics. At this moment, Yi Ping felt that his fourth senior brother seemed to have something. It's not that Yi Ping really believes in everything, but that the world of cultivating immortals has many inexplicable things that cannot be explained.
And it is always the way of fate.
Besides, the most important thing is that what I said, the fourth senior brother, seems to make sense.
It's not just making up.
Furthermore, if you think about it carefully, it doesn't seem to make some sense.
But it makes a lot of sense.
All things in the world pursue prophets, mortals, saints, and ordinary people are greedy for two taels of broken silver, but those who practice immortals say they are transcendent and do not like gold, silver and treasures, but in fact, what they are greedy for is more precious than gold, silver, and treasures. From this we can indeed calculate that the way of heaven loves money.
But what if you know this? Could it be that it is bribing the heavenly Tao?
Yi Ping looked at Shuizhuan and asked curiously, "Senior brother, what is the avenue you have understood?"
Yi Ping asked.
When it comes to this, Shuizhuan couldn't help but sort out her clothes, then stood up and looked at Yi Ping. The great way that the senior brother has grasped is that wealth can help the gods, and it is a supreme Taoist method. This article of Taoism cannot be written, it can only be passed down through words, but younger brother, senior brother only said it once.
If you learn it, everything will be fine. If you can't learn it, don't force it. The most important thing is not to mention this matter to anyone.
If you mention this matter, revealing the secret of heaven.
Once it is known by the way of heaven, it will be a huge disaster for you and me. Do you know?
Shuizhuan said seriously, and he looked at Yi Ping as if he was talking about a huge secret.
Yi Ping couldn't help but nodded.
My junior brother understands, I hope my senior brother will give me the Dharma. Yi Ping sat upright and asked Shuizhuan to give him a Dharma.
The latter nodded and then preached.
My junior brother, this Dharma is called wealth that can help the gods.
You can understand it as sacrificing the way of heaven.
The altar of heaven is evolved with spiritual energy, but the altar that evolved must be in the heart, because the heart can reach the sky. Once the altar of heaven is evolved, valuable things, such as spirit stone magic weapons, martial arts and magical powers, will be sacrificed to God.
Once you have sacrificed, you will make the reward you want.
If the heavenly way feels and is willing to help you, the things you sacrificed will disappear and be taken away by the heavenly way.
But if you don't want to help you, do you know what it means?
Shuizhuan started to make a fool of himself. This kind of thing is completely false, but it cannot be said to be completely nonsense, it is mainly based on its foundation. In the world, from the dynasty to the common people, every major event will be sacrificed to God. It's just that the tributes for sacrifices are different, but Shuizhuan just said it simpler and more direct. After hearing what Shuizhuan said, Yi Ping thought about it and then replied.
If you don't help, it means that God is unwilling to help you? Or is it difficult to accomplish this? God cannot help you?
Yi Ping expressed his thoughts. But Shuizhuan shook her head and said.
No, no. If you don't help, it means you have to add more money.
Shuizhuan answered extremely seriously, especially the last three words, which made Yi Ping not know how to answer for a while.
Need to increase the money? Yes, I just have to add money. The way of heaven can do everything, how can it not be able to fulfill your wish as a little monk?
But the reason why heaven does not help you is entirely because you have given too few sacrifices. So, if you find that the way of heaven is not helpful, you can add money until the way of heaven is satisfied.
Seeing Yi Ping's reaction, Shuizhuan continued to speak.
At this moment, Yi Ping seemed a little amazed. The fourth senior brother said this theory better than the eldest senior brother. The elder brother often asks his intentions, but he mainly depends on himself to understand.
The fourth senior brother is different.
His remarks point directly to the core, allowing Yi Ping to truly understand. I just understand, but Yi Ping still doesn't understand this magical power. Senior brother fourth, how do you practice this magical power?
Yi Ping asked directly.
It is difficult to say it is difficult, it is not difficult to say it is not difficult. It mainly depends on your understanding and whether God is willing to accept your gift. You first evolved into the altar of heavenly Tao in your heart. This is the first step. If you can evolve into the altar of heavenly Tao, you will be successful. But it is extremely difficult to evolve into the altar of heavenly Tao, and it is also difficult for senior brother to help you.
Shuizhuan replied. His theory is completely nonsense.
What kind of altar of heaven or not is simply an exaggeration to describe it, otherwise how can you show your ability? However, Shuizhuan said so much, but it was not really a waste of time for Yi Ping. Instead, lay the groundwork for the next thing. My junior brother, you don't have to learn this magical power. Everything depends on opportunities and luck. But you have to understand what your senior brother means, save money well, and first of all, you must protect your own interests when doing anything. You may not be able to understand this magical power, but at least if you are really rich, you can also achieve wealth and enlightenment. You have to understand the meaning, know how to save and restrain yourself, do you know? Shuizhuan made a sound. This was what he really wanted to teach Yi Ping. The way to deal with people. Let Yi Ping understand the value of money and spirit stones. Don't be too generous when spending money, and don't think that it is against the expert's behavior if you search like this. Senior brother, I understand. Yi Ping nodded. In fact, Yi Ping fully understood this. How could he not understand how important money is in 2 lifetimes? But at this moment, Yi Ping became more and more interested in this. Wealth can help the gods. He wanted to try it out to see if he had the fate to understand this magical power. If you can understand it, it will indeed be of great benefit to yourself. Because Yi Pingdao is not short of anything like money and spirit stones. The reward for the 10-country competition of millions of spirit stones is still on himself. After returning to the sect, Li Yu sent someone to send these spirit stones. Okay, since you understand, senior brother won't say much. These days, you have a lot of understanding. You can follow your 5th senior brother to appraise treasures. If you can really buy something good, it will be a kind of accumulation. Remember what my senior brother said, you should save money in daily life, do what is beneficial, and never do what is unprofitable. Anyway, you must not lose money, you can only make a lot of money. The 4th senior brother Shuizhuan stood up and patted Yi Ping on the shoulder. After saying these words, he turned around and left. After Shuizhuan leaves. Soon, only Yi Ping was left in the room. After a stick of incense, Yi Ping came to the bed and then sat cross-legged. He closed his eyes and visualized the so-called altar of heaven. Evolving. As time passes little by little. Until early morning of the next day. A sound soon came from the quiet room. Squeak. It is the sound of windows and doors being blown open. That's when a breeze blows on my face. In an instant, an ancient altar appeared in Yi Ping's mind. And at the same time, Daqian Dynasty. The capital of Emperor Daqian. 5 snow-white spirit horses pulled a cart and drove slowly into the palace. During the Daqian dynasty, there were clear regulations. The emperor had 9 horses, the prince had 8 horses, the king had 7 horses, the prince had 6 horses, and the princess had 5 horses. The 5 spirit horses represent the person in the car, either the princess of the current dynasty or the existence second only to the princes. There was a huge space in the carriage, and Su Chengyu sat quietly in it. Princess Daqian IX and Princess Xu Yang were sitting in the upper position, while the person sitting on the right was Li Changqing. The 3 people in the carriage seemed extremely quiet. One night, the 3 of them came to the Daqian Emperor capital, and now they are back to the palace. Princess Su Yang felt bored about the palace, but now she brought Su Changyu back, which made Princess Su Yang feel a little better. However, at this moment, the carriage suddenly stopped and a sound suddenly rang out. Princess, son of Anbang Marquis, Su Jin asks for a meeting. With this sound, it sounded. In an instant, Princess Xu Yang couldn't help but frown slightly. Su Jin? What did he ask to see me? Princess Xu Yang seemed a little curious and couldn't help but murmur. Li Changqing on the right picked up the wine glass, drank a sip of wine and said, everyone knows Su Jin's heart, but he still wants to promote feelings with the princess. After all, the princess is his sweetheart. Li Changqing spoke calmly and said with a wine glass. As soon as he said this, Princess Xu Yang frowned slightly. It's really annoying. I have told my father a long time ago that it's impossible to get married to him. Su Jin is really ignorant of the current affairs. Princess Xu Yang responded, but at this moment, a voice rang out. Ninth princess, it's me, Su Jin, ninth princess, I'm going to the palace too. Can I be together? Su Jin's voice sounded outside, looking extremely enthusiastic, giving people the feeling of forcing them to come in, and they were embarrassed to refuse.
Let him in. Princess Xu Yang spoke, saying that the other party was the son of a prince.
If she didn't give her any face, it would be a bit bad.
Yes.
The follower outside the carriage replied.
Soon, a man in blue walked into the carriage and saw Princess Xu Yang, then bowed. My minister Su Jin, I have met Princess Xu Yang. The ninth princess is the most beautiful daughter of heaven.
Although Su Jin is the son of a prince, he also claims to be a minister. He dare not overcome this rule. But the next moment, Su Jin's eyes couldn't help but fall on Su Changyu. Su Jin knew Li Changqing, so naturally he had no interest at all when he saw Li Changqing. But after seeing Su Changyu, Su Jin's expression suddenly became a little strange. He is the son of Anbang Marquis, with a high position and a powerful position.
He will naturally inherit the throne in the future.
He is also the Dacian dynasty, a famous dog-sucking dog, and everyone knows the fact that he likes Princess Xu Yang. The Marquis of Anbang also went to the palace to propose marriage and find Emperor Dacian. Emperor Dacian thought it was okay, after all, the son of the prince was worthy of the beautiful daughter of the heavenly family.
But the problem is right. If Princess Xu Yang doesn't agree, then there is nothing to do.
But Princess Xu Yang's failure to agree cannot stop Su Jin's pursuit.
If there was anything wrong, Su Jin went to find Princess Xu Yang.
In the end, Princess Xu Yang couldn't stand it anymore, and even left the palace this time to avoid Su Jin.
But I never thought that I could still meet this time. And for Su Jin,
Su Changyu's appearance made him feel a sense of crisis instantly.
Because of Su Changyu. Too handsome. To be precise. Beautiful a bit too much. It's no less than myself.
In an instant, Su Jin's sense of crisis became stronger and stronger.
End of this chapter. Inside the carriage. Su Jin's eyes fell on Su Changyu.
It's not that it's bad intentions, it's mainly an inexplicable hostility, which comes from the hostility between the rivals of love.
However, Su Jin is not stupid either. The person who can sit in Princess Xu Yang's carriage is obviously not an ordinary person. If she came up and targeted Su Changyu, Princess Xu Yang would definitely feel that she had a problem. If you have a bad impression at that time, it will definitely be a bad thing.
Thinking of this, Su Jin immediately withdrew his gaze and smiled at Su Changyu.
Who is this fellow Taoist?
He looked at Su Changyu and asked like this, his eyes full of curiosity.
Inside the carriage.
Su Changyu sat quietly. Su Jin stared at him as soon as he came up, and his eyes were a little strange, and he was not a good person at first glance.
Thinking of this, Su Changyu did not answer, nor did he want to answer. In an instant, there was a little embarrassment in the carriage. Fortunately, Princess Xu Yang spoke immediately. This is Su Changyu, Senior Su.
This time, Senior Su rescued me when I encountered some things.
Princess Xu Yang spoke, alleviating Su Jin's embarrassment.
Hearing this, Su Jin was stunned for a moment. Su Jin was not angry at Su Changyu's replies, but looked at Princess Xu Yang urgently and said,
Princess, are you in danger? What's going on? Who dares to attack you? Don't you want to live anymore?
Princess, I'll mobilize the military camp now to help you avenge you.
Are you injured? Are you frightened?
Su Jin spoke and looked at Princess Xu Yang with great care. She was angry in her eyes, wishing she could kill those beasts now. Seeing Su Jin like this, Li Changqing, who was beside him, couldn't help but drink a sip of wine and cursed indifferently, I can't die if I lick the dog.
Princess Xu Yang was also a little depressed.
What she hated the most was Su Jin like.
She was too concerned and made people feel bored.
But the other party was the son of the Marquis after all, and he was one of the most noble people in the Dacian dynasty.
Moreover, he was also concerned about himself, so Princess Xu Yang could only bear it silently.
It's nothing big, I'm thankful for Senior Su.
Princess Xu Yang spoke and answered like this. Nothing big?
That's good,
I'm scared to death. Thank you, Senior Su, for helping me. If you save the princess, it means saving me, Su. I owe you a favor. If you have any problems in the future, you can find me, Su Jin.
Su Jin spoke, but he was still a little unhappy about Su Changyu. Perhaps it was because Su Changyu was handsome, or perhaps he could vaguely feel that there was a little secret between Princess Xu Yang and Su Changyu. But Su Jin still has to say the scene. Otherwise, wouldn't it leave some bad image in Princess Xu Yang's mind? In the face of Su Jin's polite words, Su Changyu naturally would not take it seriously. Furthermore, he is from Daxia and does not settle in Daqian.
What can he encounter? What we have to do now is to leave Daqian quickly and return to Daxia. This is the main thing to do. He also wants to find Taishang Xuanji and show off with him. Therefore, Su Changyu still didn't speak.
Seeing that Su Changyu still didn't answer him, Su Jin was a little embarrassed again. It is absolutely impossible to say that you are not angry, but Su Jin understands very well that Su Changyu is the savior of Princess Xu Yang, and he really can't say anything. After thinking about it, Su Jin couldn't help but point the finger at Li Changqing.
Fellow Daoist Changqing, the princess is in danger and you don't have a good protection. What should you blame?
Su Jin spoke, looked at Li Changqing who was watching the show on the side, and scolded her slightly. As soon as he said this, Li Changqing was a little confused for a moment.
You said it, why did it hit me again? You don't think I'm easy to bully, do you?
Li Changqing looked at Su Jin and couldn't help but speak coldly.
The princess didn't blame me. What qualifications do you have to blame me? Su Jin, you are just the son of the prince, and you are not the prince of Daqian.
Li Changqing said angrily. Although he is not the son of a prince, his father is also a minister in the court, so there is no need to look at Su Jin's expression. As Li Changqing spoke like this, Su Jin was speechless. He couldn't afford to offend this, and he seemed even more embarrassed. Okay, it's just a trivial matter after all, and there's no need to exaggerate it. Besides, I'm not really in trouble after all.
Young Marquis should take your seat.
Seeing that he was so embarrassed, Princess Xu Yang immediately spoke and asked the other party to sit down. Princess Xu Yang spoke, but Su Jin didn't say much, and immediately sat next to Li Changqing, extremely shameless.
After taking the seat. Before Princess Xu Yang could continue to speak, Su Jin's voice soon rang out again.
Princess, I see that Senior Su was dressed in the royal family of Daxia.
Is this a prince of Daxia?
Su Jin spoke, looked at Su Changyu curiously, and asked.
This. However, when it comes to this point, Princess Xu Yang couldn't answer for a moment. Because of the brief exchange, Princess Xu Yang only knew Su Changyu's identity, but she didn't know whether Su Changyu was the Daxia royal family. I saw Princess Xu Yang's answer a little hesitant. Su Jin couldn't help but frown. Princess, you won't even know where your life savior comes from, do you?
Su Jin seemed a little surprised, but soon, he looked at Su Changyu again.
Dare you ask Senior Su, is it the Daxia royal family? Su Jin looked at Su Changyu and asked like this.
When Su Changyu heard Su Jin's voice, he felt strange. After all, normally, he ignored him repeatedly and would not continue to make things boring if he had a normal person.
Why does Su Jin continue to ask? Do you like asking questions so much? Are you greedy for my beauty?
Su Changyu felt a little strange inexplicably, but these strange things were just that, and he didn't know what to say. I didn't want to answer, but after thinking about it, the other party asked 3 times, and if he really didn't answer a word, it would indeed seem a bit unfriendly. After all, I am still in the Daqian dynasty. After thinking about it, Su Changyu decided to answer, otherwise it would be too embarrassing.
Thinking of this, Su Changyu couldn't help but speak. No.
The simple 2 words make you look more master-like. But when he heard this, Su Jin looked a little disappointed in his eyes, while Princess Xu Yang showed a hint of gratitude, and as for Li Changqing, she seemed very calm.
No? Then why are you wearing royal clothes?
Su Jin continued to ask, pouring himself a glass of wine.
However, after hearing this, Su Changyu couldn't help but look at Su Jin.
His eyes were very calm, but such a calm gaze made Su Jin feel guilty. Is it that important to be the Daxia royal family? Su Changyu spoke, and he was very curious. Why do you keep asking yourself if it is the Daxia royal family? So what? So what if it is not? Why do you talk so much? Su Changyu was a little depressed. He didn't want to speak or answer other people's questions now. First, I feel it is meaningless, and second, I am afraid that I will get sick again and say something wrong. So try to speak less and be better. However, with Su Changyu's answer, Li Changqing's voice rang out before Su Jin could speak. If it is really the Daxia royal family, it will be a bit troublesome, so this issue is indeed more important. Li Changqing took a sip of wine and replied. Su Changyu was really surprised. However, although he was surprised, his face was still calm, and his eyes were looking at Li Changqing. At this moment, Li Changqing didn't keep it a secret and spoke directly. The relationship between Daxia and Daqian has been very stiff in the past 20 years, especially between the royal family. The emperor of Daqian hated the emperor of Daxia and almost fought against the two countries. Senior Su, do you think it is important? He said this, his tone was calm, but what he said surprised Su Changyu. Almost fought between the two countries? These are two major dynasties. Usually, some small countries fight, and the casualties are calculated by millions. If the two major dynasties fight, they will collapse that day. Therefore, Su Changyu couldn't help but feel curious. Why? Su Changyu couldn't help asking. When the three of them heard Su Changyu's inquiry, they were also a little surprised because this incident was not a secret. But I didn't expect that Su Changyu didn't know? Obviously, Su Changyu probably had been in seclusion for a long time. Therefore, Princess Xuyang spoke. Actually, this matter is not very complicated. 40 years ago, my father's sister, Princess Changling, married the Emperor of Daxia. At first, the father was extremely opposed. The person he loved the most was this Changling aunt, so the father disagreed with it. However, the Changling aunt and the Emperor of Daxia were in love, and Yemen was in a good match. In the end, the father agreed to the marriage. However, more than 10 years later, Aunt Changling gave birth to the 10th prince of Daxia, which attracted a strange phenomenon in the world and was known as the son of Daxia's fortune. The father was extremely excited. After all, he was his own nephew. Unfortunately, Aunt Changling passed away after giving birth to the 10th prince. The father was furious, but in the end he had no choice. After all, people cannot be resurrected. However, since then, the relationship between Daqian and Daxia has become very stiff. But the real reason for the breakup is that the 10th prince disappeared, and the father's only sustenance was completely gone. Therefore, the father hated the emperor of the Great Xia, and the two dynasties never interacted from now on. Only 20 years ago, the son of Daqian did not dare to enter the Great Steppes, let alone the royal family. If his predecessor was the House of the Great Summer, he would not have been able to enter the palace, even if he had saved his palace, otherwise the father would have known. Estimate. Princess Xuyang briefly explained the future. At this moment, Su Changyu couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Fortunately, it's okay, but I'm not the Daxia royal family. If it's the Daxia royal family, I'll be done. But who is this 10th prince? Why have you never heard of it? Su Changyu was a little curious, but he was mainly glad that he was lucky. If he was really mistaken for the Daxia royal family and turned around and was imprisoned, that would be troublesome. The princess is still too kind. But at this moment, Su Jin suddenly spoke, and he picked up the wineglass and said slowly. His Majesty hated the summer, and His Majesty hated all the people of the summer. When His Royal Highness and His Royal Highness were established with the Prince of the Summer, he was almost deposed of his position as the Crown Prince, and he was hanged from a tree. So, if Senior Su was really not a member of the Daxia royal family, he still needs to change his clothes. Su Jin spoke, his smile hidden the knife, and 2 or 3 words all had some other flavor. But it is not considered intimidation, it is nothing more than just wanting to discuss Su Changyu. If this move is applied to a true peerless master, it will not work at all, but you can say that it will work really. After hearing this, Su Changyu was really scared. For some reason, he wanted to get out of the car and slipped away quickly. Although I am not a royal family, this dress was actually given to me by Lao Xian. If I can give such clothes, maybe Lao Xian is really a royal family? What if it is a prince? Su Changyu was a little scared. It's not even as simple as fear or not. He was inexplicably panicked. Just because I'm panicked, I still have to have it. If the 10th prince can be retrieved, maybe the relationship between Daxia and Daqian can be eased, right? Su Changyu said calmly. Su Jin replied. There is no doubt that if the 10 princes are dead, so there is no relief, and if they come back, it is assumed that none of them will match the 10. Su Jin said so. But the next moment, Princess Su Yang couldn't help but frown and looked at Su Jin and said. Su Jin, don't you think what you said is a bit too much? Princess Su Yang frowned and looked at Su Jin and said. Su Jin humiliated the prince again and again, but now he even said bluntly that the 10th prince is dead, and he really can't bear it. Although everyone knows that the 10th prince is probably really dead, there is no evidence or body, and no one dares to speak out, especially Emperor Daqian, who still thinks that the 10th prince is alive. If anyone dares to say that the 10th prince is dead, then this person has come to an end. When Su Jin heard Princess Su Yang's angrily scolding, Su Jin shut up in an instant. He knew that he had said the wrong thing, mainly because Su Changyu made him a little jealous, so he said the wrong thing for a moment. Li Changqing glanced at Su Jin. In order to ease the atmosphere, I couldn't help but speak. The 10th prince is still in the world. Mr. Su's words are indeed a bit too much, but the second half of the sentence is fine. Your Majesty has been thinking about the 10th prince for more than 10 years. After all, Princess Changling is His Majesty's real relative. There is another point. Empress Daqian is also very good at today's relationship with Princess Changling. It is said that if it weren't for Princess Changling, Empress Daqian would have died in the palace in the early years. It is precisely because of Princess Changling that the Queen can finally get married with His Majesty's lover, so it's not only His Majesty who is thinking about the 10th prince, but the Queen also thinks about the 10th prince very much. Tisk, if one day this 10th prince really appears, I'm afraid that even the Crown Prince will not be able to compare with him. Li Changqing said so. In his words, he really seemed a little envious. What a glory is it for a person who disappears in his infancy to be cared about by the Emperor of Daxia, Emperor of Daqian and Empress Daqian. If he does not die, he will definitely be the Prince of Daxia. After all, the Daqian dynasty is the dynasty of the heads of the 5 major dynasties. If the 10 princes are not surprised, with the support of the Daqian dynasty, 10 princes are not enough. It was at this moment. A sound suddenly sounded. Princess Xu Yang, you have finally come. Your Majesty is looking for you. A sharp voice sounded. The communication between the 3 people in the carriage was broken. End of this chapter. As the sound rang out. In an instant, Princess Su Yang in the carriage immediately stood up. My father is asking me for something? He knows I'm back? Princess Su Yang's face was a little curious. She had just returned to the palace. Why did her father suddenly find something to do with me? Princess, your Majesty has long known that the princess has returned to the palace, so let the slave come and notify the princess. Your Majesty is waiting for you in the Jingxin Palace. The slave outside the carriage said this when he knelt on the ground. Hearing this, Princess Xu Yang was silent for a moment, and then spoke. Okay, wait a moment. Princess Su Yang finished speaking, then turned around and entered the carriage and looked at Su Changyu. Senior Su, I have something important to you, and I'm afraid I can't accompany you for the time being. Why not sit in my bedroom? I'll go back. Princess Xu Yang spoke, she said so, looking at the latter. After all, Su Changyu was her savior. She originally planned to hold a banquet to thank Su Changyu, but unexpectedly, she was called over as soon as she returned to the palace. That's why Princess Xu Yang specifically told Su Changyu to avoid improper etiquette. It's okay. Su Changyu nodded. What he wanted to do most now was to leave the Daqian dynasty instead of staying here. As long as we can leave the Daqian dynasty, everything else is easy to say. But Su Jin's voice couldn't help but sound.
Princess, is this a bit inappropriate? How can you let other men in your bedroom? If you are there, everything will be fine, but if you are not there, you should pay more or less attention, otherwise if this matter is spread, I'm afraid. Su Jin spoke, looked at Princess Su Yang, and reminded him like this. Hearing this, Su Jin couldn't help but frown. This was the first time she felt that there was something wrong with Su Jin. But at this moment, Li Changqing's voice couldn't help but sound. What Brother Su said is not without reason. Princess, you really cannot step into your bedroom at will. Besides, if you are not here, it is even worse for outsiders to break in at will. Li Changqing spoke, echoing what Su Jin said. Su Yang is a princess of a country, and he is also a princess of the Dacian dynasty. In many things, we must follow the rules, otherwise we will not lose our own face, but the loss of the Dacian dynasty. Especially the other party comes from Daxia. So Li Changqing rarely agrees with Su Jin. Since that's the case, then Brother Changqing, let's take Senior Su and walk around the palace. Su Yang spoke, since he couldn't go to the bedroom, he could just stroll around, right? It's okay, but I have important things to do, and I'm powerless. Li Changqing is not targeting Princess Xuyang, nor is she hates Su Changyu, but she is really in trouble. As soon as he heard this, Su Jin's voice couldn't help but sound. Princess, why not let me take Senior Su to walk around in this palace? Su Jin spoke up and volunteered, which made people feel a little strange. But now there is only Su Jin. The palace is strict and there are many rules. If Su Changyu was asked to stroll around by himself, there might be unnecessary trouble. Thinking of this, Princess Su Yang couldn't help but look at Su Jin and said. Since that's the case, I'll bother Mr. Su. Senior Su is my benefactor. If someone in the palace blocks Senior Su, I hope Mr. Su will remember to remind the other party, if anyone dares to provoke Senior Su, I will never let it go. Princess Su Yang spoke, and Su Jin volunteered. There must be some problems, but no matter what the problem is, there is only Su Jin at the moment, and Princess Su Yang has no choice. But she still mentioned heavily that Su Changyu was her savior. The meaning of this sentence and the meaning of this sentence are also very clear, which is to tell Su Jin not to think about anything. If she really dares to cause trouble for Su Changyu, she will never give up. Of course, please rest assured by the princess. Su Jin spoke with a smile. Okay, then I'll bother the little marquis. Princess Xuyang nodded, then looked at Su Changyu and said, Senior Su, I will go back if I go, I hope you will forgive me. It's okay. Su Changyu has been to the palace since he was there, and it is great that he can go shopping now. But he could feel that Su Jin would definitely not be so kind-hearted, and probably had other purposes. But Su Changyu was not afraid, so he could cause trouble by just walking around the palace? It is precisely because of this that Su Changyu agreed. After receiving Su Changyu's answer, Princess Xuyang did not waste time and left the carriage directly, and Li Changqing also left with her. After the two left together, only Su Changyu and Su Jin were left in the carriage. Looking at Su Changyu, Su Jin had a fake smile on his face. Senior Su, why don't I take you to Tianxian Garden first? Enjoy the scenery? Su Jin spoke and took Su Changyu to see the scenery. Good. Su Changyu still answered calmly. The latter immediately stood up and took Su Changyu away from the carriage. Soon, in the Dacian palace, Su Changyu and Su Jin walked side by side. I have to say that Su Jin was indeed explaining all the way, very seriously, which surprised Su Changyu. After all, he thought Su Jin was going to cause trouble on purpose, but unexpectedly, Su Jin didn't find any trouble, and explained so patiently, which made Su Changyu a little ashamed. Even when we arrived in Tianxian Garden, Su Jin did not do anything. Instead, he was patient and introduced the scenery of Tianxian Garden. I have to say that the palace is worthy of being the palace. When you step into Tianxian Garden, all kinds of strange flowers appear in your eyes. Senior Su, this is a frost flower. As long as you shake it a little, you can condense white frost. This kind of flower can also be used as medicine. If you are infected with yang poison, you only need a petal to detoxify. Senior Su, there is also this flower called Tianqin flower. It blooms in 100 years. Once it blooms and bears fruit, the Tianqing fruit can be born. A Tianqing fruit can save 100 years of insights. And this Tianxinhua is also the national flower of our Daqian dynasty. Senior Su, look at the northwest direction, is there a divine light?
Su Jin pointed to the northwest. Su Changyu looked at him. Indeed, there was indeed a divine light soaring into the sky in the northwest direction.
What is that?
Su Changyu asked, but his eyes and tone were not at all curious.
That is the Tianxin Shenhua.
It is rumored that it is the divine flower bred by the two Tianxin Huawang.
King of flowers, Senior Su, how much is this Tianxin flower worth?
Su Jin asked, with a smile on his face.
How many? Su Changyu asked directly, without direct guessing.
But if you think about it carefully, a flower like this is worth at least a few hundred spirit stones, right?
After all, it looks very different. A most common Tianqing flower is worth millions of spirit stones.
A flower king cannot be measured by spirit stones, but there is a saying in our Daqian that a flower of heaven is better than a million soldiers. The Da's dynasty was once willing to exchange millions of heroic soldiers for me, Daqian, a flower king of heaven. And it is not an exaggeration to say that the destiny of my Daqian dynasty is the national destiny. It bears fruit every 3,000 years, and the fruit bears supreme miraculous effects. It is said that after eating it, it is no problem to be reborn and save 5,000 years of hard practice. If nothing unexpected happens, the magic flower will bear fruit in the near future. If Senior Su is lucky, he might be able to witness this wonder with his own eyes.
When it comes to Tianxinhua, Su Jin can be said to be talking endlessly and seems extremely proud. Su Changyu looked at the divine light in the distance, and his heart couldn't help but feel hot. Save 5,000 years of hard practice? What is this concept? If you were eaten by yourself, wouldn't you have to take off? No need to pretend every day. However, Su Changyu knew that this kind of thing was the lifeblood of the Daqian dynasty, so he should not dream. If nothing unexpected happens, this magical fruit should be prepared for the prince of the dynasty. When the prince ascends the throne and swallows the magical fruit, the fate of the Daqian country will surely take off again. Su Jin said seriously, his eyes full of envy. Soon, Su Jin continued to take Su Changyu to walk casually in Tianxiang Garden. Along the way, Su Changyu was very calm on the surface, but he was indeed shocked inside. All kinds of rare flowers made Su Changyu overwhelmed. However, before I knew it, about half an hour later, suddenly, Su Changyu was stunned. Because he found himself seemingly lost. Ah! This! Su Changyu stood there in a daze. He didn't expect that he would get lost in a garden. Brother Su? Where are you? I'll treat you to tea, what are you? Su Changyu was really depressed when he walked in the garden. I can get lost in a garden, isn't it too crazy? Forced roadblock? Su Changyu was a little confused, but it was not Su Changyu's style when he was stunned. Since he was lost, it would be better to walk around. If he is lucky, wouldn't he be able to find a way out? Thinking of this, Su Changyu began to find his own way. And in the dark, Su Jin watched all this quietly. That's right, Su Jin was not lost at all, he disappeared on purpose. And all of this is Su Jin's conspiracy. Su Jin has no good feelings for Su Changyu, after all, who would have a good impression of his rival? However, the reason why Su Jin let Su Changyu be alone is not just to make Su Changyu lost. He still disdains such a poor method. This is Qingyun, with two exits, one leading to the Zhaixin Hall and the other being the exit, but this exit is the exit connecting Tianxiang Garden. It takes a stick of incense to leave the exit of Tianxiang Garden. Not to mention Su Changyu, if he hadn't come to the palace frequently, he would probably not know how to leave. So if nothing unexpected happens, Su Changyu will definitely walk to Zhaixin Hall. If you walk to the Zhaixin Hall, it will be a lot of fun. This time he came to the palace to find the queen, and today the queen is praying for blessings in the Zhaixin temple. Everyone in the palace knew that the queen would go to the Zhaixin temple to pray for blessings every month and pray for the 10th prince. Praying for blessings requires sincerity, so whether it is a palace maid or a eunuch,
even His Majesty will not disturb the Queen. There was once a favored eunuch who accidentally disturbed the Queen's prayer, but eventually he turned from a popular eunuch to an unknown eunuch. You should know that Empress Dakian has an extremely gentle personality and a kind heart, but no one dares to make her feel bad about praying for blessings. Su Jin's idea is also very simple. Although Su Changyu is not a Dasha royal family, the clothes he wears cannot be removed from him anyway. If you disturb the Queen's prayer, you will be expelled from the palace directly. Of course, Su Jin did not intend to kill Su Changyu. After all, Su Changyu saved Princess Shuyan, so at most he was kicked out of the Dakian palace. As long as Su Changyu leaves the Dakian palace, there is no need to worry that Princess Shuyan will change her mind. This is Su Jin's conspiracy. Thinking of this, Su Jin couldn't help but smile. But he was very cautious and followed Su Changyu all the way. About one stick of incense. Finally, Su Changyu saw an exit. It clearly reads, Jiaxin Palace, on the exit. Seeing the exit, Su Changyu couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. And Su Jin in the dark had a toothache. The exit of Jiaxin Palace is not far away at all. Su Changyu has been looking for a stick of incense for a long time. This is really a tragic dream. Fortunately, Su Changyu finally came to Jiaxin Palace. However, just when Su Changyu had just stepped into the Jiaxin Hall, in an instant, a figure appeared in front of Su Changyu. He is a teenager. He is about 13 or 14 years old, with a tender face, but very handsome appearance, and wearing a light golden robe. He looks a little elegant. Stop! The boy's voice sounded and came directly to Su Changyu, but he developed a momentum at a young age. He stared at Su Changyu and frowned. This place is not something that a servant like you can enter, get back. The boy spoke, and his words were extremely cold and arrogant. And this sentence of servant instantly made Su Changyu frown in his heart. I saw someone, and he wanted to ask for directions. But I didn't expect that. Why this kid's mouth was so mean? Is it a servant who speaks? Haven't been beaten? Su Changyu stared at the boy, and before he could answer, the latter's voice continued to sound. Didn't you hear what I said? This place is not something that a servant like you can come in. Get out, otherwise don't blame me for being ruthless. Also, what's your name? Who brought you here? The other party spoke, a little immature, but the arrogance between his eyebrows made people feel inexplicably disgusted. Su Changyu frowned in his heart. He didn't like this kind of child very much, especially this kind of playboy. But after thinking about it, this is the palace, and people who dare to speak like this are probably not easy to mess with. With the idea of not causing trouble, Su Changyu thought about it and turned around and left. In the dark, Su Jin, who has been paying attention, couldn't help feeling depressed after seeing this scene. Why did this guy come out halfway? Su Jin frowned. He knew that young man, who was the crown prince of the dynasty. He is the person he loves the most. After all, it's a different generation. This guy is arrogant and domineering in the palace on weekdays and no one dares to provoke him. This made Su Jin a little depressed. Originally, Su Changyu had even entered, but was driven away by the crown prince. The plan failed. Su Jin felt very uncomfortable. However, looking at Su Changyu leaving, Fongli, the grandson of Emperor Dakian, couldn't help but continue to curse. Who allowed you to leave? Did I let you go? Also, you didn't kneel down when you saw me? Are you so brave? Are you looking for death? Watching Su Changyu leave, Fongli couldn't help but shouted loudly. His tender face was full of anger. And Su Changyu, who was ready to leave. Suddenly, I couldn't help but stop. He is relatively calm and generally doesn't get angry. But at this moment, he became a little angry. Turn around. Su Changyu returned to Fongli. The latter thought Su Changyu came here to explain something. Su Changyu glanced left and right. After confirming that there is no one. In an instant, the big fist of the sandbag hit the naughty child in the face. Mad. I, Su, can't beat others, and can't beat a naughty child? Son of a bitch.
If you have some cultivation, I, Su, will be afraid of you. A naughty child who is still not dry, dares to bully me, Su? Look at the fist. In the dark. Su Jin was completely stunned. End of this chapter. Ah! You dare to hit me? Do you know who I am?
At the entrance of Jiaxin Hall, a shrill scream sounded. The voice is miserable, and it is also a bit tender. Fondly shouted, he had actually been punched several times, and Su Changyu was really too ruthless.
And there is no moral character.
Sudden sneak attack, and I didn't give myself any chance to react at all.
I am the grandson of Emperor Daqian. How dare you hit me?
Fongli was carried by Su Changyu, and his nose was swollen and roared angrily. His face was covered with wounds, but his eyes were full of anger, as if he wanted to kill Su Changyu. What a pity! At this moment, Su Changyu was already killing madly.
Su Changyu was timid and silent to the strong.
Su Changyu made a heavy blow to the weak and never gave in.
To be honest, Su Changyu hasn't lived so happily for a long time. He even forgot how many years he hadn't hit someone like this. Sure enough, it's great to beat someone up.
Su Changyu fired his bow from left to right, punching Fongli, and his attack was really not light, and he could be said to be fist-two-handed, and Fongli doubted his life. He was the crown prince of the emperor and was the most noble person of the Daqian dynasty. His father was the crown prince of the dynasty and would be blamed by the emperor for nothing, but his crown prince was different. After a generation of relatives, Emperor Daqian loved himself very much, and the queen and grandmother also loved him very much. In the entire Daqian dynasty, no one dared to be disrespectful to himself, and no one dared to disobey him. He was even the only one who beat others up and never got beaten. The only time was that my father was naughty and beaten with a whip 3 times, but my grandfather was hung on a tree and beaten. In other words, no one dares to provoke himself, nor do anyone dares to beat him up. But today I met a demon god who dared to beat me up. This is really a bad luck. Thinking of this, Fongli knew very well about his current situation and Su Changyu was already crazy. It's like I've never hit someone in my life, the more I hit, the more I get, the faster and faster the punches are. If this continues, you will be depressed even if you don't die. Therefore, Fongli hurriedly cried. Stop fighting, stop fighting. Please stop hitting. Brother, please stop hitting. If you continue to fight, you will really die. Brother, can I call you brother, can you? You just let me go. Fongli said with tears in his face, crying and begging for mercy, hoping that Su Changyu would let him go. As for Su Changyu, the fight was so happy that he suddenly begged for mercy. But after looking at Fongli, he was indeed bruised and swollen. If he continued to get rid of it, something might really happen. It's a pity. It's also a little uncomfortable. After all, I finally met someone who couldn't beat me, but the other party surrendered. Nothing meaning at all. Bang! After throwing Fongli to the ground casually, Su Changyu said with a very calm face. Do you know when you speak in the future? Su Changyu's voice was very calm. He stared at Fongli and said in a very calm tone. I know, brother, I understand. Fongli lowered his head, his whole body was hurt, and his tears fell into lotus, and he cried in disrespect. Okay, reflect on it. I had a fight and felt comfortable. Su Changyu stood with his hands behind his back and walked towards the distance, without continuing to bully a child. At the same time, Su Changyu couldn't help but feel happy. I am indeed strong. He actually beat the other party without any backhand power. Su Changyu. You are really a peerless man. At the entrance of Jiaxin Hall, Su Changyu left, leaving Fongli with a blue nose and swollen face. And in the secret, Su Jin was already stupid. Fongli, the grandson of Emperor Daqian, the Emperor of Daqian, was regarded as the treasure in his palm, but was beaten up by Su Changyu? This is simply a big deal. Not to mention Su Changyu, even if he is the crown prince of the dynasty, Fongli's biological father, if he dares to beat Fongli, he will probably not have any good results. But what I didn't expect was that Su Changyu actually dared to beat the grandson of Emperor Daqian?
If this is spread, I am afraid that the whole Dacian will be shocked. Su Jin swallowed. He felt that something was causing trouble. Originally, his idea was to ask Su Changyu to disturb the queen's prayer, so that if Su Changyu would inevitably be expelled from the Dacian palace. This is Su Jin's idea. As long as Su Changyu leaves the Dacian palace, he will be satisfied. But he really didn't expect that Su Changyu would be so destined to offend the emperor's grandson, but he even beat the emperor's grandson up. The consequences are simply unimaginable. It's over, it's over. This time it's really over. Su Jin felt that Su Changyu had caused a big disaster, and what he knew even more was that Princess Shu Yan would definitely doubt him. It will definitely be a big trouble then. What to do? What to do? Su Jin couldn't help but become nervous. Not far away, Fangli suddenly burst into tears again. The more he thought about it, the more wronged he felt. My dignified grandson was beaten so cruelly. Even my father was not so ruthless. Very uncomfortable. I want to cry so much. Fangli cried louder and louder. I feel more and more wronged. No. At this moment, Fangli sucked his nose and said with red eyes. I'm going to find Grandpa Emperor, I want to take revenge, I must let this guy die without a burial place. Fangli walked towards the distance with a sad face. At this moment, Su Jin in the dark also cried. He felt like he had caused a big disaster. Su Changyu beats him, but he beats the grandson of Emperor Dacian. This time it's over. This time it's over. For a moment, Su Jin didn't know what to say. He felt his scalp numb. I really don't know what to do next. But Su Jin knew that if he didn't say anything, he would be afraid that something would really happen. Thinking of this, Su Jin hurriedly walked out of the secret. Come to Fangli's must-pass path and advance. Your Highness, what's wrong with you? Seeing Fangli walking towards him, Su Jin quickly spoke, his eyes full of surprise. None of your business? Fangli's voice sounded, and he saw Su Jin and was full of anger. Su Jin. After being criticized by this head-on, Su Jin suddenly didn't know what to say. But thinking about it, Fangli was injured all over, his nose and face were swollen. He asked himself what was wrong, wasn't this asking for scolding? Your Highness, are you beaten? Su Jin thought about it and continued to ask. Fangli, if you can't speak, shut up and stop annoying me here. Fangli cursed, a little depressed. He was injured all over and was beaten, so it was fine. As a result, Su Jin didn't open any pot. How could he not be angry? Please forgive me for your crime. I am just looking for someone, so I didn't pay attention. Your Highness, who dares to attack you in this palace? Su Jin was also a little anxious, otherwise he would not have spoken like this. If you want to find someone, go find it. What are you doing here? Fangli cursed angrily. But the next moment, Fangli seemed to realize something and couldn't help but look at Su Jin and said. You said you were looking for someone, who are you looking for? How do you look? Are you handsome? Fangli asked, looking extremely serious. When you go back to your Highness, the person I am looking for is named Su Changyu, who is the savior of Princess Shu Yang. As for his appearance, he is comparable to me. Your Highness, do you see my friend? Su Jin said seriously. However, when he heard this, Fangli shook his head and said. If you look similar to you, then your Highness won't see it. Fangli said directly. Although he hated Su Changyu was indeed handsome. He could not deny this, so he directly rejected what Su Jin said. Su Jin. If you say I can't speak, can you speak? Su Jin was depressed. Are he worse than Su Changyu? What's wrong? Your Highness, it is necessary to treat your eyes. Although he felt uncomfortable, Su Jin still smiled. Your Highness, I remember it wrong. My friend is extremely handsome and looks like he is not an ordinary person at first glance. Su Jin spoke, and now he could only say this with a thorn in his mouth. How handsome? Fangli asked curiously. I can compare with your highness. Su Jin answered this. In an instant, Fong Li couldn't help but nodded quickly. Yes, it's him. It's this person named Su Changyu. Good guy, I didn't expect you to know each other. Fong Li shouted excitedly, not having any shame at all. This made Su Jin really not know what to say. To be honest, he always felt that he was shameless enough, but what he didn't expect was that Fong Li was even more shameless. It's really shameless. But Su Jin could only say with a tough bullet. Yes, your highness, that man is called Su Changyu. This time Princess Xu Yang left the palace and encountered danger. She happened to meet this senior Su, which alleviated the crisis. That's why Princess Xu Yang invited him into the palace, but unexpectedly he actually injured your highness. It's really unforgivable. Su Jin cursed indignantly. Fong Li ignored Su Jin and said angrily. I don't care who he is. Since I know his origin, I will do it even better. Fong Li clenched his fists and said, his eyes full of hatred. He is the noblest crown prince of Dakian. I was beaten for nothing, so it was impossible for me to let the other party go. Yes, I must not let it go, but your highness, the senior Su Changyusu, has saved Princess Xu Yang no matter what, that is, your aunt. If you punish him, wouldn't it damage the prestige of the great Qian country? Why would you rather let him get out of Dakian Palace directly? How about it? Su Jin spoke. If he followed Fong Li's temperament, Su Changyu would definitely be in trouble. This is not what he wants to see. After all, Princess Xu Yang handed Su Changyu to herself. If anything goes wrong, it is her who is unlucky. Exiting Su Changyu is the best result, no doubt about it. Unfortunately, Su Jin underestimated Fong Li's personality. Get out of the palace? I beat up my highness and let him get out of the palace? Is there such a good thing in the world? Su Jin, do you think that your highness punishes him, will it damage the power of the great Qian country? But have you ever thought that if he hurts this highness like this, will he damage the prestige of the great Qian country? Fong Li roared repeatedly. Send all your anger on Su Jin. The latter is simply hard to explain. Coke. But he is Princess Xu Yang's man after all. Su Jin said with a tough head and said. But as soon as he said this, the latter couldn't help but sneer. So what? What can Jogu's people do? Whoever offends me Fong Li will undoubtedly die. Speaking of this, Fong Li couldn't help but continue to say coldly. We will never give up on this matter. I want Su Changyu to know what the crown prince is. After saying this, Fong Li walked straight to the south. He was going to find his emperor grandfather. It is indeed impossible to stop this matter well. Looking at Fong Li leaving, Su Jin felt uncomfortable. He was very depressed. It was not good for Su Changyu to provoke, but he went to provoke this disaster star. This is over. This is over. Su Jin cried and felt like he was going to be finished. And at this moment, inside the hall of Jiaxin, a luxurious woman was kneeling in front of the statue. Women dress luxuriously and have excellent temperament, giving people a gentle feeling like water, but also having an indescribable kindness. This is the existence of the Dakian dynasty, the queen of the current dynasty, Chu Royun, and mothery of the world. She knelt in front of the statue of God, chanting the ancient scriptures of rebirth with great devotion. It took a long time. Chu Royun took a deep breath, and she put the ancient scriptures in her hand on the ground, looked at the statue of the god, and remained silent. After a long time, Chu Royun took out another item, which was a jade pendant. The jade pendant is dull and looks very ordinary. But this jade pendant is Chu Royun's most precious thing. This is the jade pendant given to her by Princess Changling. This jade pendant seems dim, but this object is the ancestral jade pendant of Princess Changling. It is said that this jade pendant has a shocking secret. But Chu Royun didn't care about the so-called shocking secret at all. She only wants to find the 10th prince one day. The orphan of his sister. Thinking of this, Chu Royun couldn't help but feel sad. She will always remember that when she first entered the palace,
she was excluded countless times and almost died. If Princess Changling hadn't helped her, she might have died long ago. Why would she talk about whether the queen is not a queen? But the most important thing is friendship. She has a very good relationship with Princess Changling. She is not a real sister, but she is better than a real sister. When she learned that Princess Changling died, she was even more heartbroken. She has never been out of this pain even for more than 20 years. There is another person who is as sad as her, that is Emperor Dakian. Sister Changling. Where is your child? My sister has been searching for more than 20 years, but she hasn't found your child. But sister, don't worry, one day, sister will find your child. If I found your child, my sister would definitely take good care of her, more than loving her own child. Chu Royun opened her mouth and murmured in a low voice. In fact, she didn't know how many times she said this. But after searching for more than 20 years, she really couldn't find her sister's child. Neither Dakian nor Daxia, the 10th prince, could be found. This means that the 10th prince is very likely to be dead. But before the body was seen, no one can say he is dead. No one can say it. This is her last concern. However, at this moment, suddenly, a sound suddenly sounded, breaking the silence in the hall. Is anyone? The sound was not very loud, but it just broke the peace in the hall. This moment, Chu Royun couldn't help but turn around. Look at the sound. In an instant, Chu Royun was stunned. End of this chapter. Inside the Hall of Jiaxin. This is the temple, the place where Queen Dakian uses to pray for blessings. Everyone in the entire Dakian dynasty knew that no one was allowed to disturb the queen's prayer. This was the queen's order and the emperor's order. However, at this moment, a figure appeared in the Jiaxin hall. At the same time, a soft voice broke the silence of the Jiaxin hall. Is anyone? The sound rang. In an instant, Empress Dakian Chu Royun couldn't help but turn around. She looked in the sound. Soon, a face appeared in his eyes. In just a moment, Empress Dakian Chu Royun was stunned. She looked at the man in front of her with great dementia. Handsome. So handsome that it is unreasonable. But it's not just shocked by being handsome. But because Su Changyu's appearance actually looks very similar to the Emperor of Daxia when he was young. In an instant, Chu Royun even thought that the person in front of him was the Emperor of Xia. But the difference is that the man in front of him looks very similar to the Emperor of Daxia. But in terms of temperament, she is so similar to her sister, Princess Changling. If the person in front of her was not a man, but a woman, she even thought that her sister was back. Appearance can be changed. But a person's temperament is difficult to change. This temperament becomes more and more similar to it the more you look at it. At this time, Su Changyu outside the hall looked a little embarrassed when he saw the luxurious woman in front of him. He was a little curious whether he had disturbed the other party. But I have been walking for half an hour. He couldn't find his way back, which made Su Changyu a little depressed, so although he was a little presumptuous, Su Changyu couldn't help asking. Where is Princess Shuyan's bedroom? Su Changyu asked. This voice made Queen Dakian come back to her senses. But the next moment, something that shocked her even more. At this moment, the originally dull jade pendant in his hand emitted a faint light. This. Chu Royun was stunned. The jade pendant has been dim and light for the past 20 years. The only time she has seen the jade pendant shine was more than 20 years ago. When Princess Changling handed over this jade pendant to herself, she never thought that more than 20 years later, the jade pendant would emit light again. She was shocked and shocked. At the same time, his eyes were staring at Su Changyu again. Feeling the other party's gaze, Su Changyu felt a little embarrassed. Although I am a little presumptuous, I wouldn't look at myself like this, right? If you don't like it, then I'll leave. Why do you have such an expression? Thinking of this, Su Changyu turned around and was about to leave. Let's run first. However, just as Su Changyu was about to leave, Chu Royun's voice immediately rang out. Wait. Chu Royun immediately stood up and then grabbed Su Changyu.
In an instant, Su Changyu couldn't help but frown. Female lay Buddhist. Are you doing wild things? Don't you know whether men and women can kiss each other? Also, you are 20 or 30 years older than me, are you so direct? Su Changyu frowned in his heart. But the latter seemed extremely excited. Who are you? Why are you here? Queen Dakian asked Su Changyu very excitedly, and her beautiful face was full of strangeness. Feel the other person's excitement. Su Changyu couldn't help but wonder. Why do people in the palace always like to ask themselves where they come from? Can't you ask anything else? Is it that important where you come from?
I am not an assassin. I must have some identity if I can enter your Dakian palace openly.
Su Changyu was a little angry. The main reason is that I met Fong Li at the beginning, and now I met an inexplicable woman. How can I not upset Su Changyu? However, although he was upset, Su Changyu still did not lose his temper because Su Changyu would not lose his temper. And even if the other party does this, Su Changyu will not bully the other party. Because he, Su, has 3 things to bully. Don't bully the elderly. Don't bully women. Don't bully children.
Chu Royun also felt that she had lost her composure. She tried hard to calm down and calm herself down as much as possible. It's not her fault for being so excited, after all. Su Changyu's face looks like the Emperor of Great Xia and his temperament is like Princess Changling.
This made her have to suspect that Su Changyu was the 10th prince of Daxia and the orphan of her sister Changling.
But it all happened so suddenly. After searching for 20 years, Emperor Dakian even used national strength to find the 10th prince, but he could not find the whereabouts of the 10th prince. As a result, suddenly, he appeared in front of him.
How can this not shock Chu Royun?
But realizing that he might be too abrupt, the latter took a deep breath, then looked at Su Changyu and said in a gentle tone.
You look very similar to an old friend of mine. I was so embarrassed that I lost my composure.
I hope my friend will forgive me. Chu Royun is worthy of being the Queen of Dakian.
His tone of gentleness resolved the awkward atmosphere. And Su Changyu was a little curious. Very similar to an old friend of her? There are people in this world who look very similar to me? Are you scaring me? Su Changyu obviously did not believe what Chu Royun said.
On the contrary, Su Changyu subconsciously felt that the other party probably had a crush on his appearance. Want to introduce yourself to her daughter?
Oh, poor acting skills. After understanding this, Su Changyu seemed even calmer.
The main reason is that this kind of thing has happened too much.
Wasn't Lao Xian and Lao Xia like this before? Too boring. At this moment, Chu Royun also noticed Su Changyu's clothes in an instant, and the woman herself was very sensitive to clothes. She could see at a glance that the clothes on Su Changyu were made by the Daxia royal family. Thinking of this, Chu Royun couldn't help but frown in his heart. Why is Su Changyu wearing royal clothes?
Generally speaking, royal clothes will not be rewarded to others, only emperors, princes, and concubines can wear them. Or maybe it was the princess and the others, but she had seen all the princes of Daxia and had forgotten that she had never seen Su Changyu.
My friend, are you from the Daxia royal family?
Chu Royun spoke, and she asked Su Changyu because it was hard to think about it by relying on herself. From Daxia, but not the royal family. Su Changyu spoke, and he answered, but he didn't really want to answer, but thought that he would ask the other party some questions later, so he would answer first.
Not a royal family? Or? When Chu Royun was about to ask Su Changyu about his clothes, Su Changyu was already the first to speak. You want to ask about the clothes I'm wearing?
Su Changyu's tone was very calm. In Chu Royun's eyes, Su Changyu's cold temperament is so cool that he looks too much like Princess Changling. However, Princess Changling's coldness is the feeling of being unparalleled, the kind of coldness that no one can understand what she is thinking. Su Changyu's aloofness is the kind of a peerless master, but it is undeniable that both of them are very similar. So looking at Su Changyu, Chu Royun felt more and more like Princess Changling. The more she looked at her, the more she liked Su Changyu. This was a kind of love between relatives. But she is still uncertain whether Su Qianyu's identity is the 10th prince, but at present, she is basically inseparable from the 10th prince.
Yes, how could the clothes on my friend be made of Daxia royal clothes? Xu Royun asked.
His eyes were full of curiosity.
This thing was given to me by a friend of mine.
Su Qianyu thought about it and gave an answer, but he did not say who it was.
Friend? How dare you ask the friend's name? She continued to ask. Full of curiosity.
This made Su Qianyu feel a little strange.
Why do you ask this? Then ask? Where are there so many problems? Could it be that you want to make a mistake in me?
Su Qianyu frowned in his heart. After thinking about it, Su Qianyu decided not to tell the truth.
Keep a hand in everything. This is what the head teaches himself. I don't know what my friend's name is, I call him Lao Xia. Su Qianyu replied calmly. He didn't say it was given to him by Lao Xian, but directly said it was Lao Xia, but Lao Xian was the same anyway. After saying this, Xu Royun was completely stunned. Lao Xia? The existence that can give royal clothes is naturally the Daxia royal family, and it is definitely not an ordinary royal family. Either the prince or the emperor. Lao Xia? Lao Xia? The emperor of Xia, is Xia Yin? Xu Royun took a deep breath.
She was already sure that Su Qianyu was definitely the 10th prince.
Otherwise, how could Xia Yin give Su Qianyu clothes like this? Furthermore, there is a possibility that this world is like the emperor of Daxia and has such a temperament as Princess Chanling? Really? Really? Sure enough, my prayers over the past 20 years have indeed been useful. Thinking of this, Xu Royun almost burst into tears.
But she calmed down her emotions.
Xia Yin, I didn't expect you to have found my poor nephew, but I didn't expect that you actually concealed it. Are you still human? Xu Royun clenched his fists.
There was an irrepressible anger deep in her eyes.
Wrong.
But the next moment, Xu Royun frowned.
She felt that the reason why Xia Yin did not tell the Daqian dynasty might have another deep meaning.
Or they just want to secretly cultivate Su Qianyu. Or they just don't want to be known by others. After all, Su Qianyu encountered a disaster more than 20 years ago. He was stolen from the palace. This kind of thing is likely to happen once, so Xia Yin wants to protect Su Qianyu, and the only way to protect Su Qianyu is to let people not know about this. No one knows it. Thinking of this, Xu Royun couldn't help but take a deep breath and stabilized his anger. She hopes that everything is as she guessed, and if not, she will count the new and old hatreds together. Soon, Xu Royun threw all these things away, quickly picked up a basket of snacks from the hall, and placed them in front of Su Qianyu and said, "My friend, this is a good snack made in the palace. If you taste it, you should be tired after seeing you being in a dusty journey, right?" Xu Royun looked at Su Qianyu with heartache. After all, seeing Su Qianyu's clothes looked a little untidy, and he probably was tired of walking.
At the same time, Xu Royun was also very curious about how Su Qianyu appeared in the Daqian palace. Faced with the other party's inexplicable show of goodwill, Su Qianyu subconsciously was a little wary, but saw the exquisite snacks in the box. To be honest, I haven't had a good meal or a good rest during this period. Thinking of this, Su Qianyu was still defeated by dim sum. I'm not tired, I just met a naughty boy. Thank you, Your Excellency.
Su Qianyu answered because for some reason, he felt that the person in front of him was a little close.
Inexplicably, I have a good impression. Auk boy? What Auk boy? Don't be polite to me. If you don't dislike me, just call me Aunt.
Xu Royun said with a smile.
Aunt?
You look very young and beautiful, and you call me a little old, so why not call me sister? In order to prevent the other party from marrying his daughter to him, Su Qianyu forcibly increased his seniority. However, when he heard Su Qianyu's praise, Xu Royun was naturally full of smiles, and the smile in his eyes turned into honey. After all, that woman in this world doesn't like being praised for being young and beautiful? Queen Daqian is also a human being. Especially when Su Qianyu praised him without knowing his identity, he made Chu Royun happy as if he had eaten sweetly. But generation is ultimately generation, Chu Royun still insists on it. I am much older than you, but my skin color is better. You call me aunt, and I call you nephew. In the future, if my aunt is here in Dakian, no one dares to bully you. Chu Royun said seriously. Su Changyu was a little surprised now. He was actually very curious about the other party's identity. Although Su Changyu doesn't use his brain, he can feel that the identity of the woman in front of him is probably not much different. Now he says such things. Su Changyu thought about it. I guess he is at least a noble concubine, right? Thinking of this, Su Changyu nodded. Changyu, I've seen my aunt. Su Changyu spoke. Although he was cold, the woman in front of him did give him an indescribable sense of intimacy. If it were someone else, no matter how much benefit he gave himself, Su Changyu would not call him aunt. But the woman in front of me was a little different. Besides, the person I just beaten up seemed to have some background, right? Now that I find a backer, I won't cause any trouble. Okay, Oklahoma, okay. Your name is Chanyu? Good name, my aunt is Chu Royun. If you don't dislike me, just call me Aunt Royun. Chu Royun pulled Su Changyu's arm in great affectionate manner. At the same time, put the jade pendant in Su Changyu's hand. In an instant, the light of the jade pendant became more and more intense, which further confirmed Su Changyu's identity. Aunt Royun? Su Changyu felt that the name sounded a little familiar, but for a moment, he couldn't remember to hear it there. But at this moment, Chu Royun's voice couldn't help but sound. Changyu, you just said that you met a naughty boy? What's going on? Chu Royun asked curiously. It's nothing, it's just a naughty boy. I've cleaned up. Su Changyu replied calmly. The next moment, Chu Royun couldn't help but worry. Then were you injured? Did you hurt yourself by beating him? Chu Royun was a little overly concerned. Su Changyu couldn't help but be stunned. Will you be injured if you hit a naughty boy? Ning is looking down on me, Mr. Su? And at the same time, inside the Jingxin Hall, Emperor Dakian is teaching Princess Shuyan a lesson. Abruptly, a cry couldn't help but sound. Grandpa Emperor. Woo 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 woo. Grandpa Emperor. Woo 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 woo. Someone beat me. The crying sounded, and the two people in the hall changed their expressions in an instant. There is another update today. End of this chapter. Inside the Jingxin Hall, Emperor Dakian looked very serious. He was scolding Princess Shuyan for leaving the palace privately. Princess Shuyan also lowered her head and did not dare to say anything. Father, how can I know that the demon church is eyeing me? And, how can the demon church know my itinerary? Princess Shuyan lowered her head. Although she was scolded, she was still a little dissatisfied. Who are you not watching? Only you dare to leave the palace privately. Now the demon cult is revived. The demon cult, the demon god cult, the ancient demon cult, the true demon cult, and the four demon cults suddenly emerged, and all major dynasties are thoroughly investigating this matter. At this critical moment, you dare to leave the palace privately. Although the Dakian palace is not airtight, there is no airtight wall in the world. Your whereabouts were exposed this time. Obviously there are spies in the palace. You are lucky and they are too anxious. If you go out further away from the city, I am afraid that the person who catches you will not be some miscellaneous fish. Emperor Dakian said with a serious face. But when it comes to this, Emperor Dakian couldn't help but say curiously. I heard you said before that this time you were saved, it was a master who saved you. Where is the master? Emperor Dakian asked. When it comes to Su Changyu, Princess Shu Yang suddenly became energetic. But before I could speak, a cry sounded from outside. Grandpa Emperor, Grandpa Emperor,
I was beaten up. A familiar voice sounded, accompanied by heartbreaking crying. In an instant, Emperor Dakian became a little curious. Even Princess Xuyang was surprised. And at this moment, the figure of the Crown Prince Fong Li appeared in the hall. At this moment, as Fong Li's figure got closer and closer, his crying became louder and louder. Soon, Fong Li wiped his tears and walked into the hall crying loudly, choking, without any appearance of a crown prince, as if he had suffered a great grievance. "Lear, what's wrong with you?" Seeing Fong Li's miserable appearance, Emperor Dakian felt a little distressed in an instant. He quickly walked over and looked at Fong Li, with both curiosity and distress in his eyes. Princess Su Yang, who saw the scene, had a look of curiosity in her eyes. You should know that Fong Li is the little overlord who De Qian is the most unprovoked, the grandson of Emperor De Qian. It's fine if the status is high, and the most important thing is that Fong Li has received all the grace of holy. Whether it is his father, the queen, or even many concubines in the palace, they especially like Fong Li. It's not just because Fong Li is good-looking, but mainly because Fong Li is very good at pretending in front of adults. He can speak all kinds of sweet words at a young age. Naturally, everyone likes Fong Li, especially if they can win the love of their elders, and with their relatives from generation to generation. When Fong Li received the holy grace, he was unscrupulous and arrogant at a young age. He was obviously a crown prince, but he was extremely arrogant when he acted. It is precisely because of this that the major princes and princesses in the Dakian palace do not like Fong Li very much, but Fong Li is the crown prince no matter what, and he is not old, so he basically gives up if he can. But unexpectedly, there is still someone who dares to provoke this little bully. Is there such a blind guy in the Dakian palace? You should know that in the Dakian palace, you can offend anyone, and don't offend this little bully. At that time, the prince couldn't help but whip the little overlord, but was hanged by his father himself on a tree, which led to the entire palace knowing that the iron rule of Emperor Dakian was the second, Fong Li was the first. So Princess Xuyang was full of curiosity. At this moment, Fong Li, who walked into the hall, burst into tears when he saw Grandpa the Emperor again. "Grandpa Emperor, someone bullies me." Fong Li threw himself into the arms of Emperor Dakian, crying so hard that he was heartbroken. Those who didn't know thought that Fong Li was coming back from escaping. But after a closer look, Fong Li's clothes were a little messy, especially his face, which was red and swollen. Now the Emperor Dakian was angry. He usually can't even say a word about this baby grandson, but he didn't expect to be beaten up. This is simply, is it going to be awesome? Lear, who hurts you? Is it your incompetent father? Or your mother? If it were your father, Grandpa Emperor would go and avenge you now. Lear, you're not going to disturb your grandmother's prayer, are you? If you offend your grandmother, don't blame Grandpa for not helping you. Emperor Dakian suppressed his anger, and he asked Fong Li and said this. His meaning is very simple. If it is your father, I will help you, but if it is Grandma, I will forgive me for being helpless. Everyone knows what the Emperor Dakian is afraid of. Grandson, you know better than me, so don't think about taking revenge. Su Yang, who was standing in the hall, couldn't help feeling angry and funny when he heard these words. I was so angry that my eldest brother was so miserable that the prince was always going to be beaten. It's funny that the Emperor of Dakian was actually afraid of the inner world, but this is normal. After all, the Dakian dynasty has always been very free, and there is no saying that men are superior to women. Furthermore, this fear of the inner world is just a matter of emotional problems between husband and wife. Of course, Emperor Dakian had the final say on major matters. But Princess Xuyang is more pitiful. Poor her elder brother, he is obviously the Prince of Dakian and the future crown prince, but among the 5 dynasties, he is the worst. Even the Prince of Daxia was the only one who made a mistake. If he made a mistake, he would just be scolded. However, the Dakian dynasty was the leader of the 5 major dynasties. But what is the result? Emperor Dakian was so overwhelmed by the prince, but he was not as favored as his son. He is really the most pitiful prince. Grandpa Emperor, not my father, but an outsider, it was brought by Aunt Su Yang, named Su Chengyu,
Fondly choked and said, tears still falling, and while speaking, he pointed at Princess Xuyang.
The sound rang. Princess Xuyang was stunned for a moment. Su Changyu? Senior Su? Princess Xuyang was a little shocked. She didn't expect that the person who beat Fondly would be her savior, Su Changyu. Fondly, are you talking nonsense? How could Senior Su bully you, a child? Besides, Senior Su was with Su Jin. With Su Jin around, even if Senior Su takes action, he will stop it. Princess Xuyang explained immediately.
I think Fondly is talking nonsense, but it is impossible for him to know Su Changyu's name. However, Princess Su Yang felt that there must be some misunderstandings in this. She spoke immediately to avoid any conflict.
It's Su Changyu, it's Su Changyu.
There is no misunderstanding, Grandpa Emperor. I am helping Grandma the Emperor guard outside the Jiaxin Palace, for fear that someone will break in. So it was discovered that this man named Su Changyu wanted to break into the Jiaxin Hall. I stopped him from entering the grandson, but he was extremely arrogant, as if he had a backer behind him. Before his grandson could tell him his identity, he would beat me up. Fong left the mouth and said urgently. There must be no misunderstandings in this.
It's really bold. After hearing what Fong Li said, Emperor Daqian couldn't help but be furious.
As long as it is not the person Fong Li offended or the queen, everything will be fine.
Father, there must be some misunderstandings in this. Fong Li is a bit arrogant on weekdays. Senior Su is not a person in the palace.
Naturally, some places do not understand the rules and contradict the crown prince. But after all, he is his daughter's life-saving benefactor. Princess Xuyang hurriedly said. She was very excited and quickly explained something to Su Changyu.
However, Emperor Daqian seemed very cold. Misunderstand? Even if there is a misunderstanding, you cannot hurt someone. Is Su Changyu? I really have a great courage. I dare to hurt the grandson of Emperor Daqian. Su Yang, even if he is your savior, you must remember that the emperor cannot be humiliated.
Emperor Daqian's voice was cold and ruthless.
Princess Xuyang's face turned extremely pale.
She knew that her father was really angry.
Father, no matter what, Senior Su saved my life.
If the punishment is too serious and spread it, it will damage the national prestige. It would be better to let Senior Su apologize to Tai Sun for this matter. Princess Xuyang knelt on the ground, and she could only help Su Changyu get here.
Apology? Su Yang, you are still too willful. Emperor Daqian took a deep breath.
He remained silent, and then took Fong Li out of the hall.
In fact, Emperor Daqian understood what Su Yang meant. But he knew one thing better. That is, the royal family cannot be humiliated.
Even if Fong Li did something wrong, he couldn't start.
To put it simply, this time I just beat my grandson, and what if I get hurt next time? To put it badly, what if it's the next time you attack yourself?
The forbidden martial arts in the palace.
Even if the princes use force, they must go to the arena in the palace.
It is a taboo to use the force to be automatically done by the princes.
Not to mention an outsider. Emperor Daqian took Fong Li away. Princess Xuyang quickly got up and she chased after her.
She knew that Su Changyu was in great trouble this time.
She was anxious and angry.
What's urgent is how his father will deal with Su Changyu.
What annoyed is why Su Jin can't even see Su Changyu.
If Su Jin were there, this would not have happened. Come here, call Baiyu Imperial Guard to come.
Outside the main hall, Emperor Daqian spoke coldly. He was really angry and directly dispatched Baiyu Imperial Guards to come. In fact, Emperor Daqian was not angry because Fong Li was beaten. The reason why he was angry was that someone dared to beat Emperor Daqian. This is big or bad.
At the same time, there are also partly because of bullying his grandson.
This baby grandson. Soon. Flashes of footsteps sounded. This is the Daqian Baiyu Imperial Guard.
A group of white-feathered Imperial Guards appeared outside the hall. They knelt on the ground and said to Emperor Daqian,
"Long live my emperor when we meet you." The voice of the Bayou Imperial Guard sounded, full of solemnity. However, Emperor Dakian did not say anything more. He turned around and left and walked towards Zhaixin Hall. Fong Li followed behind.
The Bayou Imperial Guard did not say much, followed Emperor Dakian and walked towards Zhaixin Hall.
And at this moment, Princess Xu Yang also followed behind.
She knew that no matter how she dissuaded her, Emperor Dakian would definitely avenge Fong Li.
I want to solve this problem now. We must please Fong Li.
Lear, don't you particularly like the colorful corals in your aunt's house?
Your aunt will give it to you. How about you go and say a few nice things to Grandpa Emperor? Princess Su Yang pulled Fong Li and said with a voice. However, Fong Li didn't even look at Princess Su Yang.
At this moment, his eyes were full of hatred. He is now full of revenge.
Nothing to say is good.
Especially when he thought that he could see Su Changyu screaming in front of him later, Fong Li couldn't help but feel overjoyed.
Ha 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 ha. Fong Li was extremely excited and wished that time would pass faster. Lear, do you know what you are doing? You are trying to get me wrong.
Lear, you are obedient, and your benefits are bound to be good. Princess Xu Yang continued, exposing her heartfeltly.
Aunt, if you treat me as your nephew, don't interfere in this matter.
If you don't treat me as your nephew, don't interfere.
Anyway, I will never give up on this matter.
Su Changyu is dead, and it is useless if the gods come.
Fong Li's divine consciousness transmits his voice and his attitude is extremely firm. Princess Xu Yang couldn't help but feel annoyed when she heard these words again.
Fong Li, at such a young age, actually holds such a grudge. How can he grow up?
But Princess Xu Yang also knew that Fong Li was completely spoiled.
It's a pity that no one can deal with this Fong Li in the entire Dakian. There is no choice but to go find the eldest brother. At this moment, Princess Xu Yang knew that there was no way, so she left directly to find Fong Li's father, the prince of the current dynasty, her eldest brother. Emperor Dakian, who was walking in front, naturally noticed Princess Xu Yang's disappearance. He also understood what his daughter was going to do. But he had no stop.
Instead, I hope Princess Xu Yang will come to find the prince. Because Su Yang said it is correct. After all, he was the savior of the princess of the Dakian dynasty.
The punishment is okay, but it is absolutely impossible to make a big fuss, otherwise, he would have a bad reputation. But it won't work if he doesn't beat him. He bullied the crown prince.
If he doesn't take action, wouldn't he be ridden on his head and not speak? The emperor cannot be humiliated. That's it. Less than a quarter of an hour.
Emperor Dakian came outside the Zhaixin Hall. He didn't break into it because the queen was praying for blessings and reciting, and he couldn't bear it even if he was disturbing. But outside the Zhaixin Hall, the 400 or 500 white-feathered imperial guards have surrounded Zhaixin Hall heavily.
Where is Su Changyu? The next moment,
the voice of Emperor Dakian sounded.
Calm. No emotion at all.
Fong Li, who was beside him, felt even more excited when he heard this sound again. The expectation of revenge has also soared to its peak.
Su Changyu, I see you can't finish it. I want you to know what the crown prince is and what surprise is. Fong Li was so excited that his skin was trembling slightly. However, at this moment, Chu Royun came out. The pace was slightly fast and his expression seemed a little excited. Emperor Dakian was a little surprised. Before he could speak, Chu Royun's voice sounded. What did your majesty ask Changyu to do? Chu Royun looked at Emperor Dakian, his eyes full of curiosity.
He bullies Lear, I want to seek justice for Lear.
Emperor Dakian was also a little curious. Why does Chu Royun also know Su Changyu? Who is Su Changyu? Bully Lear? Chu Royun's eyes became even more curious.
Fong Li, who was beside him, suddenly felt aggrieved and wanted to show his pity. But I didn't know that when the emperor heard him being scolded, he didn't care about him at all, but looked at Emperor Dakian and said,
No need to ask for anything. Changyu is not wrong.
Your Majesty, I have something to tell you. Chu Royun didn't even look at fondly, but wanted to tell Emperor Dakian about Su Changyu. But the latter couldn't help but frown. Is there anything wrong? I'll decide and let him come out. Emperor Dakian was angry. Although I am afraid of my inner self, I naturally make the decision on this kind of thing. Your Majesty, Changyu is right, you can listen to me first. Empress Dakian wants to continue to say something. But the voice of Emperor Dakian continued to sound. The other party's speech was interrupted. The emperor cannot be humiliated. Emperor Dakian used 4 words to tell the other party what he wanted. His Majesty. Chu Royun wanted to explain carefully. Emperor. No. Incest. Emperor Dakian is completely popular this time. He looked at Chu Royun. I think I am too indulging in the queen. I really think that my emperor is a decoration. But Fongli, who was standing by, felt extremely happy after seeing this scene. Originally, when he heard Chu Royun say that Su Changyu was right, he thought that his grandmother cherished her talents, so he wanted to help Su Changyu. But now seeing Grandpa the Emperor is so domineering and direct, how could he be unhappy? Grandpa Huang, you are really a tough guy. At this moment, the image of Emperor Dakian has been improved by several levels in Fan Li's heart. And feel the thoughts of Emperor Dakian. Chu Royun immediately had a calm face and used his spiritual sense to transmit his voice. Your Majesty, do you know who Changyu is? Queen Dakian asked this. Emperor. No. Yes. Incest. Hearing the other party's spiritual sense transmitted the voice, Emperor Dakian shouted these 4 words for the last time. He was really angry. Extremely angry. At this moment, he felt that he was really too indulgent on weekdays, and he was simply too indulgent to Chu Royun. In front of so many imperial guards, he repeatedly disturbed himself. And the most important thing is that when my grandson was bullied, he didn't help his family, but instead helped an outsider? Who is he? Could it be the orphan of the royal family? What if you have an illegitimate child outside? Queen. You really disappointed me. Emperor Dakian's eyes were extremely cold. At this moment, he had made up his mind. He must punish Su Changyu. Not only because of Fongli, but also because of Chu Royun's attitude towards him. He is the emperor. He is the emperor of Dakian. It is the emperor of Dakian. Who dares to disobey himself? Whose identity is higher than himself? Feel the attitude and emotions of Emperor Dakian. At this moment, Empress Dakian Chu Royun said nothing. She still had a divine sense, but her tone was full of mockery. Okay, since your Majesty wants to punish your sister's orphan and your biological nephew, I have nothing to say. I just hope your Majesty doesn't feel ashamed of Sister Changling. Chu Royun's voice sounded. This is the transmission of the divine consciousness. Others can't hear it. The imperial guards obey orders, give it to me. And Emperor Dakian snorted coldly. He subconsciously raised his hand and asked the imperial guards to arrest people. But in an instant, he came to his senses. He stood there in a daze. His eyes were staring at the queen. This moment, I even forgot to breathe. End of this chapter. Emperor Dakian was stunned. He felt that he had heard it wrong. He looked at Chu Royun with some confusion. The latter was silent and didn't say much, as if he was asking you to do whatever he wanted. The silence between the two made the imperial guards and Fan Li really unable to understand. Especially Fan Li. He couldn't understand what was going on. Why are you so good and not talking anymore? Grandpa, the imperial guards obeyed the order. What is the next sentence? Do you want me to give orders? The imperial guards were also confused. What exactly is this going to do? Your Majesty, can't you finish your words in one breath? Everyone was full of curiosity and looked at each other. But at this moment, I really don't know what to do. Yuner, what do you mean? Emperor Dakian looked at his queen and his voice trembled slightly. This time he was really confused. I don't know what to say. Your Majesty, I have found the orphan of Sister Changling. Chu Ruoyan said a voice, and she calmed her voice as much as possible, but even so, when she said this, she still couldn't help but tremble slightly. Finished? Yuner, aren't you lying to me? Emperor Dakian felt numb all over and his brain was congested. Changling is his favorite sister. Although they were not born from the same mother, they were better than their brothers and sisters. When his sister wanted to marry the Emperor Daxia, she disagreed if she didn't want to marry the Emperor Daxia. I'm afraid no one can stop him from thinking. It can be said that the only person who can control his ideas in the entire Dakian dynasty was Changling. Later, when he learned that Changling had passed away, he was heartbroken for 3 years. 3 full years. He even thought about declaring war on the Daxia dynasty and that he would stop bleeding with blood. But in the end he still held back. He didn't want the people of the world to suffer, and this would only increase his sins. After all, his sister left an orphan. But what I never thought was that my sister's only child was lost in the Daxia palace. It is precisely because of this incident that Dakian and Daxia have completely entered a state of breaking. Over the past 20 years, the people of Daxia have entered the Dakian dynasty and all have to be reviewed. If there were no important things, the people of the Daxia dynasty would basically not be allowed to come to the Dakian dynasty. This is enough to prove how much Emperor Dakian hated Emperor Daxia. Over the past 20 years, Emperor Dakian has been constantly searching for the whereabouts of the 10th prince, but for the past 20 years, there has been no news and no news at all. Although he didn't want to believe it, he knew in his heart that his poor nephew might have been beaten by a thief. But I never thought that today. I actually heard my queen say that she had found her nephew. And looking at Chu Ruoyun's appearance, he looks completely confident. Thinking of this, Emperor Dakian suddenly realized why his queen was so unique today and she was losing face in front of so many people. My queen is not so ignorant of the generalities on weekdays. Now that he explained this, he completely understood. Your Majesty, I will not lie. Chu Ruoyun answered seriously. At this moment, Emperor Dakian was excited. He was completely excited. His voice seemed a little trembling and he looked at Chu Ruoyun and said, Who is it? Who is my nephew? Where is it? Hurry up, take me to see him. The Emperor of Dakian sent a voice transmission. Although he was excited, he knew that such a thing could not be known to the third person. Your Majesty, your nephew is Su Changyu, he is in the hall. Chu Ruoyun replied. And Emperor Dakian suddenly realized. But he can't be blamed for being stupid, but the matter was too stupid at the beginning. Furthermore, he was naturally excited to find out that he had found his nephew. That's why I feel a little slow to react. Su Changyu? Hurry, take me over and have a look. Emperor Dakian said extremely excitedly. Your Majesty, it's not impossible to take you to see it. It's just that your Majesty pays a little attention to his manners, and I have not told you about Changyu's life experience, so. Chu Ruoyun said so with a voice transmission. After all, Su Changyu doesn't understand his life experience. If he rashly told him, he would be very afraid that Su Changyu would not be able to accept it for the time being. I understand this, let me see my nephew. Emperor Dakian said excitedly. He doesn't want to do anything now, he just wants to meet his nephew. Your Majesty, follow me. Chu Ruoyun didn't say much, and took Emperor Dakian into his arms. But at this moment, Fong Li's voice suddenly rang. Grandpa Emperor, Grandma Emperor, what are you doing? Fong left his mouth, he had no idea what was going on. Didn't you come to help me take revenge? However, Emperor Dakian and Empress Dakian just looked back at Fong Li. This look is meaningful. But Fong Li couldn't understand it, and he just felt a little confused. However, for Emperor Dakian and Empress Dakian, although the crown prince is important, they do like it. But the problem is, my nephew is more important. The crown prince at least stays in the palace, eat and drink well, right? At least the royal grandson's parents are there, right? At least you have your own favor and domineering in the palace, right? The two of them actually didn't know what the prince's actions did. They were just a child. In their eyes, they were just a naughty child. But Su Changyu is different. He has no father or mother since childhood, and has been wandering among the people and suffered all the hardships. In addition, their guilt and love for Chanling, all their emotions were accumulated together. Naturally, they were full of guilt, and naturally, they had an indescribable love for Su Changyu. So, love will disappear. Emperor Daqian followed Chu Royun and came to Jiaxin Hall. And at this moment, in the Jiaxin Hall, Su Changyu had no idea what was going on. He sat in the hall. I was still thinking about how to leave the Daqian dynasty. He didn't want to come to the Daqian dynasty at first, so he wanted to go to the Daxia dynasty to find Lao Xian. Let's make things clear. What a ghost knows how he came to the Daqian dynasty and was talking nonsense. I just heard someone calling me out. Inexplicably, Su Changyu was a little panicked. Because in a vague way, Su Changyu seemed to remember that the naughty child he beaten before called himself the crown prince. Su Changyu didn't quite understand what the emperor's grandson was, but it sounded very powerful. I don't know if Aunt Royun can handle it. If you can't stand it, run away first. Alas, sure enough, handsome people are troublesome everywhere. Su Changyu couldn't help but sigh in his heart. That's when two figures appeared in the hall.